Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today, we embark on the grand finale of H.J. Potter by the brilliant S.M. Wane, diving into Part 5, Chapters 41 to 50. This spellbinding conclusion promises an unforgettable mix of magic, emotion, and high-stakes drama. As the journey reaches its peak, secrets will be unveiled, destinies will be forged, and choices will echo through the annals of wizarding history. S.M. Wane has gifted us with a tale that reimagines the Harry Potter universe in the most extraordinary ways. Known for their intricate plots and richly developed characters, Wane has a knack for crafting stories that captivate and inspire readers with every turn of the page. H.J. Potter stands as a testament to their storytelling genius. Disclaimer: this fanfiction is a transformative work inspired by J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. All original characters, settings, and trademarks belong to their respective owners. This audiobook is purely for entertainment purposes, with no copyright infringement intended. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for a magical roller coaster with H.J. Potter by S.M. Wane at Grimoire Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more magical adventures. Let's unravel the final chapters of this extraordinary journey together. H.J. Potter by S.M. Wane. Chapter 41. The Great Hall was buzzing with chatter during breakfast. The last task was the main topic of discussion. The students were still wondering about the whereabouts of Harry and Cedric and the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament. There was a great deal of speculation about the last task. Many had come to their own conclusion that the Hogwarts champions were transported away last night to have their own private tiebreaker round. The Ravenclaws looked very subdued that morning. The doors of the Great Hall were tossed open and Harry and Hermione entered, hand in hand. Their friends surrounded them like a wall, separating them from the other students. Instantly, there was an outburst. The whisperings grew to such a loud volume that it caught the attention of the professors. All eyes were turned to them as they walked to the Gryffindor table. Harry, out of impulse, gave her a chaste peck on the cheek. It was clear to all that they were together again. That fact made several students quite unhappy and most Gryffindors very pleased. The students' attentions were focused on their companions next. Harry and his companions were blasé about the attention they were receiving. They knew how it was like being a good friend of Harry's. The word then spread throughout the hall when the students noticed that Cedric was clearly absent. Harry and his companions settled at their usual place for breakfast. The absence of Cedric was felt by all, and the whisperings of his disappearance did not help matters much. However, they were determined to follow their decision to face the school together. Professor McGonagall stood up from her seat immediately and approached Harry at the table. "May I speak to you in private, Lord Potter?" Harry smiled, knowing that she would check on him. He nodded and stood on his feet. He gave Hermione a peck on her forehead before quietly following Professor McGonagall to the side room by the Great Hall. The room was brighter than he had remembered, with light streaming in from its windows. There was no fire in the fireplace by the side of the room. He recalled the myriad of emotions he experienced when he was selected by the Goblet of Fire and entered this room. This was the room where his journey as a champion had began, and it was appropriate that it should end here. Professor McGonagall spoke and distracted Harry from his musings. "How are you feeling? Oswald spoke to me about the events that took place last night." "I'm fine, Professor. Thank you for your concern." He gave her a reassuring smile, hoping to placate the headmistress. The Scottish woman looked at Harry with some anxiety, but she made no mention of her worries. "Minister Fudge wanted to hand you this after the tournament," said Professor McGonagall, handing him his winnings. "You won because you were leading. There was supposed to be a ceremony, but in light of all the events, it was cancelled." Harry eyed the bag containing his winnings with distaste, much to the amusement of Professor McGonagall, but he took it. "I heard that Mr. Crouch's wake will be held today."
"Yes.
"The Diggories will be holding a quiet funeral for Miss Chong in her family home, too. You and your friends have my permission to skip lessons for today if you're planning to attend the funerals. It would make 2 wakes to attend." Harry nodded absently. He hesitated for a moment, not too sure if he should ask. Professor, do they know what happened in the graveyard? The Diggories know that the Dark Lord killed Miss Chong and his attempt to take Mr. Diggory's life, said Professor McGonagall with a hint of gloom. Harry nodded. All right. Thanks, Professor. He carelessly shoved the bag of gold into his pocket. I'm sure you know that it has been arranged for Cedric to be moved to St. Mungo's this afternoon, said the headmistress suddenly. I know you'll be busy searching a cure for him. Feel free to skip a few lessons if you must. Naturally, I expect both of you to do well for your examinations. The thought of the stern headmistress giving them leave to ditch classes astounded him. Wow, that's quite a surprise, Professor. Don't worry. We will. He left the room to join his friends in the hall. Professor McGonagall wanted to hand me the winnings, said Harry, answering their unvoiced question that was made plain by the curiosity on their faces. She has given us the permission to skip lessons so that we can attend the funeral. Cedric would be upset to hear that, joked Fred, smiling. He hasn't beaten you in Quidditch, and now he has lost to you in the tournament. Harry shrugged indifferently, picking a few toast. Well, I beat him fair and square. Swooping sounds interrupted their breakfast suddenly, announcing the arrival of the morning mail. Dozens of owls of different species dived from the air, delivering the mail. Hermione anxiously took the Daily Prophet from the handsome barn owl and glanced at the headline. Aunt A.M. is dismissed from her post as head of Diagon Alley, announced Hermione, incredulous. There was a moment of silence as they digested the announcement. What? Demanded Susan. She snatched the papers roughly out of Hermione's hands so that she could look at the headlines with her own eyes. It was announced together with the news of Mr. Crouch's demise. Harry and Hermione exchanged looks between themselves. They understood what it meant. Suddenly, Susan was on her feet. I need to speak to her. I'll see you later. Seeing that Susan was so worried, Fred hastily swallowed his goblet of pumpkin juice and chased after her. Why did they dismiss her? Asked Neville, baffled. It's so sudden. Not to mention, Aunt A.M. is splendid. Granny approves of her being the head of the Diagon Alley. Aunt A.M. is a threat, said Harry abruptly. Well, actually, it's just us. Fudge has always viewed us as one to his power since Sirius became the head of Wizengamot. He probably thinks that this is all a setup and that we're trying to overthrow the government, added Hermione, thoughtfully. Daphne snorted at the comment. He's delusional. We practically own the whole magical world already. Everybody there knew that everything in the magical world could come to a standstill if they had desired it. Between the four families, they had magical Britain by its gullet. No, he's afraid. The ancient house may be united with a pact, but they never stood together. We have separate interests. Aunt Amelia is on the verge of marrying Sirius, a first marriage between the Bones and Blacks, explained Hermione, looking at Daphne and Harry meaningfully. He's daft in attempting to wage a war with the ancient families, commented George, shaking his head in disbelief. He has a death wish, said Daphne dispassionately, tossing the paper aside. At least no one reported the Triwizard Tournament. Are you attending the state funeral with Harry? Asked Daphne suddenly. I can't, said Hermione, lifting her brows in surprise that Daphne would forget that their marriage was still a secret. Besides, I have other things to attend to. She returned her attention to the article she was reading. It was a small and brief article on the 3 men found in the graveyard. The Wizengamot had imprisoned them for the practice of dark magic. Daphne gave her an arched look, knowing that Hermione was hiding something from her. After a while, she turned away from her, choosing not to pursue it. I'll be attending it with my father. It would be quite interesting at the memorial service putting Sirius and Fudge in the same room. The corner of her lips lifted in a smirk. Madame Pomfrey was assisting the healers and providing the details they needed. The healer in charge of Cedric was a severe-looking wizard with gray hair. He ran his wand over Cedric a few times and recorded his findings. Hermione, Fred, and George were in the hospital wing, watching over the proceedings. The healer had given him intravenous strips. He's not eating, so he needs his nutrients and liquid, answered one of the healers when they questioned him. I'm Healer Fraser, introduced one the healer when he noticed the adults. Gray speckled the sides of his ebony black hair, giving him a distinguished look. He was a bespectacled man with a small stature. His eyes betrayed his surprise at seeing the heads of the 4 ancient families. I'm his principal healer. His condition is stable. We will be moving him shortly. Some of the healers carefully levitated him to a stretcher and strapped him into it. They performed a check on his vitals once more. The Diggories, along with Daphne, were watching them work like hawks. That's nice to hear. Do you have any experience dealing with such cases? Asked Oswald, looking at healer Fraser. No, my lord, admitted the healer openly. To date, there is only one recorded case of someone surviving the killing curse, he continued, staring at Harry meaningfully. Harry tugged at his collar slightly, feeling unusually uneasy. He felt like a specimen under the healer's measuring gaze. The healer turned to look at Oswald. However, my team and I have been researching on the killing curse for nearly a decade, and we will do our best to help him. Hermione's eyes gleamed suddenly. Your healer, Nolan Fraser? Yes, I beg your pardon, your miss? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Hermione, said Hermione. I read your book. You'd this interesting theory about Avada Kedavra. You mentioned that it operates by withdrawing all electrical charges from the body. That instantly shuts down the nervous system, causing total cellular apoptosis, and thus immediate death without any evident injury. Yes, that's correct, said Healer Fraser, nodding. He waited patiently for her to get to the point. I think that your theory has some flaws, continued Hermione, briskly. Let's assume that some electrical energy is withdrawn due to a watered-down killing curse. We would expect some sort of organ or system failure due to cellular apoptosis, but none of that happened. His body is in fine working condition despite being in comatose. One would even liken his condition to a dementicist victim. Would you not agree? Hermione had a better understanding of the curse due to Harry. She treaded carefully, realizing that she could not reject his theory openly without bringing Voldemort into the picture. Hermione had Healer Fraser's full attention now. His face reflected a mix of outrage and surprise. Harry stepped in, placing his hand on his wife's shoulder. Let the good healer do his job first, said Harry, smiling. He's the leading healer in matters regarding the killing curse. We can think of other alternatives if he can't help us. The healer frowned, wondering at the mental capabilities of this teenage girl before him. Blimey, if Cedric survives, he'll be the other boy who lived, added Fred in awe, nudging Harry. You'll have competition, Harrikins? Susan rolled her eyes at his remarks. Why, yes, I'm sure. It would help our research greatly if you would volunteer to be examined, my lord, said Healer Fraser, regaining his composure. That won't be possible, said Harry flatly. I believe your patient is waiting for you. He looked around the hospital wing and realized that the other healers had taken Cedric to the ward. It will benefit the research. It will also help your friend, said Healer Fraser, shrugging. It's your call. He turned to look at Hermione, as if he wanted to speak to her, but he decided against it. He excused himself, tossing the flu powder into the flames, and was transported away. All of them left the hospital wing for the marriage quarters for a private lunch. Dobby and Winky outperformed themselves by preparing a near-banquet lunch in the true house elves of the Potter household standard. They set the dining table within half an hour. Their speed and their attention to detail amazed the diners, even though they were quite used to opulence. Fred and George whistled at when they saw the fine porcelain ware and expensive silverware on the table. Do you usually dine in such style? Asked Fred, wide-eyed. It was a strange question to ask, since they usually take meals together. They're just overjoyed. It has been months since they prepared a meal for us, said Harry, sitting his wife. Hermione gratefully rewarded him with a peck on his cheek. Fred and George took a leaf from his book and seated Susan and Daphne respectively. The first dish was served immediately, and the occupants around the table began tucking in. The conversation around the table was light, centering on everyday matters. Fred and George were discussing about their invention in low voices. What was the deal with the trial today? Asked Harry suddenly, remembering the conversation between Sirius and Fudge. I thought you knew that, Avery. Nod and Crab are Death Eaters. The table grew quiet suddenly. There was a light clink sound when Sirius set his cutleries down. He dabbed the corner of his mouth with his napkin. We couldn't prove it without revealing our own investigations. They openly admitted that they had gathered in the graveyard to brew banned potions. We also examined their memories and they matched their testimonies, so they were sentenced to Azkaban for the practice of dark arts. It's good that things worked out this way. We don't need another enemy, Sirius. I was worried about dragging Harry into the mess with his testimony, said Oswald, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Besides, we're not ready to handle the panic that would occur if the public learns of the return of Voldemort, said Amelia. We suspected that it would turn out this way. It smelled like a setup, so we reacted exactly as he had planned, questioned Harry. He frowned at the thought of it. Most likely, replied Oswald. Your examinations are around the corner. Are you prepared for it? There was a bit of grousing from the 6th years and the 4th years, since the professors were constantly reminding them about their upcoming national examinations. The students were sorely in need of practice. We've another year, grumbled George. I don't even understand the fuss about it.
Yeah.
You don't really need newts for everything, lamented Fred, idly playing with his silverware. They continued to linger around the dining table, even though they had finished their lunch. Harry felt Sirius's stare while he was conversing with Fred, so he turned to look at him. When his godfather realized that he had caught his eye, he jerked his thumb inconspicuously to his study room. Fred was now chatting with Hermione about his latest invention, and everyone else were too busy talking to notice. Harry caught his meaning straight away and excused himself discreetly. He grabbed his goblet and headed into the study. His desk was piled with the things he needed to do for the day. Hermione had attended to his duties when he had lost his memories. He sat at his desk, flipping through some of his things. Sirius hardly initiates a private conversation between them, and he was curious what his godfather had to say. After a few moments, he heard Sirius entering his study, and he set his folders aside. So, pup, how are you? Asked Sirius, leaning on the wall, facing him. I didn't have the opportunity to talk to you just now. I'm fine, replied Harry, smiling. He stood up and took his goblet. It was a long day. He took his time refilling it as he waited patiently for his godfather to continue. Are you and Hermione all right? Asked Sirius, tucking his hands into his pockets and eyeing his godson closely. His eyebrows arched in surprise. It was a strange question to ask, since they were together now. We're fine. They were all right, but it felt like a lie. He paused mid-sentence and drew his hand through his hair. I don't know, said Harry finally. His godfather patted him on his shoulder. It is okay, Harry. There's only me and you in this room. Let it out, Harry. His godfather's gentle tone opened the floodgates of a particular dam of emotions he wanted to keep it tightly shut. Sirius took the goblet from him and sipped his drink. I understand why breaking up a soul-bond couple was seen in the same light as murder, said Harry gruffly, balancing on the balls of his feet. Like a caged tiger, he began to pace around his study. Sirius chose not to comment. It's just cruel. It's a fate worse than death. He balled his hands up into fist and punched the wall, releasing some of those frustrations. The action skinned the knuckles of his fist, but he was too frustrated to notice. I know she has forgiven me, but I promised myself not to hurt her. Sirius's eyes reflected empathy, but he kept silent. I hurt her when I returned my ring. I saw the photograph I had of that memory, and the ring reminded me how lacking I was. I remembered the reason why I gave her that ring on her birthday. I wanted to make it public that we're serious about each other. Well, it drove her mad. Harry shook his head at his own stupidity, tucked his hands into his pockets, and lowered his gaze. I'm glad that you know what a pain in the arse you were, said Sirius teasingly, chuckling. I'm not going to sugarcoat my words. You were treating Hermione dreadfully. He noticed that frank comment got Harry's attention. It's normal that you feel terrible about it, especially since Hermione let you off the hook easily. It's normal for you to make mistakes, Harry. It's normal to get angry and upset over it, but it's in the past. Harry looked at him. Don't let your past mistakes affect your relationship with your wife, pup. If that happens, it'll be downright ridiculous. Harry nodded absently, sipping from his goblet. Let me give you an advice, Harry. Communication is very important in a relationship. Talk to her about it. Hermione would like to know about it. He set his goblet aside after thinking through things. I'll speak to Hermione later. Thanks for listening to me. It really helped, smiled Harry. He felt figuratively lighter. Sirius playfully caught him in a headlock and messed up his hair. It's my pleasure, pup. By the way, no one blamed you for being nasty to them. I know, said Harry quietly. What's with the upset face? Exclaimed Sirius, thoroughly messing his hair. He only released his godson after ensuring that his hair was sticking in odd angles. Harry let out a low growl since he took a long time to tame his unruly mop of hair. Oh, yes, I wanted to tell something important. Amelia has agreed to move up the wedding, so we're going to get married by July, said Sirius, grinning from ear to ear. That's great, said Harry absently, trying his best to smoothen his wild hair and mentally counting the time they had to prepare for the wedding. His eyes widened in shock. Wait, that's just a few months away. What's the hurry? Sirius turned away, shrugging. We're not getting any younger. Besides, Voldemort's back. You don't know how much time you left. Sirius grew solemn and pensive, very unlike his usual carefree self. Aunt Am's not pregnant, right? Sirius glared at him, much to the amusement of Harry. Harry nimbly dodged his grab and exited out of the room, howling with laughter. Sirius made the same announcement when he returned to the dining room. It was met with excited squeals and great deal of enthusiasm. Harry smiled when he saw Hermione throw her arms around Amelia, together with Susan and Luna in careless abandonment. Susan was the happiest, squealing and jumping up and down as she embraced her aunt. That kind of enthusiasm was infectious, and soon Amelia was smiling too. Aunt, we got some plans to show you. We've been planning it since Sirius proposed to you, said Susan eagerly, grabbing her aunt's hand. Chaos ensued soon after. The girls dragged a screaming Amelia off to the sitting room so that they could share with her the plans that they had come out months earlier. It was hilarious to see the tough Amelia squealing in fright as her niece and Hermione dragged her away. Fred and George cracked up with mirth, their faces bright red and clutching their stomachs. Help me, Sirius. Sirius waved at her eagerly, with a large smile plastered on his face. Have fun, my love. I'll see you later. Fred and George hastily excused themselves when the girls left, when they realized that they had classes in 5 minutes. Only the Oswald, Sirius, and Harry remained in the quarters. I don't even think we actually need wedding planners, commented Sirius, when Amelia was out of sight, amused. He was relieved that he was not involved in the wedding planning mayhem. I'm so glad that Moony isn't here. Now that you mentioned him, where's he exactly? Asked Harry, sipping his drink. His cheeks hurt from all that laughing. He's trying to make contact with the other werewolves, said Oswald, pushing several buttons of his watch. He left last night. I don't think we'll hear from him soon. He stood up suddenly. There are things that I need to attend to, so I shall leave now. Don't try jumping over the broom. Take my advice and get a wedding planner. I'll you a reliable wedding planner. It's the first wedding between the two ancient houses, so don't mess it up. I guess this is the time I'll have to do what Edgar bid me to do. Sirius gave him an inquiring stare. Oswald glared at Sirius, suddenly emanating a terrifying amount of power. The pressure in the room dropped suddenly, and there was a sudden gale within the room. Harry could feel the raging wind whipping his hair wildly. Don't you dare ill-treat Amelia, or you'll pay dearly for it, said Oswald menacingly. Do you understand? His eyes grew as large as twin saucers. Sirius swallowed visibly. Noticing that Oswald was waiting impatiently for an answer, he nodded his head with a great deal of enthusiasm. Good. I'll probably see you at platform 9 3/4, Harry, said Oswald smoothly, his aura changing in a blink of an eye. He was now the affable elder, with a gentle smile on his face. It sent shivers down his spine. The freak wind died down as sudden as his change in demeanor. A house elf appeared and took Oswald away. That was quite dramatic. It is a traditional ritual, said Harry, his eyes twinkling with amusement. He had his suspicions that that was all staged to get the point through Sirius's thick skull. Though I don't remember Dad warning me against mistreating Hermione before our marriage. Sirius let out a warning growl as Harry chuckled. He took pleasure at seeing his godfather being so subdued. "What was your wedding like?" Sirius was now looking at him inquisitively. "Wonderful," said Harry, recalling his quick wedding. "It's simple, so it cannot be the kind you can have," said Harry cheekily. "Take Uncle Os's advice and get a wedding planner. It's, after all, going to be the wedding of the century. You do know that both of you have to invite a lot of people lest you risk offending them?" He grew pale. He pressed his palms to his face. "I think I'm getting the cold feet now." They decided to play a game of wizard chess to pass time. Sirius had little patience with the game. In the middle of the game, he tossed his strategy out of the window and began a suicidal rampage. He began devouring Harry's chess pieces with little thought to the consequences. "Hey, you know that you're sacrificing your queen, right?" asked Harry incredulously when Sirius recklessly ordered his queen to take Harry's pawn. "You'll be left with only your king." "So?" demanded Sirius with a feral gleam in his eyes. The move was made, and there was no turning back. Harry sighed as he ordered his sniggering pawn to take his queen. Harry naturally won the game, and he burst out laughing the moment the game was over. Sirius nearly choked the tickled boy with his headlock. Sirius, realizing that it was getting quite late, freed his fiancée from the clutches of the girls so that they could have some quiet time together. Even if they were hiring a wedding planner, he was certain that there were things that Amelia and he needed to talk about. They exchanged farewells before departing. Harry was quite surprised to see Luna with them. Her lessons had ended early, so she joined the girls for the discussion. "Had fun?" asked Hermione, lifting her brow inquiringly when Harry entered the sitting room. "I could hear you laughing quite loudly." He grinned and pecked her lips in a chaste kiss. "Sirius has suicidal tendencies when he plays chess." Hermione laughed heartily and wrapped her arms around his waist possessively. The laughter in her eyes died when she stared into his eyes. They stood there, gazing into each other's eyes, simply mesmerized. "We get the idea," teased Susan, standing up. Luna and Daphne were also on their feet. "We'll see you tomorrow at the chambers." She released Harry immediately, letting her arms drop to the side when she noticed how pensive Daphne became. A gracious smile appeared on Harry's face as he took a step back. The last thing they wanted to do was to make the girl feel uncomfortable. Hermione tucked her stray fringe behind her ear. "Do you know when Victor and Fleur would leave?" questioned Hermione suddenly. "I'm not too sure," said Susan, raising her brows in surprise. "Why, maybe we could arrange to play a game of Quidditch. The weather is turning warmer, and I remembered Victor expressing an interest to play Quidditch with us before he returns back to Bulgaria." Harry turned and stared at his wife with skepticism. "Who are you?" demanded Harry. "Hermione will never propose to have a Quidditch match on her own accord. Who presided over our wedding?" "Don't be silly, Harry," chided Hermione, swatting his arm. It caused him to chuckle deeply. "I didn't say anything about playing." "You have to," said Harry in outrage. "We're lacking in players." He kept quiet when Hermione glared at him. "I'm sure he'll agree to it," said Susan, looking at Daphne with concern. "It is a good idea." "It's," agreed Daphne quietly. She looked slightly distracted. Hermione took her hands gently. "Don't worry. Cedric will be fine. We will find a way." It suddenly occurred to Hermione that she had never seen Daphne cry. She was emotionless when she learned of Cedric's news. She was unaffected when Pomfrey could not help him, and she was detached when Healer Fraser did not seem too optimistic about his condition. "Sure, we'll spend whatever time to search for a cure," agreed Luna, wrapping her arms around Daphne. Susan joined in the embrace, hugging the other side of Daphne. Even Neville chose to express his support by putting a hand on her shoulder. The corners of Daphne's lips lifted in a small smile. "I'm really fine," coughed Daphne finally, averting her head and dabbing the corners of her eyes inconspicuously. "I know he'll be okay." "Thanks. You don't have to be embarrassed, Daph," teased Susan lightly. "It's only us." "Oh, hush," said the Ice Queen sternly. Everyone chuckled. Luna took Daphne's hand and led her towards the exit. "We've to leave. I'm famished," said the Ravenclaw. The rest of them followed along after bidding farewell, leaving Harry and Hermione alone. Harry wrapped his arms around her when Hermione flung herself on him. He chortled slightly when she nearly threw him off balance. Her arms snaked around his waist, and she buried her head into his chest. He was aware of her anxiety from being apart from him and rubbed her back soothingly. The scent of her mate, coupled with his strong rhythmic heartbeat, calmed her. She let out a sigh, contented to be in his arms. Harry ran his hands along her sides comfortingly, enjoying their close contact. He felt completed, just holding her in his arms. "I miss you, Harry," whispered Hermione, rubbing her cheek against his chest. He gave her a firm squeeze, expressing the same sentiments. "I know," said Harry in a husky voice, chuckling. "It's quite insane." He gently nuzzled the side of her neck. "Hermione, we didn't celebrate Valentine's Day together," whispered Harry, kissing the top of her head. "I want to make it up to you." Harry pulled away from her suddenly so that he could see her reaction. "Let's go on a date." Hermione smiled and dipped her head in a nod. With a large smile plastered on his face, he led her into the house. Harry wanted to cook for her, but his plan was foiled when Hermione flatly refused. The young couple had never prepared meals together since they only cooked in special occasions for each other. Due to her insistence, he allowed her into his kitchen so that they could prepare the meal together. It turned out to be the worst decision he ever made. They stood next to each other, along a long kitchen counter. Hermione would frequently brush against him as they did the preparation, distracting him from his task. He dismissed it initially, blaming the constant contact on the lack of space. Sound of chopping filled the kitchen as she cut the vegetables into bite-sized pieces. His brow winged upwards when he noticed that she chose to lean against him to reach for a utensil on his side instead of asking him to pass it several times. Her actions allowed him a feel of her body pressing against him. He couldn't help but stare longingly at his wife, his mind occupied with her. "Hermione?" It came out embarrassingly, like a groan more than a question. "Yes?" questioned Hermione innocently, stretching across him to put the knife and the chopping board into the sink. Harry took a deep breath, reining his base desires. He unbuttoned his collar and fanned himself. He mopped his brow with the back of his sleeves. He felt her brushed against him again when she walked to the stove to check on the pasta. "And nothing," muttered Harry, turning a bright red. He did his best to focus on the meat that he was marinating with red wine instead of his beautiful wife. Hermione wouldn't tease him that way in the kitchen. Hermione grinned mischievously. When he felt her hands ghosted past his derriere, he lost control of his lust. The spoon he was holding dropped with a resounding clink. He pinned her onto the wall perpendicular to the counter and kissed her ardently. His hands slid under her shirt along her bare stomach, causing her to tremble with pleasure. "Harry," yelped Hermione when she felt his lips on her neck nipping. "Not here," said Hermione breathlessly, putting her hands on his chest and pushing him away. "No hanky-panky in the kitchen, remember?" Her firm tone cleared the haze his lust had formed in his mind. Harry was panting hard. He racked his hands through his hair in frustration as he took large gulps of air. He bowed his head in embarrassment at his lack of self-control. Hermione straightened her robes before heading past him to the stove to stir the sauce. He was about to apologize when he sensed a hint of smugness from his wife. His eyes widened in surprise. She was teasing him. Two could play the game. He leaned closer to her while inspecting on her sauce so that he was pressed onto the back of his wife. Almost casually, he whispered into her ear, "I think it's time to let it simmer. We can add the vegetables soon." His warm breath fanned across her ear, causing her to shiver involuntarily. "Harry?" "Yes, Angel?" asked Harry, looking innocent. "And nothing," said Hermione, slightly flushed. She was mindful of her racing pulse at his gaze. She chided herself inwardly, since there was nothing sensuous at the way he was looking at her. She shook her head and returned her attention back to her task. She did not even notice the smirk on his face when she began fanning herself. Harry didn't think that he could enjoy preparing a meal that much. The meal was prepared under an hour, and they decided to enjoy it by the lake. The clear night sky was painted with a multitude of gleaming stars. It was stunning, and he had never seen so many stars in his life. Harry was certain that most of the stars did not exist in the real world, and that Aids was trying her hand to enhance the atmosphere. The large lake sparkled with the splendor of the stars. The distant sound of water flowing down the nearby waterfall added to the charm of the spot they picked. He remembered that they celebrated their Valentine's Day in this very spot. The salivating aroma of their pasta hurried the young couple to tuck in. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" demanded Harry with arched brows after savoring a bite. It was after all the first meal that they prepared together. A soft smile graced his face when he realized that the pasta turned out to be quite tasty. Hermione shrugged indifferently, spearing her beef ball with her fork. Harry chuckled, amused by her playful side. "I didn't know you can be quite a tease, honey. You know we agreed on that rule because we don't want any mishaps in the kitchen." "I didn't do anything," insisted Hermione. Her eyes were twinkling with mischievousness. Harry reached across the table to take her hand. The mirth in his eyes was replaced with adoration. "You're so amazing, Angel," murmured Harry sincerely, gazing into her eyes. Starlight whitewashed her skin, and she looked stunning. Her skin looked silky and porcelain fair in the pale light, and he was curious to know if it was as smooth as he thought. Entranced, he ran his finger along her hand, relishing the softness of her skin. Hermione smiled bashfully and intertwined their fingers together. The mood grew light between them. The night was still young, and they wanted to take things easy. They were contented that they were sharing a quiet meal together. "Harry, can I ask you a question?" asked Hermione, lowering her gaze. "You know you can ask me anything," said Harry encouragingly, and he gently rubbed her hand with the pad of his thumb. "What would you do if our soul bond could not restore your memories?" He frowned slightly in thought before a smile made its way to his face. "I will learn to be a better husband to you and a friend to our companions. After the incident at the graveyard, I came into terms with my feelings for you. I like the idea of being married to you, and I found myself wanting to spend the rest of my life with you." He was kneeling before her, with a besotted look on his face. She lifted her head, smiling at him weakly. Hermione had given him the opening he required to have that conversation with her. He racked his hand through his hair. "I was upset and angry when I regained my memories. I couldn't believe that I would dare to hurt you. When we were married, I promised that I will always be with you. I broke that promise." He gently rubbed her wedding band. "You weren't yourself, Harry. It's inevitable that we'll hurt each other in some way, no matter how much we endeavor not to," said Hermione thoughtfully. She hushed him by putting her finger on his lips. "I'm glad you chose to talk to me about how you feel. I admit it was difficult for me then, and I'm glad that it's finally over. We're together now." She entwined their fingers together. "Thank you, Hermione," whispered Harry, brushing his lips tenderly across her knuckles. Hermione gently pecked him on his lips. "It's amazing. You fell in love with me again," whispered Hermione to his lips. "You're amazing, Hermione. I couldn't stop myself from falling head over heels for you." "I'm just glad that we talked," said Hermione. Her smile was so radiant that he found himself grinning at her. Her eyes widened for a moment. "Mione?" asked Harry, climbing on his feet. Hermione was frantically searching her pockets. She expelled a sigh of relief when she finally found it in one of her pockets. He froze when he saw his gold Celtic ring in her hand. He arched an eyebrow. "You've been carrying this ring with you?" Hermione nodded and stood up. She took his left hand with her hand, her Celtic ring gleaming. With great gravity, she slipped the ring into his finger. "I want to make a lasting commitment so that everyone can see that I'm devoted to you." Embarrassment tinged her cheeks pink. "I will always love you, Harry, no matter what you become." Her tone turned slightly teasing suddenly. "You can't complain that I haven't put a mark on you." Harry chuckled brightly and drew her into his embrace. "No, I can't." The mirth from his eyes faded and was replaced with adulation as he pulled away and gazed into her eyes. "I love you too, Hermione," whispered Harry, his warm breath fanning across her face. Her hand slid up his back to his neck and applied a gentle pressure. Their lips met in a feathery kiss that sealed the promise they made to each other. They spent the night in the house. Harry and Hermione met the rest of their friends in the chamber the next morning. Hermione had redrawn a new schedule for them. They warmed up with a usual jog around the grounds since the weather permitted. Fred naturally teased Harry when he could not catch up with them. The others had kept themselves fit by exercising constantly. They surprised Harry with their improvement in their fighting abilities. They decided to practice a series of disorientation charms next before pairing off for a mock battle. Hermione's brief clash with Crouch Jr. imprinted the importance of constant vigilance in her. She also learnt not to underestimate her opponents. Those Death Eaters could do some real damage without a wand even if they had lost their spare wand. It was an issue they had to look into since their companions would be sitting ducks if they had lost their wands in a battle. After a brief shower, they had their breakfast in the chambers. They retreated to the Library of Chamber to search for any information about the killing curse. Harry and Hermione, on the other, were looking for books on souls. After spending an hour in the library, they split up for school. Victor was excited about having a friendly match, so Hermione buckled down to arrange it. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students were returning back to their own schools in May, which gave them enough time to practice for the game. After discussing with Victor and Fleur, they decided to have a match between students from Hogwarts and the guest schools. As such, they seek for 5 additional players from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to form the other team. Fleur agreed to ask the Keeper and Chaser from her school team, while Victor invited the 2 Beaters and Chaser from his school team to play. Professor McGonagall gave them the green light to use the Quidditch pitch so that the Unenders teams could practice for the game. News of the match leaked out and spread through the 3 schools like a wildfire, and by the first week, everyone knew about the upcoming match. It was naturally blown out of proportion. What was supposed to be a private match became a public event. The students spent their time preparing banners and posters. Some of them were using some of the posters of Victor they had bought from the Quidditch World Cup to support the teams. The professors were quite unhappy about it since it was cutting close to the final year examinations, but they were pacified since they would have the opportunity to see a world-class seeker playing in their pitch, and it would be the first Quidditch game in which students from different houses would be playing. True to Hermione's word, she was not playing in the match, opting to run it. There was the logistics to attend to, like procuring broomsticks for the players and arranging time slots for the practices. The match was scheduled to be taken place at the end of May, just before the foreign students' departure. To their surprise, the affair promoted a lot of intermingling between the 3 schools and among the houses of Hogwarts. Students from all 3 schools would flock to the Quidditch pitch frequently to watch the 2 teams prepare for the game. Those who were unused to fame were quite nervous with all the attention they were receiving. The more experienced Quidditch players complained at the lack of chance to play in such a rare match and wanted of trials to form the team with Hogwarts students. For the last time, no, said Hermione briskly when some students pestered her about the trials. It's not a Quidditch team representing Hogwarts. It's just a team that comprises of students from Hogwarts. It's mental to hold formal tryouts for a friendly match. The Hogwarts team spent a lot of time planning their strategies and training the inexperienced players. They realized that they would have to rely on their chasers if they wanted to win the match. Harry was a good seeker, but he was pitting against an excellent seeker, therefore there was a high chance that he might not be able to catch the snitch. The Gryffindor and the Hufflepuff teams volunteered to train their schoolmates for the match, in a rare show of true school spirit. They knew that Luna, Daphne, and Neville would be on the losing end since they were up against experienced players, and thus came together to impart their knowledge. The Slytherin team even offered the use of their broomsticks for the match, which Hermione had accepted graciously. It would mean that other than the 2 Beaters and the 2 Seekers, the others would be using a Nimbus 2001. The inexperienced Ravenclaw team had lost their captain recently and thus did not render any assistance. The Chasers and the Keepers were in the Quidditch pitch, training Luna, Neville, Daphne, and Susan. They had been trained for a week. Angeline, Daphne, and Susan were on their broomsticks, quietly observing the session from the side. Susan had shown remarkable improvement after much training. She was speeding along Alicia, who had the possession of the quaffle, carefully avoiding the bludgers that were knocked into her way. Neville, the Keeper, was staring at the incoming chasers intently, readying himself for their attempt to score. His eyebrows winged up momentarily when Alicia tossed the quaffle upwards instead of into one of the 3 large loops. Speeding, Susan caught it nimbly and threw it into the right loop, away from Neville's reach. It seemed inevitable that she would score. Neville dived thoughtlessly, watching the quaffle speed into the loop. There was a yell from the stand when Neville's foot connected with the quaffle. The quaffle was sent flying away from the loop. He saved it. He grinned, punching his fist into the air. "That was a great catch," remarked Luna, clapping. "He'll make a good keeper if he continues to train hard," commented Angeline. It was no secret in Gryffindor that Angeline was selected to be the captain next year. The three chasers were off again, weaving past the bludgers that Fred and George were hitting in their way, trying to make a score. The two Gryffindor chasers were clearly on top forms, despite the lack of playing, tossing and passing quaffles and scoring in such high speed and skill that left the spectators simply breathless. "He's not bad," said Daphne. To his credit, Neville was handling himself quite well. He had saved at least half of the quaffles. "I might even consider taking him on as our keeper next year," said Angeline. "Daph and Luna, you can join Sue's team now," said Angeline when she spotted the keeper from Hufflepuff and the burly beaters from Slytherins on the ground. "You're going to play against us," continued Angeline with a fierce grin on her face. Daphne and Luna groaned inwardly. Even Fred and George stopped to gape at her announcement. "Why you mean we're playing against them?" demanded George, pointing to the other players. "They're mental on the pitch." He played enough games with them to know their prowess. The keeper from Hufflepuff was as good as their old captain would. There was an evil gleam in her eyes. "Let's up the stakes, boys." The losing team would have to sing and jog 10 rounds around the school with their broomstick. "It's ridiculous," exclaimed Fred. "I'm not singing," said Daphne, folding her arms. "Then beat us." "Are you chickening out before you even try?" goaded Angeline, staring at Fred. It appealed to the competitive side of Fred. "No. We have a deal." The others groaned loudly. The match was spectacular. The players from both teams worked flawlessly with one another despite being from different houses. Naturally, the experienced players from the three house teams neatly creamed them and sent them back crying. It was quite a preposterous sight watching Daphne, Luna, Susan, Fred, and George, with mud-stained robes and broomsticks on their backs, jogging around the school, singing tunes from the Weird Sisters loudly. Angeline and Katie were on their brooms, following them to ensure that they held out the side of their deal. To their mortification, the Creevy brothers took plenty of good shots of that scene. The other team took the practice sessions as time to build team rapport. They were from different schools and countries, so they needed the time to break the ice and overcome the language barrier. It took them a while to understand one another due to their thick accent. However, their common love for Quidditch and mutual desire to trump over the team from Hogwarts united them. The weather was getting too warm for the Bulgarians to play, since they were used to a cold climate. They had to transfigure their uniform to make them thinner. The French students, on the other hand, were delighted at the change of weather since they would not need to wear a coat any longer. It was quite amusing to watch them play team-building games on the pitch, instead of practicing for the upcoming match. Victor brought with him a lot of strategies and experience. He helped to create the training plan, paying more attention to team building than development of skills since they were experienced players. Alette, Nicola, and Fleur were chasers on their own school team, so they were quite formidable and flawless together. The three Gryffindor chasers were very impressed with their play. Broislav and Theodore played beaters for Durmstrang and were very extraordinary. Lizette played keeper for her school and was quite invincible as one. Occasionally, Susan and Victor would meet after the practices to talk, it getting quite clear that they were into each other. Amelia and Sirius were engrossed with their preparation for their wedding in summer. The wedding invitations were delivered a week after they had formally announced it to their family, and there was much to prepare, like the wedding reception, the stag and hen do, the clothes in such a short time. The days soon raced past, and it was soon May. The excitement grew into a feverish pitch, and it was clear that everyone's mind was solely on the game. Hogwarts students cheerfully wished them luck whenever they saw any of members the team compromising of Hogwarts students. The game was arranged to be held in the dusk so that it would be cooler for the Bulgarians players to play. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the most highly awaited match of the year," boomed Lee over the teeming pitch. His announcement was met with a resounding applause and loud cheering from the crowded stands, which was a sea of black and white. The fans had decided that those who supported the other team would wear white since it was the common color on the flags of the two countries, and it contrasted well with Hogwarts's robes. Some of the members of the crowd began to wave their huge banners and posters of their favorite player. Large posters of Viktor Krum in his Bulgarian team uniform could also be seen. Most of the students from Hogwarts were large fans of his. "Go Krum," some yelled. There were also giant posters of Fleur and Harry in their school uniforms. Most of them got their photographs from the Daily Prophet. The place was heated up despite the cool night. The giant lights that surround the sides were turned on, lighting up the pitch. There was a loud bang. Fireworks of the four animals that represented the houses of Hogwarts shot into the sky and roamed around the large pitch. The crowd went wild and applauded deafeningly. Naturally, those who supported Hogwarts were dressed in their plain black robes. "Well, it's the only match of the year actually," said Lee. "It is the first time that four houses actually come together to form and help this team. I don't know about you, but I really want to see how Hogwarts's best seeker fares against the world's best and youngest seeker. As usual, Madame Hooch will referee this game. She's already in position with the balls. How do you think the new team from Hogwarts would fare against the experienced players from the other team? Everyone put your hands together to welcome the Hogwarts team." The crowds went wild once again when they saw players dressed in black robes speeding out of the locker room. The dashing and shy keeper, Neville Longbottom. Neville gave a polite wave when the crowds began to cheer loudly. He was quite surprised when he realized that he had supporters. The hot chasers Susan Bones, Daphne Greengrass, and Luna Lovegood. Everyone began cheering wildly at the sight of them. The three chasers split into three directions, flying over the stands, made around the pitch, and flying into position. The incredible beaters, Fred and George Weasleys. They raced out to the fields, grinned, and fell into place. And the most talented seeker Hogwarts has ever seen, captain of the ship, Harry Potter. The crowd went totally crazy at the sight of Harry zipping out with a boyish grin on his face. He winked at someone in the crowd before waving. The girls were squealing and screaming his name. "I need you to put your hands together once more for the other team." Everyone applauded and cheered loudly when a team of players in white flew out of the locker room in a V formation. Leading the formation, we have Captain and Seeker, Viktor Krum. Behind him, beaters Broislav Dimitrov and Theodore Adradov. Chasers Nicola Dent, Alec Garcia, and Fleur Delacour. Keeper Lizette Simon. I know a strong team when I see one, and they are good. Just for your information, only the Seekers and the Beaters from both teams own firebolts, the international broom used in the last Quidditch World Cup. What a coincidence, huh? Everyone stood up and applauded vociferously. They broke up and fall into place. "Captains, get down here," said Madame Hooch, waving them down. There was the customary handshake that they needed. Harry and Victor looked at each other with amusement before diving down to the ground. Instead of the expected handclasp, the two captains hugged each other briefly. "Play well," said Madame Hooch, smiling warmly, grabbing the box from the ground. The two captains mounted their brooms and got into their positions. She took the quaffle from the box and held it in her hand. "On my count of 3, said Madame Hooch. 3-2-1. There was a sharp blast of the whistle, and she tossed the quaffle upwards as the crowds cheered. The game began. Chapter 42. The end of Year 4. There was a soft swooping sound, and a stunning white owl appeared. She was a stark contrast to the dark and starless night sky. She dived and landed regally on a girl's padded shoulder. The owl got herself comfortable as the girl rewarded her with a treat. Hermione was walking back to the stands after settling some of her duties when Hedwig found her. Unlike the other Quidditch matches, the worrywart was not the least worried about any of her friends who were playing that night. "Why are you up so late, Hedwig?" asked Hermione gently, stroking her soft and warm feathers. "Snowy owls are not nocturnal, on the contrary." Hedwig let out a soft hoot, rubbing herself affectionately against her cheek. "I can't sleep with all that excitement." Her large amber eyes had a hint of annoyance. She would have clicked her tongue impatiently if she was not eating her treat. Hermione chuckled lightly, knowing that their familiar was not as bothered as she appeared to be. I know you want to watch the match, Hedwig teased Hermione, tickling her under her hooked beak. You're too curious for your own good. The owl glared at Hermione irritably, causing Hermione to laugh. Let's hurry. They're going to start soon. The scent of perspiration and grass was thick in cool night air. It took Harry some time for his eyes to adjust to the brightness of the pitch. It was now completely dark, so the pitch was entirely lighted up by the huge silver stadium lights. The stadium lights were taller than the turrets that were connected to the stands surrounded the pitch. Its beams were so powerful that it heated the air. Large banners bearing the 3 emblems of the 3 schools were hung from those turrets instead. The sounds of broomsticks being pushed to their limit filled the air. There was several loud whoosh when Daphne and Susan sped past, attempting to score a goal. He winced when the wind blew his long fringe into his eyes. He was momentarily reminded of his need to see a barber. Harry heard a feminine chuckle in his mind and smiled. He flew higher, above the stadium lights, so that he could get a bird-eye view of the pitch. It was not as glaring, and he was a good 80 feet from the ground. The exhilaration of flying so high and so fast made him feel so pumped and alive. He basked in those feelings of liberty and pleasure. He hummed a tune, keeping an eye on the game. The crowds were kept on the edge of their seats with the exhilarating play between the Hogwarts and other team. The quaffle was being exchanged hands at such a rapid rate that Lee only had the time to say their last name. The sight looked almost surreal at the high speed they were playing, something that novices should not have the ability to cope. His chest swelled up with pride as he watched. It was beautiful. The Hogwarts team made up their lack of skill and experience with agility and teamwork. They were such an effective team that it baffled Harry. Greengrass, Bones, and Lovegood. Delacour, Gracia, Lovegood again. The other team was leading by 10 points. The beaters were in their top form, weaving between the speeding chasers, deflecting and hitting the top speed bludgers. It was as if they were playing another game on their own, a match that had dire consequence on the chasers' game if they lost control. The beaters were equally matched in skill and strength, and it was tough to predict which side would gain control of the game. The robes turned into a darker shade due to their perspiration. Some of them were panting from all the exertion, but they were revved. He could tell from the smiles on their faces and the fierce gleam from their eyes that they were having the time of their lives. This was the beauty of Quidditch, the amalgamation of 3 seemingly separate games. Harry searched the field once more, trying to find that elusive, tiny golden ball. He rolled midair when he saw the bludger flying towards him, dodging the nasty ball. The size and its color reminded him of a squash ball, except that it was completely black and airborne. "Sorry, Harrikins," yelled Fred, smashing the black ball towards his opponent with his bat. Flying quite close to him was Victor. He was mesmerized by the high level of playing. Harry knew that he was also keeping a close eye on his team. The Hogwarts team were betting on a victory similar to the Irish's victory of the Quidditch World Cup, winning by scoring instead of catching the snitch. Harry knew that he was not as talented as Victor on the field. Victor made flying look effortless. However, he was excited at pitting his skills against the top-notch seeker. Noticing that his team was locked in an impasse with the opposing team near the goal, he decided to lend a hand. He pressed himself firmly to his broom and did an exhilarating 20-feet nosedive, getting into the way of Fleur, who was in possession of the quaffle. His hair whipped wildly around him as he pushed the abilities of his broomstick to the maximum, accelerating quickly in a short span of a few seconds. Victor knew that it was a fake maneuver since he saw no sight of the snitch and stayed put. A less experienced and confident seeker would have fallen for the trap and wasted their energy. However, he did not have Harry's real plan. Delacour swerved sharply to her right when Harry suddenly appeared before her. It gave Daphne the opportunity to knock the quaffle off her hands to the speeding Luna. Without hesitation, Luna dived, faked a right, and tossed the quaffle through the left hoop. Simon changed the direction of her broom at the last second, diving to her left when she realized that it was a feint. However, she was too late. Lovegood scores. Would you look at that? I can't believe that she's not playing for her house. 10-all. The crowd erupted into a roaring applause and chanted her name. Harry cheered along with them loudly. Luna, Susan, and Daphne looked very surprised but pleased. Fleur shot him a mildly amused look which made Harry grin. He looked as if he was paying tributes to her skill as a chaser, since one with any less skill would have been seriously injured. A crash at such rapid speed almost guaranteed broken bones, even with the specially designed armor. Fleur shook her head and sped off. Victor had a look of amusement on his face when he realized that Harry did it intentionally. Victor broke into a grin when their gaze met. The gameplay became more swift and intense soon after. It was as if the Hogwarts team was encouraged by their first score and was determined to lead the game. The level of their skills increased dramatically, as if they were spurred. Most of the crowd were quite surprised at their tenacity and their endurance. The Hogwarts team looked as if they were finally beginning to warm up. Harry did not know that the long hours they had spent in their daily training could yield such unexpected results on the field. However, the other team did not look threatened. They were stubbornly trying to hold their ground, so their scores were very close. After 3/4 of an hour into the game, Hogwarts was leading by only 10 points. A frown appeared on Victor's face, and Harry could tell that he was getting worried. While the other team were excellent players, it was clear that they would be at the losing end if they played too long. The players were starting to show signs of fatigue while his team still looked very alert. There were more accidents from the other team, but no injuries. The 3 chasers were knocked off their broom at least once and were cheerily helped back on by any player near them. The crowds awed when they saw Susan and Daphne helping a smiling Fleur up her broom after knocking her off. The gesture reminded them that despite the intensity of the match, it still remained as an unofficial friendly match between good friends. Victor good-naturedly pulled several tricks, but Harry fell for none of them. He was almost as assured in his abilities as Seeker as the intentional player. The Seekers spent their time avoiding the flying bludgers and devising hoaxes to tease each other. Harry flew up and down the pitch, getting anxious and restless with each passing minute. The snitch had yet to make its appearance. The crowd were egging the other team to catch up. Bones scores 160 to 100. There's still no sign of the snitch, and the Seekers looked quite jaded. Where is the golden snitch? There was a sudden golden gleam by the stand near the goal. The yellowish gleam was so insignificant that it could have been mistaken as the light from the stadium beams. It flickered for a moment before disappearing entirely. Victor was a short distance away from him, and he looked equally disappointed. Suddenly, he spotted a tiny golden ball weaving between the legs of the chasers. Thoughtlessly, he dived, his heart pumping furiously. His hair whipped wildly as he swooped, urging his broom to go faster. He could feel Victor beside him, accelerating almost as fast. Harry hastily changed his grip several times, rolling over to avoid being knocked by the bludgers or the other players, while he focused solely on speeding up. However, he was pressed on both sides. Victor was also doing his best to knock him off the broom. The capricious golden snitch changed its direction again when it crashed onto one of the bolting brooms. It darted along the stand, a few centimeters above the heads of the audiences. The audience were now screaming, trying to cheer the Seekers on. The 2 Seekers leveled their broom above the crowd, much to the audience's delight, giving chase. They were now traveling almost at the speed of a bullet train. They flew past the audience and pulled into a plunge when the golden snitch bolted down along the turret. The Seekers were now neck to neck. Their bodies were plastered on their brooms, and they were urging their brooms over their limit. Victor shoved him bodily against the wall of the turret, causing a loud screeching noise as Harry's broom dragged along the rough edge of the wall, leaving a black trail. There was a slight burning smell, and Harry slowed down considerably. There was another ugly shriek when his armor rubbed against the wall, causing him to lose more velocity. There was a stinging pain and a burning stench. Harry, however, also made use of the opportunity to ram him away, sending Victor steering off course. The crowd screamed wildly when they realized that Harry was still determined to pursue after the snitch. The flames on the tail of his broom were put off by the wind created. Wind howled in his ear as he continued his reckless plunge. His blood was pounding in his ear. The snitch was flying itself into a corner. He was now about 2 feet away from the darting snitch. It began to fly haphazardly, as if knowing that it was going to be caught. The ground rushed dangerously close, and it looked as if he was going to crash. Suddenly, Victor dived into view, at least a head ahead of him. He was steering with one arm, trying to reach the snitch with the other. Harry swerved and tried to knock him off the broom, maintaining the dangerous vertical dive at neck-breaking speed. His senses were going ballistic as he kept up with the chase. They were flying just too fast, and there was not enough space or time to pull out of this plunge unharmed. To his disbelief, the snitch smashed itself against the ground and lay still. It was too late to change the direction, and he could see it from Victor's face. He was too hell-bent on winning that he was willingly to sacrifice his safety. He tore his eyes from him and stared at the snitch. The snitch was so close that he could almost reach for it too. His brow drew into a frown of determination. Harry desperately threw both of his arms forward. Instead of making a frantic grab for the snitch, he seized the body of Victor's broom. Using all his weight, he pulled the both of them to a stop. Despite his efforts, inertia was still working against them, so they were flung violently out of their brooms like missiles. He felt both of them going airborne. They did a forward flip midair. Harry hastily grabbed the shocked Victor and pulled him close to him. Harry's body crashed onto the ground with a muted thud. There was a groan, and the two seekers were sent rolling across the field. Both of them were soon sprawled across the green field, panting. Tiredly, Victor lifted the tiny broken snitch, and the crowds burst into a roaring applause. "I can't believe it. No, they didn't crash. Crumb caught the snitch. It's a draw. That was some spectacular game." The crowd went ballistic. They were cheering as if they have never cheered before. Harry swept his wet and long fringe away from his forehead and sat up, breathing hard. He was fully aware of all the burns on his body. The new armor that Oswald and his research team had created absorbed all the impact, leaving him unharmed. He glanced at Crumb and was relieved when he looked fine. The Bulgarian seeker, however, was staring at him in puzzlement. "You could have caught the snitch, why didn't you?" demanded the Bulgarian seeker, frowning. "Hermione would murder me if I end up in the hospital wing for an unofficial game," joked Harry, running his hand through his wet locks. He winced when his perspiration stung the abrasion on his palms. Victor was still staring at him. "You could have let me crash." Their gaze leveled. "I think there are some things in life that are more important than winning a game." Victor blinked continuously in disbelief. He turned away, chuckling warmly. "Don't let my coach hear that. You will never be able to go pro if you think that way," teased Victor, with a hint of smile on his lips. It was quite clear from his eyes that he was touched that Harry actually saved him from a very nasty collusion. He grew sincere and solemn suddenly. "Thank you, Harry." "Harry." "Victor. Are you all right?" There were several thuds as the rest of the players landed around them. Worry and concern were written in their faces. Harry spotted Hermione dashing towards him, with his familiar perching on her shoulder. Before he could greet her, she tossed herself on him. Hedwig hooted in exasperation, took flight, and landed on Daphne. Harry groaned when he landed on the grass, with Hermione on him. Her arms were around him like a vice, and her head tucked in the crook of his shoulders. "Don't ever do that again," whispered Hermione furiously to his neck. He disguised his laughter as a cough and nodded. "I guess there goes my reputation," joked Harry, looking at his friends when Hermione pulled away. With pursed lips, she carefully checked all his wounds and healed the burns accordingly. Hermione was relieved that he only had burns. "I'm sorry I didn't manage to catch the snitch." Despite not catching the snitch, he felt as if he had just won the Quidditch World Cup, seeing the two teams smiling at him. His teammates chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't apologize if you don't mean it," said Neville, smiling. "You're grinning like an idiot, Harrikins," commented Fred. Hermione shook her head in amusement as they gushed about their spectacular play. Fleur, Nicola, and Alette were looking fawningly at him. Susan was also fussing over Victor, but he looked quite happy about it. "You're really an idiot. You could have hurt yourself badly," chided Susan, folding her arms. He had a few abrasions which Hermione healed quickly. "You veer brilliant," gushed Victor, grinning, excitedly pulling her into his embrace. "Spectacular." Susan pinked and pushed against him. Not here. Harry climbed up to his feet, smiling warmly at all the players gathered. Hermione had her arms around his waist possessively. The corner of his lips lifted in a smile when he saw mud and grass on her robes and the haughty expression on Hedwig's when she perched on his shoulder. Everyone, that was an amazing game. I'm quite sure you enjoyed yourselves. As a parting gift from us, please keep the Quidditch armor that we made specifically for you. It is the product of a year of hard work and it's not even in the market yet. You can transfigure the color of the armor to suit your taste. The foreign students stared at the armor they were wearing and gaped. Are you sure? This is even better than the armor we wear in the national team. Of course it is better, said Susan offhandedly. We've been testing the armor since last year. Yes, said Harry, smiling. Please accept it as a gesture of goodwill, so that you'll always remember tonight. The foreign students grinned and nodded. Ah, so formal. Group hug, yelled Susan excitedly, wrapping her arms around Fleur and Nicola. Laughing, all the team players and Hermione embraced in one giant group hug. They broke up almost immediately, since they were joined by the eager crowd. Their trainers were very proud of them, even though they did not win. Angeline and Katie grabbed Daphne and Luna's hands, dancing wildly. Brian Cadwallader, the current keeper of Hufflepuff team, heartily congratulated Neville for his excellent play. Even Bull and Derek, the cool burly Slytherin beaters, were slapping Fred and George backs goofily for the good game. Let's party tonight, yelled someone. Infected by the excitement in the air, everyone let out a cheer in agreement. The Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin Quidditch team hurried back to the castle to prepare for the celebratory party, and they practically invited everyone, including the teachers. The players headed back into the locker rooms for their much-needed shower, while everyone else made their way for the Great Hall where the biggest party of the year was held. They changed into their school robes and left the locker rooms, still discussing about the match in finer detail as they made their way across the lawn to join the party. The students cheered boisterously when the two teams entered into the Great Hall. The match had clearly won the admiration of everyone. Harry gaped when he saw the amount of food and drinks they had nicked. It looked like a large banquet. Music from the Weird Sister was blasting throughout the hall. The students were gathered in clusters, chatting excitedly. Susan sincerely hoped that they did not pick their songs because of that awkward thing they did a few weeks ago. They were forced to sing loudly while jogging around Hogwarts. Fred swore that he saw posters of that event on some of the walls. Harry and his companions were almost warmly congratulated by everyone as they made their way through the hall to grab some food. The game had left them famished, as if they had not eaten for days. Harry soon got used to the students good-naturedly slapping him on the back for the job well done as he made his way through the crowd. Harry glanced around them and realized that the students from all three schools were mixing around. It was as if the match had broken the ice and encouraged them to overcome the language barriers and cultural differences. It was far more enjoyable than the Triwizard Ball, since the atmosphere was more relaxed. Fred and George used the opportunity to entertain by pulling a few good pranks. Harry was amused when he saw Neville being accosted by a group of energized girls from Beaux Batons. He looked very uncomfortable and embarrassed. Before he could help his good friend out, Neville was soon rescued by Luna and Daphne. The girls looked rather disappointed. He got to know some of the Durmstrang students better when Broislav and Theodore introduced them to their friends. Harry was surprised to see that some of their friends were dressed in black, in support for them instead of the other team. Theodore introduced them to his close friend, Boris Oblinsk. He was as tall as Harry, lean, and had brown wavy hair. There was a boyish, charming smile on his face. His eyes lighted up when Theodore introduced Hermione to him. Boris was excited to meet them and spoke very fluent English, unlike his other schoolmates. He heartily congratulated them for the good match. His last name was familiar to her. It took Hermione a while, but she finally realized who he was. "Are you in any way related to Minister Oblinsk, the current Prime Minister?" asked Hermione finally, after observing him for a while. Boris was astonished that she would make the connection, but a smile soon appeared on his face. "I'm his son, Hermione. My father spoke highly of you. You made an impression on him when he briefly met you during the Quidditch World Cup. He was upset when I told him that you were taken. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed too, said Boris, chuckling warmly. Hermione's cheeks pinked, lowering her head. I am flattered. Harry playfully snaked his arms around her waist. Someone's really popular, teased Harry in a low voice, tickling her ear with his warm breath. Mortified, she turned into his embrace, burying her head into his chest, hiding her flustered face. Harry laughed with sudden delight at her bashful reaction. His gaze was hooded with tenderness as he stared at his wife. Out of impulse, he kissed the top of her head. Hermione overcame her embarrassment when she caught that Fred was sniggering at her. Her chagrin was replaced by annoyance. She marched to him and hit him on his arm, causing him to howl in pain. The group burst into laughter. They shared about their upcoming plans. Harry learned that they were not too worried about the disappearance of their headmaster since they were fully capable of getting back on their own. Harry noticed that Victor and Susan had been missing from the party for a while. They partied for a couple of hours before Professor McGonagall broke it up. It was already past midnight. Susan excitedly announced the next day before their daily jog that she and Victor were formally together. It came as no surprise to them, since they were getting closer with each passing day. Harry and his friends were more worried about Fred. It was no secret that Fred had affections for her. He, however, reacted surprisingly matured. He sincerely wished them well. It was clear that her welfare meant more to him. An official feast was held later in the afternoon in honor of their guests before they left for their home. The atmosphere was bittersweet. Most of the guests grew to like the castle and its occupants. The Triwizard competition did what it meant to do, bring people together. Unlike the welcoming feast months ago, the foreign students were no longer sitting by themselves. They were scattered. It was a heartwarming sight, seeing the hints of blue and red among the sea of black students. Harry and Hermione grew to be quite attached to some of their friends from other schools. Their new friends joined them at the table, sharing their last meal together, chatting and laughing boisterously. Madame Maxime even gave a short speech at the end of the feast. She was impressed by the sportsmanship the Hogwarts students had shown the night before and their high regard for friends. I don't think I'll see another game in which Z Seeker would rather lose Z game and risk his life to save his opponent. That match reminded me that friendship can transcend all boundaries. She cast a side glance at Hagrid and gave him a meaningful look before ending her speech. I wish Hogwarts well in all her endeavors, and will try to work out a more permanent arrangement so that this new friendship would continue. Then it was time for them to depart. Most of the students accompanied them to the lawns, taking their time to say their farewells. They had another of those massive group hugs when the foreign students joined them for their final farewell. They giggled and chortled wildly when the combined force of the impromptu hug threw them off their feet on the grass into an entangled heap. That really hurt. Fred, Theodore, Victor, and Boris groaned in pain since everyone else was piled on them. All of you need to lose some weight. Don't get too comfortable. Quickly, the students on the top of the pile assisted to help everyone back on their feet. Finally, the other guys dragged the 4 unfortunate guys back on their feet. Fred was rubbing his aching back with a frown. Harry noticed that everyone was so happy their faces were red with exertion, and they were grinning from ear to ear. That was a good way of saying goodbye, commented Neville, patting Theodore on his back. Alette and Nicola smiled warmly at them. He had grown attached to the Bulgarian beater. Harry smiled at the warm gestures and the friendly overtures. He was distracted from his thoughts when Fleur approached him, with a solemn look on her face. Harry, I need to speak to you for a moment, please, said Fleur, looking hopeful at him. There was the lack of flirtatious tone in her voice, so he agreed immediately, sensing that the talk was of great importance. Fleur quietly took him to the lone tree by the lake, away from the crowd. The voices faded away, and there was only silence. The lake sparkled with the afternoon sun, and the sky was unusually blue, dotted with large, fluffy white clouds. Fleur looked unusually tensed. It's a beautiful afternoon, commented Harry, closing his eyes as he enjoyed the cool breeze and the warmth of the sun on his skin. It broke the tension in the air. Fleur snapped out of her deliberation and stared at azure sky. Imitating Harry, she closed her eyes to enjoy the wind. A smile soon spread across her lips. You're right. It is nice. He raised one of his brow inquiringly, astounded that she did not compare it to the scenery back in the Mediterranean coast of France. Fleur loved her country and her school. She sounded as if she was starting to enjoy her stay in Hogwarts. Hogwarts is beautiful. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes as she looked around. I'm going to miss Hogwarts. Harry grinned impishly, as if he had expected that she would fall in love with Hogwarts eventually. Fleur cleared her voice slightly and leveled her gaze. My father old recently, and he wishes to meet you formally. His eyes widened. Look, Fleur. She pinked slightly, realizing how it sounded like. It is nothing. He wants to thank you by inviting you for a meal. You can bring your friends and family along, especially Hermione. I would like to see all of you again. Fleur looked very sincere, and he found it difficult to turn her down. He will commit a political suicide if he rejected the good intentions of a foreign lord of similar station. In that case, we'll be able to make some time, said Harry, grinning. I hope you'll understand, but we probably might not stay. There are plenty to do here. It is okay. My father will be pleased, answered Fleur, returning a smile. The smile faded suddenly. I miss Cedric. Harry made no answer, looking away.
He'll be fine.
We're doing all we can to find a cure for him. We've invited renowned healers from across the globe to take a look at him. She nodded, leaned forward, and wrapped her arms around him in an embrace. Merci, Harry, for everything.
Adieu.
Harry smiled and returned the embrace. They pulled away after a while and walked back to their friends. They fell into step and easy conversation. You're welcome to stay with us if you like. Hermione and I would always welcome you. Mirth filled her eyes.
Oh.
So you and Hermione are actually living with each other? When are you going to propose to her? I know she has a lot of admirers. Boris is still hoping that she might ditch you. He chuckled warmly. In his dreams. I already have her parents' approval, and she's wearing my ring. I'll invite you when we finally settle down. Fleur let out a silvery laughter.
I know.
I met Z Grangers. You called them Mum and Dad. Fleur only stopped her teasing when they rejoined their friends. They were busy exchanging addresses. While the descending sun painted the horizon with a brilliant orange, the two schools departed the same way they arrived. The large power blue carriages drawn by the large horses soared into the air, departed from the castle, and vanished into the horizon. The large black ship came to life suddenly, sunk into the large black lake with loud squelching noises, and disappeared. They visited Cedric at St. Mungo's the next day. It had become a routine to visit him at the ward during the weekends to update him about the events at school. Daphne took the seat next to his bed and held his hand as she shared about their match. The rest of them surrounded his bed, joining in the conversation occasionally. Harry could not help thinking just how peaceful he looked. Cedric looked as if he was slumbering. Healer Fraser was clueless about his condition after testing him for a few months. They even suggested using mild magical current to shock him, but the Diggories rejected it. The great Harry did not catch the snitch for once, teased Fred, grinning. I think he's losing his touch in the pitch, so you probably can beat him at it. We're waiting to play with you, said Harry. I'm still leading in the competition that we have. By the way, Victor and Sue are finally dating. I'm not sure how they're going to keep in contact, added Daphne, looking at Susan. Mirrors, answered Susan, smiling. Victor wanted to play against you before he returned. Maybe both of you can play against each other when he visits. Daph got a lot of admirers after playing in Quidditch. You ought to keep an eye on your girlfriend, lest some charming boy whisk her away from you. Daphne rolled her eyes at her statement. Oh, really, Sue? I had the impression I always had that many admirers, deadpanned Daphne. The rest chuckled at that retort. You'll be quite surprised to know how popular Neville is after the match, teased George, causing Neville to grow pink. I'm sure his fan club will be able to rival yours, said. That's not true, stammered Neville, his cheeks turning bright red. I'm sure that Nicola was quite taken with you, added Fred, not passing up the chance to tease him. Honestly, we can't fault her. You were that brilliant as keeper. I heard her inviting you to her place over the holidays. He wiggled his brows in a joking fashion, causing the others to laugh. Don't worry that much about him. He's plain upset that none of the girls asked him out, interjected Hermione, patting Neville's hand. Fred's cheeks turned red. That's not true. Ella was interested in me, protested Fred in outrage. She told me after the match. He fervently avoided Susan's gaze. The others grew curious. So, what happened? He shrugged nonchalantly. I turned her down. I wasn't interested in her. You're going to die a single if you don't find yourself a girlfriend soon, remarked George, putting his arm on his shoulder. Same goes to you, Nevada. There was a sour look on Fred's face. I know you're very happy with Angeline, but you don't exactly have to rub it into our faces. We have Quidditch next year. You better come back and take your team into hand, said. Angeline plans to recruit Neville as keeper next year, added Susan. I really want to see Hufflepuff win the Quidditch Cup next year. The cup is ours, argued Fred. With Neville as our keeper, Gryffindor will be stronger. We'll see about that, Fred, huffed Susan, folding her arms. They left the ward after chatting a while, leaving Daphne alone with Cedric. Together, they returned back to Hogwarts for dinner. The students of Hogwarts were beginning to change after the match. Harry noticed that most of the students were not sitting with their houses during mealtimes. The Hufflepuff and Gryffindor team became very good friends and were always seen together. Occasionally, Bull and Derek would join them. Most of the students dived straight into their studies immediately, since their final year examinations were almost on them. Their correspondence with the adult grew lesser when they shifted all their attention to their schoolwork. They had complete trust in Oswald's ability to react should Lord Voldemort choose to make an unexpected move. However, judging from his actions and the intelligence they were receiving, Lord Voldemort was more interested in pruning his supporters instead of launching an offensive. Harry and Hermione spent some of their nights in the house, trying to catch up with their schoolwork while juggling with their duties since they had more examinations to take. The sitting room of the chamber was the place Harry and his companions spent the most time in for the next few weeks, doing some last-minute cramming. Hermione and Harry took over Cedric's role as Fred and George's tutor, coaching them on their work since they were also preparing for the same examination. Fred and George were so interested in their research and invention that they skipped many lessons and needed help. Since most of they began studying in March, the rest were quite relaxed as they prepared for the examinations. In a blink of an eye, it was June, and it was time for the students to be tested on the knowledge they had gained in the year. Professor Vector made special arrangements for Harry and Hermione so that they would be able to do all their examinations. They would take their fourth-year examinations along with their peers and sit for their sixth-year assessment at night, under the watchful eye of their head of their house. Fortunately for them, they had the house, so they were able to get enough rest for each day. It had long ceased to amaze the others at how they could function with that little sleep. By the second week of June, they were finished with their examinations. They had the time to properly look into Cedric's condition. Several American and Egyptian healers had taken a look at him, and they could not help him. Harry and Hermione had no luck in finding a safer way of curing Cedric. Professor Moody was asked to return to the Ministry to help out with the administration. After Fudge had dismissed Amelia, he had not found someone to replace her, leaving the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in disarray. Professor Moody had rejected the offer initially since he did not like the minister and he could not care less about the fate of his administration. However, Amelia persuaded him to see the advantages of working for the ministry, especially in impending troubled times. Professor Moody reluctantly promised to return to the department as an Auror trainer after the semester in Hogwarts End. As such, Hogwarts, once again, lost another good Dada teacher. Amelia and Sirius were busy preparing for their marriage. The wedding was set on the 1st of August, a day after Harry's birthday, in Sirius's home. The invitations were sent out, and the wizarding world was excited about the upcoming nuptials. As predicted, there were a lot to do. Felicia, or Lady Greengrass, pitched in to help them with the preparation since she was familiar with the procedures. Oswald, on behalf of Amelia, took Susan under his wing to complete her education of being the new head of the Bones. Susan was excited at the prospect of taking on her aunt's mantle. He would whisk her off, during the weekends, with the permission of the headmistress. Soon it was the end of the term, and their results were announced. All of them made it into the 90th percentile of their cohort, even Fred and George. Hermione took the helm with her perfect score, closely followed by Harry, Daphne, Neville, and Susan in that order. Luna, being a true Ravenclaw, topped her cohort. Fred and George were ranked 9th and 10th in their level respectively. Professor Vector was beaming with pride when she handed Harry and Hermione their 6th-year examination result slips. They nearly had perfect score. Everything had seemed to turn out well at the end. Harry and his companions spent their last morning packing their things back into their trunk after doing their routine exercise. The sparring matches were satisfying since everyone gave their best shot. They were completely wet with perspiration when their training for the day came to an end. Much had happened in the year, and Harry realized they had all grown in their own ways. Harry realized that Hermione and he did not make so much headway in terms of their Animagus training after Christmas, and they made up their mind to focus more of their attention on it. Hermione and Harry took turns to pack despite the fervent protest of Dobby and Winky. There was not much to begin with since they would be returning to this quarter when the semester began again. There was also the issue of convincing their familiars to go into their cages. From his previous experience, that task alone took the most energy out of him since their familiar adored their freedom. "Hermione's a better owner than you," commented Hedwig sourly when Harry came out of his shower, finally with a plan to convince her. She was perching on her stand, glaring at him. Her cage was prominently placed next to the stand. He was hoping that she would get the message and hop in, but it was clear that she did not want to. His fat ginger cat was sprawled across the couch, napping. Harry frowned. "We need to take the Hogwarts train later, Hedwig." "I'll let you out when we're inside," said Harry, raking his wet hair. Hermione gave permission to Crookshanks to go without his carrier.
Meoni, did you just do that?
She went for a shower after she finished packing her things into her trunk. He tapped his foot impatiently, waiting for her response.
What?
Hermione asked innocently. "You know, promise Crookshanks that he did not need the carrier?" "I did, Harry. It would not be an issue since I can carry him. I could perch on your shoulder. It wouldn't be much trouble at all," added Hedwig excitedly.
He sighed. "Fine."
There was an excited gleam in Hedwig's eyes when she heard his response. He did a final check around the quarters, making sure that they did not leave anything they needed behind. Harry was starting to miss the place, since this was their home away from home. Hedwig left the quarters for her last hunt. Harry assisted to dry and comb Hermione's hair when she was finally out of the shower. She was seated before the dresser, watching him. He drew her hair with a wandless spell, and then proceeded to comb her hair very gently. "What plans do you have for this holiday?" asked Hermione, reading his expression with the help of the mirror. "We'll spend most of our time here, I think. Cedric's still in St. Mungo's. There is Sirius and Amelia's wedding to attend, and probably Sue's coming-out party. Fleur's father invited us over for a meal, too. Are we returning to the Dursleys?" Harry shook his head. "No, there is no point returning since Voldemort shares the same protection. We'll be safer in our own home." She grinned. "Same sentiments. I look forward to going home. By the way, what are you going to do with the winnings?" Hermione was quite surprised when she found a bag of money carelessly tossed on his desk. "Mr. and Mrs. Diggory did not want it despite my insistence. I don't really want it, but I'll think of something for it before we return home." Harry smiled and pressed his lips on her head after he was done with the task. Crookshanks woke up from his short kip and chose to accompany them to the entrance of the Great Hall to meet their friends. To Hermione's surprise, he wanted to join Hedwig in her hunting. When questioned about the reason of him going for a hunt, he answered, "It's going to be dead boring when we're on the train. So I'm planning to eat a full meal, then spent the whole ride sleeping." Everyone was on time, so they entered the Great Hall together. Instead of the usual decorations of the winning house colors, the dining hall was adorned in gloomy black for the end-of-the-year feast. The hall was unusually hushed even though it was swarming with students. It lacked the usual rowdiness and joy the parting feast had come to be associated to. The professors also chose to wear dark-colored robes as a mark of respect. Hagrid was evidently absented from the table. The staff looked around the hall pensively, as if they wanted to etch this final fleeting image of carefree abandonment before revealing the truth. Most of the students were baffled, but they kept their silence, sensing the somber tone of the affair. Harry and his companions noticed that the students were sitting according to their house, so they hastily split up and found their seats with their own houses. Angeline waved them over, so they joined her. The headmistress stood up and walked to the lectern. She looked even more severe than before, dressed in long black robes and a matching black pointed hat. Professor McGonagall cleared her voice, an action most redundant since she had all their attention. It is the end of the year again. We always use the end of year feast as an opportunity to give due recognition and celebrate. You probably noticed that the decorations are different from the previous years, and you may not know the reason for the change. In March, we lost a fine student. I believe some of you are keenly aware of this, said Professor McGonagall, looking gloomily at the Ravenclaw table. The older girls from Ravenclaw huddled together in a large group hug. The pity in her voice was replaced with steel. The matter was initially hushed under the Ministry's instruction to avoid starting a widespread panic. The students intimately connected to the event were briefed to do the same. However, keeping mum about her demise is an insult to her memory. We want to take this opportunity to properly honor Miss Cho Chang. She was the captain and prefect of her house, Ravenclaw. Miss Chang was a beautiful young lady with a bright future ahead of her. She was a good friend to her peers, an intelligent student, and a reliable prefect. You might wonder why she passed on suddenly, and we will no longer withhold the truth. It is better to be hurt by the truth than to be comforted by lies. Miss Chang was murdered by Lord Voldemort. There was a loud gasp of disbelief. Students stared at each other in earnest surprise, unable to believe their ears. Professor McGonagall waited for the whispering to die before continuing. Miss Chang made a small mistake last year in her desperation. She chose to work for Lord Voldemort. Being a good friend, she pleaded for Lord Gryffindor's life when she realized that he wanted to kill him and Lord Voldemort murdered her. Lord Gryffindor fought against the odds, survived, brought her body back to us, and shared the tale. In such dark times, we must unite as one and look past our differences. I am very pleased to see that most of you are now intermingling with students from different houses and schools. The Dark Lord has a gift for spreading discord. Therefore, we will celebrate this moment we share. We will celebrate the friendship, kinship, and love that we have. In the near future, if you're presented with the choice of doing what's right and what's easy, remember Miss Cho. Remember how she was brutally murdered after she was tricked into working for him. Let's raise our goblets to Miss Cho Chang. There were screeching noises as the students pushed the benches and stood up. Everyone lifted their goblet, murmured her name, and drank. They sat down after that. We nearly lost another brilliant student that night, too. He is none other than Mr. Cedric Diggory. I know that most of you noticed his absence after the final task. He's currently in St. Mungo, unconscious. We're hoping that he will be fine soon. Remember that you're not alone. We'll always be here if you ever need someone to talk to, concluded Professor McGonagall with a hint of smile. She returned to her seat after closing the speech so that the feast could begin. Some of the professors and students from the other houses left their seats to comfort the Ravenclaws in an amazing show of unity. Harry could see Luna comforting some of her housemates as they sobbed openly. Harry noticed that their new friends from Hufflepuff looked bemused and lost after knowing the plight of Cedric. Harry, together with Neville, Hermione, and Daphne, went over to comfort the Hufflepuff team. Some of the Hufflepuffs questioned about the reason for his state. Harry naturally shared with them the real reason. It might be better. That way, Cedric can only graduate next year, joked Susan, rubbing the back of her good friend Hannah. They promised to take them along when they visited Cedric during the summer holidays. Professor Sprout joined them to comfort some of the girls. The conversation over the table was sparse when the feast finally began. The students knew the gravity of the issue. After the feast, they went back to their dormitories to collect their belongings. With a heavy heart, they departed Hogwarts. They expanded their compartment once again so that everyone could fit in. Like always, they were already dressed in non-magical clothes. After the headmistress' speech, everyone seemed strangely subdued for a while, even their pets. Crookshanks was on Hermione's lap, sleeping peacefully. Hedwig found a comfortable location by the window and perched there along with Callan. Their eyes were shut in peaceful slumber. It was the repercussions of the speech that they had to fear. Professor McGonagall had cast her teeth in defiance of the Ministry, with courage of befitting a true Gryffindor. Hermione was quite certain that the Ministry would act quite soon. Neville, Luna, Susan, and Daphne decided to play a few rounds of Exploding Snap when they grew bored. Hermione was preoccupied with another book on souls, leaving Harry, Fred, and George to talk. The conversation revolved around their invention, since Harry noticed them working a particular potion. "You are very serious about it, aren't you?" asked Harry, taking the parchment from them. It contained a list of inventories. Some of their inventions sounded quite dangerous, but others sounded like a good fun. "Of course, Harry. We've been dreaming of opening our joke shop since we were kids," answered George. "Some of the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students have made orders for some of the items. Actually, we've been researching about inventing things to help us with the fight. We came out with a magical equivalent of a smoke bomb that disorientates the people surrounding the user." They went into details about their new research, sharing with him their ideas. Harry gave them a little input. He noticed the ingredients he needed, and noticed that they needed a lot of funding if they wanted to be serious about it. He knew that Oswald's research team had other things to important research on, and they would not spare resources for researches that Fred and George were doing. He knew the useful of the things if they could invent it. After a while, an idea stuck him. Harry withdrew the winnings from his trunk and handed it to them. The eyes of Fred and George went wide when they saw all the money inside. "We can't accept this," protested Fred in outrage, pushing it back to Harry. "What would others say if they learn of it? That we choose to be friends with you, because you're rich. If you truly treat me as a friend, accept it. This is the winnings from the Triwizard Tournament." The thought of the Triwizard competition made his heart ache. Cedric was in this mess because of it. He also remembered Mrs. Weasley's disapproval for their love of inventing. "I'm investing in your dreams. It's a fitting way of using the money since it would be used to create things that bring joy to others. By the way, you could donate a part of it to the Dragon Reserve that Charlie is working in." George stared at the bag for a while, contemplating. Harry grabbed Fred's hand and shoved the bag into his hand. "Just take it and start on your dream. I remember your mother don't really quite approve of it. You can have a chat with Sirius. He may be able to help you to procure the more dangerous and expensive ingredients you need." "No, she doesn't." "Thanks, mate." "Yes, he agreed to supply us with what we need," answered George, smiling gratefully. The bag of winnings disappeared into his pockets. Fred changed the topic of the conversation, talking about their plans for the holidays. They were planning to spend the first week of their holiday with their family. They promised to continue training devotedly. "Hermione and I have some new ideas about the direction of our training. However, we need to work on it first before we can share it with you." "Will you teach us to wield weapons like you?" asked Fred. "We noticed that it was quite useful against your fight with the spider." "We haven't really decided, but I'm quite sure that Amelia would kill us if she knows we're all carrying weapons. At the level you're in, you're quite equipped to defend yourself even if you lose your wand," remarked Harry. There was silence between them. "You're really waiting for Cedric to join us, aren't you?" asked George perceptively. "He'll be back with us soon." "I just know it," answered Harry. Across the compartment, Daphne and Hermione were talking in low voices. After their last round of Exploding Snap, Daphne decided that it was time to talk to her when she saw the other began chatting gaily. Hermione noticed, from the corner of her eye, that Daphne had cast a ward to prevent eavesdropping before leaning towards her. "Are you keeping something from us?" asked Daphne bluntly, gesturing to the book she was reading. "You found a cure for Cedric, and it involves diving into his soul." Hermione lifted her head from her book and set it aside. Her brows drew into a line in a frown. She did not wish to inform Daphne this way. "How long did you know it?" questioned Hermione, hesitantly. Daphne shrugged, staring at Hermione. "For a while. I've been putting things together. I overheard some of the argument you had with Healer Fraser and the books that you and Harry have been reading. It was not difficult to put it all together, but why did you not tell us?" Her tone was cold and steely. Hermione narrowed her eyes at her tone and knew it was time to spill the beans. She ought to know that Daphne was sly enough to gather the information she needed to come into a conclusion. "Look, we were planning to tell you after we found more information on it. We don't know enough about it." There is very little information on it since it is a very ancient art. However, I know it poses very big risks to dive into the soul of another. We've no idea if it would work, so we did not want to give you false hope. What are the chances that it will work, Hermione? Demanded Daphne in a throbbing voice. She shook her head. Slim, almost zero. There is not enough information for us to work with. We could do the ritual to send a person down into another soul, but there is no clear way to bind all the shattered pieces of soul together. Moreover, we risk the chance of losing both souls. We'll be flying in blind, with both hands tied behind our backs. It's not a risk I would allow anyone to take. So you will not try it? Not at the moment until we can create a safety net to protect the diver. Daph, Cedric is very important to us. We'll do all we can to cure him. However, I'm sure Cedric does not want us to take unnecessary risk. Daphne leveled her gaze so that she was staring at Hermione, and she saw only sincerity in her eyes. I miss him as much as you do, said Hermione, reaching out to grab her hand. We will never give up on him. She lowered her head. It has been months. Sometimes I don't even know if he is inside. Our months of research have not yielded anything useful. We know he is. We just need a little more time to figure this out, said Hermione, pursing her lips. We have Harry, the only other boy who survived the curse. I don't think he minds if we use him as an experiment. Daphne laughed. I don't think you'll allow anyone to touch him. I know that Healer Fraser desperately wants to use him as a live specimen. Hermione shuddered at the thought of letting Healer Fraser test his experiments on Harry. No way. He might kill us? The look of undulated disgust on Hermione's face tickled Daphne. Hermione smiled when she realized that Daphne was all right. With a flick of her wand, the wards were off and their conversation turned to the upcoming nuptials. They were aware of the sudden cut of speed as Hogwarts Express began to pull into platform 9 3/4. The teenagers grinned when they caught sight of their family on their platform. Their spirits soared when the train finally halted. Finally, it was the start of their summer holidays. Chapter 43. All That We Are. The raven-haired boy sat indoors, alone at one of the cafe's many wooden tables and sipping from a large towering glass of iced tea. His long ebony black hair was drenched with perspiration, and he carelessly mopped the moisture off his brow using one of the serviettes. The bangs parted for a moment to reveal a lightning-shaped scar. He could not stand the sweltering summer heat, so he headed indoors for some refreshments. Harry could help but sigh in bliss when he felt the cool liquid soothe his parched throat. He glanced at his metallic wristwatch again, as if he was waiting for someone before turning his attention to the other occupants in the cafe. The cafe was packed with people dressed in an assortment of bright colors. He observed that people tend to wear very vivid colors during summer: sunny yellow, red, orange, and white after spending some time on the streets in Holborn. To fit into the crowd, Harry ditched his robes for a white printed shirt and a pair of khaki shorts and a pair of aviator shades so that he looked like a typical teenager. The coffee bartender, dressed in dull green aprons, moved around the small cafe, serving the flustered customers with their chilled drinks. Those customers gratefully drained their drinks, as if the heat was too much for them to bear. He would have used another way to cool down if he was not in full view of non-magicals. His kind of people used magic to cope with the intense heat. They would cast spells to adjust the temperature of the room they were dwelling, water their plants more frequently with a simple water spell. Harry wanted so desperately to cast a few spells to alleviate his discomfort, but he knew that it was against the statute to perform any magic in front of non-magical people. He chided himself for selecting this location to meet his important guests. The upbeat song that the radio station was broadcasting earlier was replaced by headline news. Harry strained his ears and paid close attention to it suddenly. The update was more or less weather-related. They talked about the intense drought that London was facing and the frequent occurrence of bushfires breaking out in the outskirts of towns, and the losses that they had incurred. There was no news of sudden disappearance or mysterious deaths. His brow creased slightly. He knew that the information he was privy to was the most updated, no matter how little. Yet, he could not help worrying that they might have missed out an important piece of information. He dreamt of Tom punishing his servants or ordering his servants to gather the Old crowd, quite frequently. Tun had once warned him of this particular condition when he first met the shaman in Singapore. His connection to the Dark Lord would increase especially after he regained his body. Lord Voldemort was definitely on the rise, and he did not seem like the sort to stay idle around for too long. Hence, he had to meet his guests in this particular location. It was safer for them since this was the most unlikely place they would meet the Death Eaters. Even if they did appear on the busy streets of the West End, he would have spotted them easily. He sighed again and slumped into a seat. He glanced at his wristwatch again. They were already 20 minutes late, and he started to worry about them. Harry looked around hastily, hoping that his special visitors will arrive soon. A smile of relief appeared on his face when he spotted two figures approaching the cafe. One has to be blind to not notice Chengzu. He was dressed in a yellow chemise, his silver hair gleaming in the hot sun, therefore sticking awkwardly out from the crowd. Tun was next to him, dressed casually in a shirt and a pair of casual pleated trousers, looking exactly like a lost tourist. Harry climbed onto his feet and waved at them excitedly. They caught sight of his wild gesture, and two smiles of pure relief stretched across their faces. The Chinese priest and Javanese shaman picked up their pace and hurried into the cafe. "Welcome to London," says the Harry warmly, shaking their hand. "We appreciate you coming here." He orders 2 more glasses of chilled tea for his guests and gestured them to take a seat. For a moment, Harry was glad that the magical community in Singapore was integrated with the non-magical folk, else he would have to worry about their wardrobes. Has the evil spirit revived? The connection seemed stronger, asked Tun suddenly, gesturing to the hidden scar on Harry's forehead. He was startled for a moment before he jerked his head in a nod. Tun nodded thoughtfully. "Then it is a good that we're here in the heart of things." Harry shrugged. "There's nothing much happening yet. We're gathering allies and supplies." Both of them nodded pensively. "Is anyone else joining us?" asked Chengzu curiously, glancing around, as if expecting someone to join them any moment. No, added the Harry quickly. "It's just me. Hermione's at the ward with our friends. She needed to speak to the healer today." Healer Fraser was not too keen at the idea of allowing the shaman and priest to touch Cedric, and Hermione was there early to persuade him. The aged Chinese man smiled, stroking his silver beard. "How is she?" "Hermione contacted us urgently a few months ago and told us that you couldn't remember her. I told her that the bond would be able to resolve the problem. It is clear that it has been resolved. So, how did you gain your memory back?" Harry let out a chuckle, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "You won't believe it. All it took was a kiss." The foreigners chuckled brightly. "How fascinating. It took a reciprocated love to evoke the powers of the bond of the heavenly couple. It is only befitting, isn't it?" commented Tun, smiling. They thanked the waitress when she brought them their drinks. The humor from his sparkling eyes faded, and he twirled his drinking straw carelessly around the glass. "It's a humbling experience for both of us. We realized that we grew complacent. Our relationship may be predestined, but we realized that we needed to work on it every day." "That's nice to hear, Harry. I know of adults who don't even realize that even though they had been married for some time," remarked Tun. He leaned slightly forward, clasping his hands. "Let's talk about your friend's condition. We spoke to some of the elders and looked up the condition of your friend in the ancient books. Both of us think that you have diagnosed correctly based on his condition. However, we will perform some preliminary testes to confirm that diagnosis. We need to know if we do need to perform that ritual." Harry admired their thoroughness since he had only sought their help to search for a ritual to dive into Cedric's soul. "How about the ritual to dive into the souls?" "We were about to get to that. I found an ancient Chinese ritual that would allow the diver to access and escape from the soul safely." "That's my department," added Chengzu, twirling his long beard idly. "We're going to test him based on that first. We don't want to do anything unnecessary." Harry bobbed his head in a nod. "Is soul diving as dangerous as it sounds?" Chengzu became very solemn. "If we're not careful, we might lose both souls. We have backup plans, though, just in case. Even that does not reduce the risks. I rather talk about it when we have a chance to assess the patient." "I'll take you to the place once you're rested," answered Harry, finishing his drink. By the way, you have to keep my soul bond and my marriage a secret. Most of the people we are going to meet would not know of it. After his guests had finished their drinks, Harry led them down several broad sword-lined streets to a giant, old-fashioned, red brick departmental store by the name of Purge and Dow's. The store was clearly uninhabited since its glass windows were cracked and the brass letters that bore the name of the store were peeling. There was several chipped dummies with their wigs askew, standing at random, dressed in outrageous loud prints of the 80s or large pants that reached nearly to the chest at the windows. Large signs on all the duty doors read, "Closed for refurbishment." The people who passed the street paid no attention to the store or them as they stood in front of it. "This is the entrance," announced Harry, casting a glance at his guests. He had to speak above the rumbling of the buses and the racket of the passerby on the street. "I can sense the magical energy emanating from the place. I'm surprised that the others don't pay attention to this when it sticks out like a sore thumb," ventured Tun, scanning the building earnestly. There was a gleam of childlike excitement in his eyes. "I'm not too sure why no one pays too much attention to it. It's quite a nice area to set up shop," replied Harry. "Just stick with me when we get in. I'll be brisk, so try to keep up. I don't want to spend too much time trying to fight my way away from the crowds." He turned his attention to an ugly female mannequin dressed in a green nylon pinafore dress. Her eyelashes were hanging off, and she looked tattered and torn. "Good afternoon. We're here to see Cedric Diggory," whispered Harry. The mannequin gave a brief nod and beckoned with its jointed wooden finger. Harry nudged his guest along and stepped right through the glass. The landscape began to fizz and blur, and he felt as if he had just stepped through a sheet of icy water but found himself warm and dry on the other side. The scene changed almost immediately, and they found themselves in a brightly lighted area with rickety wooden chairs, packed with people. It was awash with noises, colors, and the bustle associated to a packed emergency ward. Wizards with an assortment of illness sat in those chairs, waiting for their turn while healers in green uniform hurried around, inquiring about the symptoms of the patients and duly noting it on their clipboards. There was a counter close to them manned by a plum and blonde witch with a bored look on her face, and there was a short line in front of her. The wall behind her was filled with notices and posters with health warnings. The bored look on her face was replaced by an excited and warm smile when her eyes fell on Harry. She bowed hastily, ignoring the person at the front of the queue, and nervously offered her help. Harry returned the greeting hastily, thanked her for her assistance, and quickly led his guests away from the reception area before they were swamped by the growing crowd of excited wizards. They stepped through the double doors beside the desk, along a narrow corridor lit by crystal bubbles full of candles that floated up on the ceiling. Healers bustled in and out of the doors, a strange antiseptic smell wafted in the air. They headed up 4 flights of stairs after taking a left into one of the quiet rooms. The hospital was of much interest to the 2 foreigners. Several people glanced strangely at them when they walked briskly past the various doors. Most of the healers and wizards stopped when they saw Harry, their eyes wide at the sight of meeting the legend in person. Harry briskly acknowledged everyone, without breaking his stride. Soon they reached the ward that Cedric was residing in without being held up by animated wizards and witches. It was a ward large enough to house at least 8 beds, with only a bed, a large sitting room for the family and friends of the patient, and a connecting bathroom. It was clear that they stopped at nothing to ensure Cedric's comfort. A large glass panel separated the sitting room from the patient's room but offered an excellent view of everything that was taking place inside. One of the trainee healers was checking the vitals of Cedric. Hermione was speaking to Amos in a low voice, standing close to the door that led to the patient's room. Her long wavy brown hair was plaited into a single long braid, and her fringe was clipped to the side, giving her a studious look. Daphne was watching them interestedly from a large comfortable couch along one of the walls, but not participating in their conversation. The rest of the gang were not around. There was a frown on Hermione's brow, as if she was struggling to convince Amos to see her point. Healer Fraser stood somberly beside them, dressed in his usual lime green uniform, his arms folded before his chest. "For the last time, I will not let any Tom, Dick, or Harry to touch my patient," declared Fraser stubbornly. It did not take a soul bond to tell that she was frustrated with Amos and Fraser, and he could roughly guess the cause of her exasperation. She spun around almost immediately when he took another step closer to them. Her eyes shone with joy at the sight of him. Enthusiastically, she ran towards her husband and embraced him. "Where did you go?" "You've been away for hours," chided Hermione, drawing away from him. She hooked one of her arms around his waist. "Step away from him, Hermione." "We need to ask him the secret question," said Amos sharply, drawing his wand warningly. "Have you forgotten the procedure?" Daphne rolled her eyes at his words, but kept her silence. "No, we haven't." "Amos, go ahead and ask," said Hermione, fighting the urge to roll her eyes and reluctantly moving away from her husband. The ministry worker scratched his head. "When was the first time we were introduced?" "At a ball in my place nearly 2 years ago," answered Harry impatiently, folding his arms. "If any of Voldemort's henchmen got this close, I think none of us might be able to stop him. The secret questions ought to be the first line of defense." He wrapped his arm around Hermione's waist affectionately. He noticed that Amos's eyes fell on the 2 guests trailing behind him. Fraser, the healer in charge of the ward, bowed when Harry met his gaze. "I haven't really convinced them to let Tun and Chungzi look at Cedric," said Hermione silently. "They are quite against the idea, so it might get really ugly." Harry lifted his shoulders in a shrug. "I was hoping that you might after the extra time. We can work on it together." Aloud, he spoke to the adults. "Anyway, let me introduce my friends to you. The taller one is Tun. He's a spirit shaman. The person next to him is Chungzi, a Taoist priest. They are from Singapore, and they are here to help us." Tun and Chungzi acknowledged with a nod. "I'm the healer in charge, Nolan Fraser," said the man briskly, measuring them in a glance. The spirit shaman looked exactly like a harmless tourist, while the Chinese priest appeared to be eccentric. He extended his hand to them and shook their hands briskly. "Charmed," smiled Tun pleasantly. "I'm Amos Diggory, the boy's father," introduced Amos, eyeing them skeptically. "You're here to help my son?" "That's correct. His lordship shared the condition of your son a few months ago. We consulted books and the elders before deciding to make the trip to see your son personally, with the intention to heal him," answered Tun calmly. The healer crossed his arms before his chest. "You may be friends of his lordship, but as Cedric Diggory's healer, I cannot allow you to do as you wish," answered Fraser. "We're trained healers," said Tun, stepping in. "I'm a certified non-magical doctor. I graduated from a medical college in America almost 10 years ago. However, I chose to practice the art of spiritual healing, a skill passed by the elders of my community." Chungzi, on the other hand, used to be a professor teaching the subject of traditional Chinese medicine at prestigious non-magical university in Beijing, China for a decade until several years ago so that he could invest most of his time on the magical aspect of that art. Daphne's eyes widened at their extensive history. They were actually leading and respected experts of their own field, both magical and non-magical. It was no wonder to them since Harry and Hermione would not let anyone with lesser experience to help their friends. Healer Fraser's eyes budged with surprise, his eyes shining with intellectual curiosity. "How do you manage learning both the magical and non-magical forms of healing?" "Well, things are different in Singapore. The magical community are integrated with the non-magicals, therefore it is no surprise that we practice both," answered Chungzi honestly. "Despite our combined experience, young Diggory's condition is quite challenging, and we consulted with every learned elder or book we could talk to or lay our hands on for the past few months. It would help tremendously if you might share with us some of the information of Diggory with us," added Tun respectfully. "If you would give us the permission to proceed," said Tun, glancing at Amos and Fraser. "I need to know what both of you would be doing," answered Amos simply, crossing his arms before his chest. "We can't accurately diagnose his condition without performing some tests first. So we will begin with some non-invasive and riskless tests," explained Chungzi, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The room became silent as they waited for Amos to make his decision. Finally, he reluctantly stood aside and gestured the 2 Asian healers to enter the room to begin their test. Daphne quietly followed in, curious at the procedures they would do. Tun stood in front of the patient, closed his eyes, and focused his concentration. He muttered some incarnations in his own tongue, and the temperature of the place to dip slightly. The flames of the floating candles flickered dangerously, like the traffic lights by the crossroads of train tracks, warning them of danger. Harry felt his hackles rose at the sight of his immense power. It was clear that Tun was calling out spirits to assess the situation. Finally, the flames went out, enshrouding them in semi-darkness, with a dingy ray of light from the only window of the room. After a while, a semi-translucent black fog was conjured, and it floated over Cedric for a moment. The mist dissipated the moment he ended his chant. Moments later, everything returned to normal with such speed that it stunned almost everyone. The room was lit again when the floating candles lighted up. Tun opened his eyes and glanced at his companion meaningfully. "We were right," said Tun, the corner of his lips lifting in a small smile. "Do you want to proceed with your test?" "What did you do to the patient?" demanded Fraser wildly, when he finally overcame his shock. He quickly checked Cedric's vitals. Fraser only calmed down when he realized that it did not change. "If it is confirmed, then there is no need to," answered Chengzu evasively, stroking his long and silvery beard. "That's all the information we need. Let's head to the sitting room and we'll talk about it." Everyone quietly retreated back to the sitting room, most of them befuddled. Tun took control of the situation and explained his findings. "I used a spirit to detect the damage of his soul. It is clear that the killing spell fragmented his soul, but they remain in his body." Chengzi smiled, stroking his beard. "That's good news. Is he stable?" "From my findings, yes," said Tun. "The physical findings also corresponds with that report," added Tun, scanning the reports of Cedric's condition. "What do you mean? How does that explain his condition?" asked Amos sharply, staring at Tun and Chengzu. Tun glanced at Hermione, hoping that she would shed light on the discovery she made on the killing curse, but she shook her head, so Chengzu decided to explain. Young Diggory was hit by a watered-down spell. "We believe that the killing curse takes the life of its victims by disintegrating the soul and severing the soul and spirit from the body, hence killing the person." "That is absurd," exploded the distinguished-looking healer. "A spirit told you that? I've studied the curse for years." "It's hard to swallow, Master Chung," said Amos finally, scratching his chin slightly, ignoring the frustrated healer. "How does that relate to Cedric's condition?" "The Chinese believe that man is made up of the spirit, the physical senses, consciousness, and the 7 emotions: joy, misery, fear, love, desire, and malice. If there is an imbalance of any sort, it will affect the physical body. The power of the curse young Diggory took shattered his soul into pieces, but it was not enough to split them away from his physical body, putting him in his current state. I will bind his soul together with a spell before beginning the ritual to dive into his soul."
What?
"More hocus pocus? This is my ward, and he is my patient. You're not going to perform some sorcery on my patient," declared Fraser. The eyes of the shorter Chinese man flashed with anger. "We are wizards, Healer Fraser. It is difficult for me not to. However, I would appreciate if you do not insult our arts." His tone was calm, but it held a hint of controlled fury. "Back off, everyone," interrupted Harry, stepping between them and pushing them away. "No one's taking potshots at each other's profession." Harry silenced them with a lethal glare when both of them wanted to protest. Neither of them, at least thrice the age of Harry, dared to disobey him when they sensed the raw power rolling off him in thick waves. Hermione was on high alert, ready to lend her mate her help. Harry was the teacher, trying to stop his 2 young children from fighting. "Rein in your temper, Healer Fraser," warned Harry firmly. "Take a 5 minutes breather. We'll continue this discussion when we're ready to talk calmly." Fraser's cheeks were pink with humiliation after being chided by a teenager. However, he knew that he was at fault. That was uncalled for. "I apologize for it," said Fraser reluctantly, averting his gaze. Wordlessly, Fraser left the sitting room for some air. "That was done really well," praised Daphne, smiling. "That trick would definitely be useful in the near future." Harry shrugged nonchalantly, returning his attention to the matter at hand. "So, We will be proceeding with the soul-diving ritual, ventured Harry. Chengzu acknowledged it with a nod. With the permission of Mr. Diggory, of course, and the permission of the parents of the diver. I'm quite sure that most of you are considered underage. There are, after all, risks involved. Amos's eyes went wide. Risks? Only to the diver, since the soul of the person would have to enter into the consciousness of young Diggory. He or she would be in his territory, so it would be dangerous to the diver, hence creating the need for the ritual. The ritual would allow the person to return back to their own body safely, regardless the outcome. Would it pose any danger to the patient? Asked Amos, with great concern. There are some risks, but it is minimal, answered Chengzu honestly, meeting his inquiring gaze with great resolute. His eyes gleamed with assurance. We are confident of healing him. You can take your time to ponder over your decision and tell us when Healer Fraser is back from his break. There was a troubled expression on his face, but he nodded and left the sitting room for a break. Fred, George, Neville, Susan, and Astoria entered into the sitting room a few seconds later after Amos's departure. They were all dressed plainly in jeans and shirts. There was a concerned look on their faces. Did something just happen? Mr. Diggory looked really upset, commented Fred. Close and lock the door, Fred. We're going to be briefed, answered Harry, resting on the couch. Hermione was sitting on his lap, her arms around his neck, looking at them. By the way, these are the wizards we met in Singapore. They're Tun and Chengzu. The teenagers exchanged pleasant greetings with their guests before settling at the couch with Harry and Hermione. The couch was large enough for all of them. I'm going to need some help if Mr. Diggory gives us the green light, began Chengzu immediately. Harry and Hermione, I'm afraid that neither of you will be diving into his soul because I need your elemental powers for the ritual. Besides, both of you are unsuitable for the procedure. It sounds risky, but I don't mind doing that, offered Fred. Yeah, me too, added George, looking around. The teenagers looked determined to help in any way possible. It's nice to know that you're such good friends. I noticed the last time that Cedric was together with a girl. Is it you? Asked Tun, looking at Daphne curiously. Daphne nodded hesitantly, befuddled at the reason he would bring that up. Chengzu clapped his hand excitedly. Excellent, you're just what we need. His soul would least likely eject the soul of the person he cared very much for. The excitement faded from his eyes suddenly and was replaced by a concerned look. He fixed his gaze on Daphne. Are you willingly to take that risk for him? There is a chance that you might lose your soul, if you're not determined. What do you mean? Interjected Hermione in a shrill voice, climbing onto her feet. I thought the ritual would prevent that. Daphne's eyes shone with unwavering grit. Hermione mentioned the risks involved once. I'll do it, answered the girl, her tone leaving no hint of doubt or hesitation. Her eyes traveled across the room and fell on her boyfriend, and her gaze turned tender. If this is what it takes to hear him speak again. I know he wouldn't want to waste his youth lying on that bed. Susan and Astoria lay a hand on each of her shoulder as a sign of their support. Cedric doesn't have very much of that left, joked Fred. Any longer, and he'll be the oldest student that ever graduated Hogwarts. Susan rolled her eyes at his remark while the others laughed. Since you're underage and there are risks involved in this procedure, we will actually need the approval of your parents, continued Tun, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I'll speak to your father. I'll take you to meet him. I know my sister needs to stay to listen to the briefing, said Astoria, patting the hand of her sister comfortingly. I'll convince Dad, promised she. Daphne nodded, assured of her sister's promise. Tun and Astoria then left the room to look for Oswald. For the ritual, we need to take him out to a magical forest so that we can tap on their energies. I'm going to use the 5 elements to create a safety harness for Daphne. Tun can use his spirits to gather the energy required for one of the missing elements from the forest during a full moon. So we'll only have today and tomorrow to try, answered Harry thoughtfully. Are you referring to the fundamental cycle of 5 basic elements? Queried Hermione, chewing her bottom lip. Are you sure that would provide a sufficient harness for her? Moreover, what do you mean by losing the soul? I read all the books about that subject, but they made no mention about it. Yes, that structure. Since it is the most basic, it is also the strongest. I've done a thorough research about the subject. I came across a journal written by a man who dived into another's soul. According to him, it seems that the diver would be taken into a nirvana and run a risk of forgetting their identity. The moment they are lost in that world, their soul would disappear. What is this nirvana he was talking about? Asked Harry curiously. Chengzu stroked his beard thoughtfully. I think it's the imagination of the soul. A utopian world of his own mind's creation. What should I do then? Asked Daphne. Your mission is simple. You need to convince him that his world is not real, and he needs to put on a red string bracelet that you'll be wearing before the time is up. Since it's dangerous for you to be the nirvana for too long, we will forcefully pull your soul out if you run out of time, answered Chengzu. That bracelet would bind his soul together and correct the imbalances of his chi if it is successful. He will be sentient after an hour. What should we do? Asked Fred. It sounds as if you don't need us. The magical forest is filled with beasts. Tun will be tapping on the energies of the forest, which might attract the magical creatures of the forest, so we need wizards to ward them off. George made a face. That sounds very fun, especially since the closest magical forest would be Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest. I know for a fact that they got all the creatures at the final task from the forest. So you think you're not up to it? Mocked Fred, grinning at him. If it's too dangerous, you could always stay at home, teased Fred, playfully. And have all the fun to yourself? No way. I'm not going to stay out of this, retorted George, folding his arms. You don't have to worry too much about it. I'm sure most of the adults would be assisting, said Hermione, pursing her lips. Hagrid would flip if we kill any creatures, so we can only stun or immobilize them. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We need Mr. Diggory's approval to proceed with it. Silence fell in the room when she pointed that out. I don't think he would reject it since it's a ray of hope, added Daphne, finally. Let's hope it's that way, said Chengzu. There was a knock on the door. Hermione sat on the couch, along with her other friends while Susan hastily unlocked and opened the door. It was Fraser and Amos. Amos had an air of weariness about him, as if the time he took to make the decision made him many decades older. He entered the room with profound solemnity while everyone watched on with great anticipation. The tension in the room built up into an incredible amount as they waited for him to announce his decision. I've decided. You may proceed, said he resignedly. It's unheard of. Please reconsider, urged Fraser desperately. It will be unprofessional for me to allow this under my watch. Amos racked his hand through his tousled brown hair. It is best that you not participate then, Healer Fraser, if you're uncomfortable with it. I'm not going to stop trying until my son is healed. I would let the devil himself heal him if he promised he could. You might kill him, exploded Fraser, his eyes bulging. He threw his hands into the air with great frustration. It's fine. Do it your way. If anything happens to him, then it will be hanging on your heads. He stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. The door shook and vibrated with the impact, and silence ensued in the room. It's better that he doesn't participate, said Hermione quietly. Harry gave a small nod, agreeing with his wife fully. So, who's going to dive into Cedric's soul? Questioned the older Diggory, looking around the room. That would be me, said Daphne calmly, looking Amos dead at the eye. Her eyes silently communicated her determination and commitment to his son, and it seemed as if Amos understood it as they continued to hold that gaze. He finally broke that gaze, lowering his head and scratching his head. Thank you, Daphne, said Amos in a forced voice. That's great. Now, I'll need to transfer your son to the Forbidden Forest so that we can tap on her powers to do the ritual. It would be dangerous because when we tap on the powers of the forest, the creatures might attack us, so we need people to protect us until the ritual is over. That won't be a problem. There will be people helping us later. We should be able to handle everything between ourselves, answered Harry, looking around the room. His statement was met with nods from all the teenagers. We'll be there tonight to lend a hand, said Fred. Amos gawked. But you're just kids. Neville narrowed his eyes with annoyance. So are Cedric and Harry. We'll manage. We won't sit here and do nothing, insisted Neville stubbornly. He held up his hands when he found that he had offended almost everyone in the room. I really appreciate your concern, but I don't want to see you getting hurt. We insist on it, answered Susan, putting her foot down and leaving no room for argument. Amos could only gape like a fish at her authoritative tone. "Excuse me while I update Sirius and Amelia about the changes. I know Hagrid would love to join us, but he's not around. I'll contact Tonks, too." She stepped out of the room. "I'll speak to the staff about the arrangement tonight. If they are unwilling to move him, we can manage between ourselves. I'll also contact Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey to alert them of our arrangement," said Hermione, chewing the bottom of her lips in thought. "That would be excellent," said Harry, smiling. "I'll just sit around and waste my time here." He crossed his leg and relaxed into his seat. "No, you better manage here." "I'm not too sure how Oswald would take it," reminded Hermione gently. "So you're needed to cool things down." She gave his cheek a lingering stroke before leaving the room, unaware of Amos's cough when he saw that intimate moment between Hermione and Harry. Daphne had to hold back her laughter when she observed that he was quite taken aback. "Hermione's quite assertive, isn't she?" remarked Amos carefully, putting his hands into his pockets of his trousers. "She takes everything into her hands, and people would actually do to her bidding even though she's just a mere student. The rest of the pureblood families are in for quite a surprise when they realize she takes her lady duties the same way a duck takes to water." Harry shrugged slightly, smiling. "If I do wed, it's because she's the girl of my dreams. I won't marry for political reasons. In any case, you probably know that I don't care about the hierarchy in the magical society. Like your father, I see," smiled Amos. The door swung violently open out of the blue, catching them by surprise. Harry, by instinct, was on his feet, his wand out, ready to fight. He eased down when he realized it was Oswald. His hair was tousled, his eyes wild with anxiety as he panted heavily. Astoria and Tun was behind him. "Father just ran past us to this ward even though we tried to stop him," answered Astoria when she met Harry's inquiring gaze. "Father?" asked Daphne, befuddled, climbing onto her feet. That slow action caused her hair to fall down her back like a sheet of golden curtain. Judging from her bulging eyes, it was rare even for her to see her father to lose composure. He held his hand up as he bent his knees a little, trying to catch his breath. The corner of her lips lifted in an amused smile. "You're not walking the talk. Who's always insisting that we ought to keep our cool in all circumstances?" deadpanned Daphne, her eyes twinkling with mirth. His face turned red, but he held his temper. He expelled a breath. "Your sister said that you're going to dive into Cedric's soul. Is that true?" It was clear that he understood the risks that accompanied that action. The mirth from her eyes faded, but she continued to hold his gaze. "Yes, it is," answered Daphne, and she held up her hand when Oswald began to speak. "I'm determined to do this, Father, even if you do not permit it. I know my obligations to the family, and I have never gone against your wishes, but I cannot sit by and do nothing. It's not right. I won't be able to live with myself." The passion of her plea silenced her father, and he looked at her with equally imploring eyes. However, Daphne did not relent. Harry knew it was a difficult decision for any parents to make. His face was emotionless as he considered her appeal. He breathed a sigh suddenly. "I have never really noticed how matured you've become until now. You have really grown up, haven't you?" His lips curved in a small smile, though it never quite reached his eyes. He placed his hand on her shoulder. "I can't stop you from doing what you think that is right, love." Daphne grinned and embraced her father. "Thanks," whispered Daphne. "I give Daphne Greengrass the permission to participate in this ritual, fully aware of the risks involved, and I will not hold anyone responsible should anything happen." Tun nodded. "That's sufficient." A paper appeared from midair, bearing the agreement. Since the procedure bears risk, we actually needed an agreement to protect both parties. Harry nodded. "Now that is finally done, would anyone be kind enough to take me to the Forbidden Forest? There is a lot of work to do before night befalls on us." Harry took his guests straight to Hogwarts by apparition. Immediately, they set out to work, searching for the best spot to settle up the ritual. The 5-element cycle was usually drawn as a 5-cornered star, with each corner representing an element. When they found the best spot, Tun and Harry immediately went around the area, settling up wards to fend them from any attacks from the magical creatures with a variety of spells. Changzi got down to work immediately, drawing the formation on the grassy ground with a red chalk, chanting in his own tongue as he continued with his work. The formation reminded him of the star he used to draw in his younger days, which roughly looked like two giant isosceles triangles intersecting at the center at a certain angle. The 5 points were all connected by a large circle. It was far more even and well drawn. Chengzu even marked each corner with the name of the element. It started from the point facing the north and continued clockwise. The first element was fire, earth, metal, water, and finally wood. Harry understood his role better when he finally saw the formation. Their clothes were soaked with their perspiration when they were finally finished with their task, and they returned back to the castle for a change of clothes and a much-welcomed shower, waiting for the night to fall so that they could begin the ceremony. Hermione came through for them and managed to get the cooperation of the hospital to assist in the move. By evening, everyone had gathered in Hogwarts for an evening meal. The dining hall was strangely empty except for the party of 20. Serious, Amelia decided to push their wedding preparations to the next day so that they could lend them their assistance. Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, Tonks, the two Diggories, Fraser, Oswald, and the teenagers were there to help protect them. Even Luna managed to get the permission of her father to help out. However, Astoria was forced to return home since she was too untrained to handle any form of fighting. Dinner was quite a tense affair since some of the creatures of the forest were quite dangerous. When it finally grew dark, some of them helped to levitate Cedric to the Forbidden Forest. The night air was cooler than the day, but there was still some residue heat from the day. They marched towards a spot that the scouting party had set up in the afternoon. Harry even built the two-man magical tent that they used during the Quidditch World Cup so that the defenders could take turns to rest. It was clear that Harry, Hermione, Tun, and Chengzu would not rest since they needed to channel their power to create that safety harness for Daphne. Apparently, Harry and Hermione needed to do nothing too strenuous. They only had to maintain a small amount of their element throughout the whole night. Everything will be over before dawn. Daphne can't stay in that world for too long, cautioned Chengzu. He ran over the instruction many times so that everyone could remember what they needed to do. Chengzu gave Daphne the red string bracelet he mentioned that afternoon. However, there were 3 wooden beads on it. These 3 beads will provide you with 3 chances should you accidentally accept the influence of the world. The moment these 3 beads fall off, you'll be transported back to your own body. The 3 beads would automatically fall off when your time is up if you didn't use those chances, reminded Chengzu. I will return back to my body when I am successful in convincing Cedric to wear that bracelet and that he is not in the real world, added Daphne, completing his sentence. I got it, said Daphne. The forest was unusually quiet, and they could see the full moon in all her splendor, hanging just above them, illuminating the entire forest with that pale light. Carefully, they placed Cedric in the center of the formation, then retreating out of the circle. Daphne took her seat next to her boyfriend and held his hand. Everything will be fine after tonight, whispered Daphne, stroking his cheek. Tun began his spell immediately, chanting loudly in his own tongue. There was a change of atmosphere suddenly, and before their very eyes, a small tree grew at the spot marked wood. It is done, said Tun, looking at Chengzu. The chalked outline of that corner glowed fiercely like fire, symbolizing that it was powering the ritual. Please watch out, everyone. The small tree will continue to draw power from the forest until the spell is called off, so the magical creatures might attack to stop a foreign object from sucking her power. He settled opposite the small tree in the corner marked Earth and closed his eyes. Soon, that outline of the corner that he sat in lighted up. The 2 lines that connected his corner to the wood's corner were also ignited up. Great, said Harry. He sat at the corner marked Fire and concentrated on creating a small flame. It appeared almost instantly in his palms, and he felt a slight drain in his powers. The outlines of his corner and the lines joining to the wood and earth corners glowed like fire slowly spreading across a line of gunpowder. Hermione closed her eyes and focused on her element. Soon, the 4 angles of the star were shining brightly, with just 1 more corner to complete. Chengzu took his final place at the corner marked metal, conjuring a small piece of metal from thin air. Suddenly, the whole star glowed blazingly, and the circle encompassing the 5 points lit up. The formation looked like a glowing red star in a large yellow circle. The area around the formation was lighted up by the intensity of the glow. The bracelet on Daphne's wrist glowed lustrously. Her body felt unusually light, as if there was a sudden loss of gravity. Suddenly, the lids of her eyes felt unusually heavy, and she was getting drowsier by the passing second. Finally, Daphne gave up fighting to stay awake and closed her eyes, letting the comforting darkness surround her. Soon, Daphne knew no more. Bright, piercing light penetrated her eyes' lids, causing her eyes to burn. Hastily, she lifted her hand to shield her eyes. She no longer felt tired and light, but strangely alert. The penetrating light faded after a while. Hesitantly, Daphne lowered her hand and opened her eyes. Her eyes widened with surprise when she found herself sitting in front of a dresser in a homely and comfortable bedroom. The walls that surrounded her were an earthy brown, bringing out the teakwood dresser, the light timber frame of the queen-size bed, the intricate wardrobe, and the delicate timber carvings around the room. There was a fragrant applewood scent permeating the air. White curtains draped around the large windows beside the bed, allowing the cool night breeze to enter. Her eyes widened at the reflection of herself. Her long golden hair was left to cascade elegantly down her front, and she appeared to be wearing a body-hugging black dress with a plunging V-shaped neckline which revealed some of her cleavage and long satin sleeves that reached her wrists. A shimmering black belt surrounded under her chest, holding the dress together and highlighting her womanly curves and small waist. She noticed that the cloths met each entwined around each other, leaving a long split that began a few inches below her navel, revealing her long and creamy legs. The black garb contrasted sharply against her pale skin. It was a gown she would not usually wear to any formal event since it had a bit of Gothic influences, but it was an elegant number. Daphne took a closer look at her reflection and realized that she actually looked older. She appeared to be around 17. There was a particular sense of dislocation.
It didn't feel right.
A frown crinkled her face. Why was she wearing this? However, the blonde had no answer for that question. Bemused, Daphne gracefully climbed onto her feet, feeling the fabric brushing against her bare skin with each movement. Her eyes swept around her surroundings once again, taking in more detail of the room. She was definitely not in Hogwarts, Potter Mansion, or her own home. The furnishing might be tasteful, but they did not boast of ancient opulence. Where was she? There was a nagging feeling at the back of her mind that she was here for something essential. A rapt knock at the door distracted her from her thoughts. You looked absolutely breathtaking in that dress, Daph. Her heart quickened at the sound of that baritone voice. Hastily, she spun around and found herself staring at a smiling Cedric. His silver eyes were taking in every inch of her slowly, as if he appreciated the view. He was dressed simply in a suit, bespoke charcoal evening jacket with silk lapels, and a black shirt with a pair of jeans, giving him a casual but masculine look. His brown hair was tousled wildly, enhancing his roguish charm. His lips were curved in a grin. Cedric. Thoughtless, she ran towards him and flung herself into his arms. Cedric barely had time to catch her, but he chortled at her sudden enthusiasm of seeing him. We just saw each other just hours ago, chuckled Cedric, wrapping his arms around her. It feels as if it has been a long time, replied Daphne, burying her head deeper into his chest. Her answer caused his chest to rumble with laughter. I missed you, murmured Daphne quietly, enjoying the comfort of that embrace. She felt him press a kiss onto her head. She pulled away after that intimate gesture coyly so that she could gaze at him. He looked fine and happy. Her brows furrowed slightly at that thought because it did not felt correct. His gray eyes were intensely focused on her, as if reading her expression. He skimmed his hands along her cheeks in a gentle caress. Honey, is something wrong? Asked Cedric worriedly, thumbing the intricate dent on her chin. You're acting very strangely. Something feels off, explained Daphne, turning away. I can't put my finger on it, though. To her astonishment, Cedric chuckled deeply, winding his arms around her waist gently. It must be the nerves. I didn't know the Ice Queen would actually get the cold feet before her engagement party. She froze. Engagement party? Echoed Daphne, looking at him. She lifted her left hand and saw a diamond ring nestled on her fourth finger. She did not notice it on her first survey of her outfit. Her throat went dust dry as her thoughts began to race through her mind. She was actually engaged to Cedric. Her heart fluttered at that thought. Yes, my parents planned this after I got the approval from your parents to propose. Your parents were not too keen about having another wedding so soon. The party is an intimate affair since my parents invited only our friends. They noticed your disinclination to socialize at Harry's wedding. Cedric raised his brow when his teasing went unnoticed, and he spotted the dazed look on her face. Are you sure you're all right, love? We could call off the party if you're not feeling up to it. I'm fine, muttered Daphne finally, forcing a smile to calm down her fiancé. I'm just amazed to know that we're actually engaged. His lips curved to form a smile. I know. I thought that we'll never get their approval, but that's over now. We're really engaged to each other. He lifted her hand to his lips, brushing his lips past the ring. I just wish you would graduate soon so that we can get married. I've been waiting for you for 3 years. What's with another year? Daphne shook her head in amusement. He slapped his head suddenly. We're late. Everyone is waiting for us in the ballroom, said Cedric, grabbing her by her hand and leading her out of the room and down the winding stairs. He towed her through the hallway into a spacious ballroom. A large glittery glass chandelier floated above her, illuminating the place with its warm glow. The ceiling was apparently bewitched to reflect the sky, and when she lifted her head, she felt as if she was standing outdoors, looking at the sparkling stars that filled black night sky. Full-length windows lined a side of the room, their golden frame gleaming in the light. The marbled floor shimmered with the warm glow, looking almost gilded. A long dining was seen at the side of the room, decorated with ornamented candles. High-back ebony chairs lined both sides of the vast table. Her friends and family were sitting around the table, chatting happily. Everyone was dressed in similar fashion. It felt as if the party had already begun without them since the room was filled with boisterous laughter. The scene before her was the very picture of contentment and exhilaration. All conversation ended when they spotted her. Brenna Diggory stood up immediately to embrace her. You look so beautiful, Daph. The dress suits you. Her future mother-in-law was dressed in a simple dress. Thanks, murmured Daphne, returning the embrace. It was not as awkward as she felt it might be. She let Cedric lead her to the table where her parents were. Her parents were smiling at her cheerfully at her. Her mother looked as graceful as ever, in a beautiful blue dress. Her father climbed onto his feet so that he could wrap his arms around her in a hug. I can't believe my baby girl is actually getting engaged, whispered her father emotionally into her ear. I still think it is kind of rushed. Daphne's lips curved into a smile at her father's protectiveness. We're only getting hitched next year, Oswald, interrupted Cedric, standing behind her. Lord Greengrass narrowed his eyes slightly. She's only 17, and you're only 20, replied Oswald with a hint of brusqueness, rubbing his chin. It's still too early to get hitched. Same sentiments, Oswald, said Amos, clapping him on his back, his eyes falling on the engaged couple. Daphne would laugh if she did not notice that the brows of Cedric were furrowed in a worried frown. Just give it a rest, barked Sirius, laughing loudly. He took a sip from his goblet. You're in no position to make that comment since you and Felicia were married straight after school. You have already given your permission. Stop sweating poor Cedric out. It earned a dirty look from the older lord. Oh, come on, Amos. You planned this party for them, added Amelia, laughing brightly, putting her hand lovingly over Sirius's hand. I know you've already accepted Daphne as your daughter. It incited delighted laughing from the occupants around the table. Fred good-naturedly put his arm around Susan, grinning from ear to ear. You shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you, chided Susan good-naturally, nudging Fred on the rib. You do know that Oswald gives you your salary. The older Diggory stammered and pinked and finally chose not to say anything. The two fathers submissively returned to their seats when they noticed their wives staring threateningly at them. Daphne nearly laughed at the sight of her subdued father. Seeing their families interacting so warmly with one another and feeling the easy ambience brightened her day. It felt almost like a lifetime away that they were still intolerant of each other due to the rigidity of the social classes. The joining of Cedric and her was controversial marriage for their families. The Greengrasses traditionally either married a person from the House of Slytherin or an individual of the same social status, while the Diggorys tended to marry within the upper working class. Cedric politely thanked everyone for coming to his engagement party and announced his engagement to Daphne proudly, holding her hand in the air so that everyone could see the engagement ring resting on Daphne's hand. It was met with gasps of awe, wolf whistles, and applauses. "If the food is not as great as the food served at the Potter's family, just make do with it," joked Cedric. "Not everyone is as lucky as Harry and Hermione. Sometimes I really wonder why they look so wonderful." The first course was served into the room. Cedric sat Daphne at the head of the table. Harry slapped the back of his friend cheerfully. "You know the reason why," replied Harry, grinning. "Anyway, I bet Uncle OS was pranking you." His wedding band gleamed brightly in the light. He looked even more matured, but for once, he was glowing with happiness. Hermione, who was sitting next to him, was even more beautiful than she remembered. Her face was radiant when Cedric mentioned that the Potters actually threw another wedding recently so that they could go public with their marriage, and it seemed that matrimony agreed with them well. The Grangers were sitting next to Hermione, smiling affectionately at her. The dining table was soon groaning with the delicious dishes that the house elves of Diggory prepared painstakingly. Cedric grew indignant. "Well, you did easy. You didn't even need to seek for the consent of Hermione's parents." He slipped into the seat next to her. Harry lifted his shoulders in a blasé shrug. "What can I say? I'm just lucky," teased Harry, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Don't get into my case. Sirius didn't have any problem getting the approval to marry Amelia." Sirius mock glared his godson at the brilliant way he changed the conversation. "That's different, she's not 17, interjected Fred. The room became eerily silent. "What do you mean by that, Fred?" demanded Amelia, the threat clear in her chilling tone. She was glaring at the red-headed with an unnerving expression on her face. Fred literally shrunk under that intimidating glare, wisely keeping his mouth shut. He visibly cleared his throat several times before lowering his gaze. All around him, his friends were sniggering under his breath, even his twin brother. They had little sympathy for him. Sirius was guffawing loudly. "You better be careful, Fred," added Sirius, amused. "You actually had the audacity to tease the Minister for Magic? Off with your head, I say." It earned a smack from his wife. "No? Maybe we shall put him through a full trial before all the Wisingamot," continued Sirius in faux solemnity, rubbing his chin. "Tried for the charges of offending the Minister for Magic and the wife of the head of the Wisingamot." Daphne nearly choked at that revelation. There was some sort of discrepancy. It is tough to get over the fact that we actually have someone from the Black family taking the position of the Minister for Magic, and it's tougher to digest that we're going to have a Greengrass working for the Ministry. It's like a taint on our reputation. "I need some getting used to," muttered Oswald, much to Tonk's amusement. "You could always pay him back in the same coin, ventured George, giving her a wink. "We know that it's almost time that they choose to settle down. My mother has been shoving him in that direction." "Hey." Both Susan and Fred turned as red as the root of their hair. "Well, you should give the approval to marry soon, otherwise you might have illegitimate nieces and nephews," deadpanned Luna casually, looking at Fred and Susan. There was an uproar from the key people around the table in a spectrum of emotions ranging from outrage to astonishment. Unexpectedly, Sirius was the loudest. His face was purple, and he was shooting daggers with his eyes. It was as if he took the responsibility of taking care of Susan seriously. "What do you mean by that?" bellowed Sirius thunderously, on his feet. "Explain yourself now." His eyes were bulging with anger, and he was pointing an accusing finger at the trembling young man. Fred, on the other hand, was sweating buckets, protesting loudly, his face flustered. They're serious." "Give it a rest," retorted Oswald unflappably, his eyes sparkling with mischievousness. planning to get back at him. "You're in no position to make that comment." He threw the words back at Lord Black and smirked. It left everyone around the table to speculate the meaning of Oswald's words. So give poor Fred a break. He laid his head on his hand and watched with glee as the color on Sirius's face changed from purple to red, then finally ashen white. Remus slapped his forehead and shook his head despairingly as his partner had just dug a grave for himself. Beside him, Tonks giggled wildly. Her nearly shoulder-length hair changed from bubblegum pink to a variety of shocking colors with each laugh. Daphne, unable to control her laughter, joined her. The other couples wisely chose to keep their nose out of the matter. Sirius deflated slightly and coughed nervously. However, it did nothing to cool him down. "You better stay away from Sue," warned Sirius menacingly. "I may have admired your abilities as a fellow prankster, but I haven't got the approval from me, and you're not going to force me to give my approval using that method unless you wish to lose something vital." His eyes gleamed with malicious intent. "Sirius, we're not doing anything. Would you please calm down?" placated Susan wearily. "It's so embarrassing," exclaimed Susan, covering her face with her hands. Fred, noticing her distress, tried to pry her hands off her, while murmuring soothing words to her. "You know, Sirius, I really wonder what OS meant," said Amelia, drumming her fingers on the table. Sirius wisely shut his mouth. Suddenly, Cho, who was sitting quietly at the other end of the table, stood up with the goblet in her hand. "Let us give a toast to Cedric and Daphne," said she, raising the goblet into the air. "May they always be happy together." She smiled heartwarmingly when she met Daphne's inquiring gaze. The girls seemed to genuinely happy about their engagement, and she found that odd. She could not put a finger on the reason why it was bizarre to see Cho again. "She's not in the Department of International Magical Cooperation for nothing," whispered Cedric to her ear approvingly. She could hear the brotherly pride exuding from his tone and could image the wide smile on his face. The sound of chairs roughly drawn back was heard in the room, and everyone toasted to the engaged couple in high spirits. It lasted a while before they were seated once again. Daphne, surrounded by her family and friends, gave up questioning the disparity to enjoy herself fully. She felt the tightening of the red string bracelet around her wrist, and one of those brown wooden beads tied around her wrist snapped cleanly into two halves. Her eyebrows winged up in surprise as she watched them fall onto the marbled floor. Then, her brows furrowed when she realized that she was here for a specific purpose. "Honey, is something wrong?" asked Cedric, looking worriedly at Daphne when he noticed the distressed look on her face. "I'm not really too sure," replied Daphne, staring at her wrist. There were only 2 more beads tied around her wrist. Chapter 44, Taking a Risk. The Forbidden Forest was nearly completely dark, save the comforting warm and intense glow of the chalked formation carved onto the ground of the small clearing and the large full moon hanging precariously over their heads. A 2-man tent was erected at the side of the small clearing, next to the glowing formation that the group were tasked to watch over. Luna lifted her head so that she could look into that large and pale orb, letting its intense light whitewash her skin and hair. The moonlight gave her an ethereal and mystical appearance, as if she was truly a Roman goddess. "It must be a full moon," she murmured dreamily, nodding absently as if she understood something profound. Susan and Neville were by her side, silently watching. "It's not a good time to out here tonight," added Susan tersely. "I heard that even Hagrid keeps away from the forest whenever there is a full moon because the creatures become more violent and volatile." She shot a fleeting glance around the clearing and found the others looking a bit restless. They donned their armor, paced up and down the clearing, or sat twitchily close to the tent like warriors before a large imminent battle. At the corner, Sirius and Amelia were keeping close watch over their surroundings, waiting quietly in the shadows. "Even the Gremels are even more agitated than usual," remarked Luna quietly, her voice remarkably vibrant. Her eyes lost their glassy edge, even though she was staring at a distance. "It's best to prepare soon. I sense that the protectors of the forest are drawing closer." Noiselessly, her wand shot into her palm, as if it was ejected by her will. "Protectors?" questioned Neville, his eyes wide with alarm. Luna turned to look at him. There was a hint of pain in her voice.
Yes.
Tun is using a dreadful magic that drains the magic from the core of the forest, so she sends creatures to prevent us from carrying out this abominable act. She might even die if we drain too much magic. You mean the forest? Asked Susan. Luna nodded. The Forbidden Forest has her brand of magic, which is why such a large piece of land remains inhibited and undetected. The Muggle-repelling wards only protect the ground of Hogwarts. Miss Lovegood is correct. The Muggle-repelling ward does not extend to cover the Forbidden Forest, answered Professor McGonagall, her lips curving to form a small smile. That is a very keen observation, Miss Lovegood. It is a fact that not many are in the know. Hence, it is best not to anger her any further by hurting the inhabitants of the forest. They nodded in agreement, finally understanding the reason they were told not to harm the magical creatures. The headmistress's order was met with a lot of protest, since there were very dangerous creatures in the forest. However, when she sternly put her foot down, no one dared to object for fear of angering the stern Scottish woman. Their wands were soon out, and they spaced themselves evenly along the circumference of the ritual, facing the shadowy forest, determined to keep the 6 people away from any harm. Even though the 2 foreigners had set up their own wards, they did not want to put them at risk. Nearly 1 hour had passed since the ritual had started, and the people intimately involved with the ritual had not moved even an inch. Tun, Chengzu, Harry, and Hermione were sitting on the designated positions with their legs crossed, frowning in concentration as they maintained their element. The flickering flame that Harry had produced was slightly bluish in the same shade as Hermione's specialty, the portable waterproof flames. Hermione's conjured ball of water looked so solid that it appeared to resemble a small crystal ball. Daphne had collapsed over Cedric when the ritual began, lying on him, slumbering deeply. There was suddenly a thick stench of rotting fish and smelly socks, and a deep rumbling coming from all sides. "They're probably trolls," yelled Tonks. "Get ready to stun them when they come and don't get hurt." The ground began to tremble as the first wave of creatures approached them at rapid pace. The teenagers regulated their breathing and waited patiently for them to make their appearance, their wands at ready. Suddenly, several large and burly beasts emerged from the darkness, swinging their spiked clubs wildly and grunting ferociously. They were nearly 11 feet tall, the size of 4 men put together. Neville could see the insane and bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. On the other sides, he could hear the others engaging battle with the charging trolls. "They're nearly there," said Fred idly, as 4 trolls launched themselves on him. "Fred, back up," yelled Neville, pointing the wand to the lumbering troll closest to Fred, a hex on his lips. Fred, however, was unfazed. He levitated something sharply, catching everyone by surprise, and the 4 trolls collapsed like felled tree as they tripped. Before they crashed onto the ground, Fred hastily levitated a large fallen tree truck, and it smashed into the faces of those falling trolls. The tactic was so effective that it knocked those dangerous trolls out cold. Susan quickly summoned all their clubs with a flick of her wand, while George put them to sleep. "That was quite ingenious," commented Neville admiringly, ducking the swinging spiked club that was aimed at his head. Taking a leaf out of Fred's book, he tripped the troll with a swish of his wand. He then disarmed the troll before dropping his spiked club on its head from a height. Susan winced when that club made its contact with the troll's head, knocking it out. Neville then casually bound it with more ropes after putting it to sleep. The sleeping spell that they had put on them would only break after dawn, giving them time to escape. "Hey, you stole my idea," yelled Fred, as he fought one-on-one with another troll. "Watch out," yelled Susan when she saw that the spiked club was about to smash onto Fred. Instinctively, she created a shield to protect him, and the club bounced off that surface with a loud boink. Before the troll could attack again, Fred halted it with an impedimento before bounding it with ropes. The troll struggled violently against its restraints, but it was knocked out after Fred put it to sleep. "Can you please pay more careful attention to your surroundings?" demanded Susan, levitating the sleeping and bounded trolls to an area away from them. Luna chose to clean up after the battle, moving them away from the formation to the area designated to hold the creatures they put to sleep. Those trolls continued to mount an attack on them in large numbers from all directions. The adults were quite surprised to find that the teenagers were able to hold their ground well by combining forces. Amelia watched in amazement as they used the Forbidden Forest and their skills to their advantage in their combat against the trolls. They would levitate large trunks, ropes, and vines to great effect, tripping these creatures down before overcoming them with stuns, assigning one another roles that they were suited to. Fred and George were the brains behind the innovative and creative measures to distract the bumbling trolls, usually confusing a few trolls at the same time while Neville, Susan, and Luna stunned and immobilized them. It took them a while to devise an efficient method of getting rid of their enemies, but it worked to a great effect. The teenagers would circle a large group of targets like a pack of wolves on the hunt, trapping them with a net of well-timed stunners after diverting their attention away from any single one of them. It worked to a great effect. The trolls trapped in their snare would collapse onto the ground like fallen trees after being stunned, and they would bind them up with ropes. After a while, they were averaging at stunning a troll in 5 minutes, which was a feat for any teenager. Amelia realized that she could make good Oris out of them if they were willing to accept the harsh training. They were already showing a lot of promise. They had quite a good control of their magic, quick reflexes, and excellent ability to work as a team. In fact, she was pleasantly stunned when she found out that the teenagers could work so well together, watching one another's backs. She admired the way the headmistress fought off those trolls with a clever use of transfiguration. The Scottish woman transfigured the undergrowth to resemble the devil's snare. They did most of the work for her, completely binding those trolls with its long vines and attempting to suffocate them. The vines and tendrils were obviously transfigured to be tougher. Those trolls would struggle in vain until they lose consciousness from a lack of oxygen. Professor McGonagall would then stun those trolls before effortlessly putting them in cages. Everything seemed to be working fine until they heard a distinct snap coming from Daphne. She was still lying over Cedric, fast asleep. To their horror, they discovered that the first bead broke cleanly into halves and fell onto the grass. Susan and Neville shared a worried glance, wondering what was happening in Cedric's soul. The formation dimmed slightly for a moment, and everyone held their breath. "Don't get distracted, there are still trolls," yelled Fred, stunning some of them while his twin brother bound them with ropes. Everyone hastily returned their attentions to defending the formation, while leaving the other team to work on their problem. "Concentrate on maintaining your energy and control your breathing," said Chungzi calmly, perspiration forming on his brow from all the exertion. "It's all right. She has 2 more chances," reassured Chungzi, his eyes still closed. Harry and Hermione nodded, closed their eyes, and buckled down to study the outflow of their energies. As if nothing had happened, the formation began to blaze and glow in its normal intensity. The first wave of attack was finally over, and they decided to take a breather to recover their strength. Some of them were slightly injured by the clubs, but they were healed almost immediately by Madame Pomfrey and Healer Fraser. The area behind the 2-man tents were nearly filled with sleeping trolls. "I hope we're not going to face them all night. It is hard work taking them down," commented Fraser, mopping his brow. "Do not let your guard down," remarked Tun suddenly, his eyes closed. "I sense stronger creatures making their way towards us." Throughout the entire dinner, the Lady of the Hour was preoccupied with her thoughts, studying her guests closely. They were chatting joyfully, and Daphne had never seen them this happy before. It felt almost surreal. Puzzled, she lowered her gaze to the red bracelet around her wrist, and she was transfixed. Brief and disconcerting images of Cedric lying peacefully on a hospital bed flickered through her mind. Her eyes shot open at the vivid image. It felt important to understand the meaning of those images that it was creating a clawing need to find out. Her brows furrowed as she watched Cedric closely. He was chatting with Cho happily, with a large smile on his face. It was clear that they were bickering over a small matter, almost like real siblings. The sight felt strangely odd. An ephemeral image of a lifeless and very dead Cho and her funeral appeared in her head, causing her eyes to widen in alarm. She composed herself and began to think through things carefully. Daphne was absolutely sure that Cho was dead, so how could she be sitting at the table, chatting happily with Cedric? The discrepancies between her truth and reality put her on guard. She began to make a mental list of the things she knew to be absolutely true and the list of events she was not aware of, hoping to find a pattern. Out of the blue, an orchestra struck up a canorous waltzing tune. Cedric promptly climbed onto his feet and extended his hand to her. His eyes were twinkling with delight and anticipation. "Would you grace me with this first dance?" asked Cedric warmly. Absently, she placed her hand on his, allowing him to lead her to the center of the ballroom. She instinctively put her hand on his shoulder as he drew her close. Almost effortlessly, they began to twirl around the floor, along to the slow, moving tune. "I can see that something is troubling you during dinner," whispered Cedric, looking affectionately at her. "Is something wrong?" Instead of answering his question, she posed another question. "Were you ever admitted to St. Mungo's?" questioned Daphne quietly, leaning close to her fiancé, watching his face carefully. His eyebrow winged up in surprise. "No, I haven't, honey." "Are you really all right?" responded Cedric worriedly. "Do you remember what happened during the final task of the Triwizard Tournament?" continued Daphne. His brows knitted into a line. "Harry and I were tied for the last task," answered Cedric, with a hint of perplexity in his voice. "Why are you raising this suddenly?" "It's almost 3 years ago." "Because it's important," countered Daphne coolly. "You don't remember being transported to a graveyard?" Cedric was completely bewildered. "What in Merlin's name are you talking about, Daphne?" The corner of her lips lifted in a small smile, as if she finally understood something. "It's nothing really significant. You know that the spectators did not have a clear view of the final task," assured Daphne, with a smile. "It may be 2 years ago, but it was an official showdown between you and Harry." There was a hint of incredulity in his eyes. "Do you remember the conversation we had with Qingzu and Tun almost 3 years ago in Singapore?" continued Daphne in an offhand manner. He nodded. "I'm beginning to doubt them. It has been nearly 3 years, but no signs of riddle." "Why are you asking me about events that took place a few years ago?" questioned Cedric, picking up the gist of her line of questioning. "I noticed that you looked a bit confused during dinner. There were a lot of things that you were unaware of, like your age and even the engagement. It is clear that you have no memory of anything that happened beyond your 4th year. Would you please tell me the truth?" He held her gaze, his eyes no longer sparkling with mirth. Daphne cringed inwardly at his intelligence and keen observation, but she maintained her composure. She finally remembered her mission. "I will, but after the engagement party." "I don't want to waste your parents' efforts," replied Daphne, drawing him closer. She estimated she had little time to enjoy everything. She skimmed her hand across his cheek tenderly. "You shouldn't frown. It gives others the impression that you don't enjoy dancing with me." Cedric laughed, his face relaxing into a smile. "That's impossible. Everyone in this room knows that I'm aching to dance with you." "It's the only legitimate reason I have for holding you so close in public," answered Cedric, giving their parents a meaningful gaze. "Your father frowns upon any form of public affection." Daphne let out a slivery laughter, pressing her cheek to his chest. "I'm his daughter. He can't help but do that." "I'm quite sure that Dan occasionally gives Harry the death glare for being too close to his daughter, and they are married." He shook his head. "What protective fathers you have," remarked Cedric good-naturedly. "It puts us blokes constantly on our toes." The first song ended on a high note, and Daphne encouraged Cedric to dance with Cho next, as the other couples joined them on the floor to dance to the second tune. Daphne was now certain about the reason of the inconsistencies that exist, and that she was in a fantasy world. Amos offered to dance with Daphne for the next tune, and they did. She was very pleased when she realized she enjoyed the attentions of her future father-in-law. Her father, not wishing to be outdone by Amos, offered to be her partner at the moment the musicians finished the last note of the second tune. She grinned from ear to ear when her father guided her to an emptier spot and held her in his arms. Completely in synchronization with each other, they moved skillfully as one, their eyes gleaming with admiration for each other's wonderful dancing skills. "Are you truly happy?" asked Oswald suddenly, watching her closely. Her lips curved into a smile, and she nodded. "Never happier," answered Daphne earnestly. Despite knowing that it was merely a farce, she did truly enjoy herself. Oswald let out a chuckle at her radiant smile. I know, baby. I've never seen you smile this way until you met him a few years ago, and I knew then that he was the one for you. I like to think that I'm the one for him, deadpanned Daphne, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Her father let out a booming laugh. Of course, said Oswald, grinning mischievously. You could always do worse. Daddy, protested Daphne, swatting him on his arm, causing her father to erupt in laughter. Daphne had never seen her father being this relaxed before, and it felt good to see him this pleased. I'm considering retiring after you graduated, so that I can spend more time with your mother. After all, you're more than ready to take control of the organization, added Oswald, smiling. So soon? Asked Daphne, stunned. Her workaholic father would never willingly retire. He gave a small shrug. I've been working since I graduated from school because your grandfather passed on early. I don't mind taking a step back and try something new. It's a promise I made to your mother, actually, that I would hand over the position to you when you're ready, and it has been long overdue, replied Oswald earnestly. You won't let me down, right? She was bursting with pride at her father's final acknowledgement of her abilities. Before she could respond, she felt the painful tightening of her red bracelet, and she remembered that it was all but an illusion. The tightening stopped, as if responding to her thought. So the bracelet prevents me from getting too attached to this world, mused Daphne, staring at her bracelet thoughtfully. Daph, questioned her father, a hint of concern in his voice. Daphne shook her head and managed a convincing smile. I'm looking forward to it. I'll do my best. His answering smile was radiant and filled with pride. For the next hour, she was being passed around the room to be danced with. She loved every second twirling around in the arms of her friends and family, but she was careful in not being too taken with everything she was experiencing. Daphne excused herself when she realized that she had been dancing for more than an hour. She searched the room for Cedric and found him dancing with Hermione. Catching her gaze, he excused himself and discreetly headed outside so that they could talk. Daphne quickly followed along, after ensuring that no one was paying attention to them. Everyone was having too much fun to keep a close eye on them. Cedric quietly led her through the corridor to the small, well-maintained garden outside. The night air was cool and refreshing, carrying a hint of faint floral scent. The moon was unusually bright and close to them, looming just above their heads. Daphne appreciated the change of surroundings and the privacy it would provide. Daphne gracefully sat on the stone bench next to Cedric. He was staring into the distance, absorbed with his thoughts. The moonlight whitewashed his skin, giving him a pale look. Daphne placed her hand on his, and he turned to survey her. You're really Daphne, right? His tone held a hint of perplexity and hope. Daphne jerked her head in a nod. I used to hate you when I first knew you. We shared our first kiss when we spent our first Christmas at Potter Mansion. You followed me to the living room where the Christmas tree was, and it was there when you confessed your feelings for me. Then we honored the Yuletide tradition by kissing under the mistletoe. His face broke into a smile at the memory. So you're not an imposter. You were acting very eccentrically after you were dressed for the party, so I was afraid that you might be someone else in disguise. He wrapped his arm around her. If I was really an imposter, all of you would be dead by now, answered Daphne in faint amusement, shaking her head. You ought to have questioned my identity when you sensed that something was wrong. He held up his hand in surrender. Professor Moody would be most displeased with me. The laughter from his eyes faded. I want to know the truth, Daphne. You were asking very strange questions. I was disorientated throughout the dinner because things were not as I knew. I was quite sure that Fudge is still our Minister for Magic, not Amelia, and that you were still schooling in Hogwarts. I was also certain that the Triwizard Tournament ended only a few months earlier, not 2 years ago. What's more confusing was seeing you alive and well, instead of visiting you at the hospital. I was never admitted to St. Mungo's. You can't remember it because you were unconscious when we moved you over. You were struck by a killing curse at the final task, and our friends risked their lives to bring you back. I will never forget that, nearly losing you that night to Voldemort. It was only when you told me that Voldemort had never returned did it occur to me the reason for the discrepancies, answered Daphne solemnly. Confusion was written across his face at the revelation. What is that reason? Asked Cedric quietly. Daphne climbed onto her feet gracefully and waved to everything around them. Everything you see now is an illusion of your soul. This engagement party might not even take place because Voldemort is back. To begin with, Cho is already dead. She was killed by Voldemort at the final task. No, it can't be, protested Cedric violently, standing up. He grabbed her shoulders with both of his hands and gave her a firm shake. You must be mistaken, Daphne, repeated Cedric confidently. Daphne hated seeing the agony on his face, but she had to continue. I, along with Harry and all our friends, attended her funeral. Your parents were completely devastated, continued Daphne doggedly, looking into his eyes. Cedric's grip became loose when he realized that she was telling the truth, and he looked as if she had just slapped him. He released her and turned away. Cedric, if you think about it, you'll realize that this is all a farce. Think about the night of the final task. What happened when Harry and you touched that Triwizard Cup? Cedric whipped his head around to look at her. He took her hands into his. It sounds unbelievable, but does it really matter? You're here with me, and we're happy. He guided her hands to his cheeks. Am I not real? He gently placed a kiss on her diamond ring. We're happily engaged to be married. Our friends and family are contented. Do you really need more? Daphne looked away since she did not have the words to refute him. The bracelet around her wrist tightened threateningly again. No, it's not right, Cedric, answered Daphne, pulling her hands away from his grasp. Daphne, repeated Cedric. You're obviously very happy tonight. She turned away from him, trying to regain her composure. His keen insight was getting to her. At his words, she began to doubt the importance of her mission. What is reality then, Daphne? Asked Cedric persuasively, turning her around so that she would face him. To me, this is real. I don't need anything else except all I have now. He cupped her face gently with both of his hands and watched her intently. Don't overthink, whispered Cedric huskily. He smoothly closed the distance between them in a stride. Their faces were so close to each other that their breaths mingled. His stirring plead caused her to meet his gaze. She felt his warm breath fanning across her face as he gently tipped her head up. Daphne let out an involuntary needy groan at the lack of contact, and she was quite sure that his lips curved into a faint smile for a fleeting moment. Thoughtlessly, she surrendered to his kiss, tangling her hands into his soft hair. She closed her eyes when he delicately touched her lips with his. The feeling of his soft lips moving against hers broke the strong emotional barrier she constructed. Her feelings for him overwhelmed her being. She was conscious of a hot ball of lust growing in her stomach. Those intense feelings clouded her still mind, and she completely gave up fighting against him. She pressed her body fully against him, answering the kiss with equal fervor. Daphne did not notice when the second bead snapped into halves, leaving only one wooden bead on her bracelet. The adults were on their guard, even though the forest had become very quiet after 2 waves of violent trolls. When there was a sudden rustling of the undergrowth a few feet away from the formation, everyone jumped up onto their feet. Who's there? Show yourself, demanded Oswald, pointing his wand in the direction of the noise. A creature slowly emerged from the undergrowth and stepped into the light. It was a centaur. To the waist, a man with gleaming red hair and beard, but below that was a chestnut horse body with long reddish tail. He was carrying a strung bow around his muscular torso. Good evening, said the centaur in his deep voice, sweeping a glance around the faces of every person in the clearing. I am Ronan, and I've come to bring a message from my herd. A frown appeared on his face when his eyes fell on the ongoing ritual. The centaurs in the Forbidden Forest were a small herd, and they tend to keep to themselves. It was strange that one would willingly seek them out. Professor McGonagall stepped forth while the rest lowered their wands. Good evening, Ronan. I am the headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall. I've heard about you from Hagrid. What is this message that you bring? He returned his gaze to Professor McGonagall, and he sunk into a courteous bow. My herd does not welcome these intruders. Please stop this ritual immediately, otherwise we'll be forced to attack. We've no intention of overstaying in the Forbidden Forest or hurting anyone. We need her magic to help us save another life, replied Professor McGonagall, gesturing to the unconscious Cedric. We'll leave as soon as my student regained her consciousness. She is displeased, answered Ronan, pawing the ground impatiently with his hoofs. Tension was thick in the air as Professor McGonagall held firm to her stance, neither of them backing down. We can't leave until my student has regained her consciousness, answered Professor McGonagall firmly. We do not intend to set ourselves against you, so please look away for this once. I'll take that message back to my herd. It is unlikely they would respond well to it, replied the Centaur. He bade them farewell, turned and returned back into the darkness. Ronan, don't look convinced, voiced Luna quietly. Let's set up some protective wards around the clearing, announced Professor McGonagall. Finally. It was clear that she was unwilling to fight against them since they usually shared a good working relationship. The Centaurs will launch an attack as soon as Ronan returned to his herd. I don't fancy fighting a herd of Centaurs on their home ground. The battle will be fierce, and we might even have casualties. After all, they have the advantage here, commented Oswald. We don't have a choice, answered Professor McGonagall. We can only hope that Miss Greengrass is able to convince Mr. Diggory before they mount an attack on us. Oswald peered into the dark forest, stroking his chin. I can only hope that it is merely the Centaurs that would be attacking but will start work immediately. The adults set out to teach the teenagers how to carve the appropriate runes along the outskirts of the clearing to build the protective ward for the looming battle. It took them a while to teach them since not many of them took the elective ancient runes. The 3 students that were most proficient in that subject were involved in the ritual, so they were unable to lend any form of assistance. Amelia took it as an opportunity to impart the teenagers with that useful skill since it would be handy to them in the future. With the adults assisting, they managed to settle up those durable wards under 20 minutes. Luna was undoubtedly a Ravenclaw, soaking up all the information like a large sponge. Fred and George used runes for their inventions occasionally, so they were quite adept at it. Professor McGonagall tested their finished product by firing several powerful hexes on the ward, and it successfully withstood that attack. She nodded her head in approval.
This should do fine.
Good job. Professor McGonagall also made use of the opportunity to give them a field lesson on combating with the use of transfiguration. She taught the teenagers how to transfigure the undergrowth to take the traits of other plants like the devil's snare. The teenagers modeled their plants after their professor and formed a thick line of them along the circumference of the clearing, outside of their protective barriers. It reminded them of the Maginot Line of France, since they were relying on the line of in-placed armaments to keep the enemies at bay. Amelia created another powerful barrier around the formation, knowing that the herd would most likely attack the people involved in the ritual first. They would be sitting ducks if the herd got to them. Serious, Fred and George decided to put to work a plan that they formulated to further fortify the defensive structures in place. They secretly got to work while the others retired into the 2-man tent for a short kip. A few hours later, the alarm was raised. The Centaurs had made their presence known by shooting well-aimed arrows directly at people supplying magic into the formation. Those arrows were deflected by the sturdy shields they placed around the area. Be armed. Do not attack unless necessary, yelled Professor McGonagall as she took out her wand. Everyone, fully dressed in their magical armor, stood by the magical barriers, with their wands out. Knowing that they had been discovered, the Centaurs chose to mount a frontal attack. A small group of about 10 powerful Centaurs charged fearlessly towards them from different directions, waving their swords and axes wildly. They were dressed for war, wearing a metal helm on their heads. Their long hair and beard whipped in the wind as they attacked. Before they could reach the transfigured bushes, they collapsed into a large, well-hidden trench. The Centaurs let out a yell of surprise. Before they could gather enough wits to scramble out of the pit, 3 blockades made of intersecting wooden stakes hammered together fell or erected around them, caging them in the ditch. The Centaurs battered furiously against the reinforced wall of wooden stakes with their weapons, but it was a fruitless attempt. Fred had made those walls nearly unbreakable. Professor McGonagall conjured a large boulder on the top of the trap, sealing them in the pit. Was that your idea? asked Amelia, looking at Sirius in amazement. He shook his head. It's Fred's. He's actually quite brilliant at these, said Sirius proudly, tousled his hair wildly. I got the idea from watching some of those non-magical serials, replied Fred, rubbing his neck out of embarrassment. George and Sirius modified it a bit more, so that it would work. That's only one of our alterations. There's more? Good job, boys, said Amelia happily. Their first attack was rendered useless. They would now approach us with more caution. That will give us more time to prepare. We'll be fine if they did not have reinforcements. The second group of centaurs carefully approached them, choosing to attack as a team. When a few of the charging centaurs collapsed into the ditch, the others used them as a stepping stone and continued raining arrows on their barrier. They yelled in shock when they felt the vines bound their feet firmly. One by one, they fell onto the ground, unable to escape from those vines. A few of them tried to hack their way, but they were soon trapped by the large wooden cages that fell from the trees. The creepers continued to wrap themselves around the bodies of the centaurs, restraining them. I think we ought to name them Devil's Creepers, said Neville, thoughtfully. It would be a useful plant to cultivate, and it appears to behave like the Devil's Snare, except that it is designed to immobilize more than to suffocate. Don't be silly, Neville. They will be quite uncontrollable, added Susan, shaking her head. The next group of centaurs were wiser, following the same path as the second team. However, they carried torches with them. From a few feet away, they set ablaze the vegetation that was surrounding the clearing. The plants began to crackle and burn, despite the moisture. The small fire, encouraged by the light breeze, spread about 3 meters on both sides before dying out, creating a straight path to them. Some of the other centaurs tried to free their companions by attacking the cages with their battle axes, and they gave up when they realized that they could not. This is our last warning. If you do not leave the forest, we will attack, shouted one of the centaurs, pawing the ground impatiently, rearing on the back feet. He was larger than the rest, and he was holding 2 swords, wearing a bow around his torso. There were only a handful of them left. We mean no harm, and we will leave the forest when the ritual is completed, answered Professor McGonagall calmly. Then you leave us with no choice, answered the leader. He let out an awful war cry. There was an awful crunching sound as they felled a large tree. The large tree collapsed on the very spot they had cleared with fire, causing the ground to rumble. The path towards them was now completely clear, and they could attack, without worrying about any booby traps. Their Maginot Line was ran over by a German tank in the form of a tree trunk. Get ready for battle, said Professor McGonagall. They're coming. She peered overhead and saw that the sky was getting darker with each passing second. It was nearing dawn. We are only required to hold them back until the sun rises. The others nodded grimly, clenching onto their wands tightly. She glanced at Daphne, noticing that she only had 1 bead left on her bracelet. With a loud war cry, the small group of centaurs fearlessly leapt onto the fallen tree and charged audaciously towards their barrier. Suddenly, Amelia picked up a faint scuttling noise that she could recognize anywhere. Her eyes grew as large as saucers when those noises grew louder and louder. They seemed to be coming from all sides. She remembered fighting with them just a few months ago, and it drained their magic considerably. Acromantulas, yelled Amelia, in panic. They're attacking from all sides. Some of the adults panicked at that announcement. Are you crazy? You're going to pit yourselves against them, demanded Fraser in a high-pitched voice, backing away. We might lose our lives. Silence. We just need to delay them a little longer, answered Professor McGonagall sharply, watching those 15-feet spiders enclosing them. They were completely surrounded by a sea of mammoth and violent spiders that were bent in taking their lives. Daphne put her hand on his chest and gave him a gentle shove, pulling away from his embrace. No, we can't do this. She was panting heavily, staring at him with those clear and accusing eyes. He racked his hand through his hair in frustration. Daphne? No, I won't allow you to do this. You know what I said is true. Hermione and Remus risked their lives to save you from Voldemort and his Death Eaters. You can't discredit their efforts. I'm not allowing you to hide in this self-made world like a coward, insisted Daphne, folding her arms. It's enough. You've been lying in St. Mungo's ever since, wasting away. Everyone misses you. Harry and Hermione even got Tun and Chungza to help you. You have only two choices, to waste away in here, or to be with me. He did not speak, choosing to lower his head in silence. Daphne could sense his hesitance. Do you remember the talk we had on the cable car? Questioned Daphne. Suddenly, her tone was softer. His eyes lighted up with interest. We spoke of a lot of things throughout dinner. Of which were you referring to? You told me about your feelings after learning of the inevitable fight with Voldemort if we continue being Harry and Hermione's friends. You told me you will never regret choosing this path even if it leads to your death, because at least you will die knowing that you have friends who would charge through the flames without any hesitation, just like how you would put yourself in jeopardy for them. She gently stroked his cheek tenderly. These are the friends I want you to be with. They are out there, fighting against throes of adversaries in hope that you will be well. Please, Cedric, consider my plea seriously, begged Daphne, grabbing both his hands. Cedric held her gaze, moved by her passionate plea. He lifted her hands to his lips and gently pressed them on the back of her hand lovingly. He let out a sigh. You unmake me with your appeal. Besides, it's difficult to argue against myself. You're right, honey. What must I do then? Asked Cedric imploringly. Wear this bracelet. Then I'll see you on the other side, answered Daphne, her lips curving into an excited smile. He returned the smile. Carefully, he took out the bracelet from her wrist and slipped it into his left wrist. Almost immediately, the ground began to tremble as if struck by a massive earthquake. The building began to sway violently. There was a loud tearing sound, as if someone had ripped a large curtain apart and pieces of the sky appeared to crumble and cave in. Cedric was momentarily reminded of the Gaul's greatest fear, the falling of the sky. That thought would have amused him if the wind did not pick up speed out of a sudden. He hastily wrapped his arms protectively around Daphne, afraid that the strong gales might just blow them away. The sky roared, boomed, and erupted in frequent thunderclaps, as if they were being attacked by the sky. A black hole soon appeared in the sky. The places in which the sky had crumbled became gray and dull. It was clear that the world was not going to last soon. Daphne only had the time to press her lips on his cheek as a farewell before she was yanked away by an invisible force into that black vortex. Daphne, yelled Cedric in panic, trying to reach for her. However, he was in for a shock. His eyes widened in shock when he noticed that his hands were growing less solid with each second, as if he was fading away. He ran his hands frantically around his body and discovered that he felt nothing. He was vanishing. His vision grew blurred, and his head spun wildly. Hastily, he grabbed onto the bench for support. Out of a sudden, blackness enveloped around him, and Cedric knew no more. Hordes of gigantic spiders surrounded them and attacked the wards with everything they had. Due to their sheer size, they trampled the poor plants like German tanks. The centaurs were wise enough to flee at the sight of them, leaving the wizards and witches to deal with them. The barriers were getting weaker with their every attempt, and it looked as if it was going down any moment. All gloves off, commanded Professor McGonagall. Use anything you've got, and try to keep yourself alive. Be prepared to portkey away at any moment. Suddenly, there was a resounding snap, and the formation glowed in an increasing intensity. The red string bracelet that Daphne was wearing glowed brightly, and it joined her wrist with Cedric's left wrist. The ground around the formation trembled slightly from the sheer energy emanating from them, then it subsided. Daphne was successful. Let's get out of here, announced Chingzu, standing up, grabbing both Cedric and Daphne. Healer Fraser hastily assisted the Chinese wizard. He pressed the small button that was on his lapel, and the party of four vanished out of sight. Tun followed suit, albeit tiredly. Harry unsheathed his sword smoothly, while Hermione drew out her gun. We'll cover your backs, just go, yelled Harry, waiting for the barriers to crash. Return back to the castle now, yelled Professor McGonagall, pressing on the green button on her robe. At that moment, their wards crashed and the mammoth and violent spiders advanced speedily towards them. Harry and Hermione helped to buy time by annihilating them with their weapons. He would speedily duck their pincers and legs, diving under the body to plunge his sword into their soft bodies. Soon, he left a pile of dead bodies in his wake as he destroyed them with precise and powerful attacks. Hermione was also doing a fine job destroying them. She fired powerful shots that had firepower of a missile, setting a large number of spiders completely on blaze. They screamed in agony as they burned into dust just before their eyes. Her arm ached from the powerful recoil of each shot, thus she could only fire at a slow pace. "Go," yelled Harry, slicing its pincer off when it tried to attack one of their friends. He nimbly sliced its head with a blow, sending its head rolling across the grass. The others hastily activated their portkeys. One by one, they disappeared from the scene. The sky grew lighter suddenly, and Harry knew that it was best for them to leave before the trolls awake from their slumber. Seeing that everyone had returned safely back to the castle, Harry and Hermione activated their portkeys and were brought straight to the hospital wing. They collapsed on the ground of the hospital wing, panting heavily. Their legs were too tired to support their weight after all the exertion. His blade and his robes were completely filled with the blood of those spiders. Most of them were astonished that they were still alive, despite what they had just faced by themselves. Harry cleaned his blade with a spell before sheathing it back into its scabbard. Hermione removed the blood off his robes with a cleaning spell. "Merlin's beard. I can't believe that I'm alive," announced Fred loudly, jumping onto his feet and excitedly hugging his twin brother before embracing Susan. Eagerly, he danced with her in a strange celebration dance around the room. In their excitement, they forgot about their exhaustion. It took them a while to realize that they were holding each other intimately. When Susan and Fred finally noticed, they dropped each other's hand so hastily, as if they were holding hot bricks. "I'm sorry," said Fred sheepishly, lowering his head and rubbing the back of her neck. It's okay," answered Susan, tucking her bangs shyly behind her ear. Luna and Neville glanced at each other meaningfully after watching their exchange. To reduce the tension in the room, George let out another loud cheer and began dancing with Luna. It was joined by the other teenagers. "How is my son?" demanded Amos loudly, above the loud cheering. Cedric and Daphne were lying in different beds, linked by a glowing red thread. The red thread vanished after a while. "He's going to be fine," answered Chungzo, smiling after giving Cedric a throughout check. "He'll regain consciousness soon." His companion, Tun, was sleeping in the bed next to them. The ritual had drained all of his energy. Everyone gave another loud cheer at the good news, breaking into a loud applause. "How's Daphne?" asked Amos suddenly, surprising everyone at her concern. They were staring at him in various states of surprise. "Yes, will my daughter be fine?" added Oswald, obviously tired from all the fighting. Chung-Zu stroked his beard happily. "Yes, she'll be all right.
It was a close shave, but she will be fine.
I'll check her later today. We all had a long night, so let's get some rest." His suggestion was most welcomed, since everyone looked dead on their feet. Fraser bade them a good night before he fled away. Tonks returned home because she had work the next day. "Why don't you remain here for the night?" asked Madame Pomfrey, directing her question to Chung-Zu. "There are enough cots for everyone here, and you would want to be the first to look over them when they finally regain their consciousness. I've already instructed the house elves to prepare the Gryffindor dorm for you to rest," added Professor McGonagall. "They prepared enough beds. I hope you will not mind." "I've never set foot into the Gryffindor's dormitory before," commented Oswald, chuckling. "Isn't it a bit cruel to separate the married couples for the night?" Felicia shook her head at her husband's remark. "It won't be a problem. Girls are allowed into the boys' dormitory," added Sirius excitedly, putting his arm around his fiancée. "I don't mind. I spent 7 years of my life sleeping in that place. I expect no hanky-panky when there are underage students around," chided Professor McGonagall as if they were still her students. "So it is best that you stick to your own dormitories." The adults reluctantly agreed. "Hermione and I will be in our marriage quarters," added Harry, his eyes gleaming with mirth, smirking. They were the only couple that did not need to separate, earning lethal glares from some of the adults. "I don't know about you, I'm dead on my feet." He threw his arm around Hermione, while she looked at him with mild disapproval. They arranged to meet up 5 hours later, and together they departed for the Gryffindor dorm after Professor McGonagall gave them the password into the common room. Tiredly, they headed into the dormitories to have a short kip after a much-needed shower. At precisely 5 hours later, they assembled at the hospital wing. Everyone riveted on the spot when they saw Cedric and Daphne fully awake, looking at each other. It took them a while before any of them reacted to that jolting sight. "Cedric," yelled Susan, flinging herself into his arms. She was joined by Luna and Hermione. They backed away when his mother embraced her son. "How are you?" demanded Amos, tears of ecstasy streaming down his cheeks, grabbing the hand of his son. "I'm good, Dad," answered Cedric, smiling. "I'm sorry to have worried you." "It's all right, son. It's all right, now that you're fine." Merlin's feared. "I need to excuse myself for a while," commented Amos when he realized he was crying. He hastily dashed the tears on his cheeks as he headed out of the room to get a gripe over his emotions. "It's nice to see you back with us," said Harry, his face breaking into a large grin. Harry pulled him in a brotherly hug. "It's good to have you finally back," said Harry emotionally, patting him on his back. He pulled away and turned his attention to Daphne.
"How are you, Daph?"
"Good job, by the way." "I'm fine," said Daphne calmly, sitting on the side of her bed. Hermione, Susan, and Luna tackled her in a group hug which she returned without a lament. "There is a slight complication, though," added Daphne offhandedly when the girls pulled away to sit on her bed. Mechanically, everyone glanced at Chengzu and Tun fretfully. "What complication?" demanded Oswald anxiously. "I think it is best to wait for Mr. Diggory to return before I explain," replied Chengzu calmly, stroking his beard. His composed tone soothed Oswald's nerves slightly. Someone hastily went out to fetch Amos, while the others waited impatiently for him to return. Amos burst into the room in a sprint, mere seconds later. "What's wrong? Is Cedric not fine?" "We gave them a throughout check just now, and they're fine. In fact, young Diggory may return home when his healer clears him. Miss Greengrass may also return home if she wishes to do now." "Then what is this complication that my daughter spoke of?" questioned Oswald in bafflement. "Do you know of Harry and Hermione's mental link?" probed Chengzu. They nodded impatiently. They are able to listen and feel each other's thoughts or emotions because their souls are joined. In Miss Greengrass and Mr. Diggory's case, however, they are only able to communicate wordlessly with each other because their minds are linked, a side effect from the ritual. There was silence in the room as everyone tried to digest the news that Chengzu had shared with them. Oswald was the first to break the quietness, simply outraged. "What?" demanded Oswald, his face turning slightly red. "Their minds are linked?" Everyone chose to keep their silence, knowing the graveness of the issue. Daphne and Cedric might have been dating for a while, but they did not gain the approval of their parents. It was as if fate was forcing her hand on putting them together, applying pressure on both families. Daphne nodded. "It is quite useful, I must say," commented Daphne in a deadpan tone, glancing at Cedric. He decided to remain silent, studying the reactions of his and her parents. The teenagers understood the true meaning of Daphne rather encoded words. "Do you even know what it means?" questioned Oswald, staring at his firstborn. "Of course I do," answered Daphne simply, looking at her father in the eye. Tension mounted in the room significantly, making most of them feel uncomfortable. Both Greengrasses held each other's gaze for quite some time. It was the father who relented finally. He sighed in defeat, knowing that she had already made her choice. Oswald turned to study Amos's reaction. His eyes widened in surprise that he appeared strangely unruffled. He gave a shrug when he felt Oswald's eyes on him. "I don't really see it as a complication. They are very much in love with each other. I was just too blind to notice it," added Amos, smiling at his son. "They will have my approval if they choose to marry. My son has already broached the subject with me last year. I also understand that he will be marrying into your family. I only hope that you'll grant them your consent," said Amos solemnly, as if he had finally accepted them. He turned to look at his son. "You'll never find another girl better than her. She was willing to risk her life for you, without a second thought. I know, Dad, replied Cedric emotionally. He glanced at Daphne, his eyes gleaming with love. I know. Oswald sighed again, nodding his head. I understand. We'll speak more of it on a future date. He ruffled his daughter's hair, in an attempt to frustrate her but failed miserably. Daphne lifted her head to look at him, but she did not protest to his ministrations. He checked his wristwatch and noticed that he was running late. I am needed at the office. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. He glanced at his wife, and she nodded. Your mother will take you home. I'll speak to you tonight. I understand, Father, replied Daphne, her lips curving into a small smile. He pressed his lips on her forehead. I'm glad to see you well, said Oswald in low voice, so that only she could hear. You could always do worse. She responded with a small smile. We'll have to leave too. There are things that our marriage planner wanted us to attend to, added Sirius, putting his arm around Amelia. The wedding will be held next week. Congratulations, said Cedric, beaming. Daphne told me that both of you planned to tie the knot on 1st of August. I'm glad that I'm on time for your wedding. No, we're glad that you're fine, replied Sirius, tousling his hair. I really want to thank you for risking your life for my son, said Amos humbly, looking around the room. I was proven wrong, and I'm really happy that Cedric has such good friends. I'll be throwing a dinner to celebrate, and I wish to invite all of you to it. It's really the least I can do. It's all right. We already see him as part of our family, answered Sirius, laughing. However, I won't reject a gathering of friends. He nudged Oswald, and he nodded his head. Excellent. I'll inform you when the details are finalized, said Amos happily. I'll prefer to stay a little longer, added Amelia. There are things I need to speak to the kids about. Sirius nodded in understanding. The two lords summoned their house elves, and in a flash, they disappeared from the room. The flames of the fireplace turned green suddenly, and Fraser appeared. He absently dusted his lime-green robe as he stood up. His jaws nearly hit the ground when he saw Cedric, alive and well. He could not believe that Chengzi's unorthodox method actually worked. When he regained his wits, he attended to his patient. He drew the curtains around him and invited them to step out of the hospital wing until he completed his checkup. The medical examination did not take long, and he proclaimed in awe that he was fine and was able to return home anytime he wished. The healer returned back to the hospital to finish the paperwork to release him. Brenna and Felicia noticed their need to speak to one another and exited from the hospital wing. Daph has updated me while we were waiting for you to visit, said Cedric, smiling. Congratulations, Sue. I heard that you're dating Victor. She waved it off indifferently, as if it was a small matter. What did my dad mean when he said all of you put your lives at risk? What did you need to do? Questioned Cedric curiously. Daph said that you needed to face the wrath of the magical forest due to the ritual. We faced waves of mountain trolls, centaurs, and acromantulas. We were quite lucky that we did not have to fight with those large spiders. It was simply spectacular watching Harry and Hermione fight those spiders off, remarked George. Yeah, it was simply amazing watching both of you take them on. The magical gun is really awesome, remarked Fred excitedly. Why, thank you. It wasn't the first time we met an acromantula, replied Hermione, resting her head on Harry's shoulder as she stroked Crookshanks. I really hope it is the last time I'll have to face them, added Hermione, shuddering. Harry wrapped his arms around Hermione's waist and tenderly kissed the side of her head. Acromantulas are very resistant to magic. I have seen Uncle Mooney use this fire spell to a great effect, so I decided to create bullets with that spell and combined with a slowing hex. I think I'll not use it unless necessary because the recoil was too much for me to handle, said Hermione. Her arms were still aching from the recoil. We were much too exhausted to even use magic after the ritual, replied Harry, idly playing with Hermione's tresses. Besides, my previous experience with it taught me that using a sword would be more effective. So we would have no chance against a sea of them, probed Neville. Cedric and I had difficulty with one, with only magic spells. It is, however, highly unlikely that our adversaries are resistant to magic, and you did a splendid job fighting against trolls, answered Harry, smiling. I happen to agree with Harry. I watched all of you engaged in battle. Good teamwork and excellent deploying of manpower. It was simply remarkable. In fact, if I was still the head of the DMLES, I would have sent all of you for aura training. I don't think I can make any arrangement with the current predicament we're in. I don't think it is anything amazing. I mean, Harry and my youngest brother defeated a full-grown troll when they were in first year, complained George. Isn't that correct, Harry? He blinked continuously before racking his hand through his hair. That was different. Hermione's life was in jeopardy due to a foolish mistake I made. Hermione chuckled brightly. They overpowered it in the most outrageous way ever devised. I don't think Harry would fancy giving a demonstration. She tilted herself slightly so that she could gaze tenderly at him as love swamped her entire being. Harry was flabbergasted when he felt her intense emotions. Inquiringly, he glanced at her and found himself completely besotted by her gaze. There was no need for words or actions to show each other how much they cared. It was mind-boggling for either of them that they could feel this much for anyone after nearly 2 years. George cleared his voice loudly, snapping them back to reality. Even he grew slightly uncomfortable at the level of affection they had for each other. Susan and Luna had a dreamily look on their faces. Harry and Hermione lowered their heads, avoiding the gaze of their friends and family. So, you're planning to change the direction of our training? Questioned Cedric thoughtfully.
Yes.
For that I enlisted the help of Tun, replied Harry. He will be helping us to master the art of Animagus. He will help us to refine the techniques we are currently using. Hermione and I are just a few steps away from finishing the transformation. Are you out of your mind, Harry? Demanded Amelia. It is illegal. We ought to move away from the need of relying on magic, countered Harry. It will give us an advantage in battle, since they would have no idea what we will throw at them. Sirius himself is an unregistered Animagus. The element of surprise is indeed very crucial in any battle, added Chung Zhu sagely. We're willingly to lend you any resources we have to help you for this upcoming battle. In fact, I am here to continue with Harry and Hermione's training with the basic elements. I will impart the skills to those who have affinity with their element too. He shot a hopeful glance at Daphne and Cedric. That would mean that we'll have to spend the rest of our holidays at the Potter Mansion again, commented Cedric. Not really, we have some engagements aboard. Fleur extended an invitation to all of us for a dinner at her house, and I have agreed on our behalf. We would also need to attend the wedding of Sirius and Amelia. Are you formally taking your position as head of your family, Sue? Asked Harry. Yes, the ceremony will be held just after the wedding since everyone will be there, answered Susan. It sounds like a very busy summer, remarked Cedric, grinning. I'm honestly glad to be back. He shot a meaningful glance at Daphne. You're right, honey. It's better to be here. Daphne merely smiled as a response. Chapter 45. The Joining of the Two Ancient Houses. The copious forest that marked the boundaries of the Potter's mansion was deathly silent for once, even though night had settled in. The air was thick with the stench of burnt grass. The vast grounds of the Potter's mansion were lit up by a raging large ball of fire, at least 10 times the size of the young man standing next to it. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead as he frowned in concentration. Loud crackling sounds filled the air, and abruptly, the ground beneath the floating fireball exploded into consuming flames. The raging fire spread as quickly as a swarm of hungry locusts, swallowing large areas of land. He hastily dispelled the fire and tried to restrict the movement of the flame with his elemental magic, but it was rapidly going out of control. Suddenly, several large jets of water, almost 3 meters tall, shot out from the ground and rained over the blazing ground. Within a minute, the fountain of water halted the spreading flames. The fire began to slow down and dimmed. After another minute, it completely died, and darkness fell around them like a heavy curtain. The Chinese wizard, who had been supervising the entire procedure, nodded at the young woman standing next to him. "Repeat that again," commanded the ancient Chinese wizard, absently stroking his white beard. He knew his student could not see him due to the darkness. He stood up to stretch his stiff limbs. "You haven't got it. You wouldn't have problem controlling your element of that size if you'd practice constantly." His pupil approached him, breathing heavily. His black hair, heavy with moisture, had plastered firmly on his head, in the same hairdo as Malfoy. His clothes stuck to him like a second skin. There was a deep frown etched on his face. It's summer for Merlin's sake. It's crazy to start a fire even at night. It's difficult to stop it from spreading. You're going to raze my house to the ground. Now, that will be a good birthday present, growled Harry, racking his hand through his wet hair. He waved a hand over his body, and his clothes dried instantly. His sarcasm earned a raised brow from his beautiful wife, Hermione. Wanlessly, she conjured a drink for him. Harry accepted it meekly, knowing that his derision was uncalled for. Despite his frustration, he was quite aware that Hermione was completely exhausted from the constant need to put out his raging fire. Heck, he could feel it from the emotional bond they share. Since it was an elemental fire, she had to put it out with her elemental power rather than a simple water spell. He conjured a large and comfortable armchair for her to sit on. Learning to control that massive power of yours is the best birthday present you can ever have, chided Chungzu, almost unfazed. You have little control over your element. You're doing too much work, trying to keep it in that shape. His eyes narrowed. Now, if you're really worried about Hermione, quit losing control of your element. Hermione can only rest when you gain better control of your element. I really don't feel like putting out your errant flames for tonight. He took a seat again and got comfortable. That was the sign that his break was just over, and he needed to continue with the dangerous practice. You're really asking for the moon, Master Chung, growled Harry in a hard tone that betrayed his annoyance. The sour look on his face made Hermione smile. It was rare to see Harry getting so frustrated during training. Besides, no one would dare to criticize the darling of the wizard world. He finished the drink in a gulp and banished the goblet with a flick of his wrist. The old man sighed, climbing onto his feet. You must learn to feel. You must feel how your energies flow out of you, and not work against it. You need to feel how your element affects the environment around you. There's really no point having so much power and so little control, is there? It was the fourth and the final day of their training. Chungzu took it upon himself to further the elemental training of both Harry and Hermione during his stay. After working with them in that ritual, he had correctly identified their weakness and strived to improve their connection with their elements. Since it was summer and Harry's element was fire, he could only practice in the night when it was cooler. Hermione, on the hand, received training in the day. Chungzu was teaching her to expand her magical capacity by steadily increasing the area of land she had to water for a prolonged amount of time. Unlike Harry, she had no problem controlling her element. She just did not have that much magical power. Therefore, the task put her abilities to the limit. It did have an additional benefit of encouraging the growth of the plants and flowers of the grounds, and they flourished charmingly despite the drought. Harry was quite sure that he had one of the most beautiful gardens in the neighborhood ever since she began her training. Chungzu knew that his pupil did not understand the principle, but he returned to his seat. Out of precaution, he raised an invisible barrier to protect them from the sweltering heat. Harry wearily moved to a distant and conjured a gigantic sphere of fire with a radius of almost 5 meters. It was a piece of impressive magic, and it lighted up the entire area with its warm glow. His wife's welfare was the incentive he needed. He began to grasp the concept that Chungzu was trying to impart for the past 4 days. When he conjured his flames again, he tried to be conscious of the amount of energy that was draining away from it. He felt it. It felt almost like a raging river, flowing wildly out of him into his hands where the ball of fire was. He noticed that the flow was very irregular, hampered by his will. Chungzu was right. He was subconsciously using his will to battle against those energies, forcing his magic to sustain the sphere he needed with brute force. Harry, for once, was also keenly aware of the space his element was taking and its influence on the environment. He could feel the scorching heat and hear the sound of the grass near his fireball drying up. Small flames began to leap to life, in exposure to the intense heat. His brows furrowed as he quickly put out the spurs of fire as soon as it began. Harry realized that the ground was catching fire more frequently. Putting out the spurs of fire did not solve the root of the problem. merely the symptoms. Moreover, it would waste more of his magic. He needed a better solution until he controlled that flow of energy. Suddenly, he had a brainwave. Chengzu's instruction was only to keep his element up in this size for half an hour without burning anything. He did not say anything about not altering its properties. He closed his eyes and focused all his attention on completing his task. The Chinese priest chuckled when the edges of the fireball began to change its color. It was now a fascinating green instead of orange. Slowly, it began to spread, and soon the entire fireball was a glowing green. He arched an eyebrow in surprise when he could no longer feel the heat radiating from it. With a snap of his fingers, the barrier went down. "He's nearly there, but not quite," spoke Chengzu, finally smiling. Hermione nodded, fascinated by the sudden display of his power. She felt a sense of pride seeing her mate improving rapidly. Now that Harry did not have to worry about razing his house to the ground, he could focus on correcting the real problem, the erratic flux of his energies. He was spending far too much power trying to work against that flow. Harry took a risk and consciously stopped working against his energies. It began to pour out of him into his sphere unchecked, dangerously draining his core at a rapid pace. The sphere swelled at least 20 times its size. Slowly, he used his will to work with the flow, narrowing the channel of energy until it was merely a constant stream of magic. His eyes shot open in astonishment when he realized that he had achieved it. "That's much better, Harry," said Chengzu, chuckling, stroking his beard. "If I'd known that you would have responded better this way, I would have asked your wife to sit in since the first training session." Harry let out a cough, masking his embarrassment. "So are we dismissed?" asked Harry hopefully, lifting a brow. Chengzu merely smiled. "You need to constantly practice it until it becomes part of you. I'll stay here for a while longer to practice. Have a good night and a good holiday, Harry and Hermione. By the way, happy birthday, Harry." "Isn't that a bit too late?" demanded Harry under his breath, earning a nudge from his wife. He held his tongue as Hermione properly thanked their master before heading back to their house. He did not even have the opportunity to celebrate his wedding anniversary and his birthday due to their intense training. Along the way, they met all their friends. They had all agreed to stay in Potter Mansion to further their training. All of them looked equally tired, as if they had been through a particularly grueling training session under Tun. Tun had promised to help the teenagers with their Animagus training since Sirius and Lupin were busy. Harry and Hermione were quite far along in that training, therefore they could afford some time off to focus on their elemental magic. "How was your training? Don't reckon that Master Chung would lighten up even though it's your birthday today?" asked Neville. "You haven't finished opening your presents, haven't you?" Even though they did not celebrate his birthday, they filled up one of his rooms with presents. "It's fine," answered Harry, smiling.
No.
"Not with that many presents. It is quite strange. I feel as if I have a better control of my magic ever since I regained consciousness," said Cedric, looking pensive. "A positive side effect, I must say," added Fred. "You jammy whelp, I can't believe that you will be in our year." "I didn't complete my 7th-year education, did I?" answered Cedric, grinning. "I'm glad, because this means I can get to spend more time with all of you." "You mean with Daff," corrected George, shaking his head. "It was bad enough that we'd a couple making gooey eyes at each other. Now we've two." He shot a looking look at Harry and Hermione. Harry had his arm around Hermione's waist, gazing at Hermione worriedly. "We aren't that bad," protested Harry when he felt their eyes on them. He grinned when he noticed the faint smile on Hermione's face. Daphne could not bother to deny the allegations, choosing to ignore him and talk to Luna. The dynamics of Cedric and Daphne's relationship had changed after they had established a mind link. The couple were more attuned to each other's needs. Hermione knew that marriage was on their cards. "I was hoping that there will be more couples when we begin school again," teased Susan, shooting a meaningful look at Neville. Neville cleared his throat almost in embarrassment and changed the subject. Said, "I wouldn't consider you exactly lucky." "I mean, this means you'll have to compete with Harry and Hermione for the top position in Newts," remarked Neville, grinning. Cedric's face fell at those words and looked slightly nervous. "I've never thought of that. I think I better begin studying soon. I won't be able to keep my position with those two around." That's great. You don't have to worry, you'll have a head start. If I'm not mistaken, I'll probably have to spend the rest of my holidays unwrapping the presents you have given me. I swear it's more than last year. We estimate it might take you till your next birthday to finish unwrapping all the presents. Harry stopped and stared at the twins. He didn't like seeing the sly smile on their faces. For a spot of fun, we decided to put a spell on some of the gift boxes so that they would constantly clone themselves until they are unwrapped, crackled Fred evilly. You can't cheat on it. All presents have to be unwrapped by hand. I think you'll be swimming in gift boxes if you don't check your room soon. Harry groaned, then bolted straight for his room, while the twins crackled evilly. The rest of his friends were quite sure that they have never witnessed Harry running that quickly. The wedding of the year was scheduled to be held in the early afternoon in number 12 Grimmauld Place, the Blacks' main residence. Harry and Hermione decided to be there in the morning after sending off their guests, Tan and Chungzo. Both masters had left them a set of instructions for them to continue their training through the summer. The other teenagers had returned home early so that they could attend the wedding with their family. Charles took them straight to entry hall past the front door since he had been to the house many times and left his master and mistress there. Large silvery and intricate candelabras stood proudly in the foyer, lighting up the dark, hollow, and hushed hallway. The two teenagers were greeted by an old house elf almost formally. His back almost as straight as a board, reminding him of Charles. However, he wore clean linen instead of clothes, signifying that he was still bonded to the household. He greeted Harry formally when he saw the Potter crest on his jacket. However, the ancient house elf treated Hermione almost coldly, as if he did not approve of her. "My lord, this way, please," said the house elf, dipping in a bow. He bowed so deeply till his large forehead touched his feet. He led them across the entry hall past two doors towards the grand staircase facing the door. It was clear from the architecture of the mansion that the Blacks were preferred macabre and somberness, almost like their name. It was as stuffy as Sirius had described. The walls of the room were draped with heavy maroon-colored curtain. A huge ancient chandelier hung from the ceiling near the stairs. They climbed up the stairs to first floor of the house and entered into a completely different world. It was no longer dark and dingy. In fact, the landing was bright and homely, lighted up by the sunlight streaming through the large open windows into the area. Harry could see that Sirius's hand in the remodeling of the place. There was an absence of silvery serpent decorations, and it was airier than the ground floor. A few large, comfortable armchairs littered the landing. Non-magical and magical magazines about weddings were scattered messily on the glass coffee table that sat between two armchairs. It looked more lived in and more inviting. Harry released the breath he was holding unintentionally when he did not notice any sign of the day's daily profit lying around. "Harry," Hermione called Sirius from the second level. "You're here." The teenagers found themselves being embraced tightly by the slightly nervous bridegroom. "I'm glad to see you," muttered Sirius before releasing them. "You look really dashing, Sirius," commented Hermione with a smile, scanning his appearance critically. She pursed her lips suddenly. "Though you really need to do something with your clothes." Sirius, for the occasion, had his long wavy black hair tied neatly in a ponytail, but he was missing his dress robe and a necktie. His long sleeves were left unbuttoned and his shirt not tucked in properly. He raked a hand through his hair. "I'll have time to do that later," mumbled Sirius. Harry grinned as he helped his godfather to button the sleeves of his shirt. "Just take a deep breath. You'll be fine." He lifted a brow skeptically. "Bollocks. You're in no position to comment, pup. You did easy. You don't have much of a ruddy audience. That bloody planner OS recommended is mental. She wants me to run through my bloody vows again. The planner is trying her best to ensure that both of you have the most beautiful wedding. I mean, AM wouldn't be too happy if you made a blunder," replied Harry smoothly, doing his best to contain his laughter. "Tell me about it." "I've been reading nothing but wedding magazines all week." Harry and Hermione exchanged a look between themselves. Out from the corner of his eye, he could see Hermione relaxing visibly. "Well, as long as I get her name right, it shouldn't be such a big problem," continued Sirius, tugging on the collar of his shirt, unaware of the exchange. He plopped himself unceremoniously on the armchair. Besides, I have this. He produced a small piece of parchment. I'm gonna read from it if I forgot the vows. Harry grinned rakishly in response as Hermione rolled her eyes. Then, you'll do spectacularly. Oh yeah, just remember not to drool when you first lay your eyes on your bride. I know you spend quite a number of years being a dog. He hastily ducked when his godfather threw a magazine at him as he cackled evilly. Harry noticed the frown upon his brow. I know that both of you will be very happy together. Harry solemnly clapped his shoulder. So quit worrying. To his surprise, Sirius cracked up in laughter. I'm not the one you ought to be worried. AM is upstairs with Tonks and Andro. I think she'll be relieved to see both of you.
He grew serious suddenly.
Even though she usually looks so tough, she's probably having a nervous breakdown. I would have comforted her if it wasn't for the custom. We'll comfort her on your behalf, promised Hermione, meeting his gaze.
What?
I mean great, said Sirius, finally breaking into a genuine smile. He drew his hand through his hair in frustration. Great. I'll have to speak to that bloody anal retentive planner, so excuse me. He dragged himself into one of the rooms, mumbling to himself. I'm now somewhat glad that we had a private ceremony, commented Harry, leading his wife upstairs. All the nerves, the planning, and the rituals dash. I'm just not ready to be married yet. It was soon accompanied with loud banshee-like wails. The teenagers were surprised to see Amelia actually crying. She was sitting before the dresser, dressed in her white wedding gown while Tonks and her mother, Andromeda, desperately tried to calm her down. Harry and Hermione exchanged a hesitant look, uncertain if they could actually soothe her. There was nothing more frightening than comforting a hysterical bride. Harry nudged his wife forward as he backed away, earning a death glare from Hermione. Did you not promise Padfoot that you will comfort AM on his behalf? Challenged Harry quietly as he inched towards the stairs, ready to make his getaway. She narrowed her eyes, placing her arms on her waist in an akimbo. Did you not promise to be there for me forever and a day? Harry groaned, holding his hands up in surrender. Unfortunately for them, Amelia heard his groan. It can't be. It's too soon. Hermione and Harry hastily stepped into the room immediately and tried to calm her down, but it did not work. The teenagers were considering of calling Sirius for help when a solid white huge dog bounded into the room and skidded into a stop before the bride. Amelia's eyes lit up at the sight of the playful large dog. It carried a simple message for Amelia, and it made her laugh. I sent Harry and Hermione up to calm you down, but I'm sure it's out of their league. I bloody love you, Amy. That's the reason why we're here, doing this damn circus show. Don't you even dare leave me at the altar. This time, it's my turn to wait for you. I can't wait to see you. The Patronus disappeared into a wisp of smoke after delivering that message. Amelia's anxiety seemed to vanish along with the frisky canine. Andromeda removed all traces of her crying with a flick of her wand. For a moment, Amelia looked like a radiant bride, her makeup extravagant but perfect. It was simply mind-boggling to witness Amelia transforming back into the woman they always known in a second. The planner got to him, questioned Amelia calmly, with a hint of smile. Hermione nodded, glad that the disaster was averted. He was all cantankerous about it. The wedding is very important to him after all. Amelia laughed brightly before pulling the two teenagers into a group hug. They spent some time catching up with one another, keeping the conversation light and easy. Hermione noticed that Tonks had decided to be less flashy for the wedding. She chose to be a redhead for the occasion, in honor of the bride. You don't think that Sirius might mix us up, right? Asked Tonks, morphing herself into Amelia's doppelganger. For his sake, I hope not, answered Harry, chortling. It's not a good time to get back at him, Tonks. Padfoot is rather worked up with the wedding. She changed back to her original self. What a spoil sport, pouted Tonks, her eyes flashing with mischief. The guests should be arriving soon, so you should mingle. Do your lordly duties. Without warning, she shoved Harry out of the room. When Hermione tried to join him, she was dragged back into the room by Tonks. Hey, learn to live without your Mione for a while. We still need her here, added Tonks briskly. Without waiting for his response, She slammed the door shut magically. He caught the flash of worry in Hermione's eyes before the door shut on his face. "Remember to be patient at all times," warned Hermione through their mental connection. "She's just trying to get back at me," whined Harry. He stared at the door for a moment, unsure of what he had to do. Sighing, he dragged himself to the foyer to greet the guest in the stead of his godfather. Some of the guests had arrived. He felt woefully undressed in a simple, bespoke navy blue jacket with white lapels, a cotton white dress shirt, and matching navy blue slacks, compared to their ostentatious and splendid dress robes or dresses. Sirius did mention in the invitation to dress more casually. However, it was impossible for wizards and witches not to flaunt their status and wealth in such a significant event as the wedding between the two ancient families. As he descended from the stairs, he felt all eyes were on him. It was clear from their stares that they were either cautious, curious, or fascinated with him. He firmly kept his irritation under check before choosing to socialize with some of the guests. "Bloody duties. Most of them really think that I'm mental," grumbled Harry silently, keeping a hint of smile on his face when they greeted him guardedly. He had picked the group that was clearly supporting Fudge. Thought they were clearly afraid of him. They did not dare to commit a political suicide by ignoring him. Someone in the group began the introductions. Harry knew that he was entitled to behave like a spoilt brat, but he did not want to make things difficult for Sirius. He noted that they were rather uncomfortable with his presence and were occasionally shooting him strange looks whenever they thought he was not looking. You were right to worry about the backwash of the article. Harry was quite surprised when he read what he considered to be the Ministry's first act of their renewed campaign to discredit Hogwarts and the ancient families in the Daily Prophet after an enjoyable breakfast with his family that morning. That article had suggested between the lines that Harry had gone loony and that Lord Voldemort's return was simply a rumor that Hogwarts and the ancient families were trying to spread to destabilize the government. The Ministry had laid low for 2 months, while Fudge did a shuffle of manpower in his cabinet to fill up the 2 voids left by both Amelia and the late Mr. Crouch. Instead of filling those key positions with capable veterans, the fool of a minister chose to promote 2 individuals who openly shared a common hatred for the ancient families, Percy Weasley and Albert Runcorn, as head of International Magical Cooperation and head of DMLE. That move left no doubt regarding the minister's view about the ancient families. Their promotions were announced together with the ministry's new goal to raise the standard of education in magical Britain through new measures to reform the education system. He had let out a laugh when the minister mentioned, in an interview, that it was troubling to learn that a group of students, due to their special circumstances, had been wreaking havoc and disrupting the order of things in Hogwarts. It was clear that he was referring to Harry and his friends. It was clearer to them that the ministry had planned to interfere with Hogwarts to curb their influence. No matter what they might think of us, they wouldn't dare to make trouble. We talked about it briefly in the morning about self-restraint. You wanted the Daily Prophet to publish news objectively, so you can't exactly blame them since the ministry would have insisted that they published it that way. Fudge wouldn't have the guts to do this if someone did not point him to this direction. I still think that we ought to exert our authority to remove him from the post and take full control. After all, this war between us and Fudge's administration will cause a major inconvenience. We already have our hands full with the war on our hands. He nodded absently, not paying much attention to the conversation. He was quite sure that they were talking shop. There was a hint of pique in Hermione's tone. What about his supporters? Are we going wipe out every single Fudge supporter in the ministry? We'll be playing into the hands of Riddle. Harry resisted a chuckle, averting his gaze for a moment as he sipped from his drink. I'll brainwash the people into supporting me by controlling the media. I'll put those who oppose me in a mock public trial, giving me a legal reason to send those dissidents into labor camps to curb their influence. He could not resist chuckling when he continued that thought. Soon, I'll be sleeping in a different room daily with different girls, afraid of being assassinated in my sleep. Hermione's laughter resonated in their mental ink. You prat. He snorted into his drink. Was it something I said, my lord? Asked one of the junior ministers, looking at him guardedly. Harry looked around, noticing that the others were giving him weird looks. Not really. I find it highly amusing that I can easily pick out those of higher social status in this room from their dressing. Ironically, They're the ones who follow the dress code and dress down for the occasion, instead of flaunting their wealth. The person who had posed the question wore a robe made up of bright and colorful peacock feathers. He glanced around the room before looking at himself. Almost instantly, his cheeks grew pink. Chuckling inwardly, Harry excused himself politely to join his friends. The Diggories had arrived, dressed in more casual clothing than most of the guests. Cedric was dressed in a simple cotton dress shirt and black slacks. They greeted Harry warmly when he approached them. "You came in the nick of time," said Harry. "Looking as sharp as usual," said. "Being as slippery as usual, Lord Gryffindor," teased Cedric, embracing him in a brotherly fashion. "What are some of them even wearing?" demanded Cedric, frowning slightly when he searched the room. "Are you all right, Harry?" asked Amos, observing him closely. He peered around the room closely and noted that they had the attention of all the guests. He smiled. "I'm great. I'm keeping out of trouble for Padfoot's sake." "Somehow, I find that pretty hard to believe," answered Cedric, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Especially since Hermione is not here to keep you in line." His eyes shot open with surprise. "What's that supposed to mean, Diggory?" demanded Harry in faux annoyance. "Exactly what you thought I meant." He clapped Harry on his shoulder before bursting into laughter. "It's quite chaotic in the Ministry now, especially after Fudge has foolishly made his stand quite clearly. After all, he has dismissed one of the most stellar and popular member of his cabinet, Lady Bones." "You have our undying support," answered Amos, clapping his back. "I'm quite surprised that you would allow the Prophet to publish such rubbish about you." He shrugged almost nonchalantly. "Thanks for the vote of confidence. I believe in maintaining the integrity of the press. However, I think it's time for me to remind the editor of Daily Prophet about the importance of publishing accurate and objective news. Besides, I don't think the Ministry can match us in terms of influence." Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Cedric, struggling to control his laughter. Harry's eyes gleamed when he finally spotted Hermione making her way towards them from afar. For the first time, he really admired the outfit that she had chosen for the occasion. Hermione was wearing the peach-colored dress that he had given her as an anniversary gift, and it clung to her every curve. Her voluminous and wavy brown hair was sleekly pulled up into a chignon, leaving her pale shoulder and neck bare. When she walked, the dress parted to reveal her long and creamy legs. "Mr. and Mrs. Diggory," greeted Hermione with a gentle smile. "You look simply breathtaking today," complimented Cedric, the corners of his lips lifting to form a smile when he noticed the infatuated expression on Harry's face. "I'm sure Harry agrees with me." Harry dipped his head in affirmation, taking Hermione's hand into his tenderly, his eyes locked with hers. There was no need for words when anyone could see his dedication to her in his eyes. Amos, unused to the intensity of their emotions, excused himself to mingle with the other occupants of the room, bringing his wife along. Finally, the teenagers were alone. "I can't fathom why no one would fail to notice that it is out of place for you to be here at all," demanded Cedric, peering around the room. It was obvious that no one seemed to take note of Hermione's presence or her closeness to the famous bachelor. "I have an answer to that. Are you sure you really want to hear it?" teased Harry, lifting a brow. "We're bigots. This backward society still believes in the superiority of old money and bloodline, and she does not belong to either category," interrupted Daphne Lofty, gliding regally towards them. Like the Diggories and the Potters, she was dressed in a simple summer dress of grass green. Her fringe was neatly plaited into a simple crown, while the rest of her hair tumbled around her shoulders. She looked like a mysterious nymph who lurked in the forest, luring foolish man. Her younger sister, Astoria, was just behind her, dressed in a simple dress of royal blue. Cedric took Daphne into his arms, unfazed by the attention that they were receiving from the others. Pressing his forehead on hers tenderly, he replied, "I think Daph has answered my questions splendidly." "Where's Uncle Os?" Harry asked curiously, peering around the room. It was impossible for Oswald to miss the ceremony, given his relationship with Amelia. "My father and mother had gone upstairs with Sue to see Sirius and AM, quipped Astoria, glancing around the room as if she was searching for someone. "He is giving her away. Father's out to draw blood. For that political animal's sake, I hope he doesn't attend the ceremony today, added Daphne disdainfully, betraying her aristocratic peerage. Cedric tightened his hold of her, after giving her a slightly reproving look. Cedric seemed to be having a conversation with Daphne mentally. It's serious, Amelia and Susan's big day. We should be celebrating. He turned to Harry. Have you seen the grounds, Harry? It's beautiful. It's a little early. I don't think anyone would miss you if you take a stroll around the garden with Hermione. We'll wait for Neville and Luna to arrive. Hermione found the idea appealing. Together, Harry and Hermione excused themselves to explore the grounds. When first surveyed the venue of the wedding, they were amazed by the vivid display of colors and its sweet fragrance. It appeared as if Mother Nature was celebrating their union too. Flowers of different variety were in blooming spectacularly across the lush green lawn, adding a tinge of pink, orange, and red to it. The forest that surrounded the lawn marked the end of the garden. It was made even more breathtaking by the clear pastel blue sky, dotted with soft cottony clouds. It was the perfect weather to hold an outdoor wedding. The fresh saccharine scent of flowers filled the air, giving the garden a faint floral scent. Harry gently tucked Hermione's arm into his and led her down the winding path towards a large dome pitched a distance away from the house. It looked like a huge gray inflated balloon afar, hidden in the interlocking canopy of the forest that surrounded the house. Gold and silver silky ribbons hung on the neatly trimmed green hedges along the winding path, adding to the celebratory ambience of the place. Arm in arm, Hermione and Harry followed the path into the tent. An inverted and spectacular fountain of gold and orange satin curtains sprouted from the middle of the tent to the gray walls that formed the tent, adding color to the place. A large white arch stood proudly on the platform beneath that fountain, decorated with lavender and roses. This was where his godfather would take his vows and be finally joined to the woman he loved. It was simple yet elegant, absolutely perfect for Amelia. Rows after rows of white-winged chairs were arranged before the platform, set on either side of a long dark red carpet. These chairs were decorated with clusters of red and white roses, adding even more color to the place. "It is beautiful," commented Hermione when she took in her surroundings. "They really put a lot of effort into this place." "Yeah, replied Harry almost immediately, his eyes fixed on her. The corners of her lips lifted in an amused smile as Hermione playfully hit him on his chest. "I was referring to the decorations, Harry." "So was I," laughed Harry, his face breaking into a large playful grin. That answer earned him another hit. He caught her hands easily, lifted them to his lips, and pressed a feathery kiss on the underside of her wrist. "It's so peaceful here. I really dread going back to the house. Do you really think anyone would notice that you're attending this event with me?" Hermione chuckled brightly. "Even if they did, they wouldn't think much of it. After all, there is no reason why you might marry me." "That's not true," protested Harry loudly, drawing her close to him so that he could rest his head on hers. "I can't think of a reason why I shouldn't marry you even if we were not bonded." Sincerely, he declared, "Mione, I can't imagine a life without you." "We could always remain as good friends," teased Hermione. "I'll still be a part of your life." "For once you're wrong, hon. You've never ceased being my best friend." "You're my best friend, the best partner I can ever have, and my soulmate," corrected Harry, kissing the top of head. Her cheeks pinked slightly at such proclamation. She released him slightly so that she could look at him. Smiling, she kissed him senseless to express her delight. Fudge and his minions had arrived when Harry and Hermione returned back to the house. The meeting was almost awkward, especially since he was accompanied closely by Dolores Umbridge, Lucius Malfoy, and Percy Weasley. There was a predatory look in Lucius's eyes as he looked sneeringly at Harry and Hermione. Percy had assumed a nose-in-the-air look when he saw them. Unlike the rest of the wizards, they were dressed plainly in their usual robes. There was no way the Minister for Magic to avoid attending the wedding, since that would be committing a political suicide. Sirius was the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and his intended, Lady Bone, was a highly esteemed and respected member of the wizarding community. Hermione released her hold on him but planted herself firmly next to him, ready to lend him her support. "Lord Gryffindor," greeted Minister Fudge almost coolly. There was no trace of the jovialness that he usually greeted Harry with. Instead, there was contempt in his tone. Behind him, Malfoy briefly nodded at Harry, acknowledging the presence of a lord. "Minister Fudge," replied Harry with a hint of smile on his face. "Welcome. I think Sirius and Amelia will be glad to know that you have graced us with your appearance. It's unbecoming of a lord to be dressed like a muggle boy," chided Umbridge with her usual high-pitched voice, looking down at him, a feat since Harry towered over her. "You ought to learn to have some pride, even though you've been living with those filthy muggles, and—" "The wedding would begin shortly," interrupted Harry curtly when he noticed that the toad-like woman had eyed Hermione distastefully. The undersecretary reddened with mortification and displeasure when she realized that Harry had just ignored her. A house elf appeared just in time to offer refreshments to the minister and his followers. "Would you excuse me? I believe some of my friends have just arrived," offered Harry with sickening courtesy when he spotted Luna and Neville. He knew that she was about to insult Hermione, and that could not sit too well with him. "Alyssa would be so proud that you managed to pull that off," murmured Hermione through their mental link, hooking her arm on his. They were stalled several times by enthusiastic supporters who wanted to use the opportunity to announce their support for the ancient houses. Harry politely thanked them and told them that the ancient houses have no wish to oppose Fudge's administration unless he had forced them to. The Lovegoods had arrived with the Weasleys and the Longbottoms. Arthur Weasley was accompanied by Fred and George, since both of their elder brothers were not around to attend the event. Mr. Lovegood, for once, was dressed normally in a muggle suit, looking unusually normal in the crowd. He was steered carefully towards Harry by his beautiful daughter, Luna, who had chosen to wear a light blue summer dress. Neville was in their wake, along with the Weasley twins. Mr. Lovegood, Lady Longbottom, Mr. Weasley welcomed Harry with a genuine smile. The three adults cheerfully returned his greeting. They politely inquired after his well-being and expressed their support for him before leaving to get refreshments and leave the teenagers alone. "Daddy was quite unhappy that I have been spending so much time with you over the holidays. I think he's feeling lonely," whispered Luna, watching her father interact with some of the other guests. "I'm all that he has left, and he really wants to spend some quality time with me." There was a slight frown on her face, as if she was upset by the idea. "Gran wouldn't admit it, but I think she misses seeing me at home too," added Neville. "Think it will be okay for us to stay at home after the weddings?" He tucked his hands into the back pockets of his trousers, rocking on the ball of his feet. Harry lifted an eyebrow in surprise. "Sure, why not? I believe that Tuan Tun has left a set of very specific instructions to further our training. Besides, Hermione and I are planning to visit the Delacour," replied Harry, after considering their request. "We should always try to spend more time with our loved ones." They nodded, grinning. Several house elves appeared and invited the guests to leave for the tent since the ceremony was going to start. Harry, along with his friends, followed the path into the tent and sat in the first row. They were the first to arrive since they were part of Sirius's family. Susan was already sitting down, with Victor by her side. For the occasion, he had traveled from Bulgaria to support her. Unlike the rest, she was dressed formally in black wizard robes. Harry and Hermione greeted them warmly, embracing them. A wizard donned in the usual black robes of the unspeakable stood icily near the wedding arch, waiting for the ceremony to begin. The bridegroom, together with his best man, was already there, standing before the arch. Sirius had added a raven-black wizard robe, a pair of white gloves, and a black necktie with the black crest to the outfit, looking exactly like a bridegroom. Beside him stood his best friend, Remus, dressed neatly in a similar suit as the bridegroom, except with a black bow tie. It had been a while since they last saw Remus, since he was entrusted with a task of spying for the werewolves. Joy had made Moony younger. There was a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. He placed a comforting hand on Sirius's shoulder when he began to pace up and down the altar. Sirius shot a grateful smile at his best friend before tucking his hands into the pockets of his trousers. Sirius balanced on the balls of his feet, anxiously gazing at the entrance of the tent as the other guests began to fill up the tent. It was any time soon. The house elves magically expanded the place to hold as many guests as it required to. Harry gave him the thumbs up when Sirius met his gaze. The frantic bridegroom nodded gratefully in return. The orchestra in the large pit beside the arch began the beautiful and canorous tune of Wedding March, announcing the entrance of the bride. The euphonious piece of music echoed through the tent, and everyone rose to their feet. The bridegroom froze on the spot as his bride, accompanied by Oswald, entered into his view. In the stead of her brother, Oswald walked Amelia to the altar. She was holding a bouquet of white lilies and deep purple lilacs, dotted with bright yellow fennels, a nervous smile on her face. The white lilies were a tribute to Lily Potter, and the fennel, James Potter, for his courage and strength. Harry felt his eyes going moist when he realized that Amelia and Sirius had included his parents in the celebration of their marriage by paying homage to them. Tonks, her maid of honor, was trailing slowly behind her, miraculously not missing a step. The thin veil barely hid her radiance as she walked towards him, her long satin train trailing behind her. She was dressed in an elegant snowy white dress with sleeves that reached her wrist. The dress highlighted her figure. Her long flaming red hair tumbled freely in large waves around her face, accentuating her face. Like Sirius, she was smiling, her eyes locked onto her future husband's. Oswald looked unusually exalted and proud, leading the bride towards her groom. He was dressed in formal wizard's suit of silver, with the emblem of the ancient house of the Greengrass on his breast pocket. Sirius appeared to be completely enamored by his bride. Oswald unhooked her arm from his and gravely placed her hand into Sirius's gloved hand, in a timeless ritual of entrusting her care to Sirius. Sirius nodded gratefully and solemnly at Oswald before leading her to the arch, where the official stood. He invited the crowd to take a seat before starting on the ceremony. Oswald joined his wife in the front row as he watched the proceedings. If anyone had questioned Harry about the wedding after the ceremony was completed, they would be surprised that he had remembered so little about it. His eyes were riveted on his own wife, who was watching the ceremony so raptly that she did not notice his attention. Hermione played an instrumental role in allowing the couple to find each other since she had helped him to rescue Sirius in their 3rd year. His brave and beautiful wife had hunted for the rat while he retrieved Sirius. He drank in the beauty of his soulmate, her pert nose, her chocolate brown eyes, and defined features. He knew that he was blessed to have her by his side. She began to tear when the bride and groom began to exchange their carefully worded vows sincerely. Their magic erupted from their clasped hand in 2 different color tendrils and encased them in a brilliant cage of light, sealing them as one for all eternity. Hermione carefully dabbed the corner of her eyes, causing Harry to grin. Gently, he took her hand into his, capturing her attention. Hermione flashed a sweet smile at him before leaning onto him. Tenderly, he held her close to him, returning his attention back to the wedding. He did not notice a certain pink which looking at him with a calculating look. After Sirius and Amelia exchanged rings, the unspeakable declared them married, and the couple shared their first kiss as husband and wife. The tent burst into smattering applause. When it had subsided, the couple thanked the audience for witnessing their marriage before inviting them to have some refreshments before leaving for the next location. Susan congratulated her new uncle and her aunt with a group hug for their marriage before taking the port key to prepare for her own initiation ceremony as the new lady. A loud commotion broke at the back of the tent. It caught everyone's interest because of the parties involved. Respectfully, Minister, the Ministry have no right to intervene in the day-to-day proceedings of Hogwarts, answered Professor McGonagall, her nostrils flaring, barely keeping her famous Scottish temper in check. She was unaware of the attention they were getting as their argument grew in volume as it continued. Minister Fudge's face was a ruddy purple, like Dursley before he explodes in a tirade. He glared wordlessly at the headmistress. "You're wrong, Professor McGonagall. The Ministry has decided to send me to Hogwarts to ensure that Hogwarts lives up to its name as a fine educational institute," interrupted Umbridge in a deceivingly polite manner. "We wouldn't want Hogwarts to become a breeding ground for mutineers, would we?" asked the Undersecretary with a sickly sweet voice, as if she was speaking to a 5-year-old child. The headmistress snapped her head to stare at the pink toad-like witch incredulously. No one dared to take up that tone with her. Minerva greeted Oswald politely, offering a smile, before turning to acknowledge the minister. Minister Fudge, I think it is always prudent to teach your subordinates to hold their tongue lest they say something that cannot be retracted, interjected Oswald, his face hard, staring pointedly at Fudge. Sirius and Amelia caught up with him, flanking both of his side to present a united front. However, from the contraction of their brows, Harry could tell that they were bemused. If you're not here to celebrate the joining of two brilliant and outstanding members of the community, we politely invite you to leave. If anyone persists to disrupt the celebrations, it is seen as an act against the four ancient houses. There was no room for argument in his tone when he leveled his gaze on the minister and his undersecretary, Umbridge. By the way, our children are also outstanding members of the society. They are distinguished scions or heads of their houses. An attack of their reputation is seen as an attack of their houses. You know what that means if you push it, don't you, Cornelius? There was a faint hint of threat in his voice. It would become perfectly legal for the four ancient houses to declare a family feud with Fudge and do everything in their power to eradicate him and his influence. It was quite an intimidating sight when Harry and his friends except Susan joined them, glaring at the minister. They were the students that, according to the minister, rode roughshod over school like little tyrants. Malfoy held his silence, choosing to observe rather than to be involved. Fudge's pudgy face grew tight and bitter. Fine, if that's how you want to play it, Lord Greengrass. Let's leave. We have decided that education of the young is very important and would no longer leave Hogwarts alone to decide her own matters. I believe this is a matter that is not of the ancient houses' concern. This will not be the end, spat Fudge, glaring at McGonagall furiously. Sirius released his hold of Amelia and stepped into the minister's way. For a moment, the corners of Fudge's lips lifted in a smile, as if he was pleased that the host was going to apologize to him. I would advise you to watch for yourself, Fudge. If you persist in your ignorance, we might have to use more extreme measures. Don't forget that you have a sentence to serve after this term ends. He stepped aside. Fuming, Fudge and his followers hastily depart from the tent. You should update me after this, spoke Amelia, looking at Oswald. The minister seemed changed. I would think that Fudge doesn't have the brains or the brawn to insist on it, added Professor McGonagall. I'm sorry for interrupting your celebrations, Amelia and Sirius. She looked a bit ashamed that she did not manage to curb her temper. It's not your fault, Professor, chuckled Sirius, putting his arm possessively around Amelia. I never thought I would receive an apology from you, Professor. Amelia nudged him hard on the ribs for making fun of the headmistress. Professor McGonagall merely smiled. I never imagined that I would attend your wedding, Sirius. You always seemed so contented being single, retorted Professor McGonagall, grinning. You're unlike your friends. He laughed brightly. Oh, Amy makes an honest man out of me. He tightened his hold around his bride, a rakish grin on his lips. They were the very picture of bliss. We can discuss about our next move after both of you return from your honeymoon. There is no need to worry about him, added Oswald. His wife, Felicia, hooked her arm around his as he led them towards the exit of the tent. The newlywed ought to entertain the guests for a while. We'll chat over dinner. Harry and Hermione congratulated them with a group hug before allowing them to mingle with the other guests. Sirius and Amelia, with their arms around each other, cheerfully chatted with the other guests as if the ugly confrontation that just happened. Krum and Cedric caught up with each other since Cedric was still unconscious when he left Britain. Cedric was asking about his plans since Krum had graduated from school. He shrugged absently. I'll be playing Quidditch. I haven't decided if I would take up one of the offers the British teams had offered, answered he in a thick Bulgaria brogue. I know Sue wouldn't have a choice after today. There was grimness in his tone. The guests were informed by the house elves to take the port key provided to travel to Bones Tower. There, they witnessed the induction of Susan as the new lady of the ancient House of Bones. Amelia and Sirius were the last to arrive since she went to change into a peach-colored dress robes. The ceremony took place in the foyer, before a large banner with the emblem of the ancient House of Bones. Under the emblem was Amelia's full name, Amelia Susan Bones Black. In a simple yet symbolic ritual, Amelia placed the ring of the head of the ancient House of Bone onto Susan's ring finger, relinquishing the status of head of the House of Bones. The ring resized to fit her finger immediately and emitted a blinding white glow. The emblem on the banner glowed and changed Amelia's name to Susan's name, signifying that she was now in charge of the House of Bones. The room erupted in polite applause at the initiation of the new lady. 2 neat lines of house elves along the staircase bowed deeply at the sight of their new mistress. Susan acknowledged them by curtsying back. "Good evening, distinguished guests. I would like to welcome you to the Bones Tower. I thank you for gracing me with your presence as I take the helm as the new head of the most ancient and noble House of Bones and try to make a mark in the world, like my aunt." She shot a smile at Amelia, who stood next to her. "My uncle, aunt, and I decided to go through all the ceremonies in a day since we reckon that we will be inviting the same guests. No need to bother everyone to gather again for second round of celebrations." The guests chuckled good-naturedly. "I hope you have an enjoyable time." The room erupted in smattering applauses before they were led to the dining hall through a door. The dining hall was as large and comfortable as the one in Hogwarts. A long dining table was set at the side of the room. Several large and exquisite ice sculptures stood at various parts of the room, gleaming under the light of the large glass chandelier. The newlywed took the helm of the table. Dishes after dishes of savory dishes appeared before the guests when they spoke to their dishes after ordering from their menu. Halfway through dinner, Remus climbed to his feet, a flute of champagne in his right hand, getting the attention of everyone in the room. "I thank you for taking the time to join in the celebration of the joining of the 2 most brilliant people I know. Sirius and I have been best mates since we were 11, began Remus, grinning as he looked at his best friend. He was one of the most groundbreaking people I have ever met. He never bought the idea of pure blood supremacy, believing that blood was only good to keep a person alive. He was also the first to ever break out of Azkaban, and the first to replace the chief warlock in the same trial which he was set free." He shot a proud smile at his brother in all but blood. "By extension of James and Sirius's friendship, I met Amelia. The 3 of them grew up together since they were part of the ancient houses." He shot a smile at Amelia. "Amelia used to be quite a prankster until she decided that it wasn't proper to trick others if she wanted to be the head of Diagon Alley in the future. That decision was made when she entered Hogwarts." This information was met with loud guffaws. Tonks stared at her former head disbelieving. It was difficult to imagine that one of the most effective and strict head of Diagon Alley could have a mischievous side to her. "I'm not exactly too sure how did both of them decide to get together. I mean, throughout our time in Hogwarts, Sirius has always been contented not to settle down, choosing to be a ladies' man." Sirius let out a bark of laughter before meeting Amelia's gaze. There was a slight twinkle in her eyes when she smiled at him. "I didn't think they were meant to be together until we graduated from Hogwarts." Amelia had her own circle of friends, and she was quite popular by her own right. She was never infatuated with Sirius throughout the time in Hogwarts, even during the time when they were training to be Aurors. I guess that's because she truly knew Sirius and understood that he wasn't the kind of guy who could commit then. On hindsight, I think no one had a better measure of Sirius, my best mate, well, even me. She refused to believe that Sirius was truly the turncoat that everyone thought he was. Remus's smile faltered for a while as he thought of the other good friend. It took Sirius a while to pull his head out of his arse and ask the imposing director of Diagon Alley out. The guests, especially Amelia's subordinates, guffawed loudly, knowing how scary their ex-director could be. Remus smiled and raised his flute to the air. "I ask you now to raise your glass to loyal Amelia, who never failed to believe in Sirius, and Sirius, a groundbreaker in many ways. May both of you have many blessed and exciting times together." To Sirius and Amelia, everyone lifted their goblets or flutes and muttered their names. Sirius and Amelia stood up and thanked everyone graciously for their attendance. Sirius playfully punched Remus on his arm for the speech when he sat down. The rest of the dinner passed quite pleasantly. When the band who was stationed at the side of the dining hall struck up a slow waltzing tune, Sirius proudly led his bride to the middle of the room for the first dance. Almost seamlessly, they fell into step and began waltzing to the tune. It was clear from their radiant faces that they were very happy. Harry and Hermione stood at the side, watching the happy couple with smiles on their faces. Hermione leaned into her husband as she watched them, tapping a foot to the beat of the music. When the first tune concluded, Oswald approached them and asked Amelia to have the next dance. Sirius happily handed Amelia to Oswald and asked Susan, his niece, for the next dance. Harry and Hermione, along with other couples in the room, decided to join them on the floor for the next dance. Harry had a turn with Amelia and his female friends during the night. He realized that Astoria was quite a fun person to be with when he danced with her. She teased him throughout the entire dance by behaving exactly like an overwhelmed fangirl, which tickled Harry. It was nearly midnight when the dinner finally ended. It was an indisputable success, judging from the way the guests had chosen to continue celebrating even though the newlywed had left the party at 11. The guests soon left by apparition, leaving only the family behind. The adults decided to head to another room to discuss, leaving the teenagers alone. Hermione noticed that Susan and Victor had disappeared for a while. Her brows knitted in a frown of worry when she spotted Susan returning alone. It was clear from her face that something had happened between them. "I think we'll not meet until the 1st of September. This announcement was met with protest from the Weasley twins. "With the return of Voldemort began one of the twins. "We really need to continue with our training." Harry raised his hand, stopping them from protesting any further. "Well, look, I think with the return of Riddle, it is important that you spend time with your family. I'm quite sure Amos would fully appreciate spending time with you, Cedric. So would Mrs. Weasley, Fred, and George. Moreover, Ton has left a set of instructions that would further your training even while you spend time with your family. Remember, constant vigilance. We won't be around for a large part of our summer. The Delacours have invited us for dinner. Please keep us updated via the watch." His companions nodded, and they all gathered for a group hug. "Watch your backs, Harry and Hermione," whispered Daphne. Chapter 46. A Shortened Visit. Seeking solace from the unbearable summer heat under the ample shade of a lone tree, Susan was kept occupied with her thoughts. Her ginger hair tumbled down from her crown in thick waves, framing her slightly sharp face. Sunlight, filtered by the leaves and the branches of the tree, gave her hair a flaming glow. Strays of her hair were softly lifted by the winnowing gust. Her gray eyes were fixed steadily on the new ring that adorned her last finger. So lost in her thoughts, she did not notice that a bluish-gray cat tread carefully to her side, mewing softly. Her owner soon approached, picking her familiar up. "Sue," called Daphne softly, a hint of worry in her voice. "I didn't think I would find you here." She settled comfortably next to her, watching her good friend closely. She began scratching the back of Katrina's ears as she mewed softly. "Missing your aunt?" Susan shook her head emphatically. "I'm really happy for her. She has always been searching for someone to spend the rest of her life with." She turned to regard her friend with a small smile, noticing that Daphne, as usual, was impassive. Susan let out a soft sigh, fixing her eyes in the distant as she wrapped her arms loosely over her propped-up legs. "It just feels so surreal. I'm now the head of the House of Bones. Can you even imagine me playing the role? Hermione used to tease me for my bad manner." She let out a self-deprecating laugh. "That isn't the problem, is it, Sue?" returned Daphne thoughtfully, stroking her familiar. The corner of her lips lifted in a sad smile. "You're astute as ever," sighed Susan, glancing at her friend. "Victor and I realized that things between us can't work out, especially since now I'm the head of the House of Bones. He's a celebrity of his own right, and I know he really wants to stay in Bulgaria. He mentioned that he was considering about the option to play with a local team."
"He has
chosen to remain in Bulgaria instead?" asked Daphne, running her hand through her hair. The wind was making a mess of her usually neat hair. She let out a sigh. "He only considered the idea because he wanted to be physically close to me.
We talked about it."
"We don't know how to make this work with my commitments as the head of the House of Bones," replied Susan, adjusting her position again so that she could lean on the trunk. "After talking, we realized it was better than we end this relationship." She heaved another sigh. Daphne nodded. "I know what you mean. I always thought I had to resign myself to a loveless arranged marriage. There was no way someone would be interested in just me, with all the wealth and control my family wields. Besides, I'm quite sure that they would not approve of marrying into the family and taking my name. But you met Cedric. I'm quite sure Mr. Diggory has already given him the approval to marry you after what you have done for him. I'm wondering if I would be able to find a life partner like Cedric. Her brows knitted together in a faint frown. It was obvious that that was her main concern. Daphne smiled at her. Well, your aunt found Sirius only in her late 30s. I think you have plenty of time, retorted Daphne almost playfully. Susan rolled her eyes. She knew him since they were young. If I could live till I see my 30s, responded she. I'm quite sure we're high on the list of the hitmen of Riddle. Well, if you don't get assassinated for doing something right, then you're probably not doing much at all, deadpanned Daphne. Susan guffawed loudly, lightening up. Aunt used to get death threats frequently. She always ignores them. I'm not too concerned about Riddle, though. I'm more concerned about the sweeping changes we are making to the community being made known. Declaring Moony and Hagrid, a known werewolf and a half-blooded giant as protectants of the ancient houses are doing wonders for their community. More werewolves are employed. I know Father, Sirius, and Harry have informed the human resource departments of their magical companies to employ werewolves. They have put in place conditions to protect their welfare. The supremacists won't know what hit them until it's too late. Daphne flashed a rare, excited grin. I'm quite pleased to put my bum in the same sling as them. I think this is what the wizarding world needs: changes, fresh blood, and new leadership. Riddle gains strength through sowing discord. We can only curb his influence by encouraging harmony between all beings. I believe it's no longer the ancient pact that is ensuring our unity, it is our similar convictions. Her eyes glowed with determination and sincerity. The corner of Daphne's lips lifted into a smile. Well said, Lady Bones. Well said. A solid white rabbit hopped across the lawn toward her. Daphne leapt onto her feet immediately, her wand in her hand, when she recognized the Patronus. It was her father's. Is anything wrong? Demanded Susan, climbing on her feet too. Daphne relaxed visibly after she had listened to the message. No, everything's fine. He's just urgently needed at another location and needs me to fill in for a business meeting right away. Amelia and Dumbledore are not in London now, so my father has to hold the fort. The Order of Phoenix, an order that Dumbledore had established, was now headed by Amelia after Dumbledore had agreed to work with the ancient houses. Without his previous obligations, he was free to join Hagrid and Lupin as an envoy to reach out to various marginalized communities like the Giants, vampires, and the werewolves, in an attempt to reduce Riddle's potential allies. Ala Maxime had also joined Hagrid in Hunt for Giants. Harry and Hermione were tasked to form more allies across the borders since they were able to speak many languages. With that purpose in mind, they, together with the Grangers, found themselves across the English Channel in a brightly lighted circular room with big, arch bay windows on two sides of the wall. They were welcomed by a dignified and old house elf, bearing the emblem of the House of Orleans. The gentle breeze that lifted the white curtains by the arch bay windows felt salty, and they could hear the calming sounds of waves crashing rhythmically onto the shore. It was clear that they were not in the principal seat of the Delacour family, which was in Orleans, but in their summer chateaus by the sea. Lord Hughes of Orleans, or more correctly, the Duc d'Orleans, had kindly old an international portkey that would take them straight to the foyer of their home after Harry had politely informed him of their plan to accept his invitation to spend a day with the Delacours after the wedding. The proper title, Duc d'Orleans, had indicated that the Delacours was the junior branch of the royal family in France and were treated like royalty. Although the non-magical French had abolished the monarchy in 1871, the Capetian dynasty had continued in magical France, the exact opposite of Britain, since the foremost noble and ancient houses were lieges of the non-magical crown. Suddenly, the house elf straightened visibly. With a loud voice and a hint of pride ringing in his voice, he announced, "My lord, Lord Hughes Delacour of Orleans, Duc d'Orleans." Despite his stature, Lord Hughes descended almost gracefully down the steps of an imposing large stairs to meet his honored guests. He was rather short, portly man with a pointed ebony black beard, dressed in a simple white cotton shirt and a pair of brown trousers. The sides of his head were generously sprinkled with silver hair, giving the man an air of nobility. It was clear from the way he carried himself that he was a powerful man. His piercing blue eyes held a hint of intelligence and curiosity. The French Duke stopped before Harry and extended his hand almost warmly. "It's an honor to have you, Lord Gryffindor, here today. My daughters speak highly of you," greeted Lord Hughes in heavily French-accented English. A brief smile stretched across his face. "It's my pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord Hughes." "We thank you for your kind invitation," answered Harry politely in his tongue, taking his hand and giving it a firm shake. Hughes raised an eyebrow, astonished. The smile of the French Duke grew, decidedly sincere. "Hughes would do, Lord Gryffindor. We are really in your debt. You have saved my two precious daughters twice." He turned his attention to Hermione. "Am I right to presume that this fine lady next to you is Hermione Granger, the lady that trumped my beautiful Fleur?" grinned Hughes. Hermione smiled almost bashfully. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lord." Hughes let out a booming laugh. "Oh no, it's my honor to meet you, Miss Granger. I can see why Lord Gryffindor is so taken with you. Fleur speaks almost fondly of you. That act in itself is an achievement. These are her parents, Dr. Jean and Dan Granger." Hughes, he gestured to the adults standing behind him. Jean and Dan came forth to shake hands with Hughes. The Duke was mildly amazed when the Grangers returned his greetings in fluent French. Both Grangers were dressed in non-magical suits, but the French Duke made no comment on the strangeness of Harry having a non-magical entourage. "I guess congratulations are in order," chuckled Hughes teasingly. "My Fleur really doesn't stand a chance with you, huh?" Harry laughed brightly, knowing that he was just pulling his leg. "It isn't official, but we have plans in the future," answered Harry, taking Hermione's hand fondly into his. Hughes merely chortled knowingly. "Though the mansion doesn't boast of many protective charms, I'm quite sure there is a strong Muggle-repelling ward," quipped Hughes, looking at Harry for an explanation. "It's strange that Dr. Granger's could enter the house without being keyed to the wards." "Oh, they are wearing a charm that would neutralize any of those wards," replied Harry smoothly. "Most old residences in Britain would have such wards to keep the non-magicals from noticing their houses, so I had to give them a charm for that." Hughes chuckled brightly. "Ingenious." The French Duke offered them the full use of any amenities available in the house and informed them that his daughters and his wife were sunbathing in their private beach. Excitedly, Hermione and Jean expressed the desire to join the Delacour ladies outside. The old house elf, Prospero, who was waiting inconspicuously by the side, led them outdoors, leaving the men alone. "Perhaps I could interest you with golf?" offered Hughes cordially. "I built a course recently, after being introduced to the game." Harry and Dan did not oppose the idea. As such, the men retreated to the golf course outside to have a game. It was located next to the house and offered a brilliant view of the shoreline. Harry expressed his surprise that Lord Hughes would actually dabble his hands in a non-magical sport since the upper crust of community back at home frown upon it. He scoffed at the statement. "There is nothing beneath anyone to try, just too threatening for the timid who are too used to the status quo. I don't care if the sport is non-magical in origin. I'll try it as long as it is fun and exciting." His answer earned a raised brow from Dan, who was used to the discrimination of non-magical back at home. The game was made easier with magic. Each of the golf balls had a tracking spell attached to them so that they could trace their balls. Instead of having a caddy to carry their gear, they simply transfigure their club to an appropriate size or type to play, to the amusement of Dan. "I could have saved a lot of money," grumbled Dan when Harry transfigured his club into the type that Dan had requested and took the club from Harry. It was one of those sports that Harry could not master. He left potholes in his wake, much to the amusement of Dan and Hughes. Dan nearly collapsed onto the ground, laughing when he watched Harry digging holes with his club rather than hitting the elusive ball with the stick. Harry nearly resorted to using a banishing spell on the golf ball to get it into the hole. Besides, Harry usually hit his ball into the water or the bunkers. Luck was on Dan's side. He usually hit onto the green and had an advantage over Hughes and Harry. The game brought the two men, Hughes and Dan, closer since they had much to talk about since they were both inherently curious men. Dan began inquiring about magical France since he had visited France in the past. He learned that the magical and non-magical community were quite segregated for quite practical purposes. The non-magical French rejected the idea of having a monarchy and preferred democracy, while the magical French were proud of the monarchy. There is mutual respect between the two governments. We acknowledge that they are the administration chosen by the people and the non-magical government recognize that we precede them, shrugged Hughes. We appreciate the fact that they do defer to us in important decisions since we are still part of the country. He took a careful swing and watched his golf ball land several yards away on the green, close to the hole. That's a good shot, Hughes. I think another shot is all it takes. Are the non-magical treated as seconds-class citizen in magical France? Questioned Dan as the house elves took them to Dan's golf ball. Dan picked up the club most suitable for the shot and dropped into the stance to take a swing. Twisting his torso slightly, he swung his club and made contact with his ball. The tiny ball flew several yards and landed close to the hole. That's a brilliant shot, Dan. It's much closer to the hole than mine, smiled Hughes, gauging the distance. Legally, we no longer discriminate the non-magicals. However, it takes some time for such laws to be properly enforced. The law is highly unpopular and it is the cause of several issues right now. He pursed his lips as if in thought. It's nothing difficult to be resolved. Then do you approve of such changes? Asked Harry carefully, watching his host for his reaction. Hughes broke out laughing. My good man, yes. I fought to convince my brother to pass that law for years. The magical community would have died out without new blood. I'm quite convinced that inbreeding would create many social problems in the near future. When I took Apollon, a daughter of Avila, as my wife, I had to be passed over as the heir to the throne. He shrugged as if that did not matter. I'm contented to leave ruling the country to the hands of my capable brother and his children. Harry nodded, realizing that the problems that plagued magical France was quite similar to their problems. They were taken close to the hole so that Hughes could make the next shot. He missed the hole by several inches. Hughes inquired about his profession since it was his first time meeting a dentist. It took him a while to explain what a typical day at the practice was like, and it fascinated the French Duke. Dan took his next shot and hit it in. Perhaps I could try booking an appointment with you the next time I visit Britain, said the Duke with a smile. Why don't we call it a day? I doubt Lord Gryffindor would wish to continue digging holes on my lawn. Besides, the ladies should be done with their sunbathing. At that cue, Prospero appeared and took Dan and Harry to the foyer. The men then went upstairs to change their clothes. When they returned back to the foyer, they could hear Hermione and Jean's voices from the room on the right. Following their voices, Harry and Dan found themselves in a large and stately dining room. Fleur, Gabrielle, and their mother were with their girls. Apollon, a beautiful lady with blonde hair, was laughing at a joke that Jean was sharing when they had arrived. It was clear that Fleur and Gabrielle inherited their good looks from their mother. Her blue eyes were fixed thoughtfully on Harry when he strode into the room with Dan and Hughes. Ah, Lord Gryffindor, and the other Dr. Granger. She rose to her feet, pecked her husband on the lips before kissing Harry's cheek. Harry realized that her voice was almost as husky as Fleur. There was a warm sparkle in her eyes, unlike her eldest daughter. Harry noticed that her eyes did not leave him as she welcomed Dan politely. Fleur and Gabrielle cheerfully greeted Harry by kissing his cheeks. It's nice to see you again, Harry, said Fleur, smiling. You and Daddy at a good game? They were dressed in summer dresses. A white runner adorned the long dining table. Standing in the middle of the table was a glass vase of yellow and orange flowers. It made the dining room less ostentatious and more welcoming. It was clear that the Delacours wanted to have an informal dinner with them. Gabrielle's face was slightly pink with embarrassment, but she offered a welcoming smile. Fleur had warned them in a letter that her 8-year-old sister was so fascinated with Harry that she had bought every book that mentioned him. She led him to the table, where Hermione and Jean were waiting for them. A smile graced his lips when he noticed that she was enjoying herself. She pecked him chastely on his lips when he settled between his wife and Jean. Dan took the empty seat next to Jean. Did you enjoy yourself? Hermione returned a smile, squeezing his hand. Apollon, or Her Grace, is quite an interesting person. I think the Delacourse ladies are generally amazing. Harry returned a smile, happy that she had enjoyed spending time with them. Fleur was one of the few female friends that she could click with, after Fleur had stopped trying to make him her man. The French Duke took the seat at the helm of the table. He gave Prospero more work to do. I lost track of the number of holes he has created with just a game, added Hughes with amusement. Naturally, they knew that it was no trouble at all for House Elf to magically repair the lawn. Hughes merely wanted to poke fun at his esteemed guest. The table erupted in laughter, surprised that Harry was rotten at golf. Apollon leaned closer to speak to Hughes as Fleur captured his attention. Gringotts has just given me a job. I'll be starting work at London quite soon, said Fleur excitedly in French, leaning in. You know, to improve my English. Harry shared a look with Hermione, knowing that there was far more to that story. That's great, Fleur, smiled Harry. When would you start work? I'll officially start work on 1st of September, but I'll be in London a week earlier so that I can settle in, continued Fleur. I didn't know that, Hermione, and you can speak such fluent French. Harry chuckled warmly. There was no need to use it back at Hogwarts. Did you have time to catch up? He told the house elf the wine he preferred, and a goblet of red wine appeared next to him almost instantly. Fleur nodded her head almost absently before turning playful. I see that you haven't put another ring on her. When are you going to do that, Harry? Teased Fleur. Hermione's awfully popular with the boys. Because he doesn't have to, Sherry, replied Apollon, winking at the young couple. I'm quite surprised that you haven't discovered it, Fleur. Fleur looked slightly bemused. Apollon shot a knowing smile at the young couple. I have always wondered why Fleur's charm has no effect on you, Lord Gryffindor, until today. It's a gift of Avila to tell if a couple is bonded. Mama, you can't be serious. There was silence in the room, as if waiting for Harry or Hermione to openly admit it. Harry laughed brightly, after a while, breaking the silence, much to the bemusement of the Delacour girls. It's Harry, milady. He grinned at the mistress of the house. Apollon would be nice. It stays as a secret, Harry, continued she, smiling. It did not take long for Fleur to get it. She snapped her head to look at Harry and Hermione. You're really bonded, demanded Fleur, almost disbelievingly. Harry and Hermione shared a quick look. They had sensed no hostility from the Delacours and saw no reason to hide. It was clear that being Avila's descent made them aware of the unique nature of their bond. They proudly revealed their wedding rings. Almost immediately, they were tackled by Fleur in a hug. She ignored the sound of glassware breaking when she pounced on the young couple. That's brilliant. Felicitation. Breathlessly, she continued. How can I not see it? Both of you are so perfect for each other. We were planning to get married after Hermione turned 17, replied Harry, laughing as Fleur released both of them. With practiced ease, he repaired the glassware that Fleur had knocked off the table. So you had Harry to yourself all along, declared Fleur, her eyes narrowing in a mock glare. Everyone was aware that Fleur had tried her hand in pursing Harry when she was in Hogwarts for the tournament. Hermione returned a smirk. Fleur's eyes widened dramatically, as if she was surprised at Hermione's candor. She stared at Hermione, who appeared to be indifferent to her. A brief look of astonishment crossed Hughes's face at Hermione's obvious flaunting. His daughter was unused to the idea of losing, especially when it came to matters of winning the attention of boys, and would not take such behavior kindly. Then, all of a sudden, both Hermione and Fleur burst into pearls of laughter. The rest of the adults joined in, laughing at the exchange. Hughes felt a sense of pride that his daughter had finally grown, becoming less supercilious. Dinner was immediately served in Hogwarts' fashion. They magically appeared before them. Dinner was sprinkled with joyous mirth and swirled with fascinating and friendly conversation. Harry, Hermione, and Fleur began by entertaining the adults with tales from their time in Hogwarts, while the adults regaled interesting tales from their school days. The Delacours were sincere about making acquaintances with the Grangers and the Potters, and they enjoyed one another's company. Finally, they washed down the mouth-watering and rich French cuisines with choice wine and dessert. After Gabrielle was sent to bed, the conversation around the table turned more somber, the final task of the Triwizard Tournament. "I believe the thought of the real reason I have invited you to dinner crossed your mind," questioned Hughes, leaning forward slightly to look at Harry and Hermione. Both teenagers nodded carefully, as if measuring his response. What exactly happened at the final task? Fleur was injured in the task, and it wasn't because she was executing her duties as a champion. No one at the Ministry would supply any sort of information that make any sense. Harry glanced at Hermione for a moment, wondering if he should disclose the entire truth. "I have heard tales of this Lord Voldemort returning. I know that he was responsible for the rise of the war, and it was concluded when you killed him when you were still a baby. Is it true that he was responsible for Fleur's injuries in the final task?" supplied Hughes, cutting the chase. His head was cocked slightly as he examined the teenagers for their response. "You're right, Hughes. He's indeed responsible," replied Harry carefully, reading the expression of both of his hosts. He drew his hand through his hair absently. With the help of Hermione, they told them the entire story. Hughes's brows were knitted in a frown. That explains a lot of things, like the death of Mr. Crouch. Yet it doesn't explain some other. I've been keeping track of the daily profits. I noticed that no one reported about the final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Though, I have noticed that the government is stirring up plenty of trouble for you and your family by besmirching the ancient house's name. I noticed that Minister Fudge has dismissed Lady Black. I like her. She responded so quickly to the crisis. He became thoughtful, steeping his fingers together. Harry smiled at the change of address. It reminded them of the absence of Sirius and Amelia. Amelia is a remarkable politician and an inspiring leader. Her department would go through hell with her should the need arise. In short, someone your Minister for Magic would be wary of, due to the immense support that she enjoys as being one of the heads of an ancient house. I understand the circumstance in Britain better now, continued Hughes, scratching his chin pensively. If this self-declared is back, then it's stupid that your ministry is stirring trouble, right? He trailed off as if he was distracted by another thought. Have you considered that the ministry might be infiltrated with his supporters? Harry nodded, leaning into his seat. We concur that this is probably a measure to spread out our resource and destabilize the country. Should we be pushed into a coup against the Fudge's administration, Riddle would take advantage of the chaos to cement his power and gather his forces. Hughes nodded in affirmation. Shrewd of him. That brings me to the heart of the matter. I have been considering of lending our support to your cause in fighting this Lord Voldemort. Hughes made a face at his name, simply because our honor demands it. I don't fancy lending support to an administration like Fudge's, and I would like to propose an allegiance between both houses. Sir, are you proposing a pact between the two houses? Repeated Hermione in surprise, her goblet held in midair. The Grangers, who were digesting the conversation quietly, showed signs of amazement. The thought that any French aristocratic family would willingly align themselves to an English family was unthinkable due to the bad blood. Hughes dipped his head in a nod. Yes, since we can't pay off this life debt via affiliation of both houses through marriage, we have to repay our debt through allegiance, an allegiance quite like the one that binds the four ancient houses. We are committed to enter the war because he has first made an unprovoked attack on the House of Orleans by hurting Fleur. Moreover, we can only repay the debts we owe your house through a lasting fealty. Naturally, there are other reasons for such alliance. The Velas take the idea of life debts very seriously, added Apollon softly, capturing their attention. Fleur was nodding her head vigorously at that statement. Even though Fleur and Gabrielle are not of pure Vela descent, it affects them. It is made worse since they belong to the House of Orleans. Honor is everything. She made a face at the idea while Hughes laughed brightly. Therefore they are compelled by their magic, concluded Hermione, nodding empathetically in understanding. If Harry chooses to collect all his debts, I'm quite sure we'll have plenty of houses swearing their fealty to the Potters. She scrunched her nose in thought. What if Harry wasn't a lord? That would be simpler. He'll have to marry into the House of Orleans and be treated as an heir, assuming he isn't bonded to you, continued Hughes, smiling. It is the greatest offense to break up a couple like you and Harry. It was obvious that his wife had told him the nature of their grin from his face faded suddenly. He leapt onto his feet as if he was jolted, wide-eyed. Honey, go get Gab. The wards are being breached. Do what is necessary, declared he, a hint of panic in his voice. From the look of his face, it seemed like a severe breach. Apollon and Fleur hastily dashed upstairs to collect the youngest Delacour, their frantic steps echoing as they ran upstairs to find Gabrielle. Take the portkey back to Britain, commanded Hughes, a hint of steel entering his voice as he whipped out his wand. He walked to the door, ready to leave the room to delay the enemies. Despite his portly figure, he had a look of a fighter. The lights in the room began to flicker before it died, enshrouding them in darkness. The temperature of the room began to descend rapidly. Harry and Hermione brandished their wands, ready to battle at the drop of a hat. Might be the Dementors, commented Harry. Their wands lit up, providing some light. I don't think it's wise, Dash. Just go, Harry. I need to know who is responsible for this, continued Hughes in a fierce whisper. His face tightened with anger, upset that someone had the audacity to attempt an attack on his family. It was getting colder. The hair at the back of his neck stood as shivers ran down his spine. Prongs erupted from the end of Harry's wand, solid and almost the size of its caster, and galloped around the dining room. It was glancing from side to side, as if it had detected danger. Just come with us, whispered Harry back furiously. They might not be after you. Their host looked adamant in leaving. I have my own enemies. Mum, Dad, take the portkey. Hurry, declared Hermione, passing them the portkey they had taken to visit the Delacours. A large otter appeared in the room, its ears twitching attentively. The appearance of such large patronuses convinced Hughes of their ability to fight. It was getting colder and colder. Go, find them, instructed Harry, taking a more authoritative role in leading the defense, curious about the identity of the assailants. His mind raced with the possible reasons for such a well-timed attack. He knew that there was no point in convincing Hughes to leave. Prongs nuzzled his hand before galloping through the window, hunting for any threat. The otter followed closely behind, keeping up pace by leaping. He turned to Hughes and began asking questions about the breach, the wards that surrounded the house, and the layout of the house. I assume that you don't have any wards to keep the Dementors out? Hughes shook his head. He cocked his head slightly. I think the girls are gone. He glanced at the Grangers. It's not safe for non-magicals to be here. There was a look of hesitation on their faces. The Grangers share a brief look, feeling torn. Finally, Dan took it from her, knowing that they would be more of a burden if they had chosen to stay on. Be safe, muttered he gruffly, engulfing her in a hug before taking Jean's hand. They activated the portkey and headed straight back to Potter's mansion. The dining room remained unnaturally cold. There are several breaches on all directions, so we can safely assume that it's more than one. It has to be more than just Dementors since the wards are triggered. This residence is a secret family getaway, as such it's not even hooked up to the network. It should be impossible that my enemies would learn of this place, briefed Hughes, conjuring a map in the air and marking the breach locations with his wand. In any case, the alarm has already gone off. The guards should be here any moment. Harry felt the room becoming charged with electricity, as if someone had raised a powerful anti-apparition ward. Wizards. We can't exclude the fact that they might be werewolves or even vampires, commented Hermione, glancing at Harry. He nodded in affirmation, knowing that a clan of werewolves had chosen to join the ranks of Voldemort's followers. Suddenly, it became colder once again. Black-cloaked figures advanced towards them through the window like a dark cloud. Harry willed his mental shields up when he felt clammy and cold, as if the feeling of happiness was being sucked away from him. Concentrating on his happiest memory, he fired another Patronus. Prongs charged towards the dark cloud like a beam of light, creating a straight path through them. The Dementors backed away, as if fearful of coming into contact with something as pure as the Patronus. You all right? Demanded Harry, glancing at Hughes. He nodded weakly, as if he was badly affected by the Dementors. Let's go. We can't stay here, any longer. As the Dementors tried to gather themselves for another attack, Hermione's otter and Hughes's fish joined in the battle. The three patronuses worked together like sheepdogs, gathering a flock of stubborn and persistent sheep. The otter and fish rounded them up, while firmly halting their advances. Prongs was stabbing some of the errant Dementors with its antlers, causing the dark creature to back off and join the rest of the Dementors. Together, they managed to push the Dementors back. Hermione was casting a range of spells to detect their attacker as Harry and Hughes watched over the proceedings. The lights of the room came back on, signaling that the Dementors had already left. Just take Hughes and apparate back home, thought Hermione. I think the person who has cast the wards has already left. We won't be able to glean information about this attack. Bloody hell. Hello, what do we have here? Asked a deceiving friendly voice. The sentient creature appeared in the doorway of the dining room, flashing rows and rows of his sharply pointed teeth. There was a murderous gleam in his eyes as he stared at his meal. Harry's pulse began racing when he saw the new occupant. It was a manticore. It was so large that it filled the entire doorway. Its body was of a lion, but it had a human head and a scorpion's tail. He knew that their skin was highly resistant to magic and that they were powerful. Hughes froze when he finally realized what he was facing. Harry decided to take a chance, much to the disapproval of his wife. Why are you here? Did someone send you here? He kept his wand steady, another hand on the hilt of his sword. If possible, the smile on his face widened. Oh yes, I was sent here to pass you a message, really. He reckons that you would play hero again. I didn't know that he had invited so many guests. A look of disgust crossed his face when he shot a meaningful look out of the window, indicating the army of Dementors which had been here moments ago. What's the message? The manticore returned its attention back to him. Payment for your defiance. The slight lowering of its head was all the warning he had. The manticore launched itself powerfully into the air, releasing a volley of darts on Hermione and Hughes. Hughes conjured a power shield while Hermione rolled to the side. Some of the darts bounced off the shield. However, the shield shattered when it came into contact with the manticore's skin. Hughes backed off while he fired several powerful spells. However, they all bounced off the skin of the manticore. He found himself cornered by the manticore. It's resistant to magic, yelled Hermione from the other side of the room. She fired a reductive charm right at the ceiling of the room, parts of it to fall on the manticore. Harry, who was moving closer to the manticore, backed off as the ceiling crumbled. Hughes was unaffected since he conjured another shield when the ceiling came down, choking them with clouds of dust. Hermione hastily levitated the debris off Hughes as he dropped his shield. Merci, said Hughes tiredly. Harry slowly circled the area in which the manticore was buried. I don't think it's dead, dash. Suddenly, the manticore burst out of the debris as if unaffected, fixed on its target, Hughes. The manticore fired another volley of darts on its surprised target as it leapt towards him for the final blow. Harry hastily stepped forward and plunged the sword with all his might into the side of his large body, causing it to scream in torment. It turned mid-stride and swiped its deadly claws at Harry's arm. Reducto, yelled Harry in panic when he felt a stinging pain on his arm. The sword of Gryffindor acted as a focus for his spell. Right before his eyes, the manticore exploded into a million pieces, showering him with its remains. He dropped his sword almost at once, astonished at the power of his curse. Harry, Hughes has been hit, yelled Hermione, rushing to Hughes's side. The darts of the manticore are extremely poisonous. Harry snapped out of his trance and rushed to Hughes's side to examine the damage. His face was completely pallid. Several black darts stuck out of his forearm, and his affected arm was turning black rapidly. Their first aid training kicked in straight away as Hermione and Harry tried to stabilize him. Harry hastily bounded his arm tightly with a conjured cloth, completely cutting off the blood flow to his arm so as to prevent the spread of the lethal poison. "Tea there at home," whispered Hughes weakly. With his remaining strength, he grabbed the fork next to him and turned it into a portkey. "We'll handle it. Don't worry," assured Harry. With a flick of the wand, Harry put him to sleep to slow down the flow of his blood. Hermione carefully levitated the dart out from his arm, glad that it did not puncture too deep. She conjured a container and placed the dart into it. The healers would need this for potions. Harry stuffed it into his pocket. "Take him to St. Mungo," announced Hermione loudly. She hastily transfigured the chair into a stretcher and strapped Hughes on it. Harry placed a stabilizing charm on the stretcher so that Hughes would not be shaken during the travel. "I'll get a pollen." "Stay safe," replied Hermione, picking up the fork. She summoned Ed his sword wandlessly and handed him his blade. Leaning in, she kissed his lips chastely before activating the portkey. Almost silently, Harry apparat straight to St. Mungo's. Harry's appearance in the corridor of St. Mungo's took everyone by surprise. It was clear that he had just escaped from a fight, based on the condition of his clothes. "I need help. He has been poisoned by a manticore," yelled Harry loudly. Almost immediately, a group of healers appeared to levitate Hughes to the closest treatment room. Several healers hurried first to prepare the treatment room for the patient, while another ran a diagnosis rod over the French Duke, reading out his vitals. He handed another healer the dart of the manticore. "This is great. We'll make the antidote now," announced the healer happily, rushing off in another direction, followed by another healer. He was halted by another medical staff when he tried to follow Hughes. "You're injured too, my lord," declared the healer, leading him into another treatment room. It was then did Harry realize that he was bleeding from the slash given by the manticore. He was instructed to sit on the bed as the healer pulled up his sleeve to examine the wound on his upper arm. "You're in luck, my lord. It's not deep. Wounds from manticore are nasty business," said the healer as he cleaned his wound with a purple potion and gave him a blood-replenishing potion to take. The wound stung and smoked for a while. He cast several spells several times in an attempt to close the wound, but it resisted magic and stayed open. It was clear that the wound was beyond the expertise of the healer. "Will eventually heal on its own?" asked Harry, glancing at the slash thoughtfully. "Why don't you try stitching?" The sudden pandemonium outside the room distracted the healer from responding. Suddenly, the door flew open, revealing a tired-looking Oswald and Hermione. Worry was etched on their faces as they searched the room. "There you're, Harry," said Oswald gruffly, entering the room. "How is he?" Hermione had obviously cleaned up before coming. They heaved in relief when they noticed that he was slightly wounded. Hermione crossed the room hastily to look at his wound. In their rush to save Hughes's life, she did not notice that her mate was injured. "You can't use magic methods to heal physical wounds caused by a manticore," declared Hermione, much to the astonishment of a healer as her healing training kicked in. "You need to close it to prevent infection." "Why don't you try stitching?" offered Hermione finally, not knowing that her husband had suggested the same thing. Without waiting for an answer, she conjured some strings and a needle and made them aseptic. The Grangers had them practicing field medical care after they learned that they would be battling for their lives. Oswald cleaned him up with a flick of his wand and conjured a chair to rest in. "Are you training to be a healer?" demanded the healer teasingly. "I have never used non-magical methods. Would you be familiar with it?" Hermione nodded, scrunching her nose slightly. "It's gonna sting a little, honey. Don't move, though." Harry dipped his head in a nod, checking that his mental shields were completely up. "I'll be brave. Would I get anything for being good?" She did not respond as she frowned in concentration. He kept his eyes trained on her as she carried out the treatment with practiced ease. She was decidedly adorable being so serious. Using magic, she skillfully guided the needle to sew both sides of the flesh together, closing the wound, leaving only a neat row of stitches behind. The healer handed them 3 vials of blood-replenishing potions for Harry to take the next day after inspecting her work. "This skill would be dead useful for snake bites," commented the healer thoughtfully. He smiled at Hermione. "Please consider on being a healer in the future, Mississippi. You've an affinity for healing," remarked the healer before departing. "That's not too bad," commented Harry, admiring her handiwork. "Do I deserve something for being good?" teased Harry, giving his wife a puppy look. Hermione shook her head in amusement before leaning down to kiss him affectionately. "How's Hughes doing?" She settled on his lap, wrapping her arms firmly around him. He let his mental wards fall. Waves of fatigue swept him through their link. "It's all the waiting and the worrying," whispered Hermione into his ear, causing him to shiver involuntarily. A small smile crept onto her face when she felt his reaction to that innocent action. Oswald was completely oblivious to the exchange.
He's fine.
The healers would probably discharge him tomorrow. That was some quick thinking, limiting the spread of poison and removing the source of it. The healers managed to brew the antidote in record time because they had a sample. "He owed his life to both of you," replied Oswald tiredly, sitting on the chair. "It's all Hermione's doing. You'll have my permission to be a healer in the future if you wanna, Angel," teased Harry. He kissed the base of her neck before turning to look at Oswald. "Why are you dressed so formally?" pointed Harry out. "You looked even more exhausted than me. Did something happen in our absence?" Oswald raked his hand through his hair tiredly, but said nothing. Hermione got the message and hastily applied the required spells with a flick of her hand to ensure their much-needed privacy. "Thank Merlin, Hughes is not dead. It's gonna be trouble if he dies while you visit. I can imagine the political repercussion. That's not the only thing on my mind," thought. "It bothers me that such an attack happens today, after Fudge, with the backing of Amelia, had invited all workers who are loyal to us to clear out their desks. Amos and some of the other members of the Order contacted me immediately after Fudge made that announcement, and I instructed them to stay low. I believe that the Ministry was informed of your visit to France and initiated that attack." Hermione hit her head with a resounding smack. "Bloody hell. How could we have been so stupid?" declared Hermione loudly, as if she discovered something. She climbed off his lap and began to pace up and down the room. "The Ministry can track international port keys, can't they?" Oswald nodded. "The Department of Magical Transportation can trace international port keys with enough time. I learned that it takes typically a few hours to do so. That is the main reason why I suspect that the attack has got to do with the Ministry." Harry shook his head. "I'm leaning towards Riddle. A manticore was sent to offer payment for my defiance, and it was attempting to kill everyone else but me. It is Riddle's modus operandi." Oswald's face grew dark, staring into a distance. "Then our circumstances have become even direr either way. If what you claim is true, then Riddle has infiltrated the Ministry. It's a matter of time before all of Riddle's strongest supporters would join him again. However, if my deduction proves to be correct, then the Ministry has become so keen on eliminating us that they have resorted to using sentient creatures to do so." His face lighted up in a smile suddenly.
"Huh.
I'm gonna see how that twerp of a Weasley deals with the political fallout of this nature." Harry and Hermione burst out laughing. "I have arranged an emergency meeting at the headquarters in about an hour's time. Will you be accompanying me to the meeting?" questioned Oswald. "I think they would want to be briefed about everything that happened." "We'll be there. We have enough time to visit Hughes," answered Hermione, taking Harry's hand. "They would want to know that Harry is fine." Oswald nodded. "I'll see you in an hour's time then." He headed out towards the exit of St. Mungo's to leave. Hermione led Harry to the ward that Hughes was staying for the night. They found Hughes sleeping peacefully. Apollon, Fleur, and Gabrielle were there, chatting in low voices. The Delacour ladies cheered up when they spotted Harry walking towards them, looking fine. They gave him a bone-crushing hug. The intensity of the embrace nearly suffocated him. They put him to sleep after the treatment. They were able to brew the antidote in time to neutralize the poison, so all he needs is a good night's rest. The healers told me that Hughes would have passed on if neither of you tried to remove the poison and stop the spread. "Think nothing of it," replied Harry. Hermione did most of the work. Harry and Hermione briefly recounted the attack. "Do you know of anyone who would send a manticore after you?" asked Hermione, curiously. "We have plenty of enemies, but most of our adversaries would have not associate with dark creatures," replied Apollon, clasping her hands. "It's detrimental for their reputation. An attack of this scale would be released to the press, wouldn't it?" questioned Hermione. "By morning, most of France would have learnt of the attack and our possible association. Since it is widely known that Brishan houses the largest colony of Dementors, your government might put the blame on us." She shook her head. "The press would not hear of it. The attack is considered information of the highest secrecy level. The king has made sure of that," continued Apollon. She flashed a devious smile. I'm afraid that our houses must forge that alliance soon. Harry arched his brow in surprise. Wouldn't that put you and your family in more danger? Fleur scoffed at the idea, tossing her hair. The Delacours never bow down to danger, replied Fleur high-handedly. Gabrielle nodded enthusiastically. I guess this is what Apollon meant when she said that honor was everything to them, commented Hermione. It will be our honor to have such fearsome allies, smiled Hermione. They changed the subject, speaking of more pleasant things. Harry excused himself to check in with the Grangers using the watch while Hermione spent time with the Delacour ladies. The Grangers were glad to see that they were unharmed. Harry promised to give them the full account the next day since he had another meeting to attend after thanking them for teaching them how to perform first aid. Harry offered them the use of his mansion if they needed a place to rest for the night. Call Dobby if you need any help. He will be most happy to render his services, offered Harry. After sticking around for a while, the teenagers excused themselves so that they could head over for the meeting. For appearance's sake, Harry called for one of the house elf to take them to Grimmauld Place, the headquarters of the Order of Phoenix. The Order had assembled in the dining room when Harry and Hermione finally arrived, hand in hand. Snape sat in his seat quietly as the rest of the members greeted them warmly. I heard that you were injured by a manticore, questioned Bill Weasley, making a face. He was ruggedly handsome with long red hair tied in a ponytail. To prepare for the war, he picked a position that saw him transferring to London. It's a small scratch, answered Harry, shrugging it off. Hermione stitched the wound up. Since everyone's finally here, let's start, announced Oswald, taking the helm of the seat. Harry and Hermione sat on his right, while Moody took his left. It has been an eventful day. There was a Dementor and a Manticore attack on the Delacours while Harry was visiting them. Harry took it as a cue to retell the tale. Some of the wizards and witches were quite impressed that he and Hermione had managed to survive. You actually took an international portkey in such times, demanded Moody furiously. Fudge has declared, in all but name, war on your families. The battle indicates that there could be a breach in the Ministry, spoke Moody. There might be a spy in the portkey office. Do you know if Riddle is connected to this operation? Asked Oswald, looking at Snape. The greasily-haired professor nodded his head. I caught a glimpse of that manticore when the Dark Lord has summoned us the other time. I didn't know that he has sent the manticore to teach the Potters a lesson. I'm unaware of this operation and how far his infiltration of the Ministry is. It appears like an overkill, though, sending both the Dementors and a manticore, and it is most unlike the Dark Lord. Moody nodded his head. I am of the same opinion. I believe that Riddle tends to underestimate his nemesis. These are possibilities that we need to consider. It might be coincidental that both chose to attack them at the same time. Would the Aurors be involved? Kingsley shook his head. Runcorn is not too keen in investigating this method as it happened in France. As it involved a member of the French royal family, the King's Guards would be heading this operation. Oswald steeped his fingers as he pondered. We need you to poke around. We need to know if this is initiated by Fudge before we can use this incident to remove him from power, declared Oswald. We're not going to be sitting ducks any longer. While we're not too keen in starting a civil war, if this attack was orchestrated by Fudge and his men, we are left with no choice but to respond. Is there any other news? The rest of the Order uttered sounds of agreement. I have news that Fudge has created the position of High Inquisitor in Hogwarts and McGonagall is forced to accept it. The High Inquisitor would not be a professor in school since she has enough staff, said Snape coolly. Wait, Professor McGonagall has found a suitable replacement for Data, questioned Hermione, raising her brow. That's a bit quick. Moody cracked, his real eye fixed on him. A more than suitable replacement, I have to say. I'm quite sure this new professor would whip you whelps into shape. Harry shrugged nonchalantly, since he was placed through vigorous training by the Creator himself. If this new professor can teach, I wouldn't mind. I don't think it might be much of a trouble. We might be able to use this High Inquisitor to feed incorrect information to Fudge. Is there anything on Riddle's side? Questioned Oswald, looking at Snape. Not much. He is most concerned about his access to the Ministry for some strange reason, replied Snape. I believe that he needs something from the Ministry. The Ministry, echoed Oswald, looking at Harry. They knew that it could be the library that he wanted access to. Please keep us updated about it, Severus. Thank you for the updates. Next, I think it is crucial for us to prepare for war. I don't think it is wise to push it back any further. Moody has kindly offered to train us so that we will be able to survive the war. The lessons will begin next week. I expect full attendance. I'll let Alastair take the floor. There was much protest at the idea. Most of the members felt that they did not find the need to undergo through training to improve on their fighting ability. Oswald's mind drifted to the events that took place in the morning. He had suffered an embarrassing defeat when he offered to duel with Daphne as a way to spend time with her. She took him out less after she casted the second spell, leaving him defenseless and entirely at her mercy. It was clear the training at the Potter Mansion had paid off, and he needed to keep up with his daughter if he wanted to survive the war. Moody shut them off quickly with the ugly truth about war and began outlining the objectives of the training. The other Aurors would render assistance in whipping them into shape so that they could at least live to see the end of the war. Oswald grimaced at the thought of the intensity of the much-needed training. In that note, they concluded the meeting and called a night. Chapter 47. Coup de. The feeling of running flat out through the forest was exhilarating. He could feel his back muscles expanding and contracting as he bounded noiselessly through the thick shrubs. The shrubbery brushed past his sides like the lingering wind. There wasn't any need for practice. His body knew exactly what it needed to be done. The natural vegetation challenged him to maintain at that groundbreaking speed. Twigs broke cleanly and silently under his padded paws. His senses were keener. He could pick up every scent and every sound. The forest was so alive. He never knew that there were plenty of creatures staying in the forest. Creatures of all sizes and species were moving around, creating a canopy of sounds. He cocked his ears slightly, trying to identify each sound. He spotted a barn owl nearby, swooping with lethal elegance to catch a careless mouse. Hedwig landed quite noisily on a branch just above him, looking out for him. It was strange, since he always thought that she was rather quiet. He had no idea why his familiar would be so worried about him when he never felt more powerful or alive. He could feel the strength in his muscles and unchecked flow of his magic. He was almost invincible in the forest. It wasn't difficult to spot her with his improved vision since her white plumage made her detectable. Her eyes glowed brightly in the dark as she bobbed into a comfortable position. Several other owls were watching her at least 8 or 9 trees away, as if determining if she was a threat or a friend. Like Hedwig's eyes, their eyes reflected some of the moonlight. The gentle wind ruffled his long fur. He rose to his full height, his ears pointing forward, listening intently. He needed to get back to the mansion. He cocked his head from side to side, scanning his surroundings carefully, and found his landmark, the faint signs of bright lights of a house. He was miles away from home. With his mouth slightly open and his tongue sticking out, he trotted towards that direction. There was a muted swish as Hedwig spread her large white wings and took flight. He knew that she was leading him home. Lively, he followed her, breaking out in a full sprint. His enhanced eyesight allowed him to follow his familiar easily. Hedwig, correctly interrupting as a challenge, began to increase the speed, but she found herself no match for his swiftness. He tore through the forest. His forelegs became blurry at the speed he was moving. He reached the edge of the gardens first, his tongue drooping. His muscles had finally warmed up from the run. Instinct kicked in. He crept closer, with the wind in his face, pressing himself as close to the ground as possible. He crossed his fingers and hoped that he could surprise her. He detected that familiar and delectable scent besides fumes of a strange potion. Lifting his nose into the air, he took another sniff. Vanilla. It was the fragrant scent of his mate. She was standing next to his godfather. Sirius looked completely at rest, as if his honeymoon had shaved a few years off him. His ears pointed forward as he continued to sneak closer, his belly touching the ground. She was standing under the moonlight, stirring the cauldron of potion above her signature portable and waterproof flames. Her brown hair tumbled down her face in large curls, framing that slightly angular face. Harry could hear the occasional bubbling from the large silver cauldron. Sirius stood behind her, dressed casually in slacks and a long-sleeved shirt. Everything is going quite well. It's the right color, observed Sirius, peering closely into the cauldron. He glanced back at the notebook he was reading. The girl nodded absently, as if she was occupied with perfecting the potion. It looked as if it needed precise work. She stirred the cauldron rapidly 4 times clockwise before stirring it slowly 2 times in the opposite direction. It was this kind of precision that his mate was famous for. I wonder if Harry has transformed. I know it might take all night, but I don't want to stay away from AM for too long, grumbled Sirius, earning a light chuckle from the girl. Suddenly, the girl froze. Slowly, she lifted her head from the cauldron and turned her head to his direction. Her eyes flashed with astonishment when their eyes met in a gaze. He carefully lifted himself from his sneaking position, maintaining the eye contact. Harry could tell that he was rather large for a wolf, since he didn't have to lift his head to hold her gaze. With her head cocked slightly to the side, she scrutinized him closely, squinting her eyes. Slowly, he approached her, step by step. His large tail was wagging from side to side, as if he was an eager puppy. His godfather had whipped out his wand and pointed at him as he backed away. Hermione, I think it's best not to go near him, declared Sirius, inching backwards. She ignored him as she took a closer look at the wolf. The behavior of the wolf was strange. Wild animals tend to keep away from humans. Is that you, Harry? His mouth was slightly agar, knowing that they would be royally screwed if it wasn't him. The errant wolf stood at a good 4 feet, and he was at least 2 times the size of a normal wolf. He doubt Padfoot could take a wolf that size down. Hermione's bewilderment and interest faded into a smile when she realized that she was looking at her husband. Excitedly, she squealed. You finally did it, yelled she breathlessly, throwing her arms around him. He nuzzled her face fondly with his black muzzle. You're quite a beauty, love, whispered Hermione tenderly, running her hand through his soft and black fur. Harry's Animagus form was a completely black wolf, and it blended with the shadows well. His eyes, however, were a starling green. A gray patch of fur, shaped like a lightning bolt, lay above his eyes. He was shaped to be a lethal predator, with powerful and long limbs and a muscle-packed body. Playfully, he stood upon his hind feet and pushed her so that she would tumble below him. Harry, laughed Hermione, lying flat on the grass. She stared at the wolf that was hovering above her. Stop that. His eyes twinkled mischievously before giving her face a throughout tongue bath. You, Harry. She pushed his large head away from her, squealing. That disgusting. Harry. After a while, he obediently backed off, mirth in his green eyes. He lay on the ground meekly next to her, nestling his head on his front paws, looking exactly like a domesticated dog. Sirius helped her onto her feet while she cast a cleaning spell on herself. You scared me, pup. Hermione grinned at that deceiving image. The humor faded from her eyes when she became thoughtful. You don't look like a non-magical wolf, commented Hermione, chewing her bottom lip. That's because he isn't, added Sirius, grinning manically. From his careful observation, he could guess what kind of wolf he was. The wolf lifted his head from his paws, his ears erected with interest. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Almost good-humoredly, he coughed, like a cat dislodging hairball. A small ball of flame shot from his mouth and charred the ground. He climbed onto his feet, his head cocked to a side. You're a fire wolf, screamed Hermione, her jaws nearly hitting the ground. That's exceeding rare, gushed Hermione excitedly. You can travel through fire and light like a phoenix.
Ooh.
You will have better control of your fire element. I bet you can take on a manticore with this form dash. For the past 2 weeks, Harry and Hermione had been spending their free time reading about the kind of animals they could transform into. There wasn't much free time since Harry and Hermione were swept into a whirlwind of events following the high-profile attack. The House of Delacourse and the House of Potters established an eternal magical pact in a public ceremony witnessed by the King of France, the goblins, and most of the ancient houses and the ministry. King Charles XI the Strong shared remarkable resemblance to his elder brother, Hughes. However, his physique was unlike his brother's. He was lean and tall, and looked exactly like a hardened warrior. Medals that he earned from his amazing feats at war hung impressively from his navy blue uniform. He had a gravitas that compelled people to obey him unequivocally. The French king unreservedly supported the joining between the two powerful houses. France and Britain had been loggerheads almost forever, and it was time to bury the hatchet. He also declared that he had made it a personal vendetta to hunt down the organization responsible for the attack on the Delacour family. He would consider anyone an enemy if they had tried to stop him from discovering the perpetrator. Oswald shared in a private meeting later that he had noticed that it made quite a few people in the crowd rather uncomfortable. It was the only hint they had before they were swept by the political whirlwind. Following that declaration, the king's personal guards began investigation of the incident. The inquiry was naturally led to the ministry after viewing memories dutifully supplied by Harry and eliminating several other enemies of the Delacours. Alastor shared his admiration of their speed and the ruthless efficiency at the weekly order meetings. They pulled no stops at it, that's the way things should be, crackled Alastor, making several seasoned Aurors in the order shudder or gulped in fear. They knew what the excited gleam in his eyes meant, more insane training to whip them into shape. Hughes, by default, became part of the order. He kept them updated with the investigation. Due to his busy dealings, Fleur usually represented him at the meetings. The guards' methods, however, led to a general outcry in the ministry. Fudge, in an attempt to soothe the rising tensions in the ministry, made an appeal to the International Confederation of Wizards. The investigation was momentarily suspended. Since Dumbledore was forced to resign from the post of Supreme Mugwump a year ago, a committee was established to investigate into the claim. At the end of the week, the team of wizards had ruled in favor of the French at the end of that week, highlighting that it was justifiable for them to conduct an investigation in the ministry due to a possible breach. They, however, did lay some ground rules to alleviate Fudge's worries. Fudge was forced to apologize, stating that he was merely concerned about the sovereignty of the administration. King Charles XI dismissed the apology generously and hinted that he would not provide another second chance if his guards met resistance again. The failure of appeal sent a wave of worry across Britain. There were many who shared the same opinion as Fudge and was afraid that the French would cross the line. As such, the heads of the ancient houses stepped in to resolve the issue. Sirius and Amelia returned from their honeymoon and found themselves entrenched in the latest crisis. Sirius did his duty as chief warlock of Wizengamot and called for a full meeting to discuss a possible sanctioning of the investigation. Oswald rode on that wave of panic, allowing the rest of the Wizengamot to draw the conclusion that Fudge was useless. It is inevitable that the French would have to uncover every unturned rock to find the perpetrator. I applaud them for the effort. May I point out that we would not have this inquiry in our hands if Minister Fudge has done a proper job? He should have provided a satisfactory answer when the investigation points to our side. Due to the lack of it, the French has appropriately taken it into their hands, declared Oswald, attempting to gather support for the investigation. Fudge had turned prune when the charges began to mount up, and all he could say in defense was, "I don't know." The tensions were soothed when all ancient families publicly threw their weight behind the French guards. In his first speech to the Wizengamot, Harry highlighted the importance of having good relationships with the neighboring countries for sake of progress. He reminded them that he was involved in the attack and also needed an answer, one the ministry refused to give because it happened on French soil. This naturally led to more questions of Fudge's ability. The alliance between the Delacours and the Potters did aid to ease some of those worries. It nearly a day of squabbling before the Wizengamot finally gave the permission of allowing the investigation to continue. It was a clear win since almost all of the members voted to support the sanction. Their sanction was moot point really, but the British wizards just needed the farce that they had authorized the investigation rather than being forced to do so. That Wizengamot session was considered a success since the ancient families managed to reduce Fudge's popularity. They were also confident that the French guards would unravel the turncoats in the Portkey office by the end of August. Harry became the first of his friends to transform that night, without the use of the potion to help with the first transformation. Hermione had finally completed her collection of token the day before. He used Tun's method and hid deep in the forest, with his familiar standing guard of him while he awakened the spirit deep within him. The giant wolf dropped onto the ground, rolling as if he was having a fit of laughter. His actions earned a lethal glare from his mate. Harry knew that look. It meant sleeping alone in the study. He hastily rolled onto his back, exposing his underbelly in a submissive posture. His ears were flattened against his skull, giving him a mournful look. Hermione had to admit that he was endearing, lying on the grass with his front paws tucked in. Unable to resist it, she cracked a smile. The wolf leapt into the air. Mid-air, the giant wolf lost his thick fur and changed into a middle-sized teenager in a shirt and a pair of jeans. Absently, he brushed the imaginary dust off his cotton shirt. Transformation was seamless for him, since he had internalized it. Grinning ear to ear, he pecked her lips chastely. "That was fun," commented Harry, putting his arms around her, embracing her. "Good job, Pop." I doubt I can call you that when you're so big," quipped Sirius, scratching his head. Harry threw back his head and let out a side-splitting laugh. "Thanks. Well, at least I could pin Uncle Mooney down should he transform without taking his wolfbane. Or join him in his search for werewolves," added Sirius playfully, laughing. "I'm quite sure he wants a company." He clapped his hands, turning his attention to the potion. "I think it's ready. It's really harmless, Hermione." Lily was quite sure it would work, but she did warn that the first transformation would be quite painful. Sirius and Lily had worked to create a potion to force Animagus to assume their animal forms rather than to use a blood ritual. If the potion actually worked, it would require lesser time to become an Animagus since it needed only 3 tokens to brew it. Sirius conjured a goblet and poured some of the potion into it. "The potion will wear off in about a minute, so you need to remember that feeling." Hermione eyed it dubiously when he handed the bubbling potion to her. Hermione had spent a good hour checking the formula of the potion before offering to do a test run. She concurred that it was not dangerous, but probably ran the risk of not working. "You'll be fine. All for the sake of research," teased Harry. He would have willingly taken the potion, but they needed a control to make comparisons. It helped that they had a bond, so they could accurately exchange information about the 2 methods of transformation. Wrapping his arms firmly around her waist, he leaned in and kissed her senseless. Her eyes were glassy when Harry decided to pull away. He dropped his arms to his side. "For luck," whispered Harry, winking at her. Despite his bravado, Hermione could see a flash of worry in his eyes. "I'll be fine, sweetheart," reminded Hermione, reaching to squeeze his hand. She put up the mental shields between them. Hermione took a deep breath, mustering some of that Gryffindor courage. "Cheers," offered Hermione brightly. In a gulp, she finished the goblet of potion. The change was instant. Her insides began to freeze as if she was turning into ice. She found her senses growing keener as her body began to transform. She squeezed her eyes shut, fighting the pain while trying to remember the feeling. A few seconds later, she felt a power surge through her body in an overwhelming wave before releasing it in an explosive wave. She vaguely registered a blast made by a powerful spell coming in contact with a shield. Surprised, she opened her eyes and saw that Harry had conjured a shining and solid shield around him, Sirius and the cauldron. Hermione did not notice Sirius's gobsmack expression. The trees at the edge of the garden appeared to be frozen. She pawed the ground absently, bemused. Intrigued, she stared at her large paw. It was as large as her hand, but it had 4 toes. Absently, Harry melted the ice with a wave of his hand, smiling. Yelping excitedly, she launched herself onto Harry. Harry crashed onto the grass, with a 3-foot-tall wolf standing on him. "Meone," winced Harry as Sirius howled loudly in laughter. Hermione backed off immediately, allowing Harry to climb onto his feet. He rubbed his tender back gingerly, grinning like a maniac. "You're gorgeous," whispered Harry in awe. She lifted her head slightly and found a look of approval on his face. Wandlessly, Harry conjured a large mirror for her to look at herself. Her eyes widened in shock. She was also a giant wolf, slightly smaller in build than Harry. The top half of her body was a faint sandy brown, fading to a snowy white when it came to the middle of her body. This left her underside completely white. Her fur was longer and thicker in comparison to Harry's. In the barren frozen lands covered with snow, she would be difficult to spot. Harry tenderly ran his hand through her fur, fascinated by the softness of it. "You're an Arctic wolf," declared Harry. He became pensive. She whined softly when he halted his ministrations, earning a snigger from Harry. Her ears flattened onto her head immediately. Baring her razor-sharp teeth, she snarled. Harry shook his head, his eyes twinkling with amusement. He was never good at denying his wife anything. Harry sat cross-legged on the ground and guided Hermione's regal head to his lap. She lay on the grass, her long tail wagging as Harry gave his attention to her silky fur. Sirius performed the duty as a marauder once again and checked her out carefully. Despite her relaxed state, Hermione kept a watch on everything around them. She looked so protectively of her mate that Sirius knew the perfect name for her. After a minute, Hermione changed back into her human form. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying across her husband's lap, looking at him. "Welcome back, Mione," whispered Harry, smiling. His eyes were trained on her, reflecting his immense devotion. Entranced, she lifted her head from his lap and kissed him languidly. Her arms wrapped possessively around his neck, pulling their bodies close. He had his hands around her, holding and caressing her. Harry's eyes darkened with unbridled lust. It seemed as if the transformation had awakened a deep and burning thirst for each other. They broke apart when Sirius let out a loud cough. The couple shot a sheepish smile at him before climbing onto their feet. They were mortified that they could not rein in their desires. "It's fine. I had the same urges after my first transformation. It took a while to cool down," laughed Sirius, noticing their discomfort. "I can't believe both of you are of the same species." Harry shrugged nonchalantly. "We share similar core." He was, however, very happy at the prospect that Hermione could now transform. To test if she had mastered transformation, she tried again. It took a while, but she transformed into her Animagus form. It took a shorter time transforming back to her human form. "It's a roaring success. We should compare our experiences and see whether it is better to use this potion," declared Harry almost too excitedly. "Hold your hippogriffs. I've come up with your marauder names." "I think Harry ought to be Shadow, Hermione, Lyle," declared Sirius cheerfully. "Messer Shadow and Mrs. Lyle." Silence ensued suddenly. Sirius snorted, noticing their lack of enthusiasm. "I thought that they were good names," grumbled he, tapping his foot impatiently. "Harry's form is a black wolf, and you're rather protective, Hermie." That nickname earned a death glare from Hermione. The couple exchanged a look between themselves. Finally, Harry shrugged. "Shadow it is then. I think it's bloody brilliant." "Lyle suits you, Angel," quipped Harry, grinned wildly. She gave an absent shrug, seeing that Harry approved it. "Racia," yelled Sirius, transforming into Padfoot almost instantly. The large black dog broke into a sprint, bounding across the grounds. The teenagers hastily transformed into Shadow and Lyle respectively and loped after him. Naturally, the two wolves reached the mansion first, since their muscles were enhanced by their elemental magic. "Life isn't fair. Why do the young pups get to be the cool ones?" muttered Sirius under his breath, much to Harry's amusement. They were greeted at the door by a stiff Charles. "My lord, milady, Lord Black," greeted Charles almost grimly. The amusement from Harry's face faded immediately. "What's wrong?" "Lord Greengrass, Miss Tonks and Mr. Shacklebolt are in the sitting room waiting for you," replied Charles solemnly. He cast a cleaning spell on their clothes, removing the grass stains from their clothes before leading them to the room on the right of the foyer. They were met with anxious gazes when they entered the room. "What's wrong?" demanded Sirius loudly, striding in. His jaws were clenched. "Where's Am?" Oswald climbed onto his feet. "Take a seat first, Sirius." "Lord Potter," acknowledged Kingsley, bowing slightly. Hermione noticed that they were in their full fighting gear and that they were very tired. She shared a worried look with Harry. He stood stubbornly at the armchair. Where's AM? I know she was scheduled for patrolling tonight. Where is she? Sirius glared at them, knowing that they were hiding something from him. Harry and Hermione took Sirius by his arm and led him to a seat. Oswald held his gaze. At precisely 2,200 hours, one of our members was injured while they were patrolling in the Ministry. Sturgis Podmore is in St. Mungo's receiving treatment. He was attacked by two Ministry workers from the Portkey office, hours after the guards had concluded their investigation, informed Oswald. Podmore and Amelia Black were given the duty of patrolling around the Department of Magical Transport. Was Amelia arrested? Demanded Sirius coldly, standing up. He aimed his glare at Kingsley, the most senior Auror in the room. Kingsley stood up and continued with the report. The hit wizards were alerted to battle outside of the Department of Magical Transport. Given that everyone knew that the guards would be interviewing that department, they were on alert. They arrested Amelia on the spot. The rest, saved Podmore, are dead. His face became ashen. Arrested? Demanded Sirius loudly. He grew blank at the thought. Tonk held Sirius by his arm, holding his gaze. Get a grip. Moody is trying to sort the matter out. It is according to the protocol. She's placed in custody of DMLE, not in Azkaban. She's safe for the moment. We are her men. I know all about protocol, spoke Sirius, his eyes narrowing. His hands were white from gripping the armchair. I was arrested without an opportunity to defend myself, remember? That won't happen to her, insisted Kingsley, his eye filled with determination. We owed everything we are to her. We'll be willing to do anything for her. You're willing to do anything for her? Questioned Oswald, his eyes lighting up with excitement. It was as if he had hatched another plan. Interweaving his hands in a steeple, he stared at Kingsley and Tonks. They nodded reluctantly. This might actually work. He turned to look at Sirius. The circumstances are unfavorable for her. We'll need to make an appeal. Sirius, I need you to do your duty. We need the Wisengamot to gather before Fudge abuses his power. Hermione silently slipped out from the meeting room to inform Susan of the fate of her aunt. She was probably used to such circumstances, given that Amelia had always been a high-profile member of the DMLE. We'll need all the support we can get to overturn Fudge's decision, quipped Harry, staring distantly into the fireplace. I'm quite sure he's going to charge her with any offense he can find. Sirius nodded and hastily departed to do exactly as Oswald had ordered. Fleur was astonished when she bumped onto a stern-looking Sirius by the door. "Milords, Miss Delacour has arrived," announced Charles, leading the beautiful French witch into the sitting room. "Is something wrong?" asked the witch, looking around the room. Everyone looked so tensed. She did not expect a gathering at Potter Mansion at midnight. "Good evening, Fleur," greeted Oswald politely, standing up. "We had some problems at the Ministry. What brings you here tonight?" "My dad's instructions," replied Fleur, drawing an envelope from her handbag. She passed the envelope to Harry. It bore the mark of the guards. Hermione returned back to the room after sending a message to Susan. Warmly, she greeted Fleur with an embrace. "It's the conclusion of today's investigation?" asked Oswald thoughtfully, looking at the envelope. He shared a brief look with Harry. "It might help our case." Harry lifted an eyebrow questioningly. Nevertheless, he broke the seal and withdrew the parchment from inside. Quickly, he scanned the report. One of the Ministry workers in the Portkey office was under imperius and obliviated, announced Harry, looking grim. No memories retrieved. Possibility of multiple culprits. Action not taken against him to continue investigation. That concurs with Moody's preliminary investigation, commented Tonks attentively. Oswald paced around the room, keeping his silence. "We received your reply and created a Portkey straight away. We sent it to you." "What time did you leave?" asked Fleur, sipping her tea. "We left at 3 in the afternoon," continued Hermione, her eyes gleaming with understanding. She picked up the parchment. Tracing her finger down the parchment, she found the name stated besides the afternoon shift. William Gibbon. She cross-checked with the report and noticed that he was the victim placed under the imperious curse. That's the name of one of the deceased. There are only 2 workers in the Portkey office, Basil and Gibbon. His colleague were also dead. This indicated that Amelia was right. She said that one of them looked as if he was under the imperious curse. He must have told someone. It was on the day in which Fudge went around the ministry asking those who support the order to clear their desk out. "Do the guards know what kind of company he keeps?" questioned Harry, glancing at the report that Hermione was scanning. "He lives alone and largely keeps to himself. His family was killed by the Death Eaters. He has been holding that office since the previous war. He is quite friendly with another ministry worker by the name of Dolores Umbridge. The guards are still gathering enough evidence to interview such a high-level ministry staff." An image of the toad-like woman appeared in Harry's mind, and he made a face. "That woman," demanded Tonks. "She's in Fudge's camp." She began to pace up and down the room like a caged lion. "It's possible. She has the authority to mobilize such a large number of Dementors. Both Fudge and that fop I call my director have sworn upon their magic that they did not. This means that it might be done by someone they trusted." "You know," questioned Fleur, looking around. Kingsley nodded his head. "It's a logical deduction. With this evidence, we can overturn Amelia's arrest. He was, after all, discovered to be under the imperious curse." "I doubt so if Umbridge was really behind this," quipped Harry, shaking his head at their naivety. "They should have no illusion that the system was perfect. They would pin it on Amelia, so as to look as if they were doing something. We scored a victory against them recently. They won't let us off the hook." Oswald halted suddenly. His brows were furrowed into a frown, looking slightly menacing. "Should that really happen, then we'll have no choice but to demand for a change of administrative. Kingsley, I need you to send a message to the Order to prepare for Plan C." Kingsley reluctantly nodded, knowing what that order entailed. Hastily, he left the room to gather the order. "I'll send a message to my father," replied Fleur hastily. "Wait, include a message that the guards are given the authority to carry out investigation on Dolores Umbridge," added Hermione, flashing a feral grin. The corners of Fleur's lips lifted in a knowing smile. "I'll include Sat." Quickly, she left the room to send the message to her father. Sirius returned into the room. "It's done. There will be a meeting at 9 sharp, said Sirius grimly. He crackled his knuckle, as if spoiling for a fight. "I don't want to waste any more time." "Shall we?" asked Oswald, a faint smile on his lips. "It's time to fetch Amelia." He rolled his shoulder as if warming up. Tonks rolled her eyes dramatically and used to the childlike gleam in Oswald's eyes. "We'll lead the way.
We know where Amelia is."
"You'll make Moody really happy." She created a portkey using the envelope on the table. They gathered around the envelope in a circle. When Hermione reached out to touch the portkey, she was stopped by Oswald. "Hermione, we need you to coordinate the movement," answered Oswald, tapping on his head meaningfully. He was referring to their mental link. "There might be some unexpected changes. We need you to remain here." "Do what you must," declared Oswald, holding her gaze. Hermione could tell that he had trusted her fully to command the attack. She nodded absently, knowing that it was tactical that she was left behind. There was a flash of determination in her eyes. "I'll prepare the order." "Be safe, my heart," murmured Hermione via their mental link. "It'll be a walk in the park." "I'll be back soon," teased Harry. He kissed her on the forehead before activating the portkey.
"Be safe."
In a flash, they disappeared. "Zay went to pick AM up?" asked Fleur, entering the sitting room. The light from the fire cast a daunting shadow on Hermione's face. The plan was almost flimsy, with a lot of loose ends not accounted for. They had to play by ear. Hermione nodded, schooling her face into an impassive mask. "Let's head to the headquarters," replied she, taking her hand. Together, they apparat to Grimmauld Place to join the gathering. It was already past midnight. The room was completely bathed with darkness, yet he was unable to slumber. He hugged his pillow closer to his body, flipping to the other side of his bed. His mind was racing with all the work he had to complete the next day. Minister Fudge had expected him to fill in the shoes of Mr. Crouch, but honestly, he lacked his aptitude. He couldn't communicate as effective as his predecessor. Heck, he couldn't even speak Bulgarian. As such, he had to put in long hours attempting to fulfill his expectations. He had barely warmed his bed when the light of the room was turned on suddenly. He yelped when the bright light blinded him. Instinctively, he anxiously began to pad around the area where he had left his wand. Where was the bloody wand? "Good evening, Percy," greeted Arthur Weasley almost somberly. He recognized that voice. It was his father's. He blinked owlishly as sleep began to clear from his mind. Flanking his both sides were his brothers, Fred and George. They towered over his bed, looking almost as solemn as him, and had their wands pointed at him. "Don't do anything silly, Percy," warned Fred, pressing the tip of his wand onto his neck. He knew from experience that Percy would do anything if he was desperate. Arthur shook his head, pushing the wands away from the neck of Percy. Befuddled, the twins lowered their wand, putting trust in their father. Percy's heart began to race as quickly as his mind. "Bloody hell, what do you think you are doing?" demanded Percy when he finally realized what they were doing. "It's against the law to—" There was a look of profound sadness and determination. "Stupefy," whispered Arthur, pointing his very own wand at his son. A beam of red light struck him on the chest, and he collapsed back into the bed. He looked the very picture of peace, as if he was slumbering deeply. Arthur pocketed his son's wand. "I can't stomach the sight of my sons pointing wands at each other," answered Arthur wearily, casting an anti-apparition spell field around his room, while his twin sons locked his windows. He felt an immense sense of pride, seeing both of his sons behaving like men. They stood undaunted for what they believed in. Finally, he led the twins out and locked his door, effectively putting his third son in house arrest. He expelled a sigh as his shoulders slumped. Fred patted on his father's shoulder, knowing that it was difficult to choose duty over family. "No, it's fine. I don't regret what I have done tonight, because I should have taken him into hand earlier. I hope everything works out well tonight. I should have been there tonight with them." George clapped his back, shaking his head slightly. "You were needed here tonight, Dash. You don't have to worry. Hermione is leading the attack. They'll be fine," assured Fred, his eyes shining with pride. The three heads of the ancient houses found themselves portkeyed into the Aurus office. It was a large office, filled with rows of gray and dreary cubicles. These workspaces were separated by tall, depressing partitions. Some paper notes were still flying wearily around the office, as if searching for the correct table to land. There was no fire in the fireplace, as if communication with the outside world had been cut. Kingsley had never liked carpets since they would mute all footsteps. He wouldn't know he had been ambushed till they successfully take him by surprise. "The Ministry really ought to invest in remodeling the place," commented Oswald under his breath, winking his nose at the sight. "An unwelcoming workspace reduces productivity. Tell that to Fudge. The Ministry is already suggesting budget cuts. They reckon there is no need to keep such a huge and disciplined force of hit wizards and Aurors," Tonks replied, checking the place out. "Let's get to work." "I want Amelia back," quipped Sirius gruffly. He disillusioned himself by tapping his wand on his head. Harry noticed that it was oddly quiet and dark, even though an operation had just concluded only an hour ago. He tapped his wand on his head, feeling a cold sensation wash over him as he blended into the background. For precaution, he silenced the soles of his shoes. Oswald gestured them to move forward with a sweeping hand and indicated that they would watch their backs. He crouched and cast the disillusion spell on himself. Kingsley had to admit that if they were not honorable businessmen, they would make good thieves. Tonks and Kingsley shared a quick look with each other. Moody had said that he would be waiting for them in the office. He wasn't the kind who would break his word. Carefully, they moved forward, trying to keep a sense of normalcy. Tonks and Kingsley began talking about the weather as they carefully checked every crook and cranny. The three heads of the ancient families were doing their part by checking all the blind spots. The two adults had been carefully trained by Alastair Moody for a good 2 weeks. Constant vigilance had been knocked into their skull from those intense drills. Though they were disillusioned, they had worked out a systematic method to cover grounds previously and carried it out efficiently. Harry was up ahead, close to the door of the director's office, finding a good spot to launch a surprised attack when the two Aurors opened that door. His heart pounded loudly as he waited. Kingsley took the top, while Tonks crouched and covered the bottom. Suddenly, the door shattered into splinters, showering the place with pieces of wood. Harry hastily conjured a wind to clear the debris as the two Aurors dashed blindly into the fight. Red beams of light were seen flying to and fro the large office, accompanied by other more powerful hexes and curses. The tides were turned when the two Aurors burst into the office. "Capture Runcorn," yelled Amelia hoarsely, barely glancing at them. Her wand was out, and she was coolly assessing the best way to take her enemies down. Handcuffs were dangling from one of her wrists. Her enemies made the fatal error of not keeping their attention on her. She shoved the desk across the room, knocking them back while she fired a series of stunners. Her aim was true. It hit the bearded wizard squarely on his chest, causing him to collapse onto the desk. Director, Moody, Tonks, and Kingsley took that same opportunity to knock all his 3 men out with a simple stun. With practiced finesse, they hastily bound them with ropes after taking their wands away. As a finishing touch, Amelia clasped both of Runcorn's wrists together with the handcuffs. "Constant vigilance, I say," commented Moody, limping across the room. "We wouldn't have taken them out so easily. I'm glad that you haven't lost it, Director. The men will be very pleased to know you're back to lead us again." She grinned triumphantly at him since Moody rarely praised. "That remains to be seen if our plan worked," added Oswald, walking into the room with Sirius and Harry. Sirius broke ranks and hastily embraced Amelia, glad to see that she was all right. The rest of the occupants in the room ignored them, giving them a little privacy. A piercing warning alarm went off in the office, enshrouding the room with flashing red light. "Well, I think Hermione got to him," explained Oswald, smirking when he realized that it was the alarm connected to the office of the Minister for Magic.
Ha!
"He doesn't even know that we have checkmated him." Amelia shook her head in disbelief. "I guess it's fun to make Fudge sweat." Sirius grinned, nuzzling her cheek tenderly. "We could wait a little longer. I want to savor the look of utter defeat on his face when he realized that we have flipped the tables on him." "You can wait, Sirius, because you're finally united with your wife." "I want to see my wife too," answered Harry cheekily. He reached for the button to turn off the alarm and take them straight to his office. Without hesitation, he slammed the round and red button. Immediately, they found themselves in richly furnished office of the Minister for Magic. The face of the minister was an ashen white. His eyes grew wide with fear when he realized who had answered his call: the 4 heads of the ancient families. He slumped into a seat, as if he knew that he was already doomed. The 4 heads of the ancient families slowly made their way to his desk. Oswald nodded in approval at the team who led the assault. Emmeline Vance, Amos Diggory, Hestia Jones were pressing their wands on his throat, as if daring him to do something else. Hermione and Cedric were standing next to them, with their wands out. They lowered their wands when they realized that it was their own men. The assault team were made up of senior staffs of the ministry that had access to the minister's office. He knew that Hermione had selected them because they would be most familiar with the layout of the place for a quick and effective waylay. "The place is already sealed, Oswald," reported Amos, flashing a feral grin. "It's good to see you in one piece, Amelia." She returned a smile. "He ordered to send me to Azkaban, but Runcorn didn't expect that we might actually resist on the basis that it is unethical to do so without permission." Sirius tightened his arm around her, as if incensed by the fact that she might actually be sent to that dreadful place. "Oh, hello, Cornelius," greeted Oswald with a sly smile. "Expecting someone else?" He took the wand that Hermione had handed to him and pocketed it. He thanked her with a smile. "Runcorn is now with Moody, Shacklebolt, and Tonks. Weasley has been made a prisoner at his own home. No one would come to your safety, maybe except for Umbridge. However, I'm quite sure the guards are probably with her now. Relax now, we're not you. We wouldn't abuse our own powers." He conjured an official-looking parchment and placed it carefully on his desk. At his instructions, they lowered their wands. The usually jolly-looking man was perspiring furiously with fear. He froze in his armchair, not daring to move an inch. His pinstripe suit was wet with his perspiration. Harry jogged towards his wife, enveloping her with his arms. "I'm back, greeted Harry. "I didn't do anything just now. Amelia is capable of handling herself." Hermione returned his embrace, enjoying the comfort of being in his arms. Even though the mission seemed almost safe, she knew that plenty of things could go wrong. They had kept track of each other's progress while they carried out their mission. She worked her way up into her seat. "Harry." "I wouldn't be surprised," murmured Hermione through their mental link. Hermione had timed the two coups carefully with theirs, so that they would not jeopardize each other's assignment. "Why would the French guards investigate Dolores?" demanded Fudge, as if he was jolted back to life with that announcement. "They don't have the power to conduct an investigation of such a high-level staff. We gave them the authority to. She could have sent the army of Dementors after Harry Cornelius. You were too blind to see that. There is enough evidence to suggest that." Oswald tapped on the parchment before pushing it towards the minister carefully. He tucked his hands into his pocket, giving him time to read the contents. Fudge met his gaze for a while, knowing that he had no other alternative. Expelling a sigh, he picked up the parchment and read the treaty. "Resignation and rescinding of the order that all who works for the ancient families would be fired," demanded Fudge, his face turning purple. "You want me to fire Percy Weasley, Albert Runcorn, and Dolores Umbridge? You want me to authorize another full election?" He looked almost incredulous at the terms of the treaty. "That's a given with your resignation. Many have been complaining about your ineptitude. It'll speed the process dash." He became livid. "I'll be thrown into Azkaban dash." "A most deserving end to your political career, I must say," said Amelia evenly, barely even raising an eyebrow. Her dispassionate voice a stark contrast to Fudge's bellows of injustice. "You made Sirius suffer for a decade after abusing your power. It was the punishment decided by the Wisengamot. You attempted to repeat your mistake with me tonight. It ends here, tonight. Do not expect us to be merciful towards you," added Oswald harshly, clasping his hands behind his back. "You've done enough. We'll need a lot of time just to reverse the damage of your administration. If you still have some love for the country, put your name on it and call it a night." Fudge stared at the parchment helplessly, knowing that he had little choice. He pulled it closer to him as he dipped his quill into the ink pot. With a flourish, he signed his name under the treaty. Almost wearily, he collapsed into his desk, awaiting for the fate that he attempted to escape since his punishment was proclaimed. Amelia summoned Moody and Kingsley to carry out the punishment that the court had meted out to him. Despairingly, he was taken away to Azkaban to begin his sentence. Oswald checked his watch. "All in good time."
Good job.
"We have a long day tomorrow," concluded he. I know you're beginning to settle down, but would you mind running as Minister for Magic?" Amelia was taken aback by his direct question. "As the Director of Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creature, I'll lend my support," announced Amos cheerfully. "Me too. We haven't got a female Minister for Magic," added Hestia, smiling. With the removal of Percy Weasley from the Office of International Magical Cooperation, the middle-sized and quiet woman stood a chance to be the next director. Like the late Mr. Crouch, she was fluent with many languages. "We need a vice minister to run with her, don't we?" asked Harry, raising an eyebrow. He searched the faces of the room. They held interest. It was clear that Amelia would select someone she trusted from the order. "Why, that's even easier," remarked Oswald, scratching his chin. "Amos would run as her second," answered Oswald indifferently. "He enjoys considerable support with most of the directors, and he champions even the ideas of all purebloods. We'll need their support at the moment. Besides, he possesses good crisis management and management of resources during peacetime. You'll do well, working hand in hand with AM." He flashed a rare smile at his future-in-law. "Yes, since she's going to introduce very radical changes, and she is going to focus on the impending war," agreed Sirius, putting his arm around his wife. "You'll be the first Black to be a minister too?" Hermione shook her head. "It's a bit too early to celebrate. We are pitting our support against Malfoy's camp. He wouldn't want us to win." "It's true, but the elections would be a surprise. We'll only announce the resignation of Fudge at 9 later. I doubt he would have enough time to gather his supporters to elect 2 people to run a campaign," added Cedric, rubbing his chin. "Why don't propose an interim government? It sounded like a more feasible and easier solution. Harry shook his head. "We need the support of all the people for any war policies," answered Harry. "An interim government might not have the power to initiate such changes." The senior members of the ministry nodded their head vigorously. Amelia nodded, bowing deeply. "I'm honored that you'd lend your support. I'll run as minister." You deserve this position," replied Oswald, clapping her back. "We ought to thank you for your sacrifice again. We've seen how hard you've been working for the people." "We are the ones honored to be working with you," added Emmeline, smiling. Amelia hastily dabbed her eyes as she turned away, inciting some of them to laugh. Emmeline Vance was a sweet woman with a heart-shaped face. The workers in the ministry usually recognized her by her trademark cloak that shielded her face. No one could tell that she was the director of the Department of Mysteries, Mask. Mask was the binary opposition of herself: cool, unfeeling, intellectual, and mysterious. Making sure that no one overheard her, she whispered to Oswald, "If you have the time, I want to speak to you about the library at the 9th level." Oswald dipped his head in a nod, his face pensive. He knew that eventually someone would realize that the Blacks or the Greengrasses have something to do with that library. In a louder voice, he announced, "Let's retire for the night." Chapter 48. Rising from the Ashes. The thudding of his wooden leg echoed ominously throughout the dark and cold prison as he accompanied Fudge into an unused cell. Though he had survived the First War despite being a notable Auror, he was afraid of the place. It was cold, lifeless, and hopeless. "Hate the ruddy sound," complained Moody crabbily, waiting for the warden to open the door to the cell.
He
tapped his wooden leg on ground, his magical eyes swiveling around almost anxiously. Being in Azkaban made him even more sensitive of his surroundings. Everything was going just too well for the Order. It almost felt too surreal. He shook his head at that thought and glanced at the prisoner he was accompanying to his cell. Fudge was quiet for once, dressed in the shoddy gray clothes of a prisoner. He had been quiet since Shacklebolt read his sentence to him. His glorious political career had come to an end so suddenly that he was struggling to come into terms with it. He couldn't put a finger on what was wrong with Azkaban, and then it hit him like a bolt of lightning. "Where are the Dementors?" questioned Moody, looking at the warden with his normal eye. "I don't feel them." The warden glanced at him, clicking his tongue with annoyance. "First time here?" "They are housed in a cellar floor below. It has been a protocol for a while, you know? So that we won't hurt the guests. Your other colleagues made it that way, complained about the effects of being too near the Demented too much," retorted the warden brusquely. "I'll speak to them," replied Moody. "Best to keep a close surveillance of them at all times." "The long-term residents in here gave me these," replied Moody, tapping his wooden leg meaningfully. The warden cracked a smile. "They're here for more than a decade. They're more like squibs now. Constant vigilance." Moody and Fudge followed the warden to the other end of the floor, away from the more dangerous criminals like Bellatrix and her husband. The Tower of Azkaban had about 70 cells at the top of the tower. The fortress stood in the middle of an inhabited island. Visitors usually needed to take a boat across the sea to enter the island. Usually, the Dementors patrolled the entire level. There was a cell built for the Dementors a level below the cells. The office of the warden was housed in a separate building near the fortress. The gate to the empty cell swung open with a loud screeching sound, as if it wasn't oiled for years. Moody did his final check on Fudge, ensuring that he did not carry anything with him before shutting the gate. His fate had been sealed. He was an inmate of Azkaban. The ex-minister for magic fell upon his knees, sobbing. Moody turned to face the warden. "That's all, Dash." Suddenly, the wall exploded into pieces with a loud bang. The force of the blast tossed them onto their backs. Huge gray debris showered upon them like deadly comets. Moody covered his head and conjuring a shield. It protected him from the falling rubble. Then it stopped. A part of the ceiling had collapsed on them, and he could see the starless night sky. Hastily, he glanced to his side and realized that his companion was dead. The initial impact had killed him, and he lay under the debris with his eyes wide open. Then, he heard the hysterical screams of Fudge.
No.
"It can't be.
No. No.
He's not alive." Hurriedly, he sent an emergency signal back to the ministry. The room grew colder and colder, announcing the appearance of the Dementors. His heart was gripped with fear. Then, he heard the voice that he dreaded to hear. Whipping up his head, he stared into the distorted face of Lord Voldemort. He had a wand in his hand, his black robes swishing ominously behind him. A Death Eater and Pettigrew were with him, and they entered through the hole they had just made. Hastily, they attended to their duties. "It's you?" The Dark Lord disarmed him easily with a flick of his wand, then snapped it. Just for pleasure, he kicked his wooden leg viciously. Pain shot up his body. "It has been a long time since we've met, or Alastair Moody. You put a lot of my loyal followers into this very fine establishment." He gestured around the dark prison with a hand, keeping his eye on him. "I was expecting Amelia Black, to be in here tonight. It would have been the icing on the cake to frame the ancient families for breaking into Azkaban." He grinned, twirling his wand between his fingers absently. He frowned. "How did you know?" Peter Pettigrew was releasing all the prisoners from the cell. Slowly, they disappeared, one by one with the use of portkeys. The ministry would not be able to trace tonight since the department in charge of portkeys had been breached. The corners of his lips lifted in a small smile. "I have my own sources. Let me let you into a secret." He lowered his lips to his ear, as if he did not want the others to hear. "You know your director, Runcorn? He reports directly to me." He straightened his body, before letting out a bone-chilling laugh. Moody's eyes went wide. "I know the Department of Magical Transport is down at the moment. I doubt they will mind this unauthorized use of portkeys." He glanced around and spotted Fudge cowering in the corner of a cell. "Oh, hello, Minister. What a pleasant surprise to see you." His lip curled into a cruel smile. "Don't kill me.
Please.
Please don't kill me. I beg you, my lord." He begged, crawling towards him on his knees. He prostrated before him, pleading. Lord Voldemort let out a laugh, pleased to see the Minister for Magic trembling before him. The almighty Minister on his knees, teased Lord Voldemort, waving his wand as if it was a baton. "Why would I kill you? You haven't done anything to deserve that glory, even though you gave the ministry to me in a platter," continued he silky, smiling. Steel entered into his voice immediately. "But it doesn't make me dislike cowards any lesser."
Crucio.
The spell hit Fudge on his chest, and he began screaming in agony. Harry stood by the window of his room, staring distantly into the darkness. It was a dark and calm night. He could barely see the faint trace of the forest that encircled the Potter mansion. He could not believe that they actually had just ousted Fudge from the ministry moments ago, and he wondered about the timing of the event. It was good that Fudge was no longer in charge. However, he was afraid that they were committing a mistake. Did they just fall into Riddle's trap? Who was he play such a big part in dictating the affairs of magical Britain? He was a mere 15-year-old boy born into a prestigious family. He felt a pair of arms wrapping around his waist, then the comfortable and familiar warmth of her body. "You're not alone, Harry," replied Hermione, leaning into his back. "You've the rest of the ancient families to support you." His brows swooped into a frown as he turned around to face her. "I don't know if what we're doing is right. I don't know, Mione. We just organized a coup moments ago. We had no choice." AM was in their hands. They wanted to send her to Azkaban and pin all the blame on her. "It was the only way," interrupted Hermione insistently. "We have already foresaw this when he fired Amelia." He turned away from her, as if trying to organize his thoughts. Then, he turned to face her, a frown on his face. "Aren't you overwhelmed by the power that you wield, my love?" asked Harry thoughtfully. "Are you not afraid of being too seduced by these?" asked Harry, gesturing around their large bedroom. He was referring to the opulence and the splendor of being a part of the ancient families. He felt unworthy of it. "I am, my love," answered Hermione calmly. "It feels almost surreal. My parents are just dentists." Her lips lifted in a small smile. "I didn't know just sharing a kiss with my best friend in my backyard more than 2 years ago had such consequences." Harry returned a smile, since he felt the same way as she did. "I'm now Lady Gryffindor, mistress of Potter Mansion, a member of the powerful ancient families." We are soul-bonded, preordained by the Creator. The smile faded from her face. I'm afraid of the sudden power thrust upon us, admitted Hermione, staring at her feet. The magical Britain is flawed, but no one is willing to stand up to incite a change. In my short time of being in the magical world, I realized that we shouldn't be afraid of power. Instead, we need to examine our purposes closely and use our influence wisely to change magical Britain for the better. That's why we are here, playing this insane game with Riddle, instead of hiding in that utopia that Edmund had created for us.
He nodded, sighing.
I'm not too sure how an orphaned and abused young man would be able to make the right decisions. She took his hands into hers. Do you remember what Yizzle said about us? I'll always be your moral compass. We'll make these decisions together. We are a unit. Harry laughed brightly. We are a unit in the truest sense. Our souls are bond dash. The smile was replaced by a wince. He pressed his palm onto his scar, yelling in agony. He collapsed onto the ground, grabbing his head. Hermione hastily put up her mental shields, tightening her embrace around him anxiously. Harry, stay with me. She dragged him into their bed so that he would not injure himself with all the thrashing. He thrashed on the bed, screaming in pain as he clutched onto his head. Then, the pain disappeared as suddenly as it came. His face was a clammy white as he lay still on their bed. Are you okay? His eyes shot open in fear suddenly. Bloody hell. We need to inform the rest. It's Riddle. He's happy about something, torturing someone, I think. I think he's at Azkaban. Shakily, he climbed onto his feet, preparing to apparate. That bloody bastard. I'll meet you at Azkaban. I'm alerting Sirius and AM. Inform OS. With that, he disappeared with a silent pop. Fudge's shrill screams of agony echoed loudly in the prison. Moody waited till Lord Voldemort was preoccupied in torturing Fudge before making his next move. Using his wooden leg, he kicked the Dark Lord behind his knees, and he collapsed onto the ground like a felled tree. Voldemort's wand fell out of his hand and rolled towards Moody. Anxiously, Moody summoned the wand towards him wandlessly. However, his effort was thwarted. Voldemort took possession of his own wand. Crucio.
Crucio. Crucio.
How dare you, screamed Voldemort, his spit flying from his mouth. Crucio. Moody twitched as the spell created havoc in his nervous system. His nerve felt as if they were on fire, and he desperately wanted to scream. He shut his mouth, refusing to scream despite the scalding hot pain. He was an Auror, for Merlin's sake, and he wouldn't want to give the Dark Lord the pleasure. Moody shut his eyes, silently praying that he would head to his next great adventure with dignity. Crucio. Still have some fight in you, old dog. It infuriated the Dark Lord, knowing that he could not break the spirit of the old Auror. I'll make you scream.
Crucio.
Crucio. Master, came a distorted voice. The Death Eater was kneeling before his lord, next to Moody. Moody was breathing heavily, trying to cope with all the pain in his body. Lord Voldemort took a deep breath to calm down, regaining some composure. Master, I think it's time to leave. The Aurors would be here any moment, continued the Death Eater almost humbly. The Death Eater glanced at the fallen Auror, and there was delight in his eyes. Those eyes were familiar. Then, Moody caught a glimpse of a lock of white blonde hair peeking under his hood. M. Malfoy. The Death Eater merely smiled. A look of discontentment appeared on the Dark Lord's face. He wanted to torture the old Auror till he lost his sanity. Fine. It's too early to announce my presence, snapped Lord Voldemort finally. I'll like to see how the ancient families deal with this. Clean this place up. I don't want the Aurors to find anything, ordered the Dark Lord menacingly. He turned away, heading towards the hole. Before I forget, said Lord Voldemort absently. He turned back to face Moody and casted the killing curse. The bright green light hit Moody squarely on his chest, and he knew no more. Leave no witness, concluded Lord Voldemort coldly, staring at the ex-minister of magic. Fudge had curled into a ball, hugging his legs close to him. My pleasure, my lord. The Death Eater turned his attention to him, a menacing smile on his face. Please no.
No.
His screams grew more hysterical and loud. Suddenly, the prison became silent. The heads of the ancient families gathered at the apparition point of island. Together, they took the boat across. Amelia, Sirius, and Oswald looked as if they were just aroused from their bed. Their hair and clothes were rumpled. However, they were alert. When they entered into the island, they were swarmed by a horde of Dementors. Hundreds of them floated towards them like a dark cloud. Hastily, Harry and Hermione subdued them with their large and powerful patronuses. Harry's stag and Hermione's otter fought off those creatures easily. "Hurry!" yelled Amelia anxiously, when she realized that the Ministry had lost control of the Dementors. That didn't bode well. It meant that the wardens were probably dead. Together, they ran to the top of the tower and found the place unusually quiet and dark. Amelia lighted the prison up with a spell. Harry noticed the ruins by the side of the tower. "I think they entered and left through that hole," said Harry, pointing to the large opening at the end of the tower. The ceiling had even caved in from the impact, leaving a part of the prison without a roof. Harry and Hermione decided to check the warden's office and the grounds for traces of Lord Voldemort. Immediately, Oswald checked some of the cells. Oswald frowned when he found them empty. "The Death Eaters are all missing." "Where are the wardens?" demanded Sirius, looking around the prison. Then, he spotted the wooden leg of Moody by the rubble. His eyes widened with panic when he saw the limp body of Alastor. "Bloody hell!" yelled Sirius, running towards to the body. He dropped onto his knees before the body so that he could confirm the identity of the deceased. His eyes went wide with fear when he realized it was really Moody. It's Alastor." "He's dead," yelled Sirius in panic. Amelia froze on the spot, as if unable to believe her ears. Oswald could only gape in shock. Then, she bolted towards them. She fell onto her knees before his body, her eyes fixed on the serene face of her teacher. He looked so at rest. His eyes were closed and the lines of his face were relaxed as if he was in a deep slumber. Tears began to form in her eyes as she remembered the times they had spent. He was her esteemed mentor, trusted subordinate, and advisor. She felt Sirius wrapped his arms around her tightly. "I'm sorry, said Sirius softly. He pressed his lips gently on her forehead. She turned into his embrace and sobbed loudly, crying for the sudden departure of her friend. There was a grim look on Sirius' face as he stared at Alastor quietly. I swear I'll get to the bottom of this. I won, let his death go to waste, declared Amelia loudly, swiping her eyes with her hand. I swear I'll not rest until Riddle will pay for his misdeeds. I'll help you, promised Sirius solemnly. There was a fierce look in his eyes. You have me? She nodded, leaning into his embrace. We'll not let Riddle off, concluded Oswald, staring at the body of his friend. Kingsley and his Orus arrived a few minutes later. They were surprised to see the heads of the ancient families in Azkaban. What are you doing here, AM? Demanded Kingsley, approaching them. We received a distress signal from Alastor. His eyes went wide when he saw the body of his colleague. Merlin's name, sweep this damn place now, ordered Kingsley shakily.
Moody's dead.
With more haste, the Auror swept the tower for evidence. Respectfully, he kneeled before his mentor. It was clear from the awkward angle that his body was in that he was tortured to his death. Kingsley took the cloak off his back and covered his friend. Rest in peace, Alastor. He would have to include that in his report. What in Merlin's name happened? Asked Kingsley. Why are you here tonight? Harry knew that Voldemort was here tonight, so he alerted us, and we rushed here. We were too late. Alastor was already dead, answered Sirius. There is no one, reported one of the Aurors, looking perplexed. Everyone's missing. They could have been kidnapped or killed, replied Amelia thoughtfully, pursing her lips. Try detecting traces of magic in the cells. The magic from the use of the killing or Cruciatus curse usually lingers around the place. You can usually detect the use of Crucio even after an hour because of the intensity of dark emotions used to power the spell. They nodded and began tracing for the use of dark magic. Merlin's name? I found Fudge, yelled Tonks. Kingsley rushed to the cell that she was inspecting and saw the crumpled body of their ex-minister. He's dead," announced Kingsley, rubbing his chin. "Killed by the killing curse." Amelia's eyes went wide. Sirius hastily placed his arms around her. "We have a damn situation," declared Oswald, looking at Sirius. "How could they account for this?" Her face was a clammy white. "Are you going to arrest all of us?" asked Amelia quietly, standing up. She knew she could be the one in the cell, dead, instead of Fudge. "You found us at the scene of the crime, with an Auror dead and the Minister for Magic dead." Kingsley frowned, knowing that Amelia was right. He turned away, stuffing his hands into his pocket. The operation was quick and fast, as if the Death Eaters knew the protocols of the Ministry well. Moreover, it appears as if the Dark Lord had picked this very moment because the Ministry was at its weakest. They had just overthrown the administration. He pressed his palm into his face. "Lord Greengrass, send your Patronus to call Harry up." "Please surrender your wands," said Kingsley grimly. The Aurors gasped loudly. A solid white rabbit bounded out of the hole to find Harry and Hermione. "Kingsley, they are not responsible for this," argued Tonks, standing between them in a defensive stance. Her hair was now a bright red, as if she was mad. "You can't arrest them. It's Moody. They cannot be responsible for this." Sirius wrapped his arm around Amelia, watching them exchange words. Oswald stepped in. "It's okay, Tonks," said Oswald, placing a hand on Tonks's shoulder. The petite girl stared at him as if he had grown an extra head. "We don't have anything to hide." He surrendered his wand to Kingsley. Obediently, Amelia and Sirius did as they were ordered. Harry and Hermione joined them after a few moments. They noticed the tension immediately, seeing the defensive stance Tonks was in. "Good evening, Harry and Hermione. Your wands, please." They exchanged a look between themselves. Baffled, they ejected both of their wands and handed them to Kingsley curiously. Kingsley checked the wands and found them clean. The wands were not used to cast dark magic. An Auror reported that they found traces of the killing spell in most of the cells. It was the very break he needed to turn them loose. Kingsley returned their wands back to them. "Check who stays in those clean cells." "We need to account for who might have escaped," answered Kingsley, cheering up slightly. "You can find the records in the warden's office." "Escaped, sirs?" The Auror was baffled at the conclusion. "They probably decided to silence everyone so that they can keep their identity a secret." "We need to know who might be alive so that we can confirm the identity of the perpetrator," replied Kingsley almost calmly. He turned to face the heads of the ancient families. "With that finding, I cannot arrest you, but you're expected to cooperate with us. We will need your cooperation tomorrow, after the session with the Wisengamot," concluded Kingsley. The corners of Amelia's lips lifted in a small smile, knowing that he was right. "Did you find anything, Harry and Hermione?" "No. We think that they left by air. There wasn't a trace of them on the ground," reported Harry, tapping on his nose. They had searched the grounds as Shadow and Lyle. Kingsley nodded absently. "It's an island after all. It makes more sense for them to travel by air." "I really need to get back to work. I'll need a copy of your memory by tomorrow. I want to know why you were so sure that the Dark Lord was here tonight." "It was a brief image. I'll give you that memory." "A brief image of what Lord Voldemort was doing?" questioned Kingsley, arching his brows. "I think I shall meet you instead. Would you be free in the evening, Lord Gryffindors?" He checked his watch before nodding. "That's good. I'll see you at your place. I'll have to tend to Alastair's body, give him a decent burial. I will also need to meet the families of the deceased." Amelia patted him on his shoulder, knowing how tough it was to meet the families of the deceased. He lifted his head to meet the gaze of Amelia, his eyes gleaming fiercely. "Win that damn seat for Alastair, Am. We don't want you back as our director. We need you to be the Minister for Magic. It's the only way we can tide over this mess. Watch your back." With that, he went back to his work. Together, the heads slowly climbed down the tower, exhausted by the events that took place. They were preoccupied with their own thoughts, contemplating on the best course of action to take after Voldemort had freed his supporters. Magical Britain would be in an uproar if they knew that Voldemort's loyal followers were back on the streets. They should have known beforehand of any operation. With all their again, Riddle had outsmarted them. It left a bitter taste in their mouths, after losing one of their comrades. Hermione was upset when she learned that their ex-professor, Moody, was dead. She did not see his body because Kingsley had already covered it. Harry immediately put his arms around her, trying to comfort her. They knew that Fudge's death had put them in a shaky position since others could potentially blame them for having a hand in his death. The fact that Riddle chose to strike within hours after Amelia's arrest indicated that there's a major leak of information in the Ministry. Someone was providing information to Riddle. Oswald broke the silence when they reached the apparition point. Don't worry too much about it, and get some rest. We need to win that seat. He drew Amelia into an embrace. I'm sorry for your loss, A.M. Harry, Hermione, and Sirius joined them in a group hug, knowing that she would need all their support the next morning. Alastair's death will not be in vain, concluded Amelia fiercely when they broke the embrace. Everyone nodded in affirmation, fired up to seek revenge for their fallen comrade. They departed for their homes for a short kip. Daphne, Cedric, Astoria, and Susan paid a visit to the Potters early in the morning. They dropped by after the Potters had concluded their morning exercises. They were upset at the news of the death of Moody. Together they embraced as a group, since they heard the loss from their parents or relatives. They caught up over breakfast. At 8, Harry and Susan promptly got dressed for the session, leaving the rest of them to accompany Hermione. The heads of the ancient families chose to wear formal black robes as a sign of respect for Moody. They were surprised to see that Amos had chosen to honor Alastair through his dressing. He had picked black robes instead of the usual prune robes. The courtroom was in a buzz when the members noticed that the heads of the ancient families were in mourning. Sirius began the whole session by announcing the death of Fudge and presenting his formal letter of resignation before the Wizengamot. Most of the members couldn't believe their ears at the sudden parting and resignation of their leader. It is most unfortunate that we lost an important member of our society last night, Senior Aurora Alastair Moody. He was found dead after he had performed the duty of escorting Fudge to his cell to carry out his sentence. The whole matter is under investigation, and therefore, we need to concur to establish a new administration. How did he die? Demanded one of the members. Why was Minister Fudge sent to Azkaban? Demanded one of the members. Sirius cleared his voice, knowing that things might spiral out of control. He was carrying out the punishment for the crimes he was convicted for last year. The transcripts are available in the library. The Department of Transport was compromised last night. Hours later, Azkaban was also breached. They were both murdered in Azkaban. Both matters are still under investigation. What is the estimated death count from both breaches? Asked Lady Longbottom, sitting up. She knew that the situation must have been severe. Sirius checked his papers to confirm the number. 15. The Wizengamot erupted into furious whispers. He slammed the hammer on the lectern loudly, getting the attention of all the members of the Wizengamot. Oswald shot a glance at Harry and tapped on his watch. Harry nodded and stood up, getting the attention of all the members. He cleared his voice. Esteemed members of the Wizengamot, it becomes more crucial that we come into an agreement to have election today so that we can have a strong administration to plug both breaches. We owed it to the families of the deceased. I opt for the motion to be passed for an election of a new government to be carried out immediately. The motion was approved immediately. There wasn't much debate about a need for an election after the death of Cornelius Fudge, an Auror, and 2 ministry workers. It was clear that there was a need for a decisive and strong administration to get to the bottom of the matter. Then, it was the electing of candidates suitable for the position of Minister and Vice Minister for Magic. Immediately, Amos announced that he and Amelia would run for both positions together. It sparked off a debate immediately about the suitability of Amelia as the next Minister for Magic. Firstly, there were only a handful of female Minister for Magic, and it was a patriarchal society. Secondly, Amelia was the spouse of the interim head of Wizengamot. The members of the Wizengamot would prefer to keep the 2 organs of the government separate so that there was a balance of power, checks and balances to ensure that power do not concentrate in the hands of a small community. That fear itself was laughable since power had always been in the hands of the purebloods, which made up a small percentage of the magical community. However, Diggory and Black were a formidable team. Both of them had an established and successful career in the ministry. Amelia was famed for building the strong, disciplined, and efficient force of Aurors and hit wizards after the end of the war. Diggory, on the other hand, was well known for being dependable and quiet, running his department efficiently. It helped that he leaned towards the conservatives, garnering the support of most representatives in the Wisengamot since Amelia was a radical. Amelia was surprised when Malfoy suggested both Runcorn and himself. It was clear that Runcorn was also working for Lord Voldemort. They had considerable support since they were also from distinguished and rich families. Runcorn outlined in his speech as a candidate running for Minister for Magic that he would protect the rights of the purebloods and the wizards. He considered the breaches the night before as a result of Fudge's weak administration, and he would promote a stronger ministry. Amelia, on the other hand, carefully listed pragmatic policies to tackle the problems of internal security. Most of the members were listening attentively to her speech, impressed by the policies and goals she had set out if she was elected into office. The members were given time to consider their choices before they elected. The Wisengamot broke up for lunch so that Sirius could tally all the votes. The Wisengamot returned after their lunch, anxious to know the outcome of the election. Sirius announced, barely suppressing his own delight, that Amelia Blackbones and Amos Diggory were the new minister and vice minister for magic. The entire courtroom erupted into thunderous applause when the announcement was made. Many distinguished members of the Wisengamot stood in their seats, clapping furiously when the new minister for magic, Amelia Black, holding the hand of Amos Diggory, stood up and bowed. Sirius, as the interim head of the Wisengamot, swore both Amelia and Amos in before a large, non-moving and idealized portrait of the creator, Edmund. He was far too tall and too blonde. Harry would know since he had an actual portrait of Edmund in the house. Amelia walked towards the lectern with Amos beside her as she prepared to make her first speech as Minister for Magic. Dusting the imaginary dust off her robes, she climbed onto the podium and faced the Wisengamot as Minister for Magic. The member of the Wisengamot applauded loudly once more. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Amos, and I thank you heartily for your overwhelming show of confidence and support," began Amelia, searching the faces of the courtroom carefully. The striking prune robes of the Wisengamot were quite distracting, but they were hanging on to her every word. She saw a flashlight going off periodically. The reporters were taking notes on the change of administration. Harry or Oswald had probably informed the Daily Prophet beforehand to legitimize her administration. Several members appeared to be dissatisfied that she was elected. Malfoy and Runcorn were obviously absent from the courtroom. Some were smiling at her, glad that she had won. Others were listening attentively to her speech, trying to guess which direction her administrative would head. What would she fight for? What changes would she make? Who would take the important positions of being a director of Department of International Magical Cooperation and DMLE? What was their foreign policy, especially since Lord Gryffindor and Duke d'Orleans had signed a treaty together? "We lost an outstanding Auror last night. Senior Auror Alastair Moody played a huge part in ensuring that magical Britain was safe enough for us to sleep at night. My cabinet and I will fight to protect that legacy that he has left us. I know it is a bit hasty to carry out an election in such a short time. However, the mandate is clear. There is a growing need for change in this government and this country. We will not shy away from making those changes that the country needs. We will not be burdened by the legacy of the previous administrations and will seek to do what appears to be the best interest for all." With that, she concluded and stepped off the podium, leaving them to figure out her definition of all. It took a while for the members of the Wisengamot to digest the message, but several of them applauded enthusiastically to the call of change. Amos patted her on her back. "That's ambiguous enough," whispered the middle-aged wizard as he followed her off the podium to the side. "I would say that your stand is clear if they had inspected the kind of HR policies the companies under the ancient families employ." Amelia chuckled lightly as they took the stairs to the 9th level. She glanced at the door of the Department of Mysteries, wondering if she should task them with a personal mission she had in her mind which involved souls. The elevator served that floor. She knew that Sirius would give her a few minutes to make her getaway before turning the media hounds loose. I hope the guards have some news for me. I was planning to speak to King Charles XI or Lord Hughes about turning the investigation over to the Aurors. Both breaches are connected. I think I shall ask them to stay to help us to train our team. Lord Hughes was discharged from the hospital that same morning. The healers declared that he was fine. It was good news for Fleur since she had replaced him in his absence, dealing with his business while helping out with the affairs of the Order of Phoenix. This meant that she would have time to settle down in London before starting work at Gringotts. Amos let out a side-splitting laugh. Well, you honestly live up to your reputation as Devil Bones. I believe that only you would think that the DMLE needs more work. She shrugged nonchalantly, keying that agenda into her watch. I noticed it when I was arrested last night. Their formation was dismal. Their physique weren't at its best. I owe it to Alastair to make sure that they don't slack. I have every mind to speak to the directors of every department to get everything straight. By the way, we need to inform Kingsley and Hestia to join the meeting. Come on, we have a lot of damage to undo. With a few clicks of her watch, she put that meeting as one of her major tasks for the day. Amos shook his head dismally, knowing that he would have a long day ahead of him. His wife was going to miss him for a while. Harry was barely restraining himself from doing a dance of victory as he exited the hallowed court, together with the other members of the Wisengamot. Oswald and Susan were engulfed by the crowd, and they were separated. He decided that he would wait for them at the 9th floor where the elevator was. The reporters were held back by the Aurors placed on duty by Kingsley. He nodded somberly at him when he walked past him. Along his way to the elevator, he was stopped by a hooded figure. He recognized the person as an unspeakable, but he had no idea who was under the hood. The hood shielded most of the person's face, and the robe was so loose that he could not even guess the gender of the person. His eyebrows winged upwards, his wand in his palm. The person lifted both of his arms to show that he was unarmed. We met yesterday for the first time in the Prime Minister office last night, Lord Gryffindor. The voice had no inflection or pitch. You have my word on my magic that I will not hurt you. Smote shall it be. A tiny wisp of blue light shot from the person's hand and curled around his forearm, signifying that an unbreakable vow was made. Mask? Questioned Harry, raising his brows. Mentally, he could not connect Emmeline Vance to the stoic figure before him. As if electrocuted, he dropped his hands to his sides. Observing closely, he realized that the height and the statue of that figure looked somewhat correct. The hooded figure dipped its head. Harry lifted a brow, surprised that she was so different in her official capacity. It was quite ominous meeting her in this manner since she appeared to be so forbidding. Lord Gryffindor, I need to speak to you about a most urgent matter, said Mask quietly, but her tone betrayed her anxiety. Follow me. She turned away from him and began moving towards the 9th level. She led him to a bare-looking corridor. There was a single black door facing the lift's doors on that level. The only sources of light, torches that lined the corridor, flickered almost ominously. Instead of turning into the elevator, she opened the door into the famed Department of Mysteries. He had heard of the department but never had the chance to visit. It fascinated him. He walked past the threshold, fascinated with the room he was in. It was a circular room with 12 plain, black, handleless doors all around it, set at equal intervals all around the walls. They were identical down to the material that made the door, and they were unmarked. Harry felt as if he was lost in the boundless space since everything was black, including the floor and the ceiling. He found himself standing on a floor so polished that it looked like water. The shimmering light from the torchlit corridor was reflected in the marble floor, and it created that watery impression. It was so alike that he was quite sure he could cause ripples if he took another step towards any of the doors. Is this Dash? Stay close to me, Lord Gryffindor. You might get lost. Please close that door. The room grew dark immediately, lighted only by the blue flames on the wall. Instinctively, he whipped out his wand and cast the Lumos spell, brightening the room. She nodded at the display of his power but said nothing, as if she was waiting for a sign to move on. Close your eyes. Suddenly, there was a great rumbling noise. like the engine of a car revving up, and the candles began to move sideways. The circular wall was rotating. He hastily obeyed. He only opened his eyes when the noise died off. "How would you know which is the right door?" posed Harry inquisitively, following Mask. "You don't," was her answer. She opened several doors, but she did not enter them since they were not the room she was looking for. She chose to leave the doors open as she tried another. Peering over her shoulder after she opened one of the doors, he could see tanks of brain in that room. It made him curious. "Studying knowledge," answered Mask, choosing not to divulge more. Another room resembled the courtroom downstairs, but a stone archway stood in the middle. Then, she opened a door to another room. "This way," she murmured, walking in, covering her eyes with her hand. "Cover your eyes." He could understand why they needed to cover their eyes. The dancing, diamond-sparkling light almost blinded him. At first glance, he saw clocks hanging from every surface. There were rows of desks and a very narrow alley to walk through. "This way," urged Mask, hurrying through the narrow alley to another door. A large towering glass jar stood at the end of the room on a table. He recognized the gleaming objects on the shelves of the cupboard. They were time-turners. Hermione was given one of those when she chose to take all the electives in their third year. "You study time in here?" asked Harry, looking around the room. Mask chose not to answer him, hastily leading him through another door into a somber-looking room. It was high, almost like the foyer of the house in the glass bottle. The room was filled with nothing but towering shelves covered in small, dusty, glass orbs. These glass balls shimmered dully in the light issued from candles set on regular intervals. He followed her quietly, and she led him deeper into the room. She appeared to be searching for the right shelf. The shelves seemed almost endless, and Harry noticed that there were tiny yellowing labels stuck underneath these orbs on the shelves. She led him to the 97th row and stopped. "This is the Hall of Prophecy, where records of visions can be found in here." She pointed to an orb and explained that it was a record of a prophecy, and only the subjects involved in the prophecy were allowed to hear it. He felt his heart pumping wildly at the thought, knowing that it didn't bode well. "There was a prophecy made about you," continued Mask monotonously, pointing him to a dusty glass orb on the top shelf. In spidery writing was a date of some 15 years previously, and below that, SBT to APWBD,
Dark Lord,
and Harry Potter. His brows lifted at the initials of Dumbledore. The old man had been hiding things from him again. He lifted the glass ball easily, surprised that nothing happened at his touch. "Not here. No one but the subjects can read the prophecy. Please do it in a secure location. Let's head out." Obediently, he slipped the glass ball into his pocket and followed Mask into a small office connected to the Hall of Prophecy. She had her own office, instead of cubicles. The office was empty, save for large dusty tomes and stacks of papers. There were no personal artifacts to provide a clue to the figure standing before him. A fireplace stood next to her cluttered desk. "Please help me say hello to Hermione," answered Mask, tapping on a huge and worn-off tome that was sitting on her table. Even though the letters were peeling, he could tell that it was the Book of Fate. It was the book that Edmund had written, holding all the records of the soul-bonded couples. "I research about souls and soul magic." Something clicked in his head. He dropped the pinch of flow powder back into the pot and turned around. Automatically, he casted privacy spells over the office. It did help that the vow that the members of the Order of Phoenix ensured the loyalty of their members. "Would you know anything about tracking pieces of soul?" The hand that was stroking the leather cover of the tome paused midway. It lingered above the tome. "What do you mean, Lord Gryffindor?" It was difficult to read her feelings. Trusting his gut feelings, he persisted. "What do you know about detecting and searching for fragment of souls?" There was an eerie silence. She gestured towards a chair before her desk. "Take a seat, Lord Gryffindor." "Harry," corrected Harry, taking a seat. He sent a mental message to Hermione that he would be late. "Not in here, Lord Gryffindor," she answered. "Miss Granger, though I loathe calling her that, is free to join you. I prefer her real title. I believe you were referring to horcrux. It is an object in which a piece of the soul is stored to ensure immortality. Mask took out a decanter and poured out 2 shots of fire whiskey. She handed him a glass. "To Alastair," said Mask before draining the glass. Harry did the same, and he winced. The drink was so strong that it burned his throat. "I don't understand why anyone could like this drink. So do you know how to trace horcruxes?" She intertwined her hands to form a steeple. "I've been working on a project to trace for objects with errant souls. However, I actually need a horcrux to make it workable because the fragment of the soul identifies and attracts the other pieces." He nodded absently. "Do you know of any way of removing fragment of souls in a living person?" She stood up and began pacing. Harry leaned into his chair, patiently waiting for an answer. "I know of a method for a normal person. The goblin has an excellent method of doing so. I believe they use a ritual to transfer that errant soul into an animal, then killing it. I'm not too certain about a fragment of a soul that cannot be expelled by a soul bond." He lifted a brow, surprised at her astuteness. "I'll seek the opinion of the goblins then. You might have to pay a high price for it. They don't do favors willingly, and it is one of their most protected secrets." Harry laughed. "I'll be glad to do anything to get rid of it. Thank you for your time, Mask." He took a pinch of the flip powder and threw it into the flames. The fire turned green immediately. Potter Mansion. Before he could step away from the fireplace, he was engulfed by a worried Hermione. She led him to an armchair while his other friends waited anxiously for updates. Susan had chosen to join them after the conclusion of the Wisengamot, so they knew of Amelia's victory. A goblet of pumpkin juice appeared instantly on the coffee table. "What did Emmeline say?" asked Hermione inquiringly, holding his hand. "Yes, what did Emmeline say, Harry?" asked Cedric inquisitively. He had his arm around Daphne, and they were sharing an armchair. Harry took a sip from the goblet, relaxing into a seat. The presence of Hermione soothed him considerably. Hermione chuckled, knowing that he found her presence comforting. "First, Mask wanted me to know of a prophecy concerning me." He withdrew the glass ball from his pocket. Together they read it. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, adding to the power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hands of the other, for neither can truly live while the other survives." Both of them exchanged a baffled look between each other. Harry ran his hand through his hair, surprised that he was nonchalant about the prophecy at all. It was almost the icing on the cake with the feud that Riddle had established with the other ancient families. "Wow," said Daphne, staring at the glass space. "Wow is the right word," affirmed Susan, frowning slightly. Harry didn't understand why Dumbledore wouldn't want to tell him. It may not have been real when Dumbledore had first heard the prophecy. The prophecy mattered because Lord Voldemort had made it a reality by marking him, unintentionally leaving a piece of soul in him. The prophecy explained Riddle's obsession with him and accounted for the unbearably exciting years at Hogwarts. Harry could sense her distaste for the subject. "I don't like divination," complained Hermione, frowning. "It's just batty. If both of you choose not to bother each other and live away from each other, wouldn't this prophecy be made void?" demanded Hermione, crossing her arms before her chest. "Does that mean if we chose to shoot Harry now, he wouldn't die from the wound?" "The prophecy sounded as if only they could kill each other," interjected Daphne, shaking her head.
"No, Daph."
"That will be a clear win on his side," replied Susan. "I guess there goes our plan of taking Voldemort down by ourselves," added Daphne nonchalantly. Harry shrugged his shoulders. "You're probably right. Anyway, I can't walk away from all this. I'm bounded by my obligation as a Potter and the treaty with the other ancient families. I can't let him off. Riddle doesn't have a choice to, because of his hubris." Daphne and Susan nodded, knowing what Harry meant. Hermione sighed and wrapped her arms around his neck.
"I know.
That's what we've been fighting for. I've no qualms that you'll turn out to be the victor. He's just one of the many problems that we have to tackle." Harry smiled brilliantly, pressing a kiss on her head. "AM is already on it," laughed Harry, shaking his head. "Knowing her, I'm expecting a lot of changes. I pity Sirius. I think he might have to be roped in to facilitate those changes or not see his wife at all." Everyone laughed at the comment, knowing that it was the truth. He ran his hand through her thick hair, admiring its silkiness. Anyway, Emmeline studies soul magic. She knew that Hermione was my soulmate. She might have a way of tracing Horcrux if we have a fragment of his soul. She also thinks that the goblins might have a way of getting rid of that errant soul in my head dash. Hermione leapt out from his lap. That's fantastic news. Let's go Gringotts now. Harry laughed brightly, shaking his head. Angel, please calm down. I doubt Griphook could handle it. I think it's best I ask for a meeting with the leader of the Goblin Nation, Ragnarok. Emmeline reminded me that I might have to pay a high price for them to divulge one of their most protected secrets. Emmeline is right, answered Daphne thoughtfully. How would she know of this secret anyway? Hermione got off his lap, after pressing some buttons to invite the rest of the heads for dinner. Her parents, Jean and Dan, were joining them too since they were anxious to be updated on the events that took place last night. He shrugged. Ask her after the orders meeting. I think I'll speak to Oswald about it. Perhaps he might shed more light about the demands the goblins might make. I'll rather talk over dinner. I'm kinda hungry. Hermione chuckled as Harry took her hand. Together, the teenagers retreated to the dining room. Would you stay for a word, Mask? Called Amelia after she had dismissed the other directors of every department. Sirius was at the office of the Department of Transport, trying to sort things out while she was holding the meeting. Amos excused himself, planning to return back to his office to devise plans to plug the leaks in the Ministry. Kingsley and Hestia were not surprised that they had been promoted to the rank of director. Amelia had added new duties to the Department of International Cooperation, such as managing the relations with the goblins, werewolves, and non-magicals. Amelia recognized a need for a stronger relation with the non-magical government, since both worlds were intricately linked. Most of the directors were quite disgruntled after the meeting, because she had the intention of restructuring the entire ministry. She also wanted to revamp some of the duties of certain offices, such as the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Borrowing the words of a famous Chinese premier, she told them bluntly that she didn't care what kind of people she employed as long as they were able to perform or catch the proverbial mouse. That declaration made them very upset, knowing that they might lose their jobs if they were ineffective. She had given them a list of names of workers she wanted to fire from the ministry because of their association to known Death Eaters. She also highlighted the fact that she would not tolerate corruption and would establish another special office that would report straight to her to weed it out. Kingsley had to meet with her the next morning to speak with the leader of the guards. Umbridge was arrested the night before for sending the Dementors after Harry and Hermione. She had been tried and charged by Sirius and Kingsley after the Wisengamot had ended. She was sentenced to a lifetime imprisonment for attempting to murder. The Mask quietly followed her to her new office so that they could have the talk. Amelia noticed that Sirius had found some time to clear out the office, leaving it quite bare. Hastily, she cast all the spells to ensure her privacy before settling down at her new desk. She offered her a drink, then dived straight to the issue. I learned that you were an expert on soul magic. I wanted to task you with a new project that would greatly assist us in the battle with Lord Voldemort, said Amelia, sipping her tea. Is it about searching horcruxes? Asked Mask. It is the very reason why I chose to join the Order. I know that Lord Voldemort had sustained himself using them. Besides, Lord Gryffindor brought the matter up when I met him just now. Harry? You met him just now? Asked Amelia, baffled. It was such high-level secret, and she was quite sure Harry wouldn't divulge it easily.
Yes.
I told him it would be possible if we had a horcrux. She stood up and began pacing. They had a live horcrux, but she was quite certain Mask couldn't use it. Mask, would a destroyed one do? Asked Amelia suddenly. Mask was silent for a while, as if thinking through her request. I'm not too certain. We could always give it a try. A smile appeared on her face. Splendid. You could work with Remus. He's the man in charge of research in Sirius's company. I believe he should be back tomorrow. His mission was a success after Sirius had sent him a proposal of creating a safe haven for the werewolves. I think both of you might work out something to track these horcruxes. I'll give you permission as Minister for Magic to work with them. It will be my pleasure to, Minister. Excellent, answered Amelia, smiling. It's the best news I've heard so far. She removed the spells she casted, signaling an end to the conversation. Mask rose to her feet and excused herself so that she could begin with her new project. She checked her watch and realized it was time to join the others for dinner at the Potters. They decided to construct a safe haven for werewolves to gather during full moon so that they could transform. However, she knew that she needed a lot of manpower to enforce the measure and to convince that community that they were not trying to eliminate them. There was another problem they had to address. The community needed jobs so that they could sustain themselves. Rubbing her temple, she sent a message to Sirius, asking him to join her in her office so that they could leave together. The Grangers arrived promptly, and the teenagers updated them about the events that took place the night before. They were upset to hear about the loss of Alastor. While they were filling them in, Oswald, Amelia, and Sirius made their way into the dining room. They looked tired, as if they had returned from a battle. Dining sets appeared on the large table immediately. "I can't think of anyone more suited to be the Minister for Magic," complimented Jean, standing up to embrace Amelia. "Congratulations. I'm sorry to hear about Alastor. He is a fine man." She smiled feebly. "It's all right. There's a lot to do." Sirius chuckled, putting an arm around Amelia proudly. "She enjoys being busy." He pressed a kiss on her head. "Woe to me. I'll have to put in extra hours to help my wife. On behalf of the Magical Society, I thank you, Lord Black, for your extra hours," deadpanned Oswald, keeping a straight face, taking a seat. His dinner immediately appeared in front of him, since the house elves were familiar with his taste. Hermione couldn't help quipping. "I'm so glad you're such a fine and outstanding member of the society, Sirius, using your extra time in contributing to building a stronger magical Britain." Harry had a hard time keeping his face straight. Sirius's eyebrows narrowed in faux anger as he took a seat next to his wife. "I'll remember this, pups. By the way, have you seen their forms? They are beautiful and very powerful." "Really? Please register yourselves after I have completed restructuring the ministry. I want to use this week to plug any holes before Riddle chooses to fight back. I'm planning to get good consultants to help with the reforms. Any suggestions, OS?" He recommended a firm for the job. "They are non-magicals. The head of the firm is a personal friend of mine, and he is a son of a squib." "Excellent," replied Amelia. "It would help Amos with the reorganization." "What are your forms, Harry and Hermione?" "Forms?" asked Jean, surprised. "You mean they can transform into animals now?" Harry nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mum. We are both rather large wolves very good-looking and powerful wolves," added Sirius, grinning. Hermione froze the entire forest by accident when she first transformed. Harry coughed out ball of flames while he laughed. Sirius burst out laughing when he saw the embarrassed looks on both teenagers' faces. "So their elemental magic are enhanced in that form?" asked Dan, looking impressed. They nodded. "That reminds me, you could use the potion to transform if you've found at least your form and a token," said Harry excitedly, looking at his friends. "The process isn't so complex or painful." We compared notes. Susan cheered up at the thought. "So that would slice off a lot of our time needed to achieve our Animagus." "Have any of you found your forms?" asked Sirius. "I know that you went through an intensive under the tutelage of Tun." They shook their heads. "I'm not too sure about Luna, though. I would think that she might have found her form soon." "By the way, she spends a lot of time with Neville and the twins," replied Susan, grinning from ear to ear. Hermione was glad that their friends were making progress. They would see one another soon since they were starting school. "I heard that you met Emmeline in her official capacity, Harry?" asked Amelia, sparing her food. "Quite daunting. I can't guess what she's feeling or thinking. She helped me to retrieve a record of the prophecy concerning both Riddle and me. In short, the prophecy predicts of our impending battle and that neither of us can live while the other survive." Some of the adults gasped at the revelation. "So, we can't fight this battle for you, pup?" asked Sirius, looking concerned. He ran his hand through his hair. Harry was touched that Sirius wanted to do his part of being his godfather from protecting him, but it was impossible. "Sirius, you know we're prepared for this." "No, I don't think you can triumph over him if Riddle's soul is still in me." The table grew silent. "Don't be daft, Harry. We are all in this together, insisted Daphne, glaring at Harry. There is so much we can do to help you. You're not the only horcrux he has created. We can help you to destroy the others. Yeah, you can have Riddle to yourself, but you need us to fight the other battles, interjected Cedric. He let out a sigh. I know. I'm grateful for it. He knew he had good friends who were willing to lay their lives to fight for his cause. Sirius patted on his back gently. We know that you and Hermione are prepared for it. Moony is always full of praise for your fighting abilities. There is no reason why you would lose to Riddle in your state. We just want to help you with it too. Thanks, Sirius. Though it doesn't really make sense. How could you kill him should he still have other horcruxes? Asked Daphne. Hermione shrugged. You can't. Prophecies don't really make sense. It doesn't change anything that we're doing right now. We need to hunt those elusive horcruxes, eliminate them, then get rid of Voldemort. Do you think he's the only one who can remove it from me? Asked Harry thoughtfully. What? Demanded Susan. You want to let Riddle make an attempt to kill you and hope that he doesn't. Emmeline feels that the goblins might have a way of removing it, interrupted Hermione. She knows that they have a ritual to destroy horcruxes, but she isn't too sure if they have a ritual to remove from someone who is alive. Oswald and Amelia exchanged looks between themselves. I've never heard of it, answered Oswald, rubbing his chin. That would mean it's one of their guarded secrets. I think you have to be prepared to pay a high price for it. We could arrange a meet with the head of the Goblin Nation. We also need their cooperation to deal with the Death Eaters. Hermione raised a brow. Wouldn't it be too much? The Ministry is rather new, and Amelia plans to do a major overhaul. We don't have a firm control over the Ministry yet. Such instability would invite them to dash, Hermione gasped. Yes, we're inviting him to launch an attack on us, answered Oswald, smirking. I would think that he might attempt to take over the Ministry by force because of the library. It's unlikely he would actually do it now when he is so weak. Therefore, it is also a good time to plug on any leaks so that we can build and consolidate our strength. Hermione narrowed her eyes. You're playing with fire, OS. A smirk appeared on Oswald's face. It's our main intention. We are not going to hand the empires we have painstakingly built over to him. We didn't during the First War, and we never will. I want to teach all those who oppose us a lesson. You don't mess around with us. We will to drag the battle between the ancient families into the open. Susan rolled her eyes. Uncle OS, you're going to get the entire Ministry decimated. I guess we could always provide another building for the Ministry if that really happens, laughed Oswald brightly. Amelia frowned, glaring at Oswald. You're bearing the full cost for the repair if that happens. Chapter 49, The Beginning to an End. Blue flames set at even distance along both walls lighted the narrow corridor up. The two wizards and witches were quiet, following their host, a dignified-looking goblin. He was the assistant to the leader of the Goblin Nation, sent specially to fetch them. The long hallway led to a massive concrete door, at least 2 stories tall. It was ironic since goblins were shorter than wizards. It was also tough to believe that they were at Gringotts. There was none of the splendor of the foyer. It was as if they had entered into another realm. It was dreary and bare. The corridor looked as if it was hollowed out from a gigantic boulder at least 3 stories high. Hermione squeezed her husband's hand when she noticed that they were not alone. She spotted several heavily armed goblins standing guard. They were barely noticeable as their dreary gray armor allowed them to blend in with the stones. Deep in their jurisdiction, they had shed off their veneer of civility, their dignified suits for armors. Indeed, the goblins were warriors, rather than dignified bankers. He is the leader of the Goblin Nation, answered Harry through their mental connection. We have to put in this request personally. He cast a glance at her, returning the squeeze of her hand gently. He knew that she could feel his nervousness along with that hint of sadness. The death of their ex-professor affected them gravely. She nodded her head, lacing their hands together. Amelia had decided that it was essential to meet with the goblins after the talk last night and arranged a meeting first thing in the morning. It was as if Amelia became more driven in their fight against Lord Voldemort. To their amazement, Director Ragnarok agreed to it. Walking alongside them, Amelia and Oswald looked quite nervous. They were at the mercy of the goblins here since their authority did not reach here. They had to be careful about the way they approached the leader of the goblins. The assistant announced the arrival of the guests. He looked completely out of place as he spoke to the guards quietly. The guards grunted their approval before throwing the two huge doors open. It revealed a large but bare office. A wooden desk standing in the middle of the room caught their attention. A fierce-looking bronze axe was hung prominently above the desk, reminding the guests of the power and the strength of the leader of a warrior-cultured nation. Harry swore he could smell the faint rusty scent of blood from that weapon. The leader of the goblins, Director Ragnarok, sat behind his desk, watching them closely. There was a fierce and calculative expression on his face. Even though he was dressed in a business suit, it could not mask his savageness. Harry recognized that look on his face. It spoke of a hardened warrior rather than a businessman. For guards flanked both of his side, prepared to protect their leader. They were all armed with weapons. Instinctively, Harry and Hermione put their hands on their wands, feeling threatened by the displays of weapons. The wolves in them were prepared for a battle. "It's fine," whispered Oswald, noticing their stiff stance. He approached the director of the Gringotts with a polite smile on his face. Harry and Hermione relaxed instantly. Ragnarok rose to his feet when he saw Oswald approaching. "Good morning, Lord Greengrass. It's a pleasure to meet you again." His voice was raspy, but it held authority. Oswald gripped his hand in a handshake, careful of Ragnarok's sharp claws, while returning the pleasantry. The gaze of the leader of the goblins turned to focus on Amelia. "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you, Minister Black. Congratulations. I'm honored that you would actually meet me after you've been sworn into office. You're unlike your predecessor." There was a hint of respect in his eyes. The goblins respected Amelia for her feats as an Aur. Amelia took his offered hand firmly. "I'm not Minister Fudge. I do not agree with some of his policies." The goblin smiled, a truly fearful thing as it exposed all his sharp teeth. "Excellent. Then we might get along very well, Minister." Finally, he shifted his attention to Harry and Hermione. Both teenagers greeted the leader of the goblins in their tongue fluently, using their customs. Ragnarok's eyes widened, shocked. He caught himself staring at the young lord and his wife. Hastily, he returned the greetings, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "I'm impressed, young Lord and Lady Gryffindor. I'm glad that you are like your parents and grandparents. They were the only ones who took the time to be familiar with our customs and our language." Oswald chuckled. The teenagers didn't need him around to communicate with the goblins, as they were far better than him. Besides, he was quite sure that the goblins would get along with Harry and Amelia because they respected them as warriors. Their exploits had earned their reverence. The director gestured them to take their seats. "How can I help you?" "I admit I was curious when I received the request. It's rare that the four heads of the ancient family would request for a meet."
He was a plain-spoken goblin.
His eyes fell on Amelia, since she was the one who arranged the meeting. Amelia leaned forward, prepared to talk to the leader of the Goblin Nation in her capacity as minister. "The ministry would appreciate your cooperation. We need the accounts of these families to be frozen as soon as possible." She handed a parchment to him and leaned back into her seat. The goblin scanned the parchment thoughtfully. "These are prominent families. I noticed that they are also your political enemies, Minister. Gringotts will never be involved in the petty political squabbles of wizards. It will ruin our reputation." Her eyes flashed dangerously. "Merely political enemies? I'll never put in such a request just to have an edge over my political enemies," retorted Amelia almost coldly. "These are known loyal followers of Lord Voldemort. They resurrected their master recently and are responsible for the deaths in the Ministry." Ragnarok laced his clawed hands together, holding her gaze. "How would that affect the goblins?" "It's entirely a fight between them." "May I interrupt?" cut in Oswald, crossing his legs. "I recall that the goblins suffered at his hands when Lord Voldemort came into power previously. The previous administration refused to recognize his return even though we had given Fudge proof of his return. Lord Gryffindor was their dash. What would you know about casualties from the previous war?" Lord Greengrass accused Ragnarok, his gaze turned steely. "You are a businessman. You continued with your affairs as if nothing had happened. You would know the importance of reputation to a bank. The goblins depend on this bank to keep a semblance of tolerance from you, wizards, and, naturally, for survival. Amelia defended him immediately. We do. The ancient houses stand as one. We are a family in all but name. Do not presume. We lost a lot of our family to the war. Haven't you heard? We lost another of our friend last night. Her voice sounded choked for a moment, but she persisted. Lord Voldemort is on the move, and he wants to complete what he has started before Harry destroyed his body. We need help to stop him. By freezing these accounts, Lord Voldemort and his followers have no choice but to come out to the open to fight with us. The leader of the goblins drew a breath sharply. His body? Not his spirits. Ragnarok held her gaze. No matter. What will you give us in return, Minister? We will not gain anything from this alliance, and we have been trampled by your kind for ages. Why should we fight alongside with you? Equality, responded Harry, clasping his hands together. His eyes were burning with determination. For full and unwavering support, all eyes swirled to him. The room grew silent at the proclamation. There was a fierce gleam in Ragnarok's eyes. Harry, began Oswald quietly. Harry held up his hand, and Oswald became silent. Hermione and I don't see Lord Voldemort as the root of our problem. I must admit that our society is at fault. Even if the Dark Lord dies tomorrow, another one would soon rise to take his place. Britain, at the moment, is a perfect breeding ground for bigot, egomaniacal wizards. Her eyebrows winged upwards in amusement as Hermione crossed her legs. Oswald frowned, but said naught. It's possible. We can forge new treaties to give goblins the same right as wizards, but we need your unwavering support. As members of the Wisengamot, we can fight to pass a new constitution after Lord Voldemort has been defeated. If we defeat Lord Voldemort as allies, no one would dare to question about the prowess of the goblins, added Amelia. It was not beyond her capacity as the minister to do so. I know goblins yearn for two things, gold and blood of enemies. It's an honor to fight. Director Ragnarok, should you join us as allies, you will always be remembered and revered for this decision you make today, interjected Hermione, holding his gaze. As you've said, your people have been trampled for far too long. It's time to prove that you're fearsome warriors. Ragnarok appeared to be seduced by the idea of restoring the honor of the goblins. Hermione could see the faint gleam of excitement in his eyes. He lowered his gaze, staring at his clawed hands for a moment, organizing his thoughts. Ragnarok considered for a moment. I must admit that I'm confused, began Ragnarok, looking at the two teenagers. What is your purpose for being here, Lord and Lady Gryffindor? Surely, it's sufficient for Minister Black to conduct businesses for the Ministry. You've other businesses? Harry and Hermione shared a glance, wondering how much they should reveal. It was Harry who spoke. It is related to our war against Lord Voldemort. We learnt that you might have a way to remove fragments of an unwanted soul from a living person. The room became deathly silent suddenly. Ragnarok froze in his seat, looking like a stone statue. The warriors gripped their weapons firmly. No one dared to breathe. Amelia and Oswald had their wands in their hands, afraid that they might attack them. Calmly, Harry held his gaze, waiting for him to respond. Mask had warned him of the goblins' reactions. How did you learn of it? The surprise in the director's eyes was replaced with a calculative look. It is one of our most guarded secrets. A friend who specialized in soul magic told me so.
Ha.
There aren't many non-goblins who know this. Mask would be the only one alive to share that secret with you. She earned the right to know it. However, it would explain his return. So, Lord Voldemort is immortal. He is if the horcrux in Harry is not destroyed. We came here to seek the knowledge required to perform that feat without killing Harry, since it is essential to winning this battle, added Hermione coolly. That puts the discussion on a different footing. Mask earned her right to that knowledge. I'll need to confer with the other elders, replied Ragnarok, returning his attention to the minister. If you would excuse me for an hour or so, would you like refreshments while you wait? They nodded, and Ragnarok sent his assistant away with instructions. Together with his entourage, he left the office. After a while, his assistant returned with refreshments. They were finally left alone to speak. Automatically, they casted the usual spells to ensure their privacy. Oswald glanced at Harry and Hermione. Good job, both of you. It appears that you're quite familiar with the customs of the goblins. They didn't deny that they could do it, so there is hope. What possessed you to offer that, Harry? Harry shrugged nonchalantly. They're a proud nation. It's time we give them a chance to prove themselves that they can stand as equals with us. It will make our proposition in the future easier. Besides, I believe it's the only way to transform Britain. I don't think we can handle a coup like Lord Hughes after Lord Voldemort is defeated. Constant civil war would weaken Britain considerably. The Wisengamot would throw our proposition out of the window if we do it immediately, replied Harry, crossing his ankles while leaning into his chair. Amelia frowned slightly. Talking about customs, I'm surprised that they haven't challenged us to a battle to prove our mettle. Our request sounds high-handed even though we are offering something as impossible as equality to them. They would want proof that we can be followed through sword fights, added Hermione, fixing her eyes on Harry. A fair fight between the champions. It is the only thing that will earn their undying respect as a nation of warriors. Harry took her hand and pressed a kiss on her knuckle, holding her gaze. Hermione continued, as if she was not distracted. Should it boil down to that, I think only Harry is capable to hold his weight in their fights. Harry's lips stretched to form an eager smile. What? I forbid you, declared Amelia, glowering. Hermione frowned, holding her glare. They don't allow magic in fights, only weapons. Harry is proficient with the blade. You're good at battling with wizards, not melee warriors. Uncle OS, you're a good strategist and a businessman, not a fighter. I'm proficient at a gun. Oswald chuckled at the accurate description of their abilities. Well, I guess you would have to be our champion should we have to resort to that. It lightened the tension in the room slightly. My honor, quipped Harry playfully. Are you going to wear my color, my angel? He pressed a feathery kiss on Hermione's wrist. Hermione giggled. That's usually done after a victory, Harry. Do you even doubt it? Demanded Harry playfully. He pressed a chaste kiss on her cheek. But Amelia was not convinced. I trust Harry and Hermione's judgment. Hermione wouldn't let Harry take unnecessary risks, interrupted Oswald calmly. We won't lose another member of the ancient family to the war. He was correct at deducing her fears. He saw tears brimming in Amelia's eyes before she wiped them away. He knew that the death of her friends and her family members haunted her. I think we need to talk about the conditions for the treaty. She took a moment to settle herself before agreeing. The four heads discussed about the clauses they wanted to add into the treaty while Hermione wrote the first draft. They had completed the first draft when the doors swung open again. Ragnarok, accompanied with his entourage of warriors, entered the room. He took a seat behind the desk regally. Two other goblins accompanied him. They looked old, and they were whispering quietly between themselves when they entered the room. These are our ancients. They are like your head healers, introduced Ragnarok. Harry shivered as they assessed him coolly. He could feel power emanating from them. The ancients were no doubt proficient in goblin magic. They nodded at Ragnarok when he shot a glance at them. Quietly, they excused themselves. I've a few clarifications. You're proposing a treaty with the ancient family first. After we have proven our mettle, then you would encourage the ministry to approve a new law establishing us as equals. Yes, answered Amelia, nodding. At the present moment, I'm quite sure at least half of the members of the Wisengamot support Lucius Malfoy. We can't pass the decree now. In fact, this is what we are proposing. Hermione handed the first draft of the treaty for Ragnarok to peruse. Ragnarok dipped his head in a nod. Fair enough. The conditions are acceptable, but you need to prove your worth for us to sign this treaty with you. We want this pact to be bound to the ancient families until we have achieved suffrage. As allies, we would be willing to help Lord Gryffindor with his problem, but it will not be easy. Do you accept these clauses? If you are willing to sign, then send out a champion to battle against our finest warrior. No wands, only melee weapon of your choice. The assistant took the first draft from the hands of his leader. As an answer, Harry unsheathed the sword of Gryffindor. It gleamed as it caught the light. It had been a while since he used it. Silently, he placed a cutting spell on the two edges of the sword. The sword absorbed the spell into its blade, becoming a lethal weapon. Hermione transfigured his robes into looser clothes. He ejected his wand and handed it to his wife. "I'll do it. Who do I need to fight?" The assistant hurried off to add the new clauses and produce the final treaty. The eyes of Ragnarok gleamed as if he approved of Harry. The young teenager looked like an experienced swordsman with his bulky torso. The way he wielded the sword comfortably showed his familiarity with the weapon. The fight would be exciting, and his blood boiled with that excitement. Confidently, he strode to the wall where his large battle axe was hung. Effortlessly, he picked it up as if the large axe weighed nothing. "I'll be your opponent." He shot a feral smile. "Follow me, Lord Gryffindor." He led them to an empty room connected to his office. It was bigger than his office, providing plenty of space for them to battle. A range of melee weapons were hung on the wall. Harry was quite sure they were more than just decorations. There was a throne at the end of the room and several seats lining both sides of the room. These chairs were large and comfortable, with armrests. It was clear that important meetings were discussed here. The large ring drawn in the middle of the throne room caught Harry's eye. It almost took up the whole room. It suggested a culture in which problems were solved by fists. "I'll be fine, promised Harry when Amelia walked past him. She paused for a moment to hold his scrutiny. She saw only determination. She acknowledged with a nod before taking the seats by the sides. Hermione pressed her lips against his cheek. "For luck. Don't get too hurt." "Yes, milady. Your wish is my command." He sunk into a bow, inciting a smile from his wife.
Prat.
She joined the rest of the family by the side. Ragnarok gestured him to take his position in the middle of the circle. "We determine our leader through pitting our physical strength here. I earn my position that way. The rules of this battle are simple. No use of magic is allowed, and we end the fight when one of us yields. Are you ready, Lord Gryffindor?" Harry lifted an eyebrow. Ragnarok was so assured of his abilities that he chose not to wear armor. He whipped out his sword and swung it a few times to warm up his muscles. His sword cut through the air effortlessly. He took a few calming breaths, relaxing himself. He could do it. Toll made sure he could. The sword of Gryffindor felt like a part of him as he wielded it. "I'm ready, Director." "No armor, Lord Gryffindor?" There was a hint of astonishment in his voice. "It wouldn't be fair," answered Harry, regulating his breathing. The goblin grinned, as if proud of his answer. The other goblin warriors began buzzing at his declaration of fighting without armor. They felt that it was foolhardy. Without warning, Ragnarok charged at him, with his bronze axe swung above his head. His terrifying war cry thundered in the room, shaking the walls. Nimbly, Harry sidestepped him smoothly, shifting to his right so that he could strike him on his underside. Ragnarok parried his blow with a loud clink before swinging his axe towards his head. Their weapons sang a dangerous tune as they parried and danced around each other. Harry's arm trembled upon every contact of their weapons. Ragnarok was strong, and his blows were powerful. His blows would have killed him if they hit their real target. Harry twisted his blade slightly to deflect his blow and attempted to break through his defense by attacking his weak spots, which were his legs. Then he realized that goblins had the advantage of having a lower center of gravity. "You don't fence, I see," commented Ragnarok, grinning. He lunged again, striking Harry's feet. Harry parried the blow easily, leaping out of harm's way. "Your body is familiar to battles." Harry charged at him, slashing his sword at his right shoulder. Ragnarok barely avoided that blow. There was an expression of shock on his face, but Ragnarok replaced it with an emotionless mask. Then, all conversation ceased as they concentrated on fighting. It was different fighting with a goblin because he had to get used to the difference of height. Besides, it posed a few problems. Due to the difference, Harry usually lost the element of surprise since his body had to adjust slightly to attack his opponent. That slight adjustment would reveal the direction of his next attack should his opponent paid close attention to it. Ragnarok was sensitive to his opponent, therefore he would pick up the subtle signs and defend himself. They were, however, soon engaged in a deadly dance for dominance, parrying, blocking, attacking, rolling, and leaping. It was lethally beautiful. They were quick and well-experienced. It was difficult to see who was winning. They were almost equally skilled and strong. Their moves were efficient, swift, and lethal, rather than spectacular. Harry's abilities astounded the goblins who were watching the battle. Harry was young, but he was able to pit against the strongest warrior in the Goblin Nation. He had a promising future as a warrior. In fact, he would be the successor of Ragnarok if he was a goblin. There was a gleam of excitement in the eyes of the goblins. It was rare to see such a high-level battle. The observers were all drawn into the battle, awed by their skills, their creativity, and their nimbleness. Amelia and Oswald were fascinated since they never knew that Harry could fight so well. It spoke of hard work and constant dedication. It made them wonder the capabilities of Hermione and the other teenagers that they were training. Everyone held their breath as they moved swiftly across the room, trying to defeat each other. Occasionally, they would circle each other as they tried to find an opening. It was obvious from their faces that they were enjoying the match. Hermione bit her lips as she watched, concerned for her husband. Ragnarok was obviously not holding back, and he was out for Harry's blood. However, she was proud of Harry. He was holding out very well. They matched each other, blow for blow. Ragnarok's axe had nicked Harry at a few areas when the powerful goblin was able to surprise him. He reacted fast enough to ensure that they were only shallow cuts. The might of Ragnarok's blow could have maimed him if he was not careful. On the other hand, Harry had also caught him several times as he tried to outmove his opponent. Ragnarok appeared to be surprised when he first wounded him, as if no one had ever done so. Adrenaline pumped through them as they continued to combat against each other. Harry was grinning manically, enjoying every moment of the battle. They continued their dance of fury. Sounds of metal clashing against metal filled the large room. The battle raged on. Neither Ragnarok nor Harry showed signs of fatigue. His physical training was paying off well. Harry's clothes stuck firmly to his body, held by his perspiration. Sweat stung his eyes as Harry stayed focused on the battle. Ragnarok was a difficult opponent. He was so experienced that he could constantly change the manner of his fighting so that Harry couldn't grasp it. He had to be on his guard as he searched for an opening to deal the decisive blow. He reminded himself to be patient and calm so that he could pick up his weakness. His opponent was having a difficult time reading his moves. Harry could see the frown on his face when they parried each other's blows. They went at each other like aggressive rams, smashing their weapons against each other forcefully. Then Harry chose to back off, circling his opponent. He held his sword firmly before him as he moved around Ragnarok, watching him like a hawk. He was starting to finally understand Ragnarok's fighting style. Ragnarok was prone to be rash. He was slower when he swung his axe overhead, and he had a weaker left arm. Then he began to devise a battle plan. If he forced him to exert his left arm, he could reduce the speed of his blows substantially for him to deal the final blow. Aggressively, he lunged into his face, increasing the speed of blows, trying to force Ragnarok to use his left arm more. His speed increased substantially. He leaped and rolled nimbly as he rained attacks smoothly on his right side, forcing Ragnarok to defend. Ragnarok frowned even more when he realized that Harry had not lost his strength. Harry's large reserve of energy worried him. It would not benefit him if he prolonged the battle. Harry observed that he was growing weaker with every paralyzing blow Ragnarok took from him. Harry left him no room to dodge, so he had to take on the full force of the blow. It was tiring him at a fast rate, and Harry knew that he was now prone to be reckless. It was the perfect moment to carry his next part of his plan. Deliberately, Harry slowed down as if he was tired of being so aggressive, creating an opening for Ragnarok to deal a fatal blow. Perceiving it to be Harry's weak spot and anxious to end the fight, he swung his axe overhead, attempting to bring it down on Harry's head, his undefended spot. It was the opportunity Harry needed to end the fight. Quickly, he moved to Ragnarok's right, avoiding the blow. Ragnarok was quick enough to react to his change of direction, and he brought his axe on his unguarded right leg. Hastily, Harry feinted to the left, but he was not fast enough to dodge the blow completely. The blunt shaft of the axe crashed onto his thigh with an ugly crack. Scorching pain jolted his whole body as his bone cracked under the force of the blow. He could hear his family yelling in panic. He paid no heed. He also noticed the slowing down of his next blow. It was exactly as he predicted. It created the opening he needed. Smoothly, he dipped and spun on his good leg so that he was on Ragnarok's left. Effortlessly, he pressed his blade on his neck. Ragnarok's eyes widened open in shock, surprised that he had lost. His face broke into a smile. "I yield, Lord Gryffindor." He dropped his axe onto the floor, announcing his defeat. Harry grinned, exhilarated that he had won. The room broke into a loud applause. The goblins were shocked to see that Harry, a wizard, had defeated their leader in a battle of melee weapons. Harry lowered his sword. His elation was fading away. His bad leg, unable to take his weight, went weak. Before he crashed, he felt a pair of arms holding him up. Her vanilla scent assaulted his sense, drugging him. Harry wrapped his arms around his wife tightly. Quickly, Hermione healed his injuries. The most severe injury was his broken thigh bone, and she healed it with a complex healing spell. The pain disappeared entirely. He tried his leg, putting weight on it, and was glad that it was healed.
He won.
He had actually beat Ragnarok. Excitedly, he crushed his lips against hers in an ardent kiss. His blood roared with lust. Hermione held him close to her as they indulged themselves in a loving moment. The kiss ended hastily when Oswald coughed loudly. Both teenagers leapt apart, blushing. It was rare that they forgot that they had an audience. The other goblins were looking away politely, as if they didn't want to interrupt this tender moment. Amelia and Oswald were chuckling. Harry hastily lowered his mental shield. Her relief, with a hint of embarrassment, flooded their connection. Harry sheathed his sword and shrunk it so that he could hide it in his robes. He snaked an arm around her waist, contented to be close to the person who owned his heart. "That was a spectacular fight, Lord Gryffindor." "I'm honored to call such a fierce fighter an ally," exclaimed Ragnarok as his healers tended to his injuries. He hastily gulped down a goblet of potion, regaining his strength. Ragnarok ran his hand through the edge of his battle axe, examining it. Nicked the edges a bit. "The sword of Gryffindor is a splendid weapon." A smile stretched across his lips. "It's Harry. I think you shouldn't call me by my title after clashing swords together. You're a brilliant fighter, too." That earned another smile from the leader of the goblins. He gestured them to follow him back to the office so that they could be done with the treaty. Oswald had a copy in his hand, and he was examining the clauses carefully to ensure that it was exactly as they had discussed. 3 elders were in the office waiting for them so that they could bear witness to the signing of the treaty between the ancient families and the goblins. They bowed their heads when Ragnarok entered the room with his axe. Almost tenderly, he hung his precious battle axe on the wall. When Harry entered the room, he noticed that the goblins' warriors bowed in admiration for him. Even though he was an esteemed customer of the goblins, he had never received that much deference. "It's not surprising. You've just beaten their best warrior in a fair match, and you are one of their wealthiest patrons," quipped Hermione, grinning. Ragnarok perused the treaty after inviting them to take a seat. Satisfied that everything was okay, Ragnarok invited them to sign their names with blood quills. Taking the lead, Ragnarok signed his name with his blood before waiting for the rest to sign on the same parchment. Amelia, Oswald, and Harry did the same above their names. They filched when the quill cut into their hands. Their blood became the ink and their signature appearing in blood above their names. When they were done, a blue light enveloped the leader of the Goblin Nation and the members of the ancient families, announcing the success of the treaty. The force of the magic exploding made the walls vibrate violently for a while. It marked the dawning of a new era. The goblins were now allies with the ancient families. Harry wondered if his forefathers would be pleased that they were aligned with the goblins. He was the ally of one of the most powerful French families, the House Elves, and now the goblins. He wondered at the consequences of having so many allies. Ragnarok grinned, pleased at the outcome. He began issuing orders to freeze the accounts of the families on a list. Perform a mandatory search first, suggested Amelia, frowning. We believe that Lord Voldemort has created more than one horcrux. Though we have little information on where those horcruxes might be, we should begin with his followers. He might have entrusted another to one of his followers. Detain them should they enter it as possible. We would like to have one horcrux intact so that we can trace the others. With the treaty signed, they could be trusted with the information they had. The leader of the Goblin Nation nodded. We'll see to it. He gave his assistant instructions, and he disappeared hastily to carry them out. We'll inform you if we found any other horcruxes. Harry has proven himself. A group of healers will take you and your mate into another room so that the ritual can be conducted. Lord Greengrass and Lady Black would have to stay because it can be very dangerous. Would he be harmed? Asked Amelia worriedly. He isn't the first person who had a horcrux in him. We had a witch who had a horcrux removed from her, and she survived it. Besides, I think we have other things to discuss. I'm quite sure you have a plan to force Lord Voldemort's hand. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to cut off his finance at this point of time. Hermione noticed that he did not answer Amelia's question. It did not bode well. Oswald nodded. We do. We have reduced a large number of his allies. Most of the werewolves have chosen to join our side. They are willing to fight with us. Some of the giants have chosen to remain neutral. Our representatives were nearly killed by those giants who have already been swayed over to Lord Voldemort's side. Harry became excited. He did not know that Moony, Dumbledore, and Hagrid had succeeded in their mission. Harry, you need to follow the healers, added Ragnarok when he noticed that the two teenagers were still in the room. The healers were outside the door, waiting impatiently for them. Oswald rose to his feet and embraced him. We'll see you soon. Oswald was also worried for him, but they had no choice but to trust their new ally. Amelia embraced him. Reluctantly, she let him go. Take care. Be safe. He nodded. He felt Hermione grasped his hand. I'll always be by your side, Harry. It was a battle they had to fight and triumphed. It would kickstart the downfall of Lord Voldemort. Harry nodded, lacing their hands together. Gathering his courage, he followed the healers. They took him upstairs into a larger area. The goblins greeted him politely as they had heard of his victory over Ragnarok. Politely, they took him into a small room where other healers were waiting. A large circle was drawn in chalk in the middle of the room. A metal chair with restraints stood in the middle of that circle. It was identical to the one in the courtroom of the Ministry. The goblins were dressed in loose robes of white, and they were creating a nasty-smelling concoction. Since Harry and Hermione could understand them, they knew that they were preparing a concoction to reduce the pain when they began exorcising the spirit. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand in worry. Harry could not imagine how much pain he had to endure if he needed to be restrained. An ancient greeted them solemnly in the goblin's tongue. Harry and Hermione returned their greetings. He was different from other goblins. He had a long white beard. A small smile appeared on his face when the two teenagers greeted in his tongue. He indicated that Harry could change into looser robes before they could begin. He handed Harry the robes and sent him to another room to change. Hermione lowered his mental shield to stop Harry from overhearing. Would it harm us? We are a soul-bonded couple, asked Hermione, expressing her concern. I know it's going to be a painful process for Harry. Is there any other way to alleviate the pain? He shook his head. We have done all we can. Yes, it will hurt him badly. The spirit will not leave willingly. We will need you to be mildly sedated too. His pain will be too intense for you to bear. Fear began to pour through her in thick waves. And Harry? Asked Hermione, trembling. She knew the answer. His gaze turned emotionless. He will not. He has to be conscious throughout the whole procedure. He would have to master his will to expel the errant soul. Hermione gasped. No, I would rather not be sedated then. We're a couple. I want to fight this battle with him. Her response surprised him. The ancient held her gaze. Are you very sure about this, young lady? There is no point sharing this burden with your mate because the pain will cripple you. There's no reason why both of you have to go through the same pain. Edmund told them that they were always stronger together. She could not let him go through it alone. Hermione dipped her head into a nod, certain of her decision. He sighed upon seeing the determination in her eyes. "You're a good mate." He gave instructions to add another chair into the middle of the circle. It was met with a lot of protest, since it meant that they had to spend more time in preparation. Reluctantly, the other goblins relented. The ancient handed her similar robes to change into. Hurriedly, she went to change her clothes. Harry was surprised to find Hermione missing when he returned back to the room. The ancient saw the question in his eyes. "She has chosen to be with you, so she is preparing for the ritual." He froze. No, she shouldn't. He tried to speak to her through their mental connection, but realized that she had blocked him out of his mind. Livid, he began pacing up and down the room like a caged wolf. He hated putting Hermione in any pain or danger. The ancient shook his head. "You should accept it, youngling. Be thankful that the Creator gave you such a strong and faithful mate. She is determined to do so. She doesn't want you to be put in any pain too." Harry paused mid-stride, turning to stare at the ancient. He knew that he was correct. Harry assumed an impassive face. The ancient left him to his thoughts as he helped out with the final preparations. When Hermione had returned to the room, Harry was sitting on the chair, his head resting on his hand. He appeared to be weary. "Harry, are you all right?" asked Hermione, taking the seat next to him. He lifted his head from his hand, meeting her worried gaze. "I'm not all right with you choosing to go through this with me." He gestured to the two chairs, frowning. He halted her when she began to protest. "However, I'll accept your decision and appreciate it." He sighed, running his hand through his hair, his gaze turning tender. "Don't you know how much I detest putting you in unnecessary pain?" He took her hand, kissing the back of her hand sweetly. She nodded her head. "As I hate seeing you in pain." The corners of her lips lifted in a small smile. "What would you do in my case, love, if it was mandatory to go through this pain?" Harry breathed another sigh. "I'd chosen to go through it with you." He had no other options. He chuckled lightly. "Oh, how I love you, Angel." They grasped each other's hands, lacing their fingers together. They were offered a goblet of the nasty and smoking potion, and they drank it hastily. It tasted worse than the polyjuice they had taken on their second year. Two goblins physically strapped them in as the other older goblins began the chanting in their tongue. They could feel the surging of magic around them as the ancients joined in to create a strange song. The waves of magic grew more powerful, swirling around the room. The ritual had just begun. They could tell from the words that it was a ritual for purification of the soul. The chalked circle that surrounded them burst into blinding white flames. Unaffected, the goblins continued singing and chanting in their raspy voices. The white flames began to sway and dance violently as their chants and song grew louder. The flames appeared as if they were made up of spirits dancing to the song of the goblins. Harry swore he could see an outline of a person in the fire when he stared hard into the flames. Concentrate. He felt thick waves of serenity flooding through him via their mental link. Hermione, instead of paying attention to her surroundings, had chosen to mediate. It allowed the magic evoked by the chanting to wash smoothly through her, like streams of water. Then, Harry remembered. Master Chengsa had always reminded them to be one with their environment, so that they could ride on the waves of the magic that surrounded them. It was more efficient. Closing his eyes, he willed himself to calm down to become one with the magic that was swirling around the room. Almost instantly, his scar burnt him. A scream tore out of him. He strained against the straps, shaking violently. It felt as if someone had pressed a scalding hot iron on his forehead. He released her hand, screaming out of agony. Intense pain struck him, paralyzing him. He couldn't focus on anything besides the torment. Hermione was also screaming from pure anguish. Their screams intertwined and echoed throughout the room, mixing with the solemn chants and song of the goblins. It brought tears to the observers with gentle souls. "Willed it to leave, youngling. Concentrate, and will the spirit to leave now," yelled the ancient. He was desperate. "Concentrate. Please concentrate." Harry was struggling violently against his restraints, yelling. The straps cut into his flesh. Pain wrecked his body in torrent. It hurt. It hurt everywhere. His body felt as if it was on fire. It burnt and scorched him. The concoction did nothing to reduce the pain. The torture intensified, and he was now begging internally. Please. Please stop.
Please let me die.
He would do anything to stop the pain, even if it meant giving up his life. It overwhelmed him, reducing him to a small child. It was far more than physical pain, he was hurting inside too. He never felt so alone. He found himself in complete darkness. Gripping his armrest, he cried in agony. It was like getting whipped by his uncle all over again. Then images appeared. He saw his uncle whipping him recklessly with a belt. It was like pouring bleach into a deep open wound. He saw himself pouring bleach into his wound to disinfect that deep wound so that he could save his leg. He saw himself being abused by his relatives again. He was a child again, at the mercy of his cruel relatives. You're freak.
Pain.
You're the cause of your parents' death. You'll cause your loved ones to die. Agony. The accusations tore his soul apart. It was not true. It was not true. It was not true. He sobbed, crying out for mercy. He fell to his knees. The pain was too much to bear. He couldn't take it anymore.
Kill me. Please.
Then, he saw a faint tendril of white light trying to penetrate through the darkness. He appeared to be trapped in a translucent black bubble. It appeared like a dim beam of light, but it felt like a tendril of serenity. The attempt was weak, but it was working. He stopped sobbing. Pain appeared to be letting up. Slowly, it tried to pierce through that bubble of pain that enveloped him like thick black armor. It looked stretchable but firm. That faint tendril was getting brighter and more solid. It was almost as sharp as a spear, penetrating the skin of the bubble. Images from his past were reduced to soundless moving images. They flickered at the back of his mind. He was more focused on that soul beam of light that was reaching out for him. The accusations were muted. Realization struck him. It was reaching for him, determined to make that connection. He wasn't alone. His spirits lifted up slightly at the thought. He wasn't alone. The pain did not let up. Harry tried to muster all his will, reaching out to connect with that strain of tranquility. However, it was slow and tedious. It was like trying to push against a concrete wall. The bubble of pain stretched, clinging to his mind like a fearful child. It neutralized his attempts at reaching out. He was getting desperate. It was too excruciating and slow. He was too weary to reach for it, but he persisted with his will. The thought that it was Hermione's way of trying to reach him kept him fighting to break out of the bubble. He thought of the effort she was putting and her love. He felt strengthened again. With that sudden burst of energy, he leapt to reach out for that tendril. And they made the connection. There was no mistake, it was Hermione. Relief and love poured through him in the form of white light. The white light filled up the bubble of pain, pushing the black surface away from him. The warmth of their love enveloped him, renewing him, strengthening him, and giving him hope that he could triumph. He felt her acceptance and her affirmation. I'm here, Harry. We can do it. He trusted their love. He trusted the partner of his soul. Their love swept away the images of his past and the accusations. He felt appreciated and loved. His best friend and his wife adored and admired him. The bubble began to expand. Harry felt the pain lessening considerably as he focused only on the warmth of their love. He felt her joy, and that made him smile. He remembered their first kiss in her backyard. He remembered the first time watching his bride walking towards him. Joy overwhelmed him. Physically, she grasped his hand gently. The bubble struggled violently against the white light. Harry remembered the first time they made love. He remembered how right and wonderful it felt. He had never felt so completed and whole. Suddenly, the white light burst, completely decimating the bubble. It felt as if a large boulder had been lifted from his soul. Then, the strange sensation of freedom filled him. He was free. He was free. He never felt so alive and so free. Harry opened his eyes to look at his wife. Hermione met his gaze, smiling. It communicated her adoration for him. He squeezed her hand tightly, too overwhelmed to speak. Harry knew not the words to express how he felt. He wasn't too sure if "I love you" was sufficient to express the feelings that were surging him in thick waves. She nodded as if she understood what he meant, and he returned a smile. Hermione was truly his soul bond mate. The chanting and the haunting song of the goblins had faded. 2 goblins released them from their physical restraints. Immediately, he leapt out of his seat to kiss her, hoping to convey his love through that action. They held each other close, letting their love to cleanse and wash through them. A white light surged from them and enveloped them. The magic from them lifted the spirits of the goblins. It washed them like water from the gentle streams, filling them with joy and peace. While the teenagers were conveying their gratitude to each other, the ancient trapped the dark mist in an unbreakable bottle. He smiled at the level of devotion they had shown to each other. He had never seen such powerful love. "Heavenly couple," murmured the ancient goblin in awe. The wounds on both of their body healed magically. The teenagers broke apart after a while. The light dissipated immediately. Both Hermione and Harry felt refreshed and whole even though they had gone through a grueling psychological battle. The ancient goblin handed them the jar, which consists Riddle Soul. "Here you go. Well done, young ones." Harry and Hermione smiled at each other. Together, they took the jar. "We'll hand it to Amelia. She'll be able to pass it to Mask." Their eyes gleamed with hope. They could beat Lord Voldemort soon. Miles away, a dark figure sitting on his concrete throne started writhing and yelling in agony. He dropped onto the ground, as if he was having a fit. It was a dark cellar, and there were many followers before him. His masked followers were in a panic. They did not know what to do. "Send for Snape. He'll have a potion," yelled one of the followers. Hastily, someone followed his order. The Dark Lord was having spasms, screaming in pain. Froth appeared at the side of his mouth. The followers cleared the area so that he would not be injured while having a fit. It was minutes later when the pain completely subsided. It felt almost like ages for the followers. They were afraid of the aftermath. Lord Voldemort gained back his consciousness after a few moments. There was panic in his eyes as he climbed onto his feet, weakened by the assault. He leaned heavily into his throne. He closed his eyes, trying to organize his thoughts. "Send for Bella. I have some questions for her. Lucius, I need you to accompany me on a trip." There was urgency in his voice that made the followers worried. Their master was always confident. They didn't know what made him so fearful. A Death Eater hastily scurried away to fetch her. He could tell that his master was in a terrible mood. He would soon explode in anger. Lucius fell onto his knees. "My lord, is it prudent? You just—" "Crucio. Crucio." Lucius collapsed onto the ground, yelling in agony. He was left to writhe in pain until the pain completely subsided. Finally, he opened his eyes, panting. Breathing heavily, he slowly climbed onto his knees. It was excruciating, but he had no choice. Weakly, he used his cane for support. A smile of glee appeared on Lord Voldemort's face. "Do not ever question me, my slippery friend. I'm fine. I need to check. Assemble some of our men. I want to prepare a surprise for Harry Potter soon." The other followers sunk to their knees and intoned, "Yes, my lord." "Very good." Despite their preparations, Riddle felt nervous. He needed to check on his horcruxes soon. Ancient arches of solid white marked the threshold of the old cathedral by the River Thames. State funerals were usually held at the Ministry. However, they decided to make an exception for Alastair Moody, who wanted his final journey to be done on the river like the famous painting of Ophelia. As a sign of unity, all the members of the 4 ancient families and their allies chose to attend the funeral together. The Potters, the Grangers, the Greengrasses, the Blacks, the Bones, the Diggories, the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, the Lovegoods. In pairs or threes, they exited out of the apparition point into the side chamber. The teenagers huddled together as a group, as if seeking solace in their unison. The Aurors recognized their faces instantly, and they bowed at the sight of their new minister for magic. She hastily stopped them since she knew them personally. Quietly, she spoke to them individually since she knew them, offering words of comfort. Alastair was a well-respected mentor to almost all the Aurors, and his sudden death was a blow to them. Sirius hovered patiently by her side, a faint frown of concern on his face. The tiff they had in the afternoon was still fresh in his mind. Their argument played in his head like a recording as he watched her offer comfort to her men almost as if she owed them. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. He lifted a brow when he felt someone placing his or her hand on his shoulder. He couldn't believe his eyes when he realized it was Oswald. Sirius was astonished to see understanding and grief in the older lord's eyes, but Sirius nodded gratefully. It was rare that Oswald would tacitly support him. He expelled a sigh, relaxing his shoulders slightly. He wasn't the only one who thought that way. Oswald stepped back into his place, next to his wife, when Amelia glanced fleetingly at them. She held Sirius's gaze for a moment. Noticing nothing amiss, she returned her attention back to her men. Following the lead of the Minister for Magic, the ancient families and their allies entered the cathedral, where the funeral was held. The hallowed cathedral was a sea of black. The solemnness was enhanced by the cold concrete and paneled wood walls. There was an archaic church organ built at the front of the church, constructed so that its massive pipes blend with the majestic chamber, with its intricate designs of cherubic angels playing with their golden harps. It was as high as the ceiling of the church, almost 3 stories tall. Soft and grave music was played in the background, befitting the mood. Eyes swirled to fix on them when the ancient families and their allies entered. Almost instantly, everyone rose to their feet at the sight of the new Minister for Magic. Her eyes were fixed on the coffin at the front of a stage. Quietly, she made her way forward so that she could pay respects to her mentor. Harry, Hermione, and Susan trailed behind them, with solemn looks on their faces. Harry had his arms around Hermione. Both of them were more concerned about paying respects to their teacher rather than the media attention they might get from their attendance as a couple. There was a look of disbelief on Jean's face as she gazed at the coffin. It was a physical reminder of the war that her children were involved in. They had already lost someone close to them. The members of the Order nodded respectfully at them when the ancient families and their allies walked past. The sight of the Grangers in formal non-magical clothes did not arouse the interest of the crowd. Alastor Moody looked completely at rest, lying in the satin interior of the mahogany coffin. The age lines on his face had faded away, making him look younger and peaceful. Hermione turned into Harry's embrace and sobbed silently when she caught sight of him. His death had finally struck home. Harry wrapped his arms helplessly around her, knowing that there was nothing he could do to alleviate her pain. Her anguish echoed his feelings. Luna, with tears in her eyes, enveloped the couple in an embrace. She was joined by Neville, who had tears clinging onto his eyes. Sirius directed them to the side, so that the others could step forward to see Alastor for the final time. The sight of her mentor lying in his coffin filled her with regret. She could only stare stonily at his body. She felt responsible. He wouldn't have died if they were so bloody concerned about playing safe. Sirius gently led her to a seat so that she could have some time to compose herself for the eulogy. The Greengrasses were visibly upset when they paid their last respect to Alastor. He was a teacher to both Astoria and Daphne. He was also a close friend of Oswald and Felicia. Oswald respected his dedication as an Auror. Cedric wrapped his arms around his girlfriend, distressed that they had lost an outstanding professor. Fred had a comforting arm around Susan as she grieved. Gently, he led her to the side so that she could cry her heart out. Remus had managed to rush back for the funeral. Tonks, upon catching sight of him, dived into his embrace to sob. Remus gently led her aside to comfort her, away from prying eyes. Dumbledore was shell-shocked to know that his friend had passed away. There were tears in his eyes when he approached the coffin to pay his respects. He had known him for decades and worked closely with him. For a moment, he looked exactly an old man grieving. The service promptly began with Amelia's eulogy. After the crowd had settled in, she climbed up the platform to address the crowd in eulogy. Her attire suitably conveyed grief, but her body posture hinted of strength and fortitude. There were tear streaks on her face, but her voice was steady and firm when she spoke. "We gather here tonight to bid farewell to one of the most amazing I had the opportunity to meet, Alastor Moody. He was quite charming then, and a very dedicated Auror. He took me under his care when I was still a tenderfoot, an oar just fresh out from training. Her lips curled to form a smile. I can't remember the number of times we saved each other's lives while I was under his tutelage. I knew I could always count on him to cover my back, and he never let me down. Tears were brimming in her eyes when she looked at the peaceful face of her mentor. He was a wonderful oar, and he was unmatchable in terms of skills. However, I know the DMLE will always think of him fondly when they have to undergo training. His training was harsh and almost hellish. I mean, they were honestly horrid. Many of the oars can testify to it. I'm not too sure if anyone would be able to think up of such difficult and painful training now that he's in a better place. She searched the crowd and noticed that most of the oars were laughing. The members of the order were sitting on the second row, joined them in their laughter since he was their instructor for magical retraining. Of course, we will always remember the lessons that Alastor had taught us, constant vigilance and persistence. Even though I'm no longer in the DMLE, I'll always live to fulfill the promise that I made when I was first sworn as a director of DMLE. We'll create a DMLE that magical Britain can be proud of, a force to be reckoned with. I'll fight to maintain the peace that Britain enjoys after the end of the previous war. Thank you, Alastor, for making this world a better place. It's too soon for us to say goodbye to you, but it is really time for you to rest. Farewell, my mentor and friend. You'll always be sorely missed. She turned to face her mentor for the last time and took a short bow. Carefully, she placed a white rose in his coffin. Silently, she made a promise that she would make sure that his death was not in vain, even if she had to sacrifice her life. They were already making progress, and she hoped that he could really rest in peace. Someone fielded a question. How did Alastor Moody and Cornelius Fudge died? The Ministry hasn't even made a statement even though two prominent members of the society have passed away. Her eyes fell upon the speaker. It was a young upstart reporter from the Daily Prophet. She knew his type, anxious for news, so that he could make his break. Carefully, she scanned the crowd, noticing that they were waiting anxiously for her response. There was a frown on Oswald's face. Senior Aura Moody was accompanying ex-Minister Fudge into his cell when there was a breakout. They were presently murdered. The case is still under investigation. The DMLE will get to the bottom of this, concluded Amelia briskly. She stepped off the stage to join with her family members. She smiled in appreciation when she felt Sirius putting an arm around her. The crowd moved forward to put a flower into his coffin and say their final goodbyes in a stream. His empty coffin began to fill up with beautiful and bright flowers of every kind. When the crowd had finally returned to their seats, Kingsley shut the cover of the coffin. 8 coffin bearers, who were students of Alastor, lifted the coffin onto their shoulders instead of just using magic to levitate it. 2 lines of aurors in their uniforms created a path for the coffin bearers to take. They spaced themselves evenly, forming 2 lines that reached the river bank. When Alastor was carried past them, the aurors lifted their wands in respect for the oar. The crowds followed quietly along and watched as they set the coffin on the surface of the waters so that it could drift away. Dumbledore's phoenix soared above them. It was a sight to behold. The splendid fiery bird cut through the air like a sharp knife. He sang as he lingered around the crowd. Dumbledore cast a fire phoenix to the air in honor of Moody's contributions to the order. Solemnly, Harry cast waterproof flames on his body. The crowd watched as the coffin drifted down the river until it completely disappeared from their sight. His ashes would rest in the Thames as he wished for. The adults chose to bury themselves in their work after the funeral, leaving the teenagers alone. Sirius, together with Mask and Mooney, had taken charge of the project to create an object to search for Riddle's horcruxes. They had started work immediately, since they had a horcrux. Amelia had thought of a way to solve 2 of her biggest problems, the weakness of the Ministry's offensive forces and employment of the werewolves. Amelia had offered a job to all of them. She offered to create an offensive force with them. The Ministry's attack force relied primarily on magic to deal with their adversaries. They would have problems if they had dealt with creatures which were resistant to magic like the giants. Werewolves were physically superior to normal witches and wizards, and they could be a force to be reckoned with if they had the right training. Oswald, on the other hand, had to deal with overseeing the building of facilities for the werewolves. Together, the teenagers headed over to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for some Sundays. It was the last day of their holiday, so they wanted to spend some time enjoying the last few hours of their holiday. They were unusually quiet even though it was a while since they last saw one another. Luna was holding on to Neville for support. Fred hovered worriedly over Susan since she was so upset. Their Sundays were left largely forgotten. "It was Riddle's work, isn't it?" asked George, breaking the silence. Harry dipped his head. "He was dead when we arrived." He felt somber after attending the funeral of his ex-professor. "How did you know it was his work then?" questioned Fred, lifting a brow. Harry tapped onto his scar.
Oh.
Fred did not ask any more questions, choosing to eat his ice cream. His eyes continued to shift to Susan once a while to check that she was fine. "Harry, what happened to your scar?" demanded Daphne, surprised. The rest of the teenagers stared at him and realized what was wrong. The scar had faded away, leaving a faint shadow. "Oh, it has disappeared," announced Hermione excitedly. "So it worked. Harry is no longer a horcrux." There was silence around the table for a while. Then they burst out cheering.
How?
"How did you do it?" demanded Luna excitedly, grabbing Harry's hand. He had to wait for them to calm down before he could explain. The goblins had a ritual. He shuddered at the memory of it. It felt as if he was going through hell. Hermione squeezed his hand comfortingly. "We had a meeting with the goblins this morning, and we signed a treaty with them. They will be assisting us in the war." He allowed his gaze to wander to the crowds swirling around Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley was filled with families since the semester in Hogwarts was starting the next day. They looked so cheerful and excited, so oblivious of the impending battle that was on their doorstep. The exhilaration from the removal of the horcrux faded away. All of a sudden, the temperature plunged drastically. Fear gripped their hearts. It couldn't be. Then, screams of fright filled the air. It shattered the peaceful moment. People were now running away in panic, like tiny alarmed ants. They were fleeing in different directions, and they could not tell what the source of panic was. Dementors? The teenagers leapt to their feet, their wands in their hands. Susan hastily created a portkey and sent Astoria back since she was not trained for battle. The sky darkened, and they saw them. Hundreds of Dementors were flying towards them. They looked like a black cloud with their numbers. Hastily, the teenagers concentrated on a happy thought and shot their Patronus. It was difficult to maintain such powerful Patronus for long periods of time. They formed a giant net, under the direction of their masters, to drive the cloud away from the crowd. Harry's stag led the attack, charging at the bulk of the masses.
"Net them."
"We have to destroy them," commanded Harry loudly. His Patronus responded to his command. "No, there's just too many," protested Hermione when she realized what Harry was going to do. "You will tire yourself." Harry ignored her protest because he was going to use the heat energy present to assist him. Pointing his hand towards the cloud, he set the whole cloud on fire. Their screams of anguish filled the place as the spirits were completely burnt by Harry's element. Soon, the sky began to rain flaming ashes. Now they had another problem on their hands. They faced the possibility of being burnt. Instantly, Hermione gathered the water droplets in the sky to create a thin layer of water barrier. The flaming ashes were doused as they passed through the layer, falling like black autumn leaves on the ground and buildings in Diagon Alley. Healers appeared to tend to the injured. It appeared as if many people were injured from the stampede. Then they heard the screams, and they turned to that direction. Then they saw. Most of the teenagers paled. A man in a suit was lynched at a tree. It looked as if his neck was going to break anything from the weight it had to support. The non-magical was obviously dead. He noticed a parchment pinned on his chest. As he approached to look at the parchment, Harry's knee buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground.
No. No.
No. It was his uncle. The parchment was written in blood. "My special gift to you, Lord Gryffindor." Hell broke loose when people took note of the dark mark floating above that tree. It symbolized the beginning of a new war. Chapter 50. Past the Frontiers. Her heart nearly stopped when she gazed upon the feared mark of Lord Voldemort floating brazenly in the sky. Panic ensued almost immediately. Screams and cries erupted. People began scurrying in all directions, shoving, screaming, and crying. For a moment, she felt as if she traveled back in time when she first watched a memory of her father of his experience in the previous war. The carnage, the despair, and the tangible taste of fear in the air. Her father had once told her that fear was a powerful weapon, and she finally comprehended it. People were running carelessly in all directions, like a herd of frightened sheep. The frenzied crowd injured many healers when they ran over them in their frenzy to get away from the dark mark, a mere symbol in the sky. Fear made them blind to the fact that they were precarious instead of being in any real danger at all. The sheer power of collective fear made her shiver in fear. It felt like an apocalypse. It made sense. He ought to make his move against Amelia's frail and fragmented government before it grew any stronger. Then, she saw Harry, her friend, falling on his knees. Her heart ached painfully for him. "Aunt, you need to hurry to Diagon Alley now." Susan was one of the first few who recovered from her shock, and she called for backup. Why weren't the Ministry alerted initially? Their response time was usually faster. Several pups announced the entrance of the Aurors and Hit Wizards. Amelia and Kingsley had finally arrived on scene. They had impassive faces as they took charge of the situation. Where was her father? Wasn't he with Aunt Amelia? Why wasn't he with her? Her instinct told her that something was wrong. Lord Voldemort wouldn't expose his return without dealing a severe blow to trigger the haunting memories of the past. Was this another diversion? Was her father safe? She quenched her rising fears. "Clear out of space. We need to bring the injured aside. Inform the healers," yelled Amelia grimly, directing the team. She looked older than her years, with grim lines on her face as she surveyed the place. It was clear that she was experienced with such panic. "Aurors, follow me. We need to set up a perimeter." Susan and Fred joined her, jogging next to her as they updated her about the events that had taken place. Kingsley amplified his voice with a spell and told the crowd to remain where they were. Those desperate members of the public that did not heed his advice were stunned on the spot to stop the pandemonium. The Aurors cordoned areas off so that they could make space for the healers to do their work and to maintain order at exits. The stampede created more complications than the cloud of Dementors. Her feet automatically brought her to Harry. Hermione had her arms around him, despite the chaos. They paid little heed to the disaster that was unfolding around them. Her heart ached at the sight of their shared anguish. An aura levitated the defiled body away from the tree and zipped it in a black body bag. She nearly flinched at the sight of it, just another victim to the war. She felt Cedric squeezing her hand gently. His gaze was tender, but it held a wisp of emotions that haunted her. He leaned in, brushing his lips gently hers. With that, he parted to join the Aurors. She expelled a breath. Her eyes lingered on her beau for a moment, watching him maintain order together with a few grateful Aurors. Neville and George jogged over to join him. Luna slipped off to lend her assistance in healing. She was heartened to see that, because of their privileges and connections, they were even more willingly to help. As she approached them, Hermione lifted her head to look at her. For a moment, she looked so torn, dithering between caring for Harry and attending to duties. Tonks was waiting quietly aside by the body bag, patiently waiting for either Harry or Hermione to acknowledge the body. Harry was on his knees, unresponsive. "I think he needs some time alone," spoke Hermione, picking herself from the ground. Her face was impassive, but her eyes reflected tenderness and concern when she looked upon her husband. Her friend was worried that he was pushing her out. She dipped her head in a nod and jerked her thumb towards Tonks. She didn't quite know how to express her concern for her companion. Susan and Luna were better at that. Hermione picked herself from the ground, clapped her hand on her shoulders almost soothingly. She was glad that Hermione would take the time to reassure her. With a grim face, she departed swiftly to meet Tonks. Automatically, she took the place of Hermione. She placed her hand on his shoulder, squeezing it gently. Harry remained motionless, as if lost in his own world. He squeezed his eyes shut. His face was dusted with ashes in the shape of 2 hands gripping his face. His body tensed. Suddenly, his eyes fluttered open. Harry's? Wordlessly, Harry picked himself up. Then he disapparated. Daphne shook her head, knowing there was nothing much she could do about him. Besides, Harry wouldn't do anything stupid since he prized Hermione's safety. She turned her attention to more important things like assisting the healers, instead of choosing to dwell in her thoughts. Her knees instinctively absorbed her weight fully, so she landed on the marbled floor with a light crunch. The white glow that surrounded her and announced her arrival faded away. She righted herself gracefully, searching the area for traces of her husband. It took her a while to get used to the change of weather. A light layer of snow covered the ground and the mansion that stood in a distance. The light sheen of snow reflected the rays of the wintry sun. Yet, the punishing cold wind made her shiver in her non-magical clothing. Hastily, she cast a warming spell on herself, and the quivering stopped. Her brows furrowed. Ade called Hermione, barely raising her voice. It was unusual that she would seek her upon arrival, but she was nearly going insane with worry. Harry had disappeared without a word. He had also broken his mental connection with her, a clear sign that he wanted to be alone. After assisting Tonks in the investigation, she checked on her parents. She was too preoccupied with her rage at Riddle and need to unravel the mystery behind Vernon's death to think of her parents. They had informed her that Harry had contacted them nearly an hour ago. Her mother said that he looked relieved to see that they were well. Hastily, she returned to the Potter's mansion. Finding no trace of Harry, she decided to enter into the house. "Welcome home, Hermione," returned a sweet voice. "Looking for Harry?" "He's in the workshop with Hedwig." The weight in her heart lifted immediately. She breathed a sigh, ignoring the way it fogged. It would also explain the absence of his beautiful owl. "It's 5 house hours to an hour outside." Hermione frowned as she mentally calculated how much time he had been hiding. Harry had locked himself in the house for slightly more than 5 hours. What was he doing? Both of them had decided not to use the house for the moment since they needed to be on alert. They couldn't afford to seek sanctuary in this artificial paradise. Moreover, Edmund had implied that he was more or less completed with their training in regards to the upcoming war. He appeared to be even more tight-lipped about the upcoming events, as if afraid that a slight change in events would have massive consequences. "Thanks, Sade. I appreciate it." Without wasting any more time, she shifted straight to him. She found herself in a large room almost instantly. Harry was standing next to her, hammering a block of metal. It was the length of her palm and was about 2 centimeters thick. From the way the heated metal gleamed and the lack of interaction to other elements, she deduced that he was working with pure gold. Beads of perspiration were on his forehead as he worked on his project, ignoring everything around him. It was as if he was trying to lose himself in his work. So focused he was on his work that Harry did not even notice her presence. Her brows narrowed into a frown. Surrounding his work table were remains of his previous experiments. There were rings of different materials on his desk. It was clear that he had worked for hours. Parchments littered around the room in pieces. She picked up one of them and realized that they were his written records of what he had attempted. Harry was trying to use other forms of magic to achieve his goal. A beautiful white snowy owl was perching on a stand nearby. Her large eyes were fixed on her owner, unblinking. She barked when she noticed her arrival. Smoothly, she spread her large wings and dived towards her, landing on Hermione's shoulder. "He's been on it for hours and he doesn't want to rest. I nearly got sliced by a weapon just now during a mock battle. It was really no big deal, but he went barmy suddenly, obsessed in creating a way for me to have access to his magic. He has also cut our connection." "What's wrong? You smell like smoke." Harry and Hedwig had entered the house together to train to fight. With Hedwig's swiftness, she was a good partner to Harry on the battlefield. She also acted as their eyes and ears when they needed a bird's-eye view of an entire battle. Hermione fed her a treat. "Uncle Vernon is dead." She puffed up her feathers in annoyance, looking larger. "Good riddance that he's dead. He always abuses Harry." You know that he imprisoned Harry and me in his room after he returned from his first year in Hogwarts? My tears are squandered should I mourn for his death. He deserves none of my pity." She fixed a large eye on her mistress. Why is he so upset? Hermione sent her the image of Uncle Vernon dangling in midair, lynched, and the parchment on his chest. Grunnings was razed completely to the ground just hours ago. There was no witness. No one survived. There were traces of wards used to keep everyone in. There was a hint of sadness in her tone. Many employees had lost their lives because the Death Eaters wanted to capture one employee to make a statement. Hedwig ruffled her feathers nonchalantly. Should I cry for every mouse that I've killed? It's natural and necessary expense to keep me alive. Death is a natural consequence in a war. Be strong of heart and keep your eyes on the goal. Hermione's gaze became steely. I know, she whispered. She shuddered at the recollection of that scene. She remembered plowing through the charred and smoky ground, with Tonks by her side. The Bobbies were examining the scorched bodies, trying to determine their identity. The place had reeked of death, destruction, and smoke. She understood the fear that the Death Eaters had encouraged during the First War. She blinked away the tears that brimmed when she thought that it might be her parents' burnt body she might find. She had to take comfort that the Death Eaters wouldn't think too highly of a Muggle-born like her to target her parents. In light that the foremost, wealthiest, and powerful families had already declared their stand against him, Riddle wouldn't dare to invade the non-magical world unless it would deal a severe blow to the ancient families. The non-magical police had dubbed it as a freak accident. Harry pounded the gold block even more furiously, as if it had offended him. It was now flattered into a thin strip. They had used that element before, and it did not yield as much results as they have expected. To her astonishment, he stopped suddenly, whipping out a sharp dagger. Harry, without hesitation, he sliced the skin of one of his fingers, letting his blood drip on the metal strip. The metal absorbed his blood immediately and gleamed. He began chanting in the goblin tongue, speaking the words to strengthen the metal as he pounded with his hands. Then, he switched to the tongue of the house elf, creating the magical connection between the metal strip and his magical core. Then, he spoke an old spell to amplify magic and allow the metal strip to become a focus. Hermione gasped at the ingenuity. House elves, upon bonding, would create a special magical connection with their masters so that they could tap on the magic of their hosts. However, this ability was given through a spell casted ages ago. She assumed that he might have approached Charles for the incantation. That's new, remarked Hedwig thoughtfully. He was using only goblins' chants and spells to create the rings just now. It was starting to cool down again, turning into a silvery color. Suddenly, he bathed the mental strip with flames from his hand. The flames were so hot that the metal began to soften and glow. Quickly, he shaped it into a small ring as he continued chanting in the goblin's tongue. Hermione doused the burning ring with 2 jets of water, and it cooled rapidly into a small silver ring. Hermione was wondering about the magical possibilities of what Harry had done when she heard the mental yell. Harry! Harry wobbled unsteadily on his feet, before crashing on the ground. Hermione was quick to grab him around his waist as Hedwig took flight to safety. He had completely exhausted himself from creating the ring. Wandlessly, Hermione conjured a bed by the workable and heaved him into it so that he could rest properly. She healed the cut on his finger carefully. Harry was completely knocked out, slumbering. She watched him as his chest rise and fell evenly, concerned for his welfare. Gently, so that she would not wake him up, she ran her hand through his soft black hair. She resented the emotional torture he had to go through for being chosen. If they had a choice, she would whisk all that she loved away from harm. However, she knew them. The ancient families were too proud and too devoted to consider leaving an option. She breathed a sigh, knowing it was true of her. She shook her head, unwillingly to be so pessimistic. Menial labor was what she needed to clear her mind. Oswald was beyond furious. He prowled up and down his large and lush office, like a caged tiger. The magically modified CCTVs he had chosen to develop and install in the headquarters of all his major holdings turned out to be useful. Just a mere half-hour after the incident at the Diagon Alley, saboteurs were discovered in the premises, attempting to make trouble in the research building. The magically modified CCTVs picked up the heat of the three disillusioned men and alerted the guards who were on duty. Instantly, the guards were deployed to take them by force and put them in holding sites. They were werewolves who underwent a special training course under Amelia when she was out of the Ministry. The team, in turn, alerted him. That course was now run by trained werewolves for the other werewolves so that they could be employed to serve the Ministry or large private companies that could afford their services. On days that they were affected by their condition, they were replaced by extra shifts of wizards. However, they made a good security team with their enhanced senses, endurance, and physical prowess. His only consolation was that the teenagers were all right. As expected, they were in the thick of things. The teenagers, under the leadership of Harry, were quick to deal with the hordes of Dementors. It spoke well of Harry's leadership and his teaching skills. He was relieved to know that they could handle themselves well. It would ease his mind when they returned to Hogwarts. He sat in his chair, drumming his fingers on the table pensively, wondering just what Riddle was up to. It was difficult to predict a pattern from the manner he was attacking. Out of caution, he was going to look through all the blueprints of the buildings that he owned to work on their security. In hindsight, he decided to inform Daily Prophet of the foiled attempt of sabotage, in an attempt to lighten the situation. He hoped that it would lessen the blow on Amelia's government, knowing how Malfoy's camp would seize this opportunity to undermine her authority. It took Hermione a while to clean up the room by hand. She took the opportunity to take a quick shower, knowing that she smelt of smoke. Harry remained sleeping throughout. She expelled a sigh, gently combing her hand through his unruly hair. Though he was slumbering, Harry was still frowning. Tenderly, she pressed her lips on his forehead before turning her attention to the ring. Curious, she picked up the finished product, the ring that Harry painstakingly created. It was no different from their previous attempts. Yet it felt different to her. "Do you think I should try?" asked Hedwig. She cocked her head, staring at the ring inquisitively. Hermione shot a glance at her sleeping husband, then made her decision. She expanded the ring slightly and slipped it past her talons and toes so that it would rest on her thin and feathered tarsus. The ring magically adjusted itself to fit her. Hedwig hopped carefully on the table, pushing her large head between her feet to eye the ring carefully. Hermione could sense her confusion and her curiosity. Try recalling some of the applications of magical theory. Try a simple charm like levitation, offered Hermione when she realized that Hedwig was waiting for her to guide her. Try levitating that book. Hermione held her breath, hoping that this would be the breakthrough that they were waiting for. The snowy owl turned her attention to the book she was pointing out. It was a slim tome, sitting innocently on the work desk a few paces away. She dipped her head in acknowledgement and became still. Anxiously, Hermione waited, fixing her eyes on the book. Minutes passed, and the book remained unmoved. Relentlessly, Hedwig cast the spell. It echoed through their link as she repeated it. Almost miraculously, the book jerked up an inch before collapsing back on the table. Unable to contain her joy, she let out a shout. "It worked! It worked!" She danced around the table, hugging the beautiful snowy owl to her chest. Hedwig was too stunned to react. "Mione?" questioned Harry groggy, lifting himself from the bed. He rubbed his eyes sleepily as he took in his environment. Instantly, she threw herself into Harry's arms, squashing Hedwig between them. "It worked! You're brilliant!" Hedwig levitated the book. She peppered his face with kisses. It took Harry a while to comprehend what Hermione meant, distracted by her lips on his face. When her words cut through the mental fog, he leapt out of the bed, grabbed her hands, and began swinging her wildly around the room. Hedwig was left forgotten in Harry's temporary bed, faintly amused by her humans. She took the time to groom herself, mildly displeased that her feathers were ruffled. Hermione's face was red from laughing hard when Harry finally stopped. "We can start training Hedwig some basic defensive spells, and let Toll incorporate it into her training." "Oh, this is wonderful," gushed Harry, his eyes twinkling in excitement. The corners of her lips lifted in a gentle smile as she curved her arm around his waist. "We can leave toll to that. I think we might be sorely missed if we continue to stay here." Lightly, she laid her head on his chest. Relaxed, she let out a sigh. His arms went around her automatically, holding her close to him. He buried his nose into her thick and soft hair, savoring the feeling of having her close to him. She fitted him perfectly, just under his chin so that he could rest his head comfortably. He lowered his mental barriers, letting her love and concern wash over him. There was no need for words. She understood completely how he felt. He tipped her face gently, looking deeply into her eyes that shone with love for him. Enamored, they drifted closer to each other as if pulled together by an invisible force. Their breaths quickened, bodies tensed with heightened anticipation. Tenderly, their lips met in a kiss to soothe and comfort. "Where's Hermione when we need her?" complained Sirius, drawing his hand through his hair out of frustration. His hair was standing in odd angles, raked out of place in frustration. They had been locked up in the lab for hours, and there were no results. Hermione, for once, did not answer his call on the watch. He stood up, paced around the large and spacious lab where they were working. He, like Harry, was taking out his frustration through his project. The scan had picked up a possible hideout of Lord Voldemort just an hour before the Diagon Alley incident, but it turned out to be a deception. He took several men and headed to that site. The place turned out to be empty. Lord Voldemort had set that up to show that he knew that they had tagged several of his high-level followers. It was also the reason it took them some time to head over to Diagon Alley. Sirius slammed his fists on the table in irritation. The room was completely sealed, and only the three of them had access into the room. The project was so confidential that they only had to report to Oswald. On paper, this laboratory did not even exist. A sweet-looking woman with a heart-shaped face was sitting next to him, in normal black robes. Her brows furrowed as she perused her records of their experiment. Emmeline appeared to be calmer one out of the three of them. They were running into problems in creating a usable horcrux finder. The diary was unusable since the horcrux was destroyed by Harry years ago. A jar was sitting on the table. Black mist swirled violently within the jar, attempting to smash itself against the jar repeatedly until it achieved its freedom. Remus was watching the jar closely, his body tensed. "It's a violent and menacing soul." "I can't believe that came out from Harry," remarked Remus, almost calmly. "I think Harry needs her more, Padfoot. He just lost his uncle. Honestly, he's better off dead." He snorted. "That's not the point, by the way. He razed one of my companies to the ground, taking the lives of so many innocents," retorted Sirius. "He must pay an eye for an eye. We need to get rid of him as soon as possible. Hogwarts is starting tomorrow, and it would become the best place to have leverage over magical Britain, because all of our children will be there." He shuddered at the thought of the future of magical Britain held hostage in the school up in Scotland. Even though Professor McGonagall had assured them of added security measures and the Ministry had provided them with capable teachers to train the students in defending themselves. Professor McGonagall and the other professors had devised an escape plan in the event the castle was invaded. "We won't make headway this way," quipped Emmeline. "We also have to prepare for a possible assault of the Ministry. Amelia has already announced the discovery of a hidden library and their intentions of destroying it by the end of this week, since the Ministry can't use it. With Goblin's help. That's another problem. We're hoping that the wards they are setting up is sufficient to contain the damage," continued Sirius, sighing. "They are lending us their army too. It's a good plan, though. He will come. He needs those books. We can't concentrate our plans on that one battle." "I know he'll try to distract us," quipped Remus, drumming his fingers on the side. "I can't imagine giants in the Ministry." His mind drifted to Moody, to Harry's uncle and the diversion attack in Diagon Alley. "That's the point. We want to spread out his forces and lure him into our strongholds. We're hoping that he will let his hubris speak for him." He crossed his legs restlessly, peering out of the window. "We can only hope. Let's break for a rest. We can't think of ideas if we persist in this state." Remus conjured several bottles of butterbeer and handed them a bottle each. They gratefully took it, choosing to dwell in silence. Emmeline returned her attention to her research, checking for other possibilities. They needed Hermione's expertise. She was the knowledgeable when it came to soul magic. Then, Sirius's watch began to buzz. Hastily, Sirius answered the call and found that it was Hermione. He breathed an audible sigh of relief. "It's good to finally hear from you, Hermione." Her brows arched in surprise. "Is something the matter?" "Harry's fine." A smile crept on his face. "That's good news. Look, do you think he's feeling well enough for you to leave him for a while? We really need you here." There was a hint of desperation in his voice, and Hermione caught it. She glanced away from the screen for a moment, no doubt wordlessly speaking with Harry. Harry gave his consent. "I'll port key over," concluded Hermione, ending their communication. Remus gave a whoop of joy at the prospect. A few seconds later, Hermione materialized before them, her long hair tied in a ponytail. She was all ready to dive into work. Together, they re-examined their experiment carefully. Harry was left alone in the bed, with Crookshanks guarding him. He was crouching on the edge of the bed, his eyes riveted on Harry. He heeded Hermione's instructions carefully, watching over her mate, without even blinking. His mind was restless, swirling around the issues that were happening. He realized that he needed to meet Dudley and Aunt Petunia. He also needed to speak to Dumbledore about withholding important information from him. "It's kinda eerie, Crookshanks." "I can't sleep with you staring," grumbled Harry, reaching for him so that he could scratch him behind his ears. The half-Kneazle welcomed the affection, purring cheerfully as he ignored his master's complaints. A smile spread across his face when he realized that Crookshanks enjoyed making him uncomfortable. Harry shook his head, not expecting a response from Hermione's loyal pet. He was always left astounded by Crookshanks's fierce faithfulness to his mate. The insistent buzzing of the watch caught his attention. With hackles raised, Crookshanks let out a warning hiss. He could feel Harry's physical fatigue through their connection and was warning him to stay in bed. Harry pressed a button, and the face of Oswald swam in. He looked weary, but there was a flicker of excitement in his eyes. It was replaced by concern. "Are you okay, Harry?" "I'm sorry for your loss." Harry nodded wordlessly, his face growing blank. "Do you have something you need me to do personally?" "Our scans reported a gathering in one of the Lestrange's abandoned houses, just now. After the false alarm a few hours ago, I don't wish to alert the Ors. Yet there's a possibility that it might be his bolt hole." Harry's restless eyes burned. "I'll check it out." Crookshanks growled loudly in protest. Wordlessly, he summoned a few treats and gave them at Crookshanks. However, he flatly refused, choosing to glare at him. Sometimes, his loyalty to Hermione could be rather frustrating. "Discreetly and blend into the shadows," reminded Oswald. "Be safe, it's too soon to lose another. Call me if you found something." Harry nodded somberly. "I'll never put Hermione's life in jeopardy." He shot a side glance at Crookshanks, assuring both Uncle Os and him. He was somewhat pacified. Oswald smiled and bade him good luck. His gaze fell on Crookshanks. Absently, he accepted the treat that Harry had offered earlier as a bribe to allow him to go. Harry rewarded him with a scratch behind his ears and pondered if he should inform Hermione. Finally, he decided keeping her in the dark. After all, the project needed her undivided attention. "I don't think that's wise." Crookshanks chewed on the treat as he eyed him intently. Nimbly, Harry leapt out of bed, excited. "I'll be back before she does." Quickly, he began to dress. "I'm only a scout. I won't risk our lives." He strapped the sword to his back, hoping that he would not use it in this mission. He considered bringing Hedwig as an extra pair of eyes, but he was quite sure she would stand out. Hedwig was a very unique snowy owl. He went to his wardrobe and took out his invisibility cloak. Out of precaution, he slipped it into his pocket. His watch beeped again, transmitting him the coordinates so that he could create a port key. "I'll be back soon." Momentarily changing the watch into a port key, he activated it. There was the familiar feeling of being hooked on his navel and the whooshing wind. When he began his descent, he willed himself to transform. For black paws absorbed his weight as he landed noiselessly on the grass. He pressed himself to the ground, scanning the area carefully. Noises, scents, and sights of the forest filled his senses. Harry lifted his muzzle and took a tentative sniff of the air. The place smelled like the woods. It was clear that the place had been abandoned for a long time. His form wouldn't have looked out of place in a forest like this. With his keen eyesight, he spotted a gravel path. Wild, overgrown grasses had completely covered the unused stony path. The grass looked completely untouched, suggesting that it had not been used for a while. Or the Death Eaters might have directly apparat to the shack. Nimbly, he followed the track until he saw an old shack. It was completely covered with vegetation. The dirty windows were broken, no doubt by animals. There were holes in the roof, and it was clear that it had been abandoned for a while. There was no scent of magic, suggesting that it wasn't an illusion. Shadow tensed when he noticed that there was no birds nesting in the roof or animals taking possession of the place. That was odd. A place that had been abandoned for a long time would usually thrive with wildlife. He searched the area cautiously. Strange, there are very little animals in the area. He took a tentative whiff of the air. It was different, as if there was a hint of staleness. Warily, he inched closer towards the abandoned shack, his belly on the ground, watching out for
wards.
He was careful to travel with the wind against his face, so he could pick up the scent of anything approaching. Harry reminded himself of his mission. He was only here to make sure that this was not a secret lair of Lord Voldemort. He crept in, his soft paws patted quietly on the rotting wood. He searched the small room. There were signs of the place being lived in. There were ashes in the old fireplace. He scanned the rooms carefully and found nothing. He did not dare to enter them because the flooring looked as if it could not take any weight. His instinct told him there was something afoot. Magical houses were usually larger than what it was, and this shack appeared to magically unaltered. His instincts led him back to the living room where the fireplace was. It was the cleanest area. He noticed that the wooden floor was quite well maintained compared to the rest of the house. He was certain that there was a hidden area. Carefully, he began prodding the place with his nose. It was a small room, and a fireplace stood in the middle. He learned that magical families actually built secret rooms that could only be opened by physical means because they would stay undetected. There would be no trace of magic. He returned his attention to the Inglewood and observed the sophisticated wooden serpent that framed the fireplace. It was made of darkened slate. The timber cobra was lifelike and it protruded from the fireplace. He was quite certain that the cobra might begin to hiss and move if he stared at it for long. He traced it with his nose, checking if it was dusty. Suddenly, there was a loud hissing. The wall that was adjacent to him moved to form a small entrance. He let out a mental shout of glee and debated against entering in his form. Though he could travel using light in this form, he didn't really want to risk it. Quietly, he transformed back into a human and wore his invisibility cloak. He muted his shoes before stepping into the dark entryway. It led to a flight of winding stairs that descended to the basement. He patted down carefully, listening intently for noises. For some odd reason, there was something in the place that was repelling him. He was growing more uneasy as he descended down the steps. Fighting against his nausea, he moved on. Halfway down the stairs, he realized that it led to a large room that looked like the throne room of the goblins. He could see a platform. The room smelled of death. He stopped when he heard voices drifting in the room. There were people. He scanned the room and saw that there was another door near the throne. 2 men guarded the door. "I don't understand why we would need so many people just to guard a stupid ring," yelled a man. Harry couldn't recognize the voice, but he continued to inch closer. "It gives me the creeps. Don't forget the boy." Another group of men in robes were standing guard of the platform. Their wands were out, and they looked twitchy. He could see a ring sitting innocently on a table next to the throne. It was a simple ring with a large black stone. He recognized the ring immediately since he saw it in books. It was a treasured possession of the Gaunts, the direct descendants of Slytherin. The many unpleasant sensations the ring was emitting in thick waves was familiar. It sent shivers down his spine. Harry fought the natural instinct to run away from it. Worriedly, he searched his memories. His stomach clenched when he realized that it reminded him of the fragment of soul that was taken out of him. It was a horcrux. SSH. You wouldn't want the Dark Lord to hear that, another man cautioned. He wasn't in a good mood today. Malfoy had to be carried out of his sight. I think he'll probably be dead if he didn't have a son he could offer to the Dark Lord. Harry froze. That brat is in the initiation process. The whelp doesn't have the smoothness or the will of his sire. He let out a hollow laugh. I wonder how long does it take for him to kill that little girl. His sire had locked him up for a month before he was presented to our Lord. He was crying when I last checked on him. He jerked towards the locked room. The other men chuckled as the idea tickled them. It's the 4th day, he won't last long enough. I doubt he would die for a muggle. His eyes burned with rage as he swallowed his bile. Were they attempting to force another to kill an innocent? I can't see how useful he could be to the Dark Lord. Quietly, he inched forward. There were 7 men in all. He repressed the instinct to eliminate such cruel monsters. The wolf in him burned in righteousness. There was a little light, but he could see the faces of the 7 guards. He did not recognize any of them. Whatever plans the Dark Lord has for him are better than ours. We're stuck here with a bloody ring. It was clear that Riddle was merely using this place as an outpost of sorts. From the information they had gathered so far, this location was far too unsuitable to host all his allies. At least we'll only need to wait till the boy kills to leave, interjected one of the guards, laughing. Or we could kill him and tell the Dark Lord that he failed the test. Harry paused to consider his choices and saw that he had 2 choices, leave or attack. Determined, he turned back, fighting the urge to attack them. He had to leave. He promised. However, Malfoy may not last long enough for them to return with backup. He thought of the time the truce they made in his 3rd year. It wasn't right to leave him behind. He transformed back into shadow under his cloak and passed through the light. The stench of the room nearly made him retch. It was the smell of unwashed bodies, vomit, and death. There was a body pressed against the wall. Harry could barely recognize Draco Malfoy. His usually neat blonde hair was clumped up with dirt. He was sobbing in the corner, huddling to himself. He looked so starved and frail. A wand lay on the floor, on the opposite side of the room. A girl he did not recognize lay in a cage. She stared blankly into space, her mind obviously broken by the events that transpired. Her parents lay next to her, obviously dead. From their state of their bodies, he knew that they must have been tortured before they were put to death. Vile men. Anger burned in him, threatening to take control of him. He had to fight the longing to head out of the door and put them to their death. With his ears plastered back, he controlled the urge to snarl. He transformed back and called for Charles as he removed his cloak. The house elf instantly appeared by his side. The dignified house elf could barely hide his revulsion when he arrived. It transformed to pity. Neither Malfoy nor the girl paid attention to him. He was sickened by the psychological torture they had put them through. He balled his fists in an attempt to curb his temper. Take them back and give them a safe place to stay. I'll ask Amelia how to deal with the girl later. I'll clean up the mess. My lord, I don't think that you're... Harry held up his hand. I won't put myself at risk. I'll return soon. Unwillingly, he bowed, acknowledging his command. Charles took both of the survivors away, after cleaning them up. An eye for an eye. He stared at the bodies, with pity in his eyes. He recalled the charred grounds of Grunnings, the look of surprise on his uncle's face. Fueled with rage, he set the whole place on fire, knowing that it would not stop until the entire place was purified. They would be helpless against his element. He operated out of the shack and set up the magical barriers to keep the Death Eaters and the flames within. Then he returned home. He collapsed into his bed, dressed, utterly drained from the expedition. The last thing he felt before losing his consciousness was Crookshanks's disapproval. I think what we really need is another horcrux, quipped Hermione, staring at the small handheld device. It was modeled after the scanner used in ships and had a small screen to pinpoint the location of the horcrux. The device was supposed to act as a vassal to house the soul, using the magic from the soul to detect others and fuel the screen. The only drawback of the device was that it was short-ranged. It's impossible to test if it would work when we have to put that into the device. She had checked the magical equations used to form the device and was quite certain it would work. Too bad the diary was destroyed. We could ask the goblins to exact the soul from the device should it not work, quipped Emmeline thoughtfully. I'm all for testing the device. Sirius and Remus seconded that. Hermione grew impatient. Would it be wise? Test it with what? Unless Riddle makes it a habit to entrust them to his followers. We wouldn't know unless we try, won't we? Shot Sirius, grabbing the jar. There was a dogged look on his face. He created a shield, unscrewed the jar, and stuffed it into the device, while he cast the spell to trap the errant soul into it. The device began beeping suddenly. A red had appeared on the screen, approaching them. Was the magical formula wrong? There shouldn't be a horcrux nearby, whispered Hermione, looking puzzled. Sirius's shoulders slumped in dejection. Where did we go wrong? Surprise. I have a little present for you, greeted Oswald, walking into the laboratory. He was carrying a jar similar to the one on the table. The Hufflepuff goblet gleamed menacingly in the jar. The goblins found a horcrux in Bellatrix's vault. Whips of joy echoed across the room. Sirius grabbed Remus by his arms and began swinging him recklessly around, cheering loudly. The two men spun around the room crazily, much to the amusement of the rest of the occupants in the room. Did I miss something? Asked Oswald, winging an eyebrow. Emmeline took a whiff from the bottle of butterbeer Sirius had drunk from. I'm not quite sure, deadpanned she. It worked, yelled Sirius loudly, dancing in the room. It worked? Is that it? Asked Oswald, intrigued. He pointed to the small beeping handheld device. Careful, OS. It isn't just it. It's the bloody awesome horcrux searcher, snorted Sirius, folding his arms. There was a large grin on his face. We spent hours working on it. Hermione shook her head in amusement. Don't listen to Padfoot. We haven't named it yet. I'm glad it works, though. She grinned proudly, leaning against one of the work table. It works on the principle that fragments of soul are attracted to one another. Remus crackled in laughter. It can detect a horcrux in the radius of a mile. Astonishing. He picked up the device carefully, examining it closely. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, fascinated with their new invention. We could hand over the goblet back to the goblins to destroy the soul, continued Hermione, disappointed, letting her hair down. Her thick brown hair fell around her shoulders. She had to admit that she preferred research jobs. There was a sense of excitement and achievement that accompanied the trade. It was time for her to go back to check on her partner. She was concerned for his well-being. Remus, Sirius, and Emmeline took the opportunity to consolidate their notes and to record their success. I presume Harry was successful at his mission, asked Oswald nonchalantly, looking through the magical formula. Hermione froze. What mission? Oswald glanced at her, surprised to see the bemusement on her face. His mind backpedaled to the conversation he had with Harry. Like her, he was equally surprised that he did not tell his wife. Why wouldn't he tell her about it? His mind began to race with ways to placate Hermione. He ran his hand through his hair. It was a scouting mission. There was nothing risky about the assignment. What did you send him to do? Interjected Hermione, almost coldly. Her face was impassive. Oswald fought the shiver that ran down his spine. He cleared his voice. We detected some Death Eater activity, but I wanted someone to scout. Outrage burned in her eyes, for a moment silencing the older lord. What are the coordinates? Reluctantly, Oswald gave her the coordinates. With his Pop, she disappeared. I think Pup's in deep trouble. He has much to learn in the ways of being a good husband, commented Oswald, shaking his head. He had learnt that lesson in a hard way. Let that be a lesson to you too, Sirius. He returned his attention to his work, hoping that Harry would survive the ordeal unscathed. Both of his eyebrows shot past his hairline. Sirius shrugged finally, choosing to keep his comments to himself. Remus wisely chose to carry out the errand of transporting the horcrux to the goblins to destroy. Neville was sitting next to Luna quietly, enjoying the time he was spending with the intelligent Ravenclaw in the balcony of her house. The sun had begun to set. Her father was not at home since he had decided to rush out an article on Amelia's achievements to boost the public's confidence in her leadership after the attack on the Diagon Alley. Amelia had earned the respect of her father. The blonde remained unusually quiet after the incident at the Diagon Alley, choosing to be lost in her thoughts. Her gaze drifted to the meadows before them. The peace and tranquility were so surreal after they had experienced the tangible taste of fear. Children were separated from their parents when they were lost in the stampede. Many wizards and witches were injured because they had run amok. Neville had to take a long time to convince some of the public that everything was okay. He knew that Luna was helping the healers with healing. Many of them were squashed by the stampede. Suddenly, the war that they had prepared for 2 years felt so tangible. The idea that they could lose their lives became real. The funeral and the incident at Diagon Alley cemented several things for Neville. Life was so unpredictable. The death of Moody was unexpected, so was the attack. Truly, he could not predict what may happen the next day, especially since they were heading back to Hogwarts. He glanced at the girl next to him, choosing to observe her profile. She took his breath away. Those eyes that stared pensively into the distance were large and so expressive. He remembered the twinkle in her eyes when she smiled or the sparkle when she found something interesting. Her features were almost delicate and petite. The winnowing winds caressed her long hair, and he wondered if it was as soft as it looked. Her hair shone almost like rays of the sun, an irony, since she was named after the moon. She was like a sun, bringing warmth and joy into their group. He was, of course, intrigued and enamored by her spirit, her heart, and her passion for learning. He was fascinated at the way she would generously forgive or shower her care for others in her own way. Of late, he had thought about her and how much she meant to him. He realized that he desired to know more of her. He was no longer satisfied at being only her friend. Luna? Her large eyes stared questioningly at him. He held her gaze firmly, determined to tell her his feelings. Her eyes lit up. The answer is yes, Nevada. The corner of her lips lifted in a knowing smile as she lowered her gaze. His brows furrowed into a frown of confusion. Yes. He straightened up, holding her gaze. She chuckled brightly, turning away. I'm willing to be your girlfriend, Nev, clarified Luna, grinning mischievously. Neville burst out laughing. Once again Luna had pulled the rug underneath him. Luna, he murmured tenderly, looking into her eyes. You never cease to surprise me. The laughter had died from her eyes. He felt like he was moving in slow motion as his face continued its purposeful descent toward hers, his fingers lifting her chin to meet him halfway. He couldn't wait to taste those full lips, yet the agonizing anticipation of that first contact was almost as delicious as the kiss itself. Her eyes were closed, expecting and waiting for that kiss almost as anxiously as he was. He prolonged the moment as long as he could, relishing the quickening of her breath and the fluttering of her lashes until her features became a blur to him. Almost tenderly, their lips fused in a gentle kiss that marked them as a couple. The room was enshrouded in darkness when he finally gained his consciousness. Why was he sleeping on his front? He pushed himself off the bed with an arm, easily lifting himself before twisting his body into a sitting position. His long fringe fell over his eyes. It was unusually quiet, but he was on the edge. Absently, he racked his hand through his hair, pushing the fringe away from his eyes. What had happened? He squeezed his eyes shut, began to recall the events that happened in the forest. Awake? Are you okay? His head shot up at the tone of her voice. It was cold and emotionless. She was sitting by the bed in a chair, watching him closely. It was difficult to discern her expression because she was residing in the shadows. Crookshanks was lying in her arms, enjoying the soothing rubs from his mistress. Angel? I'm fine. Why didn't you turn on the lights? Magically, he lighted the room. He could almost smell guilt emanating from Crookshanks when his gaze fell upon his wife and her pet. She was scrutinizing him closely, as if checking for fresh injuries. She is fine. The Ministry took over the case. The girl was given a new name after her memories were wiped. Amelia placed her in an orphanage with funds for her to begin her life when she leaves that place. So, she knew. Her mental shields were firmly in place, blocking her emotions and thoughts. He knew instantly he was in trouble. He racked his hand through his hair worriedly, standing up. Mione, I can explain. It was a simple and risk-free quest to scout.
I wanted to do something.
I can't simply stay at home, doing nothing. Her eyebrows narrowed into a frown as she crossed her arms before her chest. Do I not understand? You spend hours away from me, hiding in the house, going through numerous mock battle situations with Hedwig. Then, you collapse from overuse of your magic because you pursue a reckless hunch to create the ring. She gestured animatedly, obvious furious. You could have killed yourself. I went to the forest. The whole place was razed to the ground. Payback, growled Harry, his body braced to fight. His eyes flashed in fury. He burnt the gruntings to the ground. He squeezed his eyes shut, calming himself down. There was nothing to worry about. I didn't kill myself. I couldn't help it. I went mad when I saw Malfoy, the girl and her parents. His father gave him as a tribute to pacify Riddle. They weren't prepared to let him go until Malfoy kills the girl and gets initiated. They are monsters, every one of them. They deserve to burn in the flames. The windows in the room shattered into pieces at his proclamation, showering the floor with its broken shards. The room fell silent immediately. Unfazed, Hermione stood up slowly, facing him. Crookshanks leapt on the ground for safety and hastily padded away, knowing that it was going to get violent. Harry's chest was heaving from the sudden explosion of his anger. He closed his eyes, calming himself down. Her quiet tone held his attention. That's not the point. You ought to tell me, Harry. I was worried about you, whispered she. Were you so overwhelmed by your need of revenge that you forget about me? Though she spoke quietly, it felt as if she had just struck him. He bowed his head. I know, Mione. I didn't want to bother you when you're busy with the project. Besides, you wouldn't have allowed me to go. For a good reason, snapped Hermione, glaring at him. You wouldn't have the ability to defend yourself should you be discovered. I would have gone with you. Her eyes were narrowed in frustration, and she closed the distance between them so that they were only inches apart. They were so close that he could see the unshed tears were shining in her eyes. You would have been slaughtered like a lamb. Her voice broke at the end. He held her gaze firmly, resisting the urge to pull her into his arms and soothe her fears. Her worries were irrational and Hermione wasn't an illogical person. His voice was gentle. I came back alive. That was all that mattered. You were needed in that project. I could tell that Padfoot was desperate. You helped to resolve the crisis, didn't you? She hesitated to refute. They didn't really need me. They got it mostly right. She stalked away, choosing to stand by the window, putting maximum distance between them. It broke a part of him to see that she wanted to be away from him. You reduced the time taken to create the finder. I know you're more effective at research, especially when it comes to soul magic. You enjoy researching as opposed to staking out. Hermione glanced out of the window, frustrated to know that he was right. She would have forbid him or accompanied him, leaving the project behind. However, his welfare was more important than any project. Harry had allowed his desire for revenge to overpower him, pushing him to risk his life for needless vengeance. He paid no heed to the consequences of his actions. Absently, she repaired the windows with a wave of her hand. The shards of glass instantly leapt into air and put themselves together. The window was good as new when it was repaired. He dragged his hand through his hair before stuffing both of his hands into his pockets. The tension in the room was thick enough to suffocate them. He searched for a way to justify the risks. I destroyed another horcrux today. She turned to stare at him, almost impassive. She remembered searching the grounds carefully. There wasn't anything. Everything was reduced to a charred mess. She was frantic because she knew that he had overexerted his magical core. It's his family ring, replied Harry, meeting her gaze. I recognized it because it was something of Slytherin's. Her eyes widened in shock as she shifted mental gears instantly. We found another horcrux today, too. It was Hufflepuff's goblet. Her mind began to race quickly, putting one and one together. Tom Riddle framed Hagrid when the opening of the Chamber of Secrets nearly led to the closure of the school. His love for Hogwarts was apparent. That deduction was made even more plausible with the discovery of the Hufflepuff's goblet. Would you agree that he has an obsession with Hogwarts? He blinked at the sudden change of hats. Hermione could be easily distracted by mystifying riddles. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. Hogwarts was a way to escape all the pain and misery caused by the Dursleys. He remembered the awe at discovering he was a wizard. It explained all the strangeness. Hogwarts was synonymous with home before he was married to Hermione. He could understand Riddle's obsession. Following his wife's strain of thoughts, it wasn't difficult to realize what the other horcruxes were. Yes, the other horcruxes are mostly likely to be the relics belonging to the 4 founders of Hogwarts. We ought to warn the rest. The excitement from her eyes extinguished. The smile on her face disappeared in an instant. He could see the disappointment and hurt in her eyes as they darted away from him. Hermione knew that he was trying to persuade her that the stakeout was worth both the risk and her anger. They were aware that they had come to an impasse, but neither of them was willingly to back off. Harry fixed his gaze on his wife. I know you're still upset with me. I'm sorry for not telling you. I don't regret my actions, though. She barely acknowledged him, choosing to go to the window to recollect her thoughts.
He sighed.
I'll be with Malfoy if you need me. He walked towards the door, planning to leave Hermione to her thoughts. He paused by the door, hesitant. Hermione, I love you. With that, he shut the door of their bedroom carefully behind him. Charles had placed Malfoy in one of the guest rooms. His mind raced with questions he wanted to ask his schoolmate. Did Malfoy always want to be a Death Eater? He took a turn and found himself at the door of the guest room. He felt restless, upset due to his martial spat. She had chosen to keep the mental barriers between them up. He closed his eyes, trying to take charge of his emotions. He took a deep breath. Upon exhaling, he felt better. The torrents of emotions had subsided. Malfoy was sitting by the window, gazing at the night. Charles had given him a few potions to correct his malnutrition and heal his physical wounds. He had cleaned himself up, looking like the sleek scion of a rich family Harry had known. Good evening, Malfoy, greeted Harry warmly. How are you feeling? He turned to look at him with lifeless eyes. It's just Draco. Draco Malfoy has died in the flames. The boy whose father had given to the Dark Lord as a tribute has perished in the fire. Silence ensured in the room for a moment. How's the girl? Harry took a seat by the bed.
She's fine.
They wiped her memories and put her in an orphanage. She needed a fresh new start. He nodded as if relieved. He stared at his hands. I never wanted to hurt her, though I did consider several times while being trapped with her that it might be more benevolent to kill her to end all her misery. Her parents were brutally murdered before her. Some of those monsters used her mother as an object to relieve their baser desires. It was violent and ugly. There was a haunted look as he recollected. His clenched fist shone white under the light. It's not your FAU. I was raised to hate the Muggles, interrupted Draco fiercely. They were leeches who worked very hard to steal our job and riches, seduce and ensnare our people, destroy the prestige of being a magical, and polluted our world with their strange inventions. I always believed that the Dark Lord had it right. We should get rid of them and return our world into the proper order. Harry made himself comfortable, fascinated with his tale. He stood up, restless. When I came into Hogwarts, I was certain my father was right. Granger was the top student of our year, and she was always with you. I saw that she was leeching your glory, the boy who lived. He was referring to the end of their first year. Harry remembered how nasty Malfoy was to his wife, and he arched a brow in surprise, wondering where the conversation would lead to. I found myself disliking Muggles even more when I found myself attracted to your girlfriend. She was smart, pretty, determined, and extremely loyal. I thought that she had ensnared me just as she trapped you and Weasley. I was in my second year then. Harry was wide-eyed. He didn't know that Malfoy actually cared for his wife. What changed? You helped me to surprise Hermione in our third year. Draco chuckled almost sardonically. She was petrified in her second year. She wasn't as powerful as I thought. I began to question my hatred against the Muggles. Then, I saw how both of you were right for each other. It was clear that Granger only had eyes for you and you, her. I didn't understand how I came to the conclusion that she had ensnared you with her tricks. Both of you were in love. Harry looked mildly bemused. I gave up on Granger and fell in love with another. She made me see how stupid some of my beliefs were. It was stupid to give up my life to eradicate the Muggles. Why should we? Astoria wasn't shy about shooting me down for some bloody stupid beliefs I had. When my father invited me to join the circle at the start of our holidays, I refused, and he locked me up for a month. Seeing how cruel the Death Eaters could be made me question why I once thought them as heroes. My own father would willingly give me away to please his master. He would torture me so that I could grow up into a murderer. I refused to be used that way. His eyes burned in rage. What did they need you for? Questioned Harry thoughtfully, standing up. He realized that he was slightly taller than Malfoy. He held Harry's gaze steely. Find a way to sneak the other Death Eaters into Hogwarts. Harry frowned. What does Voldemort plan to accomplish? Did he have a backup plan? He needs something from Hogwarts. He shook his head, looking like a weary teenager. I don't know if the Dark Lord has another plan. Harry dipped his head in a nod, recalling Hermione's words. Why would Voldemort tell you about such important plans? Riddle would only entrust his plans to the Death Eaters. Draco cackled cynically. Why not? I doubt he would believe a Malfoy would betray him. A faint smile crept on his face. You just did. Draco grinned widely. That I did. I don't regret a bit. Harry considered the implications of Draco joining their camp. He couldn't stay in the Slytherin dormitories because it would have been too dangerous for him. Riddle might enlist the help of the other children of Death Eaters to get rid of him. He had to house him in their married quarters. That would also mean that he had to tell him of his marriage to Hermione. If you don't mind, who are you seeing? Draco faltered for a moment, looking away. Her family wouldn't approve of me. I was a Malfoy, a family known to support the Dark Lord. Harry stood up and patted on his back. You're Draco Malfoy. It's up to you to remake the name of Malfoy. The fact you have resisted becoming a Death Eater is commendable. You've also betrayed him. I'm quite sure her family would be accepting. He turned away and used the idea of Harry supporting him. I highly doubt so. It's the green grass. Harry froze. You're dating Astoria? How long? Does Daphne know about it? Do you think Daphne would have approved? Returned Draco, lifting a brow. She wasn't shy about expressing her dislike for me. That earned a chuckle from Harry. That's our Daph, smiled Harry. I'll have to update the rest about Riddle's plan. Make yourself comfortable. I have taken the liberty of asking one of my house elves to get you what you need for school. We'll be departing for the train in the early afternoon. You'll see her tomorrow. To Harry's surprise, Draco approached him almost timidly. Harry, thank you for saving my life. You have my eternal gratitude. I swear that I'll always be loyal to the Potters, assisting you in whatever capacity you need me. I'll also keep your secrets. So mote it'll be, declared Draco. A purple wisp of magic appeared from the tip of his wand, wrapping both their hands. That was uncalled for, Harry retorted, wide-eyed. Draco shrugged. I'm a turncoat. It'll bring more assurance to your allies.
Get some rest, Harry.
You look like a bloody mess. You need to look good tomorrow for Granger. The grin on his face from the insult of his physical appearances faded from his face. He drew his hand through his hand tentatively, considering how to tell him the truth. Draco lifted a brow questioningly. Granger isn't attending Hogwarts anymore? Harry shook his head. Hermione isn't a Granger anymore. She stays here with me. His eyes went wide. Both of you are married? Harry nodded, bidding Draco a good night, leaving the Slytherin to overcome his shock. He had to admit the sight of Draco with his mouth hanging open was a funny sight. Feeling unready to face his wife, Harry decided to spend his time in his office, tending to the rest of the matters. He contacted Oswald and Amelia to update them about the mission. They were stunned that he didn't know that Hermione had contacted them about her deduction about the horcrux. He also informed them about the possible location of one of them, Hogwarts. Both Amelia and Oswald told him to speak to Hermione before they ended the communications, though Oswald was more sympathetic. He leaned into his large office chair, squeezing his eyes shut, feeling unusually edgy. He could feel a tension building in his temples. He grew restless from the lack of things to do. His eyes fell upon the documents sitting upon his desk. He decided to attend to his duties as Lord. It was after midnight when Harry completed his task. Finding nothing else to do, he called for Dobby for a chat. "Good evening, my lord," Dobby greeted politely. He was dressed neatly in his uniform which bore the Potter's crest. "You should be in bed. Work can wait till tomorrow."
"None of that, Dobby."
"It's just Harry," reprimanded he gently. "I wasn't tired." He stepped away from his desk, sitting at the armchair so that he was closer to Dobby. "You have to go to Hogwarts tomorrow?" He shrugged. If he was honest himself, he was feeling quite nervous. "I know. Are you okay with Draco staying here? He might be doing so for a while. I'm planning to offer him a room at Hogwarts. He can't stay at his dormitories anymore." Dobby had used to work for the Malfoys and was abused by them. Dobby looked befuddled at his question. "They were unkind to you. I was afraid you might be uncomfortable being around with Draco." Dobby shook his head so hard that Harry was afraid that his head might fall off. "It's not young Ma Malfoy's fault. The evil and old ex-master forced him to hit me because he was afraid that he would be too soft. Mrs. Malfoy didn't care, because I was merely a house elf. He's just the product of his father's upbringing. Besides, I will always support Master Harry's choice." Harry nodded. "So you don't blame him?" Dobby shook his head vigorously. He glanced at the wristwatch he was wearing. "I think it's time for Master Harry to go to bed. Mistress is still awake." "Awake? At this hour?" Dobby nodded his head before bidding him good night. Gathering his courage, he returned to his bedroom. He was greeted by the sight of Hermione just out of her showers, clad in a conservative satin nightdress. Her hair was moist, falling around her shoulder in thick and straight waves. Her hair usually curled only when it was dry. Wordlessly, she dried her hair with magic as she took a seat before her dresser to begin her routine of combing her long tresses. Harry was presented with picturesque profile view of his goddess. Her body was relaxed from her bath. However, he could see the mental gears in her head moving. Her brows were slightly slanted as if she was lost in her thoughts. There was a hint of misery and weariness in her eyes which made him sigh. She was almost as miserable as him. He expelled the breath that he did not realize that he was holding before making his decision. Quietly, he patted until he was standing behind her. Her hand stilled in mid-stroke, watching him intently using the mirror. Gently, he took the brush from her hand, giving her an opportunity to resist. She didn't. Hermione grew more relaxed. Gingerly, he ran his free hand through her hair, admiring its silky texture. It elicited a soft sigh from Hermione as she closed her eyes in bliss. Tenderly, as if worshipping her beauty, he began his task of brushing her locks. The silence between them was more tranquil. Harry grew more relaxed as he lavished attention on Hermione, enjoying the privilege to care for her. Then he understood her distress. He was irrevocably hers as she was his, hers to love, protect, and shower her attentions on. He blinked owlishly at the epiphany, understanding how he had hurt her. Her eyes shot open, meeting his gaze in the mirror. "Harry, I'm sorry. I should have stayed behind to look after you, knowing how upset you were about your uncle's death." He shook his head. "No, I'm at fault. I was inconsiderate." Hermione spun around to look at him. Tenderly, he took her hands. "Both of us had a very long day. You could have screamed at me when I recklessly tried to cope with my anger by disappearing into the house. Then, I made you worry by rushing into another mission after I barely recuperated from collapsing. I made you worry, honey." She shook her head, leaning into his embrace. Harry released her hands and wrapped his arms around her. "I guess we're fine now," asked Harry, pressing his lips on her forehead. The mental walls between them fell with the opening of their hearts. Both of them smiled at the joy of being so connected. "More than fine, Harry. I love you too." Thank you for joining us on this magical journey with Grimoire Audiobooks. We've reached the end of Part 5, covering chapters 41 to 50 of H.J. Potter by S.M. Wane, bringing us closer to the epic conclusion of this extraordinary tale. The next installment will mark the final chapters of this magical adventure, where all loose ends will be tied and the story's destiny revealed. Prepare yourselves for an emotional and thrilling farewell as we embark on the last stretch of this unforgettable journey. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you'll be the first to join us for the grand finale. Your support is what makes this magical experience possible. Thank you for being a part of the Grimoire Audiobooks family. Stay tuned. Our next adventure will be the one to remember.